Jincheng University was the best medical university in the entire city of Jincheng. Today was the first day of military training for the new students. The sky was overcast and heavy as if rain could fall at any moment. On the sports field, the students of nursing class 1 were changing into their military training uniforms. Yet as soon as everyone caught sight of that familiar figure, they began whispering among themselves. What is Lu Ming doing? Does he want to get drenched in the rain again? No idea. I heard he says that whenever it rains it reminds him of his deceased ex-girlfriend. Damn, how did his ex-girlfriend die? He said it was like she was being worked to death by him. Lu Ming stood with his back to the crowd. He heard every single word, yet his face remained utterly expressionless. But in his heart, he was already cursing. Damn it, you idiotic system. How did I end up saddled with something? A line of text floated before his eyes. Since discussion, Haoqi value 0. 9. Haoqi value 1. Staring at the words drifting before him, Lu Ming could only sigh inwardly. He was a transmigrator, and it had been 18 whole years since he crossed into this world. He had always believed this was an ordinary world. So he had thrown himself into his studies, and after much effort finally gained admission to Jincheng University. And the result? On his 18th birthday, the system awakened. Can someone tell me what on earth the Jiahao becoming God system is supposed to be? Yes, that was actually the name of his system. What was even more ridiculous was that the system had yet to be unlocked. The reason it gave was that it could not sense any aura of Hao upon Lu Ming. The system stated that only by becoming a qualified Jiahao could he unlock it. It demanded that he first collect 100 points of Haoqi value. According to the system, as long as he performed Jiahao-like actions that provoked emotional reactions in others, mockery, shock, disdain, and so on, all of these could grant him Haoqi value. To system unlock 169. 7 Haoqi value. Lu Ming let out a silent sigh. Back when he had just enrolled, in order to unlock the system, he had pulled all sorts of extremely Jiahao stunts day after day. Within less than a week of the semester starting, even the students from the neighboring class all knew who he was. Along the way, he had indeed harvested quite a lot of Haoqi value. But the price was that he had isolated himself from everyone. Forget it. He would unlock the system first and worry about everything else later. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. Lu Ming, hurry up and put on your military training uniform. You're the only one who hasn't changed. A strikingly beautiful girl had walked up to his side. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at her. This was Wen Qinxin, the class monitor. She was not only good-looking, but rumor had it that her family background was formidable as well. A goddess-level girl like this under normal circumstances would never bother with a Jiahao like Lu Ming. But there was nothing she could do. Military training was about to begin, and as class monitor, she had to personally make sure everyone changed their clothes. The boys around them began muttering under their breath, damn, Lu Ming is something else. He's deliberately not changing, just so the monitor has to come call him. You know, I actually think Lu Ming kind of resembles Sasuke. Seriously. His profile, or what? Wen Qinxin ignored the voices around her, her expression calm, as she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hurry up and change your clothes. The instructor will be here any minute. To be honest, she even suspected that Lu Ming was doing this on purpose just to draw her attention. She could not help but sigh inwardly. Such a handsome guy. Why were his actions so childish? She had heard no shortage of Lu Ming's heroic deeds. During the opening self-introductions, he had claimed that he was a baby-faced wolf. The entire class had been dumbfounded on the spot. It had been utterly outrageous. Honestly, there were times she really did not want to speak to Lu Ming. But today she had no choice. He was the only one who had not changed, and as class monitor, she simply could not let it slide. Lu Ming gave Wen Qinxin a look and said lightly, all right, I'll put it on in a bit. Wen Qinxin was just about to nod, pleasantly surprised by his rare cooperation, when suddenly he added, but do you have any heavier ones? If I don't carry at least 10 kilograms of extra weight during military training, I feel uncomfortable. Wen Qinxin was speechless. The other students were also struck dumb. Haoqi value 1. Haoqi value 1. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It really was more efficient to farm points in a crowd. Wen Qinxin took a deep breath, her inner voice already beyond exasperated. Lu Ming, can you stop joking around? Do you think military training is easy? Of course it was not easy. Did she really think he wanted to lug 10 kilograms around? Lu Ming cursed silently in his heart, but outwardly maintained a calm facade. It's not that bad, he said evenly. You have no idea how crazy I was when I got dumped. In a pouring storm, I went shirtless, abs exposed, and ran 10 kilometers before I felt better. Wen Qinxin was speechless. The people around them were speechless. Haoqi value 1. Haoqi value 1. Before they could even process what he had said, Lu Ming's expression shifted as if he had suddenly remembered something. By the way, lately I keep hearing you all talk about some Jiahao in our class. I haven't seen anyone with that name. The moment he said this, the people around him almost could not hold it in. Good grief. He lives among Hao, and yet knows not that he himself is Hao. How can he not realize who we're talking about? So he really doesn't know we mean him. Haoqi value 1. Haoqi value 1. Lu Ming watched as his Haoqi value shot up. 70, 80, 85. In just this short span of time. It was about to break 90. Damn. At this rate, he would be unlocking the system any moment now. Let them laugh all they wanted. When the time came, they would see who the real Jiahao was. Lu Ming. When Qin was genuinely angry now. Can you act normal for once? Look at your peers around you. Can't you learn from them? She was truly at her wit's end. How could someone be this childish? Yet Lu Ming looked genuinely surprised. What is there to learn from them? They're just a bunch of kids. The people around them were stunned. A bunch of kids. Wait, is he talking about us? Us? Come on, man, then what are you, still a fetus? Lu Ming ignored their comments entirely. Instead, in a markedly serious tone, he went on, people our age only know how to play games and chase girls. Besides playing, what else can they do? Unlike me. He began, but before he could finish when Qin let out a cold laugh. Unlike you who's into playing stocks and funds. That was what she had expected him to say. After all, wasn't that the standard voice line said, for a typical Jiahao? No, Lu Ming replied calmly. I play with people my age. What? The entire field erupted. It was as if everyone's brains had overheated like burning CPUs. A massive wave of Haoqi surged straight toward him. Haoqi soared to the heavens. Haoqi value 1. Haoqi value 1. Haoqi value 1. The numbers were leaping wildly. 91, 95, 98, 99. In the very next moment, Haoqi value sufficient. System unlocked. Lu Ming's entire body trembled. Finally, the system had opened. Host has been determined to be an excellent match for this system. As if this was something he had wanted. He had been forced into this. The system proclaimed Haoqi soars to the heavens. Who can? Cut the nonsense and tell me what you can actually do. He snapped. Yes. The system then launched into a self-introduction. In essence, it explained that by carrying out various Jiahao behaviors and provoking emotional responses in others, he would obtain Haoqi value. That Haoqi value could then be used to add points to his stats, enhance his abilities, and level up. As long as he accumulated enough Haoqi, he could even become a god. Lu Ming swallowed hard. Become a god. Before he could even digest this piece of information, the system chimed again. Beginner mission initiated. Completion will grant a beginner's grand gift pack. Lu Ming froze. Was this some kind of scam? He had to complete a beginner mission too. Then he saw the mission details. Mission issued: perform a sword dance in the rain and reach 600 Haoqi value. Beginner reward unlocked: Zhan Tian, Sword Dao. Lu Ming was left speechless. At this moment, Lu Ming froze, staring at the mission on the system panel. His whole being sank into contemplation. Sword dancing. And in the rain. The heroic aura value had to reach 600. Heroic aura value 100. Looking at the number that appeared before his eyes, Lu Ming realized he still needed another 500 for the mission to be deemed a success. The system hummed softly. Lu Ming cursed furiously in his heart, then slowly lifted his head to look at the layer of dark clouds above the corner of his mouth, twitching uncontrollably. He was speechless. He had thought those bold acts he had performed were already ruthless enough, yet with just a casual sentence from the system, everything he had done combined seemed utterly ridiculous in comparison. This was far too heroic and outrageous. All his painstaking schemes and racking of brains were not as effective as a single offhand instruction from the system. A chime rang out. The system urged the host to quickly dance with a sword in the rain and raise his heroic aura value to 600. From the moment he began dancing with a sword in the rain, the heroic aura would be formally calculated. Lu Ming flared up in anger. He had just started to protest when the system calmly added that the reward was one of the strongest sword paths in the world, and completing the mission would also unlock the system panel. Lu Ming abruptly changed his tone. He declared that who would not wish to pleasantly perform a sword dance on a rainy day. Listening to the system's words, he finally noticed the reward the system had mentioned. One of the strongest sword paths. Lu Ming asked what exactly this thing was. The system replied: the Zhan Tian Sword Dao, an exceedingly powerful path of the sword. As the host's strength grew, he could one day even sever the heavenly Dao with a single sword. Lu Ming was utterly dumbfounded. So strong. This novice reward was simply outrageous. Yet he immediately noticed the key phrase: as his strength grew. In other words, for now he was still a weak novice. Even if he obtained this sword path, he would have to grow into it step by step. The system confirmed it, but added that upon claiming the reward and comprehending the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, he would obtain a single burst of ultimate sword intent, called Sword Opening the Heavenly Gate. From then on, every time he gained enlightenment in the Sword Dao and broke through in sword intent, he would receive another instance of Sword Opening the Heavenly Gate. Lu Ming was stunned once more. What was this Sword Opening the Heavenly Gate? The system explained that it was the manifestation of sword intent capable of cleaving the firmament itself. To open the Heavenly Gate, he could regard it as an unparalleled ultimate move. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. So that was it. Very well, a sword dance in the rain it would be. No problem. Just then Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. He asked whether he had to use a real sword to dance. The system replied that it was unnecessary, as long as others realized he was performing a sword dance it would suffice. Lu Ming murmured his acceptance. By now the people around him had finally recovered from their shock. Someone exclaimed that this had to be a competition-level act of outrageous boldness. Top tier even. Another complained that he could no longer tell whether Lu Ming was playing at memes or playing with them. His mind could no longer keep up. Others shouted their admiration, calling it incredible, declaring that even immortals would line up in comparison. They proclaimed him a divine figure, a true madman of legend. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lu Ming as though he were an alien. Some had already mentally affixed a label to him. This guy clearly had something wrong with him. When Qinxin exhaled deeply, in her heart, she had already, from now on she absolutely would never speak to Lu Ming again. Saying even a single sentence to him was a form of mental torture. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. What are you all doing? Everyone's gaze turned in unison. A man in an instructor's uniform strode toward them, his face taut and severe. It was their instructor. He frowned slightly. With a single glance, he spotted Lu Ming. In the entire class, he was the only one who had not yet changed into the military training uniform. It was impossible not to notice him. The instructor's expression darkened. How was there still someone who had not changed? What on earth were they doing? His gaze settled on Lu Ming, filled with obvious irritation. Was this kid a troublemaker? When Qinxin reacted quickly, she stepped forward and hastily explained the request Lu Ming had just made. The instructor was dumbfounded after listening. What was this? 10 kilograms. A university student in military training wanted to carry 10 kilograms of weight. Did he really think he was some special forces soldier? He was just a civilian student. The instructor's lips curled into a cold smile. Fine, he said, change your clothes first, and he would arrange it later. He had assumed this student merely wanted to show off, so he might as well go along with it. Once the boy ran a few laps with added weight under the blazing summer sun, the heat alone could nearly make him faint. Then they would see if he still dared to posture. Hearing this, the other students could not help but snicker. Lu Ming was done for, they muttered. The instructor had decided to deal with him personally. They wondered how he would end this farce. Surely he would back down. Yet Lu Ming's face remained expressionless. He simply responded with a single indifferent "oh," then went to change into the military training uniform. The others all froze. Was that it? Was his reaction really that calm? Was he not afraid at all? Wen Qinxin was also somewhat surprised, but soon let out a cold laugh. If he wanted to keep pretending, then let him. In her mind, Lu Ming was clearly just putting on an act, clinging to face while suffering for it. She despised this kind of person the most. With no real ability, all he knew was how to attract attention. Yet Lu Ming did not even turn his head. He tossed back a faint remark. He apologized, but it was normal that she did not understand him. They simply did not belong to the same world. The moment those words fell, the entire class was shaken once more. They burst into exclamations, calling it the ultimate boast, proclaiming that line about different worlds to be insane. They marveled at how the sentence managed to be both pretentious and utterly earnest. The instructor fell silent, staring at Lu Ming's departing back. A thought surfaced in his mind. Was this kid mentally unstable? Just then a drop of rain fell onto the instructor's shoulder. He paused in surprise. Then in quick succession more drops followed. Suddenly a heavy rain poured down from the sky. The rainfall grew even heavier. Summer storms were like this, coming without warning, never bothering to negotiate. In an instant the entire training ground erupted into chaos. Students shouted that it was raining and there would be no more military training. Someone yelled, asking which deity had summoned this rain, thanking that mysterious benefactor and their whole family. It was too exhilarating. They were liberated. Over 1,000 new students cheered in unison, the spectacle truly grand. The instructor shook his head at the scene. He waved his hand decisively, declaring the military training canceled and ordering everyone back to self-study. At his words, the students bolted toward the teaching buildings as if mad. In less than 2 minutes, the field that had held over 1,000 people suddenly became empty and desolate. The instructor muttered that this rain was truly vexing. When Qinxin was about to follow the crowd, when out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of a lone figure. She paused in surprise, for she discovered that Lu Ming was walking in the opposite direction. At this moment, while everyone else ran toward the teaching building, he alone moved against the flow of people. He headed toward the center of the field. When Qinxin muttered under her breath that he must be insane, she did not concern herself further and turned to run toward the teaching building. The rain fell harder and harder. Lu Ming walked slowly against the stream of people. He hummed to himself about walking upstream against a river, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away beneath a tree lay a straight wooden stick left there by someone earlier. It looked just the right size and weight to fit his hand perfectly. What a fine weapon, he exclaimed. The university students who did not wish to train had bolted at an astonishing speed. In just 3 to 5 minutes, everyone had dashed into the teaching building. those needing shelter from the rain seeking shelter. Others wiped the rainwater from their bodies. By the time when Qin reached the bottom of the building, a large portion of her clothes were soaked, her hair plastered to her face. She debated whether she should return to the dorm to change. Suddenly someone beside her shouted, asking what that guy was doing. At this sound, many people instinctively looked up. Following the direction the person pointed, they glanced over. Moi. When Qin also lifted her head. Then her pupils constricted. She was completely stunned. In the pouring rain, the entire playground was empty. Only one figure stood in the center. Rain poured down on him, soaking his military training uniform, clinging tightly to his body. In his hand, he was holding a wooden stick. When Qingxin's mouth unconsciously opened. Wasn't that Lu Ming? What was he trying to do? Before she could comprehend, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. There, Lu Ming slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand. Then the stick traced an arc through the rain, splitting the water and splashing white droplets everywhere. Thousands were simultaneously bewildered. When Qingxin's mind went completely blank. What was he doing? In the heavy rain, that figure waved the wooden stick, and the movements were not particularly standard. But that momentum. That person seemed to be performing swordplay. Inside the teaching building, it was utterly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Did I see that right? Which family's ancient-style youth debuted at a military training site? And at that moment in the distance. What the hell? Is his mind really not normal? The instructor who had just seen this scene was shocked to the core. His expression was quite spectacular. He couldn't believe that someone could be this outrageous. This was no longer Jiahao. This was insanity. Countless people reacted differently upon witnessing the scene. Some people burst out laughing, tears streaming down their faces. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is way too cool. Isn't this the ancient-style Jiahao? Class monitor, come look. I didn't expect our school to have this national treasure. Which class is he from? I want to get to know him. This has to be posted on Moments. Dancing with Swords in the Rain. Our Jincheng University. At this moment in the rain. Heroic value 1. I should be in the martial world. Damn, who is laughing so loudly? Lu Ming glared at those in the distant teaching building with irritation. At this moment, he was still dancing with the sword, the wooden stick spinning in his hand. Rainwater streamed down his face. He felt the gazes around him and secretly snorted. Let you all laugh for another 5 minutes. Wait until I comprehend the intent of the sword, then watch how you all laugh. At this time, because everyone in the school was watching the rate of gaining heroic value rapidly soared. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 3. Current heroic value 133. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Has it increased so much in such a short time? Awesome. Just then. Incoming. A figure suddenly rushed out from the teaching building, directly plunging into the heavy rain. Lu Ming was taken aback. He saw a chubby boy rushing over with a smile. Hey, don't steal all the spotlight for yourself. The chubby boy shouted while laughing, and then he directly laid down on the ground. He started doing push-ups in the rain. 1, 2, 3. His movements were exceptionally standard. The entire school. Lu Ming. 666 truly mixed in with the heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Before Lu Ming. We are here too. How exhilarating. 2 more people dashed out from the crowd, running into the... Without saying a word, they started doing military boxing. The rain splashed everywhere from their punches and kicks. 3 people plus Lu Ming, 4 people. Each doing their own thing in the heavy rain. 1 dancing with a sword, 1 doing push-ups, and 2 boxing. The scene. How do I say it? It was absurd yet filled with a hint of passion. Over 1,000 people in the school watched this scene. They collectively fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into an uproar. Wow. Awesome. This is no longer Jiahao. This is beyond awesome. Did they plan this together? Even if they did plan it, it wouldn't be this outrageous. When Qingxin stood in the crowd watching Lu Ming in the rain, she had completely lost track of what expression to use. She only had one thought in her mind. This world has gone crazy. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from Jincheng University, in a deserted mountain, the rain was pouring down. A group of people dressed in black appeared here, completely soaked by the rain. Be careful, that rain howler beast is not simple. A middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. It is probably a mutant, and this creature never appears alone. His name is Lu Tian, the captain of this small team. Each of them wore a black medal on their chests. The Anomaly Bureau. This is China's official mysterious organization responsible for handling extraordinary events, protecting ordinary citizens, and preventing supernatural powers from being exposed to the public. Just moments ago, they had tracked a rain howler beast trail. Moreover, something was clearly amiss. Generally, rain howler beasts only possess the strength of the first stage body refinement. But this one was different. Lu Tian was already a strong individual at the second stage spirit condensation, and his talent was the series 170-700 slashes. Logically, killing a rain howler beast should be as easy as crushing an ant, yet he had just unleashed his full power, and surprisingly did not kill it. I now suspect that the rain howler beast also possesses spirit condensation strength, and it is definitely not weaker than me. Lu Tian's expression turned serious. We must quickly eliminate it to prevent it from entering the city afterward. This is their duty. They absolutely cannot allow ordinary citizens to be harmed by these extraordinary beasts. Captain, I feel something is off. A woman with red hair spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. Rain howler beasts usually act in groups, but we only encountered this one. What about the others? Why haven't we seen a single one? Lu Tian nodded, feeling a bit heavy inside. This is indeed a bit strange. We must quickly find that beast from earlier and then trace the others. That beast definitely hasn't run far. Oh, where could it hide? Rain howler beasts like to hide under sewage pipes or in buildings with heavy energy, only coming out to move when it rains. Now that beast has directly disappeared. It must be hiding somewhere. But the surrounding area is just desolate mountains. Is there anywhere to hide? Hong Niao, check now if there are any human buildings nearby. Lu Tian decisively ordered. Yes. Hong Niao took out the device, her fingers quickly tapping. Seconds later, she looked up. Found it. There are several abandoned steel mills nearby and further out. It leads to the outskirts of Jincheng University. Lu Tian nodded. Then it's likely in those abandoned factories. Jincheng University is still quite far away. I checked the weather forecast. The range of this rain isn't that vast. The rain howler beast probably won't go there. Hong Niao and the others nodded. That makes sense. The rain howler beast only moves in the rain. If it isn't raining at Jincheng University, they are unlikely to head over there. Hong Niao put away the device, but suddenly the phone in another pocket rang. She instinctively took it out to check. Then her finger froze. A picture popped up on the screen. It was just posted on the local trending search. The title read Jiahao in the rain dancing with a sword. The accompanying image was a blurry figure standing in the rain on the playground, holding a wooden stick. Hong Niao was stunned. Lu Tian noticed her expression. What happened? Hong Niao trembled as she handed over the phone. Lu Tian glanced at it, and then smiled. This video is quite interesting. The scene showed a child dancing with a sword in the rain, surrounded by a few doing push-ups and practicing military boxing. This is the feeling of youth. Lu Tian couldn't help but reminisce about the past. But immediately after, he noticed that Hong Niao's face was pale, her lips trembling. What's wrong? Lu Tian frowned. Captain, Hong Niao's voice was shaking. The location of this picture is right at Jincheng University. What a... Lu Tian's body shook. Jincheng University. This. Hong Niao continued, her voice trembling. Captain, something's not right. The range of this rain completely exceeds our expectations. If the rain howler beast goes there. If the rain howler beast enters the school, there are thousands of students inside. The consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Lu Tian did not hesitate. The next moment, his internal spiritual power erupted violently, cracking the ground beneath his feet, and the rain exploded around him. Everyone, now, immediately, rush over there. Yes. 7 figures moved simultaneously, their spiritual powers surging. The heavy rain was torn apart. 30 kilometers. They must arrive before the disaster strikes. At this moment, Jincheng University. Thousands of students crowded the corridors and windows of the teaching building, witnessing the wild celebration belonging to Jiahao. Many people held up their phones to record videos, laughing as they filmed. This is hilarious. Thank goodness I enrolled in our school. I can't stop laughing. Look at those sword moves. Is this the grand spectacle of Jiahao in the pouring rain? It's absolutely epic, brother. Quick, capture this. This material will make me laugh for a year. At this moment, countless people were mocking the scene. Originally, everyone just wanted to laugh at Lu Ming alone. But now a whole bunch of Jiahao had emerged. Is this the resonance among Jiahao? Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued to dance with his sword in the rain. Raindrops were flung into beautiful arcs. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Current heroic value 193. Damn it, why does it feel like I've lived half a lifetime? Lu Ming felt speechless. His face was drenched with rain, and his arms were starting to ache, especially with these sudden Jiahao appearing beside him. He truly wanted to swat them all away. What the hell? Can you just go away? Just then, several figures walked out from the teaching building. At the forefront was the principal of Jincheng University. He had originally been in the office with a female teacher, but the commotion outside was louder than the noise in his office. He looked out the window and saw such an absurd scene. What is going on here? What are you all doing? The principal's face turned green. Are students today out of their minds? How did they even get into Jincheng University? Meanwhile, the chubby guy seemed unable to continue doing push-ups. He turned to look at Lu Ming, sizing him up, and leaned closer. Brother, your sword. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. At this moment, Lu Ming was still focused on the heroic value in front of him when he heard the Jiahao beside him talking. Lu Ming glanced over. Get lost. The chubby guy pondered for a moment. Oh, are you afraid your sword will hurt me? Lu Ming. The chubby guy looked serious. You won't hurt me. Then Lu Ming was furious. He swung a stick at him. He was actually caught in the excitement too. Damn it. Why is it only him getting excited while others can too? At this moment, those watching from a distance found this even more amusing, laughing and slapping their thighs. Oh my Jiahao internal fight. Is this what you call a battle of Jiahao? Only Jiahao can deal with Jiahao. This is a battle among Jiahao. Only death can stop it. Wen Qingxin stood in the corridor. Watching this scene in the rain, she sighed deeply. Lu Ming really is out of his mind. Truly a Jiahao among Jiahao, a man utterly devoid of boredom. She definitely needed to keep her distance from Lu Ming in the future as far away as possible. Meanwhile, on the playground, the chubby guy yelled, "Damn. What are you hitting me for? Didn't you say I wouldn't hurt you?" Actually, it doesn't hurt. Saying this, he went back down to continue doing push-ups. While doing so, he thought to himself, I can't let this guy steal all the spotlight. He's definitely trying to attract the attention of all the girls in the school. I want to compete with you. But once I get back, I need to check the confession wall to see if anyone is trying to reach out to me. Meanwhile, because of the antics before him, Lu Ming's text display was directly overwhelmed with notifications. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 3. Heroic value 1. Current heroic value 273. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. No way. So fast. In just a short while, it's already nearly half. Awesome. He'll soon be able to obtain the sword path of the Heaven Slasher. Once that happens, I can comprehend the sword intent and also gain an ultimate move to open the heavenly gate with my sword. How delightful. Just then the rain from the sky seemed to have lessened significantly. What started as torrential rain had turned into a light drizzle, sparse and scattered. Lu Ming was taken aback. But it didn't matter, a drizzle is still rain. It could still wait for him to finish his sword dance. In the distance, the principal, noticing this scene, his eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up a megaphone to shout, "You there, everyone return to normal military training." At this rate, the rain would stop soon. He couldn't let these kids be idle. This shout made all the students feel, what the hell? So boring. Damn. This broken rain. We just stopped for 5 minutes, and now we have to do military training again. The students cursed. But they could only slowly make their way back. Just then someone noticed. Lu Ming was still standing in the center of the playground, continuing to dance with his sword. Many people's mouths twitched. Come on bro, the rain is almost stopped. Why are you still going? Meanwhile, Lu Ming paid no attention to those people at all. Almost done, almost done. He hadn't expected the principal to send them back for military training. But it didn't matter, he would be done soon. Current heroic value 330. Heroic value had reached 330. It would be done very quickly. Just then the principal's voice came through, his expression grim as he approached with the instructor. Student, that's enough. Hurry back to the lineup. The student was truly crazy. The rain was almost stopping, and you were still dancing with your sword. Are you done or not? Lu Ming frowned. But his movements did not stop, he completely ignored him. I don't care about you. Seeing this scene, those around were instantly shocked. Amazing. This guy actually ignores the principal's words. No way is he still immersed in his own world. He's truly into the act. Now I'm truly impressed the principal doesn't have any effect. The principal's face completely darkened. My words no longer have any effect. He was somewhat furious. Which class are you from? You need to return to the lineup right now. Otherwise he'll give you a disciplinary action. He tried to scare Lu Ming with a disciplinary action to make him go back. However, because of what the principal did, the heroic value increased even faster. Heroic value 3. Heroic value 2. Current heroic value 374. Listening to the principal's words, Lu Ming felt a bit annoyed. Why did this principal come to cause trouble at the last moment? Meanwhile, the instructor saw the principal was truly angry and his eyes turned. Thinking this was a good opportunity to show off, he strode forward and reached out to grab Lu Ming. Student. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Boom. The sound was so loud that it made everyone's ears buzz and their heads spin. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? Lu Ming was also taken aback, but his movements didn't stop. His gaze turned towards the direction of the sound. Suddenly, in the distance, the audience area exploded with a large hole. Debris, dirt, and metal frames flew everywhere. The raindrops were overturned by the shockwave, forming a visible white shockwave. And then, a blue figure burst out from the hole. The 1,000 people in the audience were collectively dumbfounded. Lu Ming's eyes also widened. What the hell is that? Everyone saw clearly what the creature looked like. It was a monster at least 3 to 4 meters tall, resembling a monkey covered in blue scales. But it also had snake-like patterns on its body and a thick tail that swung back and forth behind it. It had 4 blood-red eyes on its face with fangs protruding from its mouth. Roar! The monster opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves rolled. Bang! 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 The glass in the corridor of the teaching building shattered all over the ground. In an instant, the entire school exploded. What the hell? What is that? Did it come from a zoo? Have you ever seen such a zoo? This is a monster. It's really a monster. So disgusting. So many eyes. My legs are weak. This must be a demon. Everyone's faces turned pale, because this creature had completely exceeded human comprehension. And just then the monster known as the Rain Howler Beast fixed its gaze on the crowd. It slowly walked over, its eyes shining with greed. With just this movement, everyone was instantly Damn! Run! It's coming! It's really coming! Mom! Mom! In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with terror as they scrambled to run away. Some people fell, but didn't care about the pain, scrambling back up to run. Even the principal was frightened, his face pale. He ran for his life. It wasn't that they were cowardly. They had just never seen something like this. However, just then Wen Qingxin suddenly noticed something, her face pale, and shouted, Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? Run. This shout made many people subconsciously turn their heads back. And then, on the playground, Lu Ming was still standing in place, still dancing with his sword. Raindrops fell on his shoulders, face, and hands as his eyes were closed. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, as if the 3 to 4 meter tall monster behind him didn't exist at all, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone was bewildered. What did they just witness? Everyone was desperately running back. Yet one person stood still dancing with his sword. The principal was completely stunned. Is this person a divine being? He had just issued a reprimand, and the student refused to listen. Now that a monster has appeared, he still isn't running. This is a monster that eats people. Impressive. The instructor was also dumbfounded. You are the true warrior. You aren't running. You're really not running. Then I'll run. Wen Qingxin's eyes were filled with disbelief. When she ran earlier and looked back, she saw Lu Ming still dancing with his sword and couldn't help but shout, that is a monster. Does he really think he's a swordsman? Meanwhile, Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface. But damn, what the hell are you running for? Heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Current heroic value 444. The task is almost complete. How could he fail now? So he didn't run. More importantly, after comprehending the way of the sword, he could indeed open the gates of heaven with his sword. With a single strike, he could slice through the heavens. As long as he completed his task, he didn't believe he couldn't slay this monster before him. Moi. The Rain Howler Beast was originally enjoying the sight of its prey in a panic. But when it spotted Lu Ming, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. A crowd had fled, yet that one person stood still, making it hard not to notice. The Rain Howler Beast suddenly became interested and walked towards Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart sank. Damn, why aren't you chasing them? No, wait a bit longer. As long as the task is completed, I can split it in half. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His heroic value was already close to 450, so he gritted his teeth and continued dancing with his sword. Meanwhile, the others had no idea what he was thinking. They only saw the monster approaching Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still dancing with his sword. Impressive. This Jiahao is invincible. I was just laughing too loudly. I apologize. I call him the strongest. Still not running. This kid really immersed himself in the state of mind. This is the decline of heroism. Everyone thought he was crazy, but they all felt that escaping was the priority. However, just then the air was suddenly filled with a multitude of roars. Roar, roar, roar. Those sounds came from under the various manhole covers. Immediately after, dozens of half-meter-tall little monsters burst out from the manholes. They looked just like the big monster, with blue scales, blood-red eyes, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Surrounded on all sides by these creatures, all escape routes were completely blocked. In just an instant, everyone was trapped on the playground. This is the habit of the Rain Howler Beast. They flock together and enjoy playing with their prey. Now the rain had lightened to a drizzle, so they planned to take their time. If it had been that heavy rain earlier, they would have rushed in bloodthirstily. At this moment, everyone was utterly Heavens, I don't want to die. So disgusting. They are so disgusting. Someone save us. Is there anyone out there? The entire playground was in chaos. Damn, why are there so many? Lu Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart upon seeing the swarm of little monsters. Damn, what the hell are these disgusting things? Roar. Just at that moment, the Rain Howler Beast let out a low growl. Everyone looked at it in fear. The massive creature had now approached Lu Ming less than 5 meters away. For blood-red eyes glared down at Lu Ming, its foul breath wafting out. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. It's over. That Jiahao is going to die. Damn, I don't want to witness such a terrifying scene. Why is he still pretending? Is he really not afraid? Everyone thought Lu Ming was undoubtedly doomed. Lu Ming gripped the wooden stick tightly, his palms sweating profusely. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Current heroic value 496. Damn. There's not enough time. That damn thing was already in his face. The rain howler beast lowered its head, its massive jaw slowly opening. Just when everyone thought Lu Ming would be torn apart at any moment. Suddenly, beast, you are audacious. A roar erupted like thunder in the air. Following that, dozens of silver-white slashes appeared out of thin air, tearing through the rain curtain and whistling towards the rain howler beast. The rain howler beast's eyes flickered, and it quickly retreated. But those slashes actually turned and chased after it. The rain howler beast was taken aback. Boom! The slashes struck solidly against its body, the immense force sending it flying. It crashed through half of the spectator stand's, debris scattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was also stunned. At that moment, figures descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. They landed on the ground, the rainwater exploding into waves beneath their feet. It was Lu Tian and the others. Fortunately, we made it. Lu Tian's spiritual energy surged. The rainwater was shaken away before it could touch him. The others behind him also drew their weapons at the same time. Everyone prepare for battle. Protect the students. Yes, just like that, in an instant those around saw this scene and erupted. Damn, are they human? Did they fly down from the sky? Impressive. So cool. This world really has extraordinary powers. Is it real? We are saved. We are saved. Everyone was completely stunned because they had just witnessed those slashes. They also saw how these people descended from the sky. Even the principal was dumbfounded with only one thought in his mind. This world really has extraordinary powers. At this moment, everyone was excitedly watching those 8 figures fighting side by side. 8 figures. Wait a minute, 8 figures. Lu Tian and the others noticed that one figure was still dancing with a sword nearby. Lu Tian. The others. Heroic value, 25. Heroic value, 19. Heroic value, 1. Current heroic value, 563. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Why is the heroic value increasing so much? Then he turned to find Lu Tian and the others staring at him. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Lu Ming. He seemed to understand a bit. It seems the heroic value is closely related to the strength of the others. Clearly, these numerous values were provided by this group. Does this mean they have already regarded me as Jiahao? Lu Tian's mouth twitched. Actually, he had noticed this sword-dancing boy while in the sky. But damn, it's already this time. Why is this person still dancing? He's still dancing. He initially thought Lu Ming had gone mad from fear. Yet now that they had all arrived, this guy was still waving that broken wooden stick. It's just pure sword dancing. Student, please go to a safe place immediately. Redbird couldn't help but remind him, her eyes filled with confusion. She recognized him. This is that boy who was dancing with a sword in the rain just a moment ago. Why is he still dancing? Is this kid a bit mentally challenged? They could feel that Lu Ming had no fluctuation of spiritual energy at all. He was just an utterly ordinary person. Yet facing a 3 to 4 meter tall monster, he didn't retreat a step. Either he isn't afraid, or he's completely lost his mind. Lu Ming heard Redbird's words, but with the task about to be completed, he couldn't leave. He could only continue dancing with his sword. The whole school was astonished, but not because they were amazed by Lu Ming's bravery, but rather by how absurd his behavior was. Impressive. This is the most awesome Jiahao I've ever seen. He really fantasizes about being a swordsman. He's truly immersed in his role. Crazy, crazy. Completely insane. Forget about him. Anyway, we are saved. Although Lu Ming's actions were indeed ridiculous, at least they were saved. Because a group of mysterious people had appeared before them. They no longer needed to worry about the monsters. Just then, heroic value 11. Heroic value 1. Current heroic value 612. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the beginner task. Reward Sword of the Slicing Heavens. Lu Ming slowly lowered the wooden stick in his hand, his arm, so he could barely lift it. Raindrops dripped from his fingertips. Finally, it's over. In the next moment, roar. An even angrier roar erupted from the ruins. Lu Tian suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting. How is this possible? He had used all his strength in that previous strike without holding back at all. This beast, it's still alive. Something's off. This rain howler beast is definitely not normal. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was not focused on the rain howl beast, for he had already grasped the sword Dao of heaven's severing. In an instant, an enigmatic understanding surged from the depths of his heart, filling his entire mind. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was not focused on the rain howl beast, for he had already grasped the sword Dao of heaven's severing. In an instant, an enigmatic understanding surged from the depths of his. In the face of the heavenly path, a person is as insignificant as a speck of dust. Lu Ming felt that gap, the despairing chasm between them. But in the next moment, a sword chi emerged. It pierced through heaven and earth. The sword chi spanned the firmament above. Then, the sky shattered. A massive crack exploded open in the middle as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Lu Ming's scalp tingled. He could even sense the will contained within that sword chi. Sever, shatter, extinguish, annihilate. Each word seemed forged from the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the sword Tao of heaven's severing? Ding. Comprehension of the sword Tao of heaven's severing in its embryonic form. Current level entry. Ding. Due to the host's sword intent breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for achieving sword opening the heavenly gate. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This time his gaze had changed, as if a sword were hidden deep within his pupils, ready to burst forth at any moment. He glanced down at the wooden stick in his hand, but in Lu Ming's perception, it had transformed into a sword. As long as he wished, he could sever anything. Damn it, it's finally my turn. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Let's see who dares to call me Jiahao this time. Heroic value 11. Heroic value 12. Heroic value 13. Heroic value 1. Lu Ming. Damn, what are you guys doing? I'm supposed to make my entrance. At that moment, others saw that Jiahao had been rescued and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. These people are amazing. They can fly down from the sky and teleport. I want to be like them, so cool. These are true experts, unlike that Jiahao who only knows how to wave his sword. Exactly, just standing there as a hindrance. Everyone felt that victory was certain with so many extraordinary powers present. That monster surely couldn't survive much longer. Wen Qingxin looked at Lu Ming and couldn't help but say, Lu Ming, you should thank them. If they hadn't saved you, you would have. Lu Ming frowned. Unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary. He originally planned to directly cleave that monster. But Wen Qingxin was stunned. Not really. You're just too good at putting on a show. They saved your life. And you're still acting. Wen Qingxin's gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with annoyance and disdain. Do you really think you're a swordsman? Can you kill that monster? Heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Wen Qingxin. Just then, the surrounding small rain-howl beasts began charging towards the crowd. Protect the students. This beast, I'll handle it myself. With a command from Lu Tian. Yes. The other team members rushed towards those small monsters. They understood in their hearts that the captain's strength was at the foundation establishment level. Only he could deal with that big monster. Meanwhile, they were still at the peak of body refinement, so going up would just be courting death. It was better to clear out the smaller ones first and prevent the students from getting hurt. In an instant, blades flashed and blood splattered. You beast! How dare you come to school? Lu Tian shouted angrily and then rushed out. The rain-howl beast also let out a roar, charging forward as well. One man, one beast collided violently. This scene left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Wow, this is so cool. This is a real battle. Damn it, why did my phone screen go black at this moment? Mine too. Oh no, I wanted to record this and post it to my friend's circle. Many students discovered their electronic devices wouldn't turn on, anxiously stamping their feet. What they didn't know was that the people from the Abnormal Incident Bureau were equipped with specialized jammers to prevent extraordinary abilities from being recorded and leaked online. At this moment, Lu Tian and the Rain-Howl Beast's battle had reached a fever pitch. The Rain-Howl Beast was covered in wounds. Lu Tian became more adept as he fought, his sword moving faster. He was a veteran of the Abnormal Incident Bureau with a talent ranking of sequence 17700 slashes. There were a total of 300 talent sequences. His combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators ranked beyond sequence 181. He once single-handedly slaughtered over 100 monstrous beasts. Among those slain by his hand, no fewer than a dozen had already reached the spirit condensation realm. Very well, let your head join my collection. A sly smile curled at Lu Tian's lips as the sword in his hand suddenly blazed with an ominous black light. Black severance. With a single slash, the blade carved through the air. The very atmosphere wailed in anguish, and the ground split open, gouged by a deep, jagged furrow. Nearby squad members locked in battle watched in awe. This was their captain's ultimate technique. No spirit condensation realm entity could possibly evade it. The black blade struck the Yu Shao beast Hedon. SSSSH. From shoulder to waist, its body split cleanly in two. Black blood erupted like a geyser. Every onlooker's eyes flared with triumph. Victory! Ruh! The Yu Shao beast let out a soul-rending roar. Its four eyes shimmered into a sinister Then, its body began to mend. The severed halves drew together as if bound by invisible glue, seamlessly rejoining and restoring itself. Lu Tian's pupils contracted sharply. What? Before he could react, the beast's form swelled anew. 4 meters, 5 meters. Its aura surged violently, skyrocketing beyond all prior limits. With a single swipe of its claw, blindingly swift, utterly imperceptible, Lu Tian tried to dodge, but it was too late. Thud! He was hurled backward with crushing force. His left arm tore away in that instant. Captain! Hong Niao and the others cried out in horror. Lu Tian crashed heavily to the ground, his face as pale as parchment. Half-step, flowing spirit. This beast's aura had surged to the threshold of half-step flowing spirit, even brushing against the cusp of the third realm. Damn it! It was now far beyond his capacity to contend with. Hongyao, Lu Tian roared with his last vestige of strength. Take the students and flee. Save as many as you can. I'll hold it off. Captain, you go now. Meanwhile, the Yushao beast stood motionless amid the torrential downpour, towering like a living mountain. Silence. All the students froze, minds utterly blank. Even that celestial warrior who descended from above had fallen. Then who among them could possibly prevail? It was over. Utterly over. Despair spread like a plague through every heart. Some broke and fled outright. When Xingxin's face drained of color, her entire body trembled uncontrollably. How could no one defeat that monster? Suddenly, someone stepped forward, walking straight toward it. When Xingxin stared stunned. Because that person was Lu Ming. While everyone else scrambled to escape, only Lu Ming walked resolutely against the tide, straight toward the beast. Are you insane? When Xingxin shouted. What do you think you're doing? Even that celestial warrior had fallen before it. What could an ordinary man possibly accomplish? To throw away your life. Lu Ming did not turn back. Draw your sword. When Xingxin froze, then erupted. Draw what sword? You're just a Jiahao. What in the world are you pretending to be? She'd had enough. Why of all moments must he play this charade? Will pretense save lives? Will it make the monster vanish? Heroic Chi 1. Heroic Chi 2. Heroic Chi 1. Heroic Chi 1. Lu Ming's lips lifted faintly as he gazed upon the words. Is that so? He tilted his head slightly. Then watch closely. This act of heroism will be breathtaking. When Xingxin stood utterly, boom. The rain howler beast stomped down, creating a massive pit in the ground. Fragments of stone and mud splashed several meters high. Its aura spread outward like a tide, infecting even the sky. The dark clouds hung lower, and the rain fell harder. The torrential downpour soaked everyone's clothes, drowning everything in despair. Half step to the flowing spirit. The red bird and others felt the pressure. Their internal spiritual power became unstable, and breathing became difficult. At this point, it was already influencing the surrounding environment. No wonder this rain felt so strange and abnormal. It turned out this beast had already touched the threshold of the flowing spirit realm. Such a monster was beyond the capabilities of their small team. They must mobilize an elite team from the provincial city. But why? Why would such a monster appear here? The red bird slashed down a small monster that lunged at her, shouting, "Captain, run!" All she could do now was desperately save a few more students. But she didn't want to watch her captain die here. Lu Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and tightened his grip on the knife. His left arm was already incapacitated. Hongyao, follow my orders. He turned his head, glaring at the gigantic rain howler beast, gritting his teeth. What if it's half step to the flowing spirit? I have never killed one. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out again. This was his duty. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. But just then the rain howler beast suddenly spoke. Fool. The voice was mocking. See. Lu Tian trembled all over. It can talk. Generally, only third realm beasts can speak. This creature hadn't even reached that realm, yet it could still speak. This indicated it was completely a mutant, an anomaly among anomalies. Such a monster could eventually become a terrifying existence of the fourth realm. You cannot be left alive. Lu Tian let out a roar, wildly slashing with his knife. Waves of cuts rained down on the rain howler beast. 100 slashes. But this time the strikes against the rain howler beast had minimal effect. The cuts only left faint white marks. The rain howler beast grinned. Then it moved. So fast. Lu Tian couldn't react in time. A massive claw had already grasped his head. Bang. He was violently slammed into the ground, cracking the earth. Bang. 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 Again and again, Lu Tian's head was pressed against the ground and repeatedly smashed. Captain. The red bird and others saw this scene, their eyes turning red. They desperately tried to rush over to save him. But the rain howler beast simply waved its hand, and the surrounding rainwater suddenly coalesced into a wall of water, like a prison trapping them inside. Not only them, but the students in the distance trying to escape were also blocked by the water wall. At this moment, everyone in the school was trapped in place. No, I don't want to die. Who will save us? Cries echoed, and everyone was thoroughly terrified. Even these extraordinary beings were no match for that monster. Who else could save them? The principal leaned against the wall, his face pale. Lu Tian's breath became weaker, his eyes filled with despair. He never expected to fall into the hands of such a beast. But just then his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure. That is. A person slowly walked over. Lu Tian's eyes widened sharply. The rain howler beast also sensed something, stopped its movements, and turned to look. Not just today, everyone in the school was watching. Because it was too obvious. Everyone was scared, running away, crying in despair. Only one person was walking against the crowd slowly approaching that monster. It was impossible not to notice. It's that Jiahao, someone shouted in terror. Only then did everyone recognize that it was Lu Ming. It was the Jiahao who danced with a sword in the heavy rain. What did he want to do? Had he really gone mad? Did he want to die? Lu Tian also recognized the child, the one who had danced with the sword on the playground moments ago. Kid, run away. He didn't know what the child intended to do. Why was he coming this way in such danger? But Lu Ming's next words left everyone dumbfounded. No need, I'm here to slay it. What? Everyone's minds exploded simultaneously. What are you talking about? Even these extraordinary beings, what do you a Jiahao want to do? Why are you still pretending? The Red Bird and others were also stunned with only one thought in their minds. Had this child gone too far with his show-off? That was an existence even the captain couldn't defeat. What could an ordinary person do? Pride value 12. Pride value 27. Pride value 14. Pride value 1. Current pride value 730. Lu Ming silently stared at the refreshed pride value before him. He simply gazed at the monster in front of him. The Rain Howler beast was also momentarily stunned. Then it laughed. It laughed cruelly, extremely excited. It casually threw Lu Tian aside, facing Lu Ming. The distance between the human and the beast was less than 10 meters. They faced off in the torrential rain. The Rain Howler beast lowered its head, its eyes filled with amusement. It had noticed this person from the beginning. Now he had come to its doorstep. Human. The Rain Howler beast opened its bloody maw. How do you want to die? But Lu Ming completely ignored it, instead looking at Lu Tian, who was lying in a pool of blood, speaking calmly. Just now you swung your sword for me. This time, I'll swing my sword for you. Lu Tian was completely dumbfounded. This child, could he really be crazy? Just now he had indeed swung his sword to knock the Rain Howler beast away. But how could you swing it? With that wooden stick? What a joke. The Rain Howler beast, human, I'm talking to you. All right. Lu Ming interrupted it. Class is about to end soon. Don't waste my break time. The Rain Howler beast fell silent. Everyone in the school also fell silent. Break time. We're about to die. Can we have a lifetime of rest? Lu Ming wasn't done yet. He added, actually, I already said human. The Rain Howler beast suddenly exploded with fury. Are you even listening to me? Amidst the roar, its size swelled again. The aura was terrifyingly suffocating, warping the air around them. It opened its bloody maw, wanting to bite Lu Ming. Upon seeing this scene, everyone despaired. It was over. This Jiahao was surely dead. Wen Qingxin's tears streamed down, leaving her unable to say a word. No. Lu Tian desperately reached out, wanting to do something, but he couldn't even stand. There was no time left. Everything was too late. But just then Lu Ming raised the wooden stick in his hand. In the next life, brush your teeth properly. In the next moment, before everyone's stunned gaze, Lu Ming swung down. Then a sword aura appeared. It was a sword aura born from the void, piercing through heaven and earth. The sword opened the heavenly gate. In that instant, everyone felt time freeze. Raindrops hung in the air. Between heaven and earth, only that sword remained. Boom! The sword aura erupted from the tip of the wooden stick, piercing through the Rain Howler beast's body without the slightest pause. Then, it cut through the sky. Boom! The entire playground erupted with a deafening roar. Bang! 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 All the glass in the school shattered at the same moment. With a crack, the knife in Lu Tian's hand was shattered into pieces by the residual force of the sword energy. Lu Tian's eyes nearly popped out. How is this even possible? The sword energy pierced through the Rain Howler beast without any intention of stopping. Ascending higher. Higher. It roared towards the sky. The heavy dark clouds were directly shattered. A massive crack appeared in the sky, like someone had torn open an everlasting wound that could never. The rain stopped. The crack stretched from directly above the playground to the very edge of the sky. It seemed as if the entire sky had been split in two. And at that moment, when everyone finally saw the scene before them, they discovered the Rain Howler beast had completely clean. Not a single drop of blood left behind. The figure of the youth stood firm on the playground. Only Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. Class is dismissed. Everyone was in shock. Thousands of people, and not a single one could utter a word. Then what the hell is this? Is he an immortal? I can't believe it. Is he really an immortal? He split the sky open with a sword. Everyone erupted. What did they just see? They saw that Jiahao whom they had laughed at for half a day. That lunatic who danced with a broken wooden stick in the downpour. Split the sky with a single sword, and killed a monster that even Transcendence couldn't defeat with one sword. Lu Tian's eyes were filled with shock. What on earth is happening? The power of that single sword even surpassed the third realm. Even if he drained all his spiritual energy, his strength wouldn't even reach 1% of that sword energy. 1%? Who exactly is this youth before me? Heroic value 30. Heroic value 18. Heroic value 14. Heroic value 12. Current heroic value 884. Damn. This is so impressive. Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, standing there with an air of nonchalance. But inside he was boiling over. This is too intense. Damn it. How could this sword open the heavenly gate like this? And he instantly gained so much heroic value. So exhilarating. Just then a rumble suddenly echoed from above the sky. Everyone looked up in disbelief. In the next moment the cracks suddenly began to shatter. Then above the heavens an eye appeared. Huge, deep, like an entire universe condensed into a single pupil. It slowly rotated, looking down at everything below. This scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. Is this really not a dream? What on earth is this thing? The might of an immortal. At this moment the remaining rain howler beasts were all trembling in fear. Lu Tian looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his perception this youth was clearly an ordinary person with not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. But why? Why could he unleash such sword energy? A thought flashed through Lu Tian's mind like lightning. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that he awakened? The Master Sequence, Provincial City, Anomaly Bureau Subdivision. This is one of the core areas of the entire subdivision. The entire building towers into the clouds. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair was sitting with his eyes closed in the office, seemingly dozing off. Suddenly, the white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating through walls and hundreds of miles to the distance. He sensed that terrifying sword energy. Not just him. Everyone in the Anomaly Bureau with any strength simultaneously looked up. Their expressions were all shocked. They all felt the changes hundreds of miles away. That sword energy even sent chills down the spines of those who were accustomed to strong individuals. The quality of that sword energy was too formidable, so absurdly powerful. Even those in the top 30 of the talent sequence known for their extreme danger in swordsmanship did not possess such terrifying sword energy. It was a power of a higher level. Sword opens the heavenly gate. The white-haired elder slowly stood up, his lips trembling slightly, murmuring this terrifying sword path. Is this the emergence of the sword sovereign? He immediately recognized. This sword energy, although seemingly new, was of an extremely high level, so high that even he felt unfamiliar. This is clearly the legendary Sword Sovereign. The sixth of the Master Sequence, the Sword Sovereign. In this world, there are 300 talent sequences ranked from high to low, with the lower numbers being more powerful. The first 10 are known as the Dominator Sequence. Their power is too immense, rarely making an appearance. Each awakener of the Dominator Sequence is an extraordinary being. The last one to emerge appeared a decade ago. Now, another has appeared. The elderly man with white hair looked astonished. Jincheng. In an instant his figure vanished from the office. Every Dominator Sequence, as long as they do not perish, will undoubtedly become a powerhouse of at least the 6th realm in the future. At this moment, Jincheng University. On the entire playground, everyone looked up, staring blankly at the sky. What the hell? Is this still a human? Who exactly is Lu Ming? What a terrifying sword. My legs went weak just now. When everyone looked at Lu Ming again, their expressions had completely changed. No longer was it a gaze of mockery. No longer was it the gaze directed at Jiahao. It was a look that made their scalps tingle, filled with reverence, fear, and disbelief. It turned out he was not Jiahao at all. They were the true Jiahao. The one who danced with the sword in the rain was never joking. He was serious. Just then the enormous eye in the sky slowly descended, sweeping its gaze over with just that one glance, over 1,000 people felt their blood run cold. It was as if something had poured a bucket of ice water over them from head to toe, leaving them stiff and forgetting to breathe. In the next moment, the remaining rain howlers suddenly let out piercing cries. Screech. The sound was chilling to the bone. Following that, amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, the bodies of those monsters began to disintegrate into flying ash from the edges. Dozens of them all turned to flying ash, disappearing without a trace. After completing this, the gigantic eye slowly rotated, deeply gazing at Lu Ming. In that gaze there was scrutiny, astonishment, curiosity, and an indescribable quality. Heroic value 18. Heroic value 14. Heroic value 17. Heroic value 12. Current heroic value 1050 for Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could react, the crack in the sky began to slowly heal. Then the eye gradually disappeared. The dark clouds dispersed. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened, except for the enormous pit on the playground, and the ground littered with shattered glass. This. When Kingxin's eyes were filled with disbelief as her legs went weak, collapsing directly to the ground. Her mind buzzed as she recalled Lu Ming's words from just now. She finally understood. Every word he said was true. He really could slay that monster with a single sword strike. It turned out the clowns were them. The principal and the instructor were so frightened that they sat on the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. It was terrifying. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief, their minds racing with a single thought. Is this even human? Suddenly, they recalled what had just happened on the playground. If they had dared to touch Lu Ming at that moment, they would have been the ones sliced apart. Both of them shuddered simultaneously. They couldn't dare to think further. At this moment, Lu Tian slowly stood up from the ground, his wounds still oozing blood, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. His gaze was fixed solely on Lu Ming. Captain. Hong Niao flew over immediately, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Lu Ming, her thoughts in disarray. What on earth is happening? The boy who danced with a sword in the ring turned out to be not joking at all. He truly had the ability to slay that monster. Lu Tian took a deep breath and slowly spoke. He might have awakened the sovereign sequence. What a... Hong Niao's pupils constricted sharply as if struck by lightning. She had heard of the sovereign sequence. That was among the top 10. Their captain had become a well-known genius of the Golden City Anomalies Bureau in less than 3 years of awakening, and even so his sequence was only 177. The person before them was actually the legendary sovereign sequence. No wonder an ordinary person could unleash such terrifying sword energy. No wonder he dared to confront that monster alone. Everything made sense. At this moment, Lu Ming stood in place. The wooden stick in his hand had completely turned to dust after that sword strike, scattering into nothingness with a gust of wind. He glanced around at the shocked and dazed expressions surrounding him. He felt a rush of delight within. This was worth it. Suddenly, Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the beast with sequence 129 Rain Howler. Ding acquired talent sequence 129 Rain Master. Acquired ability Rainstorm Enhancement. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Before he could react, a refreshing sensation suddenly surged from within him, spreading from his chest to all parts of his body. Indescribably comfortable. Then he realized he could sense the moisture in the surrounding air. Those invisible water droplets were now crystal clear in his perception. What is happening? A line of text appeared before his eyes. Host Lu Ming, Realm, None Talent, Rain Master Ability, Skyslaying, Sword Dao, Rainstorm Enhancement, Valor Points, 1123. Lu Ming was completely bewildered. He quickly asked the system in his heart, System, what is going on? How did he suddenly acquire something? What is this? The system then began to explain. Host, this is the extraordinary system of this world. Under the system's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. He also grasped the power system of this world. Everyone has the chance to awaken their own talent sequence. Once awakened, they can embark on the path of cultivation. The people before him, including Lu Tian, had all awakened their talent sequences. Now I see. Ding, not only humans have talent sequences, but some beasts also give birth to unique sequencers like the Rain Howler from earlier. The system continued to explain. Then, Lu Ming understood. It was just like the monster from before, which was severely overqualified among its kind, a king of its tribe. Such a king possesses the beast sequence. It is similar to the human talent sequence. No wonder those people kept saying something was off. It turns out that beast had a cheat code. Lu Ming nodded. The doubts in his heart were finally resolved. Then he recalled something. By the way, system, didn't you say I could use valor points to become stronger? How specifically? Ding, the host can use valor points to enhance existing abilities. Moreover, when the host elevates their realm, they can also acquire new abilities from the talent sequence. So that's how it is. Lu Ming quickly lowered his head to glance at his panel. He wanted to check which ability he could upgrade with his current valor points. He first looked at the Skyslaying Sword Dao. He discovered that the Skyslaying Sword Dao could be upgraded from entry level to minor success. It actually required a full 3,000 valor points. Impressive. As expected of the strongest sword technique, its appetite is vast. Though it's not enough for now, once I save enough, I can obtain the ability to slice open the heavens. That is a move capable of cleaving the skies. Now the only ability I can enhance seems to be Rainstorm Enhancement. Just as he pondered, the system popped up a prompt. Ding, would you like to spend 100 valor points to upgrade Rainstorm Enhancement to LV2? Sure. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. After all, he had accumulated so many valor points. Shouldn't he spend some? Ding, enhancement successful. Would you like to continue enhancing? Spending 300 valor points will upgrade it to LV3. Continue upgrading. Lu Ming thought about it. He still had spare valor points. Let's see what happens if I upgrade one more level. Current valor points 723, he decided to try upgrading twice. However, I can't just focus on one ability. After all, I can acquire more abilities in the future. Ding, upgrade successful. Rainstorm Enhancement LV3. Can summon heavy rain, limiting the enemy's abilities, reducing all attributes by 10, while the host's attributes increase by 10. This ability will become ineffective once the host exceeds 2 major realms. Ding, 500 valor points needed for the next upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Wow, amazing. A 10 increase in all attributes. No wonder that beast became more ferocious the more it was attacked. It turns out it was because it was cheating in the rain. Moreover, not only could he buff himself, but he could also debuff his opponents. Although it will become ineffective if he exceeds 2 major realms, that's still enough. I'm not an idiot who would go looking for such an opponent to fight. If this were applied to himself once he became stronger later on, how much could that 10 increase contribute? And this ability can continue to upgrade. What if it becomes 15, 20, or even 30? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Incredible. Suddenly he felt that being a Jiahao wasn't so bad after all. I want valor points. I want to be the strongest Jiahao. Meanwhile, the people around him slowly began to recover from their shock. They recalled their earlier mockery of Lu Ming, and each of their expressions turned grim. So it turns out, Jiahao is us. Enough. I will never say those 2 words again. It was too humiliating. It's terrifying. What kind of monster were we just mocking? They finally understood. They realized that they were the true Jiahao. Just then a figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd, striding toward them. Then, he started dancing with his sword. Everyone was stunned only to realize it was the chubby guy who had been doing push-ups in the rain with Lu Ming. At this moment, the chubby guy stood in the center of the playground swinging his sword while muttering, "A Jiahao not belonging to this era. The mysterious swordsman of the playground. The king of Jiahao wielding sword energy. Others. Lu Ming." The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. This chubby man, having witnessed Lu Ming's might throughout, unexpectedly began to imitate him with a sword. Because he envied it. He dreamed of being able to split the sky and defeat monsters with a mere wave of his hand, just like Lu Ming. So cool. He also wanted to possess extraordinary power. Although he didn't understand how it worked, recalling Lu Ming's earlier actions, the chubby man chose to try it out directly. Lu Ming looked at the chubby man in the distance and shook his head helplessly. When people began to imitate Jiahao's actions in moments of despair, it is usually referred to as the moment of grandeur. At this moment, Lu Tian hobbled over, his eyes filled with complexity. "What's your name?" Lu Ming turned his head. Lu Ming. Lu Tian stared at him, his voice a bit hoarse. "How did you swing that sword just now?" "It was done with grandeur." "Others." "What does that mean? Why can't we understand this statement?" Lu Tian's lips twitched, then he spoke. "If I let you swing it again, do you think you could do it?" Lu Ming did not. "Isn't that just common sense? Do you think that sword could open the heavens like a cabbage by the roadside, just swinging it whenever? That thing is capable of splitting the sky. If I could swing it at will, would I still be standing here discussing this with you? I'd have gone and become a national hero, right?" Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Tian instantly understood. Sure enough, it's the awakening burst. Just as he had thought. How could an ordinary person without cultivation possibly unleash such destructive power out of nowhere? The only explanation is that it was the awakening burst after awakening a dominator sequence. When a sequence ranked above high risk awakens, a brief burst of sequence power will occur. He had heard of such situations before. Although he hadn't seen it many times, the characteristics matched perfectly. Suddenly, a discordant voice erupted. "Enough. Are you messing with us?" Everyone was taken aback and looked over. It was a young man from Lu Tian's team, his face flushed red. "Since you've awakened your talent, why didn't you use it earlier? Why were you pretending to swing a sword the whole time?" The man Bai Kai was known for his short temper in the team. He had been holding back from speaking, but now he couldn't contain himself. He pointed at his battered body, which had been torn by monsters while protecting the students. The captain nearly died at the hands of that beast. He was pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt. And now all the attention, all the applause, was given to this boy who had been pretending the entire time. He really couldn't take it anymore. In his eyes, Lu Ming had undoubtedly awakened long ago and was just waiting to show off. Otherwise, that Rain Howler King had nearly reached this kid's face. Was he really swinging his sword there? If he hadn't awakened, would an ordinary person dare to do that? Lu Ming was visibly stunned for a moment. Bai Kai thought Lu Ming was intimidated by him and snorted cold. Lu Ming suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn monster. How dare you disguise yourself as a human?" Bai Kai, Lu Tian, and the others. Before they could react, Lu Ming waved his hand. A sword chi belonging to the sword Tao of heaven directly slashed out. Boom. Bai Kai, already injured, hadn't reacted at all. Boom. The force sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep blood mark appeared on his chest. "Oh, how dare you hit me?" He truly hadn't expected Lu Ming to strike directly without saying a word. Lu Tian and the others were also bewildered. What was happening? What did it mean? What was going on? You. Bai Kai turned red with rage, shouting loudly, "Do you know who my brother is? And accomplices?" Lu Ming looked shocked. "You guys, these monsters disguise quite well. Take another sword from me." He spoke as he prepared to swing his sword again. Bai Kai's face turned pale. Seeing Lu Ming about to make a move, Lu Tian's expression changed. "Wait. Calm down. Calm down. He's not a monster. The Rain Howler beast doesn't have disguise ability." He quickly stepped in front of Lu Ming and then turned to Bai Kai, growling, "Bai Kai, you shut up. Apologize to him. Without him, we would have been done for." Captain, you nearly died because of him. Bai Kai held his neck, his face flushed red. If he had acted sooner, you wouldn't have been so embarrassed, and I wouldn't. Enough. I said apologize to him. Lu Tian suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on Bai Kai, his tone extremely serious. Bai Kai was stunned. He could feel that the captain was genuinely angry. But why? The captain had never treated him like this. Why would he make him lose face in front of so many people for a stranger? Why? Bai Kai gritted his teeth just because he awakened and burst forth to save us. Bai Kai never apologized to anyone. One sword could open the heavens, but it was just because he awakened a high-risk sequence that he unleashed that power. Essentially, he was still an ordinary person who hadn't cultivated that sword chi, had merely slightly breached his defenses. If it came to a real fight, he wouldn't be afraid. Besides, even if this Lu Ming awakened a high-risk sequence, so what? My brother Bai Yi also awakened a high-risk sequence. He is the sequence 58 Golden Radiance. Now at the Provincial Capital Anomaly Bureau, a key training prospect. Even the Anomaly Bureau branch in a prefecture-level city like Jinqing can accommodate such a genius. Even placed in the Provincial Capital Anomaly Bureau, he would still rank among the strong in the future. So he's not afraid at all. In his eyes, Lu Ming could at most be on the same level as his brother, a genius of the same high-risk sequence. What's there to be proud of? Can you who just awakened compete with my brother now? He remembered clearly that when his brother awakened, it was like a heavenly god descending, with an overwhelming presence. In his eyes, it was no less impressive than the eye in the sky. He indeed a monster, deeply disguised. Apologize. No need. I absolutely detest post-incident apologies. What does it matter if you have cultivation? Wait until I cultivate for 3 days, then it'll come to slay you, this beast, disguised as a human. Lu Ming looked at Bai Kai, his voice calm. Others may not see it, but I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Bai Kai was so angry he almost laughed. I'm not human. Can I still not be human? Captain, do you think I'm human? Am I human? Am I even human? Others. It seemed like he was almost not human anymore. Bai Kai was furious. This person truly had a problem with his brain. What? Do you think that once you start cultivating you can take action against me? Same high-risk sequence, can you catch up to my brother? Do you know who my brother is? Before he could finish his sentence, boom, everyone instinctively looked up. In the next moment, a white-haired old man appeared out of nowhere, just hovering in midair. Then at the moment he appeared, all the students around collapsed to the ground in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Thousands of people fell one after another. They fell into a deep sleep, unable to be awakened no matter how hard they tried. Lu Tian saw the newcomer and was suddenly startled. Old Yi, Hong Niao, and Bai Kai were also stunned, their mouths agape. Why did Old Yi come? This was the highest authority of the Jiangnan Province Anomaly Bureau, the pinnacle of extraordinary power in the entire province. Usually it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to even meet him. People at their captain level could only glance at him from afar. Now this big shot had personally descended. In the next second, Old Yi's figure appeared on the ground. His gaze locked directly onto Lu Ming. That sword, was it you who struck? Lu Ming looked at the students sleeping like dead pigs around him, then at Lu Tian's expression of this is a major figure, and he understood in his heart. It must be that the sword he struck earlier was too fierce. It must have caused some big shot to come over. But he showed no signs of panic on his face, slightly lifting his chin. Of course, why do you want to learn? The character of Jiahao must not collapse. Lu Tian. Others. Bai Kai. The entire venue fell silent. Grandeur value 17, grandeur value 21, grandeur value 17. Old Yi looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. This child seems a bit different. He wasn't nervous, didn't stutter, didn't tremble, and even dared to make such jokes. Truly worthy of being the awakener of the Sword Monarch. I can't learn your talent. Old Yi smiled. Kindly let me introduce myself. My surname is Yi. I am the director of the Jiangnan Province Anomaly Bureau. I came here specifically to find you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian and the others were all stunned. What? Old Yi came specifically to find him. Especially Bai Kai, his expression was utterly splendid. What? Old Yi is looking for him. The highest authority of the Provincial Capital Anomaly Bureau has personally come to find this youths. Why? Old Yi slowly descended onto the playground, withdrawing his gaze from Lu Ming as he surveyed his surroundings. He first glanced at the chaos scattered around, then looked at the injured Lu Tian and the others. Please explain what exactly happened here. Lu Tian took a deep breath and said, Old Yi, it's like this. He then recounted the events from start to finish, starting from their pursuit of the Rain Howler Beast, then the sudden appearance of the Rain Howler Beast at Jinqing University. Finally, Lu Ming dancing with his sword in the heavy rain, ultimately slaying the creature that was already nearing the spirit realm. Lu Tian spoke in great detail. The red bird beside him occasionally added a comment. Especially when discussing Lu Ming dancing with his sword in the rain, their expressions were all quite complex, because it was simply too incredible. After listening, Old Yi's eyes grew brighter. Indeed, the descriptions matched perfectly. It was undoubtedly a being from the sovereign sequence. Moreover, it was likely the sixth of the sovereign sequence, the Sword Monarch. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain that one strike. It was also inexplicable how a youth without any cultivation could unleash such a level of sword intent. Moreover, Rain Howler Beast. Old Yi murmured softly. He understood the key point in Lu Tian's words, that Rain Howler Beast was by no means an ordinary creature, but likely a king among beasts possessing a sequence of its own. If it weren't for Lu Ming this time, not a single student from Jinxing University would have survived. Thinking of this, Old Yi's gaze towards Lu Ming grew even brighter. Your name is Lu Ming, right? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Old Yi slowly spoke. I invite you to join our Jiangnan Province Anomalies Bureau. How about it? What? The others were left dumbfounded. Old Yi personally invited him to join the Provincial Anomalies Bureau. This had never happened before. This was enough to show how high Lu Ming's talent was. Just when they thought Lu Ming would directly agree, the result was. Lu Ming looked at him, frowning. Anomalies Bureau. What is that? Is it better than the Education Bureau? I need to think it over. Does it even deserve that? Lu Tian. Redbird. Old Yi was dumbfounded. Was this how this kid always spoke? Heroic value 4, 22, heroic value 21, heroic value 17. Lu Ming's eyes almost lit up. Wow, this old man is generous. No wonder he's a big shot. Indeed, the stronger the power, the more exaggerated the heroic value given after being impressed. In an instant, Lu Ming formed a judgment in his mind. If he wanted to be heroic, he had to seek the company of experts. Those ordinary classmates gave too little, it was too slow. Just then, Bai Kai suddenly spoke up, his voice anxious. Wait. Old Yi. He can't join the Anomalies Bureau. Old Yi glanced at Bai Kai. Why not? He injured someone. He actually dared to attack a member of the Anomalies Bureau. Bai Kai's face looked grim. According to the rules, this person must be severely punished. He was dumbfounded, not understanding why Old Yi would want him to join the Anomalies Bureau. Why did he specifically come to find Lu Ming? Injured someone. Old Yi frowned. Seeing this, Lu Tian quickly explained, it's like this, Old Yi. He detailed what had just occurred between Lu Ming. Alright, I understand, but after listening, Old Yi calmly said he doesn't need to be severely punished. He must join the Anomalies Bureau. Why? Old Yi spoke calmly. Because he is from the sovereign sequence. Upon this statement, others who were unaware of the situation were directly stunned. Bai Kai was dumbstruck. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The sovereign sequence. The one who danced with a wooden stick in the rain is from the sovereign sequence. Bai Kai had certainly heard of the sovereign sequence. The talent sequence has a total of 300 members. The closer one is to the top, the stronger the potential. The top 10 are referred to as the sovereign sequence, and any one of these sequences appearing would draw the attention of the entire Huaxia Anomalies Bureau. Because as long as they don't die, such individuals are guaranteed to at least reach the 6th realm in the future. There is even the chance to ascend higher. Bai Kai's brother Bai Yi is ranked 59 and is already a genius of the provincial capital, but 59 and the top 10 are simply not on the same level. Bai Kai felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He was actually from the sovereign sequence. Moreover, just now, he had spoken to someone from the sovereign sequence like that. This is bad. Suddenly, wait, I seriously suspect this guy is disguising himself as those monsters, including that brother of his. Lu Ming pointed at Bai Kai, his expression serious. I suggest a thorough investigation of the 3rd generation, strict handling, and immediate execution. Old Yi shot a deep look at Bai Kai. Is that so? Alright, I will give you a serious handling result. Bai Kai immediately felt a tingling at the back of his head. A chill shot straight to the top of his head. It's over. This is so bad. It seems like he kicked a steel plate. However, Old Yi's attention was not on Bai Kai right now. After all, the most important thing was Lu Ming. You come here first. Old Yi waved his hand. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a blur before his eyes. The playground, the teaching building, the students, all vanished. The two disappeared from their original spot. Before leaving, Old Yi's voice reached Lu Tian's ears. Lu Tian, you handle things here at school. Let the logistics department handle the follow-up, calming the students, cleaning the scene, and controlling public opinion. Not a single detail should be missed. Lu Tian immediately lowered his head. Yes, the logistics department of the Anomalies Bureau is specifically responsible for handling the aftermath of extraordinary events. They don't fight on the front lines. But every time a strange beast appears, they are responsible for sealing off the scene, calming ordinary people, and repairing damaged areas. When necessary, they also contact hospitals, schools, and local departments to unify external statements. Lu Tian was very familiar with this process. But now he was in no mood to think about these things. His mind was filled with Lu Ming's singular sword strike. Captain, Bai Kai's face turned pale, suddenly feeling his mind was a bit insufficient. He felt doomed. He had offended someone from the sovereign sequence. Moreover, Old Yi also mentioned a serious handling of himself. Regardless of whether this was meant to appease what Lu Ming casually said, such words from someone like old Yi once known would. Not just him, even his brother would face a bleak future. Thinking of this, Bai Kai was filled with fear, despair flooding his heart. It's over. He regretted it. He shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and old Yi appeared in a deserted place. It was an abandoned basketball court with no students around and no surveillance. The ground was somewhat damp, and there was a row of old iron nets nearby. See, Lu Ming looked around, and his heart jolted. Wow, what kind of technique is this? Just a moment ago, they were on the school playground. In the next second, they changed locations. Space movement. Or was it just an incredibly fast speed? On the surface, Lu Ming remained calm, but inside, he was already pondering. This old man is very strong, exceptionally strong. At least the current him definitely wouldn't be able to win. With the sword of heaven now gone, he couldn't act recklessly. But he also couldn't let his facade collapse. Old Yi looked at Lu Ming and directly spoke. Lu Ming, you are from the Sovereign Sequence, so joining the Anomalies Bureau is your best choice right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Sovereign Sequence? What is that? He knew he definitely was not from any Sovereign Sequence. What he truly relied on was the system along with the Sword of Heaven. Lu Ming asked, what is the Sovereign Sequence? Old Yi also knew that this child was just an ordinary student before, so he patiently began to explain. This world is not as simple as ordinary people see. Many individuals, upon reaching a certain age or experiencing special stimuli, will awaken their talent sequence. Only after awakening the sequence can one formally come into contact with spiritual power and embark on the path of the extraordinary. There are a total of 300 talent sequences, and the higher the rank, the stronger the ability. 1130 is the ultra high-risk sequence. 3180 is the high-risk sequence. 081180 is the dangerous sequence. And the top 10 are extremely special individuals known as the ruler sequence. They rarely appear once in a decade. Each awakened individual of the ruler sequence is someone of national concern. Lu Ming listened and roughly understood. In other words, the core of extraordinary power in this world is the talent sequence. Old Yi mistakenly believed that he had awakened as the sixth of the ruler sequence, the Sword Monarch. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Misunderstanding, huh? The more severely you misunderstand, the more convenient it is for me. But it's fine if they misinterpret. The identity of the Sword Monarch sounds quite convenient. Anyway, I have the system. Who cares about the Sword Monarch? I will definitely be more impressive than the Sword Monarch in the future. Old Yi continued. That sword you just swung was probably an awakened explosion. When awakening a high-risk or above sequence, the sequence's power will temporarily explode, but this explosion is uncontrollable and difficult to use again. Lu Ming remained silent. This old man was analyzing things quite accurately. Although the direction was wrong, the conclusion was correct. The sword that opened the heavens was indeed temporarily gone. Old Yi added, in terms of realms from low to high, they are body, refinement, spirit, condensation, flowing spirit, martial, infant, martial, tribulation, martial monarch. And beyond martial monarch, there are even higher realms. However, those are far from you right now, so you don't need to consider them for the time being. Then Old Yi used Lu Tian and others as examples. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Body, refinement, spirit, condensation, flowing spirit. So Lu Tian just now was at spirit condensation, while that rain howler was half a step into flowing spirit. As for this old man before him, Lu Ming asked, what is your realm? Old Yi replied blandly, martial monarch. Lu Ming swore silently in his heart. What the hell? The sixth realm. Damn, this old man is so against the heavens. No wonder the arrogance value is so high. No wonder he could take me away in one go. This old man is indeed outrageous. Soon Lu Ming understood. Old Yi's real name is Yi Guanshan. He is the branch chief of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau in Jiangnan Province and one of the strongest individuals on the surface in the entire province. The Provincial Anomalous Affairs Bureau oversees all extraordinary incidents in the province. Beneath it are combat teams, logistics departments, intelligence departments, training camps, and research institutes. The combat teams are responsible for dealing with anomalous beasts and uncontrollable awakened individuals, while the logistics department handles aftermaths and the intelligence department monitors abnormal energy fluctuations. The training camps are responsible for nurturing newcomers. The research institutes focus on studying anomalous beast materials, sequence abilities, and spiritual power equipment. Yi Guanshan is the highest authority over these departments. Lu Ming, seems about right, a classic urban high martial setting. Old Yi. At this moment, Lu Ming also formed a judgment in his heart. Joining the Anomalous Affairs Bureau seems quite good. Firstly, it allows access to the extraordinary world. Secondly, it can make one stronger. Thirdly, there are many experts in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. In the future, if I casually flaunt a few experts, won't the arrogance value come pouring in? This is much faster than grinding in school with classmates. Moreover, with so many anomalous beasts around, I might even explode with abilities in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Ming had already made his decision. Okay, I will join. Old Yi nodded. He was not surprised. The Anomalous Affairs Bureau is indeed the best place for awakened individuals. Resources, techniques, tasks, protection, all of it is available. Especially for someone like Lu Ming, who is of the ruler sequence. If placed outside, he would easily attract the attention of foreign forces and malevolent organizations. Old Yi glanced at Lu Ming. Although this child spoke a bit erratically, he was not fundamentally bad. The fact that he dared to stand up and swing his sword in that situation indicated that his temperament at least passed. Having pride is also normal. If the ruler sequence had no pride at all, that would be strange. Alright, I will take you to the provincial city now. You need to enter the bureau first, and once you officially step into the body refinement realm, you can join the newcomer team in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Lu Ming nodded. Sure. Not long after, the Anomalous Affairs Bureau in the provincial city. It was a tall building that looked like an ordinary office building from the outside, but once inside, Lu Ming realized it was completely different. There were training grounds underground, as well as weapon rooms, medical rooms, task halls, and so on. Each floor had identity verification. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Then Old Yi arranged a private room for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the room isn't big, but it's also not too small. Old Yi. Because it really was not big, just a bed and a desk. There was also an emergency button on the wall. Ahem. Old Yi handed Lu Ming a thin booklet. This is the basic spirit guiding technique which all newcomers learn before entering. It is not a high-level technique, but it is safe and stable. You should use it to feel the spiritual power. Once your body can withstand the spiritual power, cleansing, you will officially be considered to have entered. After Lu Ming listened, he nodded. Why don't you give me the best one? Old Yi. Because I'm afraid you might blow yourself up and die. Lu Ming, oh. Then Old Yi paused and said, with your talent it should be quick, but entering cannot be rushed. Even if you are a genius, it will probably take about half a month. Don't force it just because you are of the ruler sequence. Lu Ming took the booklet. It's fine. Old Yi saw his appearance and couldn't help but remind him a few more times. Finally, he left. After the door closed, Lu Ming sighed, finally gone. He sat down on the tatami and opened the basic spirit guiding technique. He read 2 pages. Then he fell silent. This thing looks a bit troublesome. What is feeling the spiritual power? What is guiding it into the body? What is refining the muscles and bones? According to what is written here, ordinary people spend months just on the step of feeling the spiritual power. Those with better aptitude can touch the threshold in 2 or 3 weeks, while those with poorer aptitude might not sense it even after half a year. Even after sensing it, it isn't over. The spiritual power still needs to be guided into the body. This process is the most tedious, taking a minimum of 3 months, and at most a year or 2 to officially step into body refinement. Lu Ming closed the book. Damn, what? I had to read all the time in school, and now that I've become a superhuman, I still have to read. Can't we skip this step and just not eat beef? Lu Ming grabbed his hair, feeling a bit of a headache. The system seemed to sense his emotions and suddenly spoke, detected basic spirit guiding technique. Would you like to spend 500 arrogance points to complete it directly? Lu Ming's eyes almost lit up. 500 arrogance points. They're such a good thing. No need to meditate, no need to comprehend, just complete it directly. Isn't this like cheating? Good system. This is a great system. Use it. Must use it. Right now. Lu Ming did not hesitate. Spending successful. Ding, basic spirit guiding technique has been completed. Boom. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a surge of power erupting within him. It wasn't pain. It was that kind of feeling of being filled. That power exploded from his chest and surged towards his limbs and bones. Boom. He heard the sound resonating from within his body. Lu Ming could clearly feel his muscles being torn apart. It felt great. Really, really, really amazing. Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a soft moan. His skin began to ooze dark substances which were impurities that had accumulated in his body for 18 years, being expelled through his pores. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. But Lu Ming could obviously feel that his power was increasing. Even seeing things was clearer than before. If Old Yi were present at this moment, he would probably be dumbfounded because Lu Ming was currently entering the realm. Moreover, it wasn't a slow, gradual entrance. It was like stepping on the gas pedal all the way down. He was crashing straight in. Others took more than half a year to finish this path, but he didn't even warm his seat before completing it. A few minutes later, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. Ding, host has successfully entered the realm. Current realm, mid-body refinement. Ding, gained new ability, rain manipulation. Lu Ming was taken aback. A new ability had arrived. He thought that the enhancement of torrential rain would be enough, yet he didn't expect that elevating his realm would grant him another one for free. This is just too exhilarating. He quickly wiped the black mud off his face and opened the panel to check the control of rain LV. 1. I can simply manipulate rainwater. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. It seemed rather useless. And right after that, would you like to spend 100 bravery points to elevate control of rain to LV? 2. Lu Ming didn't think twice. Level up. Level up. Give me that upgrade. It was only 100 bravery points. He still had over 400 left. He wasn't worried. Ding. Upgrade successful. Control of rain LV. 2. Can control rainwater with a strength comparable to steel. Raindrops can be used as bullets. Lu Ming inhaled sharply. Wow. Raindrops as bullets. That means it's like a water version of a machine gun. He was already envisioning the scene in his mind. Next time he encounters a monster, he wouldn't need to pull out a wooden stick. He could just raise his hand and let the torrential raindrops fly over. The opponent would be turned into a sieve. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more thrilled he became, his smile almost reaching his ears. Host Lu Ming Realm Mid Foundation Establishment, Talent Rain Master Abilities, Sword Dao of Heaven Enhancement of Torrential Rain LV. 3. Control of Rain LV. 2. Bravery points 443. Lu Ming looked at this panel and felt absolutely fantastic. So comfortable. Although the sword opening of heaven had already been used up, his ultimate move was temporarily on cooldown and couldn't be used casually. But the current him could definitely defeat 10 of his previous selves. Wait a minute. Lu Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. 10 might not be enough. From today onward, he had finally stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. He was no longer that one-move hero who could only rely on a single big move to hold the stage. However, Lu Ming was also aware that while these abilities were useful, his true trump card still lay elsewhere. It was still the Sword Dao of Heaven. That thing was his real ace. Other abilities were mere embellishments. Only the Sword Dao of Heaven fundamentally differentiated him from others. What level of power was that? It was a sword technique capable of cleaving through the heavens. The pinnacle of strength in this world. Once he accumulated 3,000 bravery points, he could elevate the Sword Dao of Heaven from beginner to minor accomplishment. At that time, he could once again unleash the sword opening of heaven. Just imagining a single strike cleaving the sky brought him immense joy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt invigorated. Bravery points. He had to earn bravery points. Earn them like crazy. He needed to put on a bigger show. The next day, Lu Ming followed the instructions left by Old Yi and went to the newcomer reporting area of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, which was located on the first floor of the training base. This place was specifically responsible for receiving newcomers who passed the selection. Every year, Awaken individuals from various cities would come here to participate in the assessment. The assessment was quite strict. Physical tests, spiritual power tests, combat tests, psychological evaluations, none were omitted. Only those who passed could officially enter the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Today happened to be the day when this batch of newcomers completed their selection. 4 individuals stood in the hall. 3 males and 1 female. They were all newcomers who had just passed the assessment, still bearing the fatigue from training, yet each of them wore an unmistakable pride on their faces. Because being able to enter the Provincial Anomalous Affairs Bureau in itself represented their genius. Then the staff member said, "Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. You are among those who passed. Someone will come to guide you shortly." At this moment, the 4 nodded. There shouldn't be any other passers here. The staff checked the list, and just then a voice rang out. "Wait a minute, I also want to report." Huh. The others looked over and saw a young man walking in. When Lu Ming entered, a few frowned. Who is this? Meanwhile, the staff member responsible for registration was flipping through the list. "Are you also a newcomer?" Lu Ming nodded. "Yeah." The staff lowered their head to look at the list, checked for a long time, and frowned. "Name? Lu Ming." "Huh." The staff checked again and then spoke with confusion. "Your name isn't on the list." The 4 newcomers beside him also furrowed their brows. They had no impression of Lu Ming. During this assessment, they had been together for 3 days, and they basically knew who was strong and who was weak. But they had never seen Lu Ming before. One of the white-haired boys stepped forward. His name was Gu Chun, 18 years old with a talent ranking of 144 Heavenly Blade. This talent's characteristic was very straightforward. Awakened individuals could condense spiritual power into blade intent with strong attacks and high explosive power. Gu Chun ranked first in this selection with a late foundation establishment realm. Gu Chun looked at Lu Ming, his tone relatively restrained. "If you didn't pass the assessment, you should wait over there for the staff to verify it. You must have gone to the wrong place. This is the reporting area for those who passed." In his eyes, Lu Ming was either a fool trying to act clever or a newcomer who had gone to the wrong place. Moreover, the timing was off. They had come a few days earlier. Lu Ming glanced at him. "I didn't go to the wrong place." "What?" Gu Chun's brows furrowed deeper. At this moment, the staff frowned. "Lu Ming, your name is indeed not on the list. Are you really in the wrong place?" He had flipped through the list several times. After all, only these 4 had passed. And most importantly, there was no Lu Ming on the list of participants. How strange. He thought the other party must have made a mistake. Lu Ming said, "Your staff sent me here." "Huh?" The staff asked who. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Old Yes' identity seemed quite high. Would directly stating his name be too ostentatious? Forget it. Anyway, this was his current persona. Lu Ming spoke lightly. You are not qualified to meet him. It fell silent. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Not qualified to meet. What the hell? Gu Chen's gaze towards Lu Ming changed. They were not ordinary people. They were newcomers who had passed through layers of assessments. The staff responsible for their registration was also no ordinary person. Yet Lu Ming said that they were not qualified to meet him. Wasn't that obviously acting pretentious? Bravery points, 17 bravery points, 12 bravery points, 9 bravery points, 11. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. What a wonderful place. The Anomalous Affairs Bureau truly was a great place. Just casually saying something earned him more than at school. Gu Chun suppressed the discomfort in his heart. His gaze towards Lu Ming had changed. To be honest, he was already quite proud by nature. He had been very restrained, but now hearing Lu Ming's nonsensical remarks, he couldn't hold back anymore. The assessments at the Anomalous Affairs Bureau were very strict. The 4 of them had earned their spots through strength. Now a lunatic had arrived, and he felt like laughing. What invitation? What nonsense? How could the director be your relative? Can you still walk through the back door into the Anomalous Affairs Bureau? Gu Chun coldly chuckled. We went through 3 days of assessments, injuries, eliminations, combat, and all the processes were completed. If you really are a special invitee, please present proof. If not, then get lost. In his eyes, Lu Ming was just a fool trying to deceive his way in without passing the assessment. Proof. I don't have any and don't need any. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. I, Lu Ming, have never needed to prove myself to you. You think you're so special, eh? Gu Chun had never seen anyone so pretentious. He was directly infuriated. What the hell are you saying without proof? In a place like the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, do you think you can fish in troubled waters? Get as far away as you can. Don't embarrass yourself here. This is truly laughable. At that moment, the others frowned. They all regarded Lu Ming as nothing more than a showy clown, someone craving attention. Pathetic posturing without any real strength. Isn't he just like Jiahao? Lu Ming remained expressionless. If you tell me to leave, I'm afraid you lack the power to make me. He was speaking the truth. Enough. Gu Chun could no longer contain his temper. If you do not leave, I will make you leave by force. The next, Gu Chun lifted his palm. A long blade of spiritual energy condensed in his hand. This was the power of the Tiandao sequence, a blade formed from qi, not true metal, yet capable of cutting through steel. The 3 newcomers nearby watched without intervening. They too thought Lu Ming had taken his foolishness too. Just as a staff member was about to speak, Lu Ming looked at Gu Chun. I told you with your blade you lack that ability. And if I wield a sword, the one who should leave is you. He had been invited here in the first place. This idiot was nonsensically demanding proof. Why should he prove himself to him? He had better things to do. A few of them could not help but almost laugh. A sword? Do you even have a sword? Gu Chun belonged to the Tiandao sequence and was at the late tempering stage. He had taken first place in this newcomer assessment. Even if Lu Ming really had some background, he should not speak like that. Gu Chun smiled. Fine, I'd like to see how you handle a sword. So where is your sword? Lu Ming glanced about, then his eyes brightened. He went to the corner and picked up a training iron rod. The iron rod was for basic sparring, not a real weapon. Gu Chun frowned at the sight. You're taking that? Lu Ming nodded. Enough. Valor 15, Valor 13, Valor 11. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. What kind of person was this? Gu Chun stopped wasting words. He was stupefied by Lu Ming's audacity. He needed to teach this fellow a lesson. He stepped forward and swung his spirit long blade at Lu Ming. He did not use full force. He feared slicing this show off in half. The Yuan Bureau allowed private sparring, but if it resulted in casualties, it would become a serious matter. But the next second, Lu Ming raised the iron rod and sword qi attached to it. Clang. The rod stopped the spirit long blade. Gu Chun froze. It stopped. The rod did not snap. Not only him. The 3 newcomers were dumbfounded, and the staff members' pen paused mid-scratch. They could sense Lu Ming's cultivation mid-tempering stage. Gu Chun, by contrast, was in the late tempering stage and belonged to the highly aggressive Tiandao sequence. How could Lu Ming possibly block it? Impossible. Gu Chun's expression changed as he prepared to increase his spiritual power, but Lu Ming had already acted. That's enough, now go. He pressed the rod forward. The cutting sword qi swelled explosively, producing a thunderous impact. In that instant, Gu Chun felt he faced not an iron rod, but a true sword. A sword he could not parry. Gu Chun's face changed. The next moment, thud, Lu Ming struck his rod against Gu Chun's chest. Gu Chun's eyes widened as a massive force slammed into him like a speeding motorcycle. The impact blasted him away. What? The others watched in disbelief. How could this be? He had defeated Gu Chun so simply and so fast they barely saw it clearly. Gu Chun lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his face full of disbelief. He had lost. He could not accept that he had lost, and to be repelled by a mid-tempering stage man wielding an iron rod. Valor 22, Valor 18, Valor 16, Valor 13. Lu Ming watched the Valor tally with a very good mood. These people were of high quality. No, this is impossible. Gu Chen ground his teeth and straightened his chest aching. Yet what hurt more was his pride. He had just taken first in the newcomer assessment, and before even officially joining he had been knocked back by someone not on the roster. He could not accept it. Who are you? Lu Ming answered expressionlessly, you are not qualified to know. I told you those who summoned me, you do not have the right to meet. Gu Chen ground his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think the UN Bureau is a place where you can slip in? I admit you have some strength, but that does not justify skipping the training department's assessment. Is individual strength something to brag about? Do you know how much teamwork and how much knowledge of anomalous beasts we have learned? Do you know how to use equipment in a crowded district to handle a beast without harming civilians? You understand nothing. You waltz in through connections because you have a little power. People like you will sooner or later kill their teammates. At those words, the other newcomers fell silent. Although they were shocked by Lu Ming's strength, they agreed with Gu Chen. The UN Bureau was not an ordinary organization. It faced terrifying anomalous beasts. At equal cultivation levels, an anomalous beast's combat capability can be disproportionately high, which is why UN Bureau operatives act in small teams. If someone joins a team without assessment, relying on background, and thinking a little strength makes them invincible, they will sooner or later endanger their teammates. Lu Ming gave Gu Chen a look. This man was annoyingly tedious. You, enough. Seeing Gu Chen about to speak again, Lu Ming cut him off calmly. Teamwork. Teamwork is something only the weak need, he continued. I am a man of greatness. The others exchanged puzzled looks. A man of greatness. What does that mean? Lu Ming went on. Cattle and sheep gather in herds, predators travel alone. Gu Chen paused for a few seconds, then laughed. He laughed in anger. Traveling alone. Even the highest risk sequences would not claim to face anomalous beasts without teamwork. And this man actually spoke of solitary action. Don't you understand? You've had no training. You act superior because you have some skill. Gu Chen's voice was laced with contempt. I refuse to believe your background is that powerful. He'll report you. He'll report to the Jishur. He'll report to Elder Yi. He refused to believe this man's background could be so extraordinary. Suddenly footsteps rang from the end of the corridor, and a voice called, who plans to report what to me? A middle-aged man in a black uniform walked over. He looked to be around 40, a silver badge hanging on his chest. The badge bore two characters, Jishur. The UN Bureau's Jishur were the management above newcomers and ordinary squads. They were responsible for vetting newcomers, assigning teams, and resolving internal conflicts. Every Jishur was at least at the Luling realm, and this man was the head of newcomer reception. Jishur Bai, full name by Changhua. He seldom appeared in person. Routine newcomer registration was normally handled by staff. Seeing him appear, several people were stunned. The staff hurried to stand. Jishur Bai. The three newcomers immediately composed themselves. Their looks toward Lu Ming turned to one of anticipation, as if watching a show. After all the commotion, Jishur Bai's arrival made sense. Gu Chen reacted at once. It was me. I'm reporting. Jishur Bai, and he'll also report this man to Elder Yi. He then recited the events that had just occurred. When he finished, he looked at Lu Ming with a cold sneer. Just wait. A troublemaker like you will be expelled from... However, after hearing everything, Bai Changhua only looked at Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Bai Changhua said calmly, Elder Yi asked me to fetch you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded. The hall fell silent. Several people stood there stunned. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Yi Lao. Those two words exploded through the hall like a bomb. Several newcomers were stunned, and the staff wore expressions of utter shock. Gu Chen could not believe it. Yi Lao. That was the highest authority of the Provincial Anomaly Bureau, the apex of extraordinary power in the entire province. These newcomers had been in Anomaly Bureau training for only 3 days. They had never met Yi Lao in person. In fact, they had only heard his name from the instructors. He was said to be one of the strongest in the provincial capital. 6th Realm late Wujuan stage. And yet now Steward Bai personally came and said Yi Lao sent him to fetch Lu Ming. This is absurd, someone muttered. No way. How could that be? Are you saying this person really backing from Yi Lao? Everyone stood frozen. They could not imagine that this person would even know Yi Lao. And now it seemed. This man's patron was Yi Lao. Bai Jishur said, then let's go. He began to lead Lu Ming away. Wait. Gu Chen forced himself to speak. Even if you know Yi Lao, you can't use connections to skip the queue. I'm going to report this to the capital. He would not accept this. He would report upward layer by layer. He refused to believe Lu Ming would get away with it. Bai Jishur halted, glanced at Gu Chen, and spoke coolly. Go ahead and report. By the way, a reminder, he is of the Dominion sequence. Members of the Dominion sequence are exempt from testing. At those words, the entire room froze. Dominion sequence. In an instant they all understood. No wonder he behaved so arrogant. Gu Chun was dumbfounded. Do you mean Dominion sequence? Bai Jishu said lightly, enough boy? True prodigies have privileges. He could have kept silent. He spoke only to protect Gu Chun. If the boy stubbornly went to the capital to complain, he would be the only one to suffer the consequences. Enough, let's go. Bai Jishu then led Lu Ming away. Everyone remained in stunned silence. They swallowed and watched Lu Ming's retreating figure unable to speak. Gu Chen's face alternated between white and flushed. His lips moved as if to speak, but no words came. His thoughts churned violently. No wonder the other side so easily bested him. No wonder he was so arrogant. No wonder he walked alone. It turned out they were not even from the same world. Truly, a clown. Bai Chungyue walked ahead with Lu Ming following behind. The corridor was long and lit with white light. Every few steps, there was a security door. Lu Ming glanced left and right, still holding the iron rod in his hand. Bai Chungyue said nothing along the way, but his mind could not help paying attention to the youth behind him. Dominion sequence. His inner calm was far more fragile than he let on, for the other was of the Dominion sequence. The Sword Lord. He had heard of that sword chi that once appeared over Jincheng University. It was said to have been cleaved by this very youth. Bai Jishu had been shocked when Yi Lao had relayed the news. They had all been dumbfounded. A small place like Jincheng, producing a dragon. After a while they arrived at Yi Lao's office door. Bai Chungyue exhaled, suppressed his astonishment, and knocked on the door. Yi Lao, the person has been brought here. A voice from inside replied. Enter. Bai Chungyue opened the door, and Lu Ming stepped in. Yi Lao sat behind his desk, holding a cup of tea. Lu Ming saw Yi Lao as well. Yi Lao addressed Bai Chungyue calmly. That's enough, you may leave. Yes. Bai Chungyue nodded, and the door closed. Only the two remained in the office. Lu Ming glanced around. The room was small but filled with objects. A calligraphy scroll hung on the wall bearing the characters Jin Shou, guarding. Beside it was a shelf with several stones arranged on it, appearing to be some kind of materials. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and spoke directly. You asked me to come, yet your staff didn't even know my name. They almost wouldn't let me in. Yi Lao fell silent. He had not spoken, but inside his mind a storm raged. Incredible. He had indeed arranged for Lu Ming to report, but not today. He had expected Lu Ming to remain in that room for at least half a month after being given the basic spirit guidance formula yesterday. A person who had never touched spiritual energy would need time merely to sense it. So when he notified the registration office, he had said someone would come in 2 weeks. He had not expected Lu Ming to arrive after only 1 day. Yi Lao was stunned. The moment Lu Ming entered the Anomaly Bureau, Yi Lao had learned of it. At first he wondered why the boy had left the room instead of cultivating, but then on surveillance he had seen the footage of Lu Ming's fight with Gu Chun. That single frame nearly made him crush his teacup in shock. Mid-body tempering stage. Lu Ming's aura was that of a mid-body tempering cultivator, and Yi Lao sensed it unmistakably. But how could this be? Yesterday, he was still an unentered newcomer. Yi Lao swallowed his amazement and put down his cup, pretending calm. You broke through so soon after I left. Did you finish reading the spirit guidance formula I gave you? This youth must have perfected the formula. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for reaching mid-body tempering so quickly. But how fast was that? How long had the boy spent? Lu Ming answered earnestly, read it once, and you learn it. Yi Lao was silent for 3 full seconds. Read it once, and you learn it. What did that even mean? Yi Lao froze. The basic spirit guidance formula was not a high art, but its training cycle was well defined. An ordinary awakener needed at least half a year just to sense spiritual energy guided into the body and temper sinew and bone. A genius of exceptional aptitude might compress those 3 steps to no less than half a month. About 10 years ago, a Dominion Sequence Awakener, the 9th in Sequence Tianzai, had achieved entry in 6 days. 6 days. That had already been the fastest entry speed in nearly 40 years, and it had shaken the entire National Anomaly Bureau. But Lu Ming, 1 day, perhaps only a few hours. And not only did he enter the realm, he directly broke through to mid-body tempering. This is Yi Lao stared at Lu Ming, his gaze full of shock. He knew the giftedness of the Dominion sequence, but even they did not behave so unfathomably. Tianzai's 6-day entry was already abnormal. This Lu Ming had shortened the record by 5 days. Yi Lao suddenly felt he might have brought back a true monster from Jincheng, and a real monster in the truest sense. Numbers scrolled before Lu Ming's eyes: heroic points 359, heroic points 382, and so on. He could barely suppress a grin. 359 at once. Over 300 in a single burst. This old man is a walking heroic point ATM. Delightful. Utterly exhilarating. Lu Ming coughed, stifled his excitement, and returned to his impassive expression. So, I am officially part of the Anomaly Bureau now. When can I take on missions? To be honest, he was curious about this extraordinary world. Besides, going on missions with others might net him more heroic points. The larger the stage, the more abundant the rewards. Yilao studied him intently. You are still too weak. Before new recruits join squads, they must undergo special training. After passing training, you will be assigned to a small team. Yilao paused and added, considering your special circumstances, your future teammates will be at least of the Ning. Dominion sequence cultivators grow so quickly that if paired with teammates at the tempering body stage, they would soon be left behind. They must be matched with a team at least one major realm higher. Lu Ming heard the word Ningling and nodded. Ningling. Fair enough. Yilao fell silent. Really? You in the mid-stage of body refinement look down on the realm of lingering spirit. There are only about 1,000 members in the lingering spirit realm throughout the entire provincial city's Bureau of Anomalies. This child truly speaks without thinking. Forget it. After all, he has strength. Elder Yi didn't want to argue with him about such matters. Just then, Elder Yi suddenly glanced at the iron rod that Lu Ming was still holding. You don't have a weapon. Lu Ming looked down at the iron rod in his hand. Isn't this it? Elder Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. Put that down, it's for training. Then what am I supposed to use? Elder Yi sighed, then stood up and walked to a cabinet in the corner of the office. The cabinet had 3 locks, all of which were spiritual locks. He unlocked them in sequence, opened the cabinet door, and there was only one thing inside. A sword. The sword was not long, about 3 feet. It was entirely silver gray, with dark patterns flowing on the blade, as if it were alive. The sheath was deep black with no decorations. But when held in Elder Yi's hand, Lu Ming could feel a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. This sword is called Han Yuan. Elder Yi took the sword out and placed it on the table. It is a growth-type spiritual weapon. Growth type? Lu Ming was puzzled. Growth type? What is that? Elder Yi explained, spiritual weapons are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Ordinary spiritual weapons have a fixed rank. Whatever rank they are made into, that's their rank. But growth-type spiritual weapons are different. They can grow stronger alongside the user. Currently, Han Yuan is only of yellow middle grade, suitable for body refinement realm, but its upper limit is earthly grade. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, it can grow to the earthly level at most, which can be used even in the martial infant or even martial tribulation realms. Wow, impressive. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was quite skilled with the iron rod. But if he had a real sword combined with the sword path of heaven slashing, its power would surely be on a different level. And its growth type? It can be used up to the earthly level. Lu Ming's eyes shifted. So to curry favor with me, you want to give it to me? Elder Yi. Damn. Can this little brat say something normal? Who said I was going to give it to you? I have conditions. Elder Yi snorted coldly. He had originally planned to give it directly, but this brat's mouth was too foul. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, for the upcoming new recruit training. If you can gain the trainer's recognition and take first place, I will give you this sword. This sword is valued at 3,000 contribution points within the Bureau of Anomalies. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he shook his head. I wanted to give you a chance to curry favor, but there are conditions. Elder Yi, where did this lunatic come from? By the way, what is a contribution point? 3,000. Is that a lot? Lu Ming wasn't quite sure what this number meant, but it sounded like it should be quite valuable. Elder Yi suppressed his urge to curse and explained, the Bureau of Anomalies has a contribution point system. Completing tasks, killing anomalous beasts, and making contributions can earn you contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for techniques, spiritual weapons, pills, intelligence, training resources, and everything else. Generally, for a regular task, you can earn about dozens to 100 contribution points. 3,000 contribution points would take an ordinary small team about 3 to 4 years of tasks without eating or drinking. After hearing this, Lu Ming felt delighted. What? That sounds really impressive. A small team needs to accumulate for 3 to 4 years. And now they want to give it to me for free. I just need to take first place in the upcoming training and gain the teacher's recognition. Isn't that the same as free? In an instant, Lu Ming looked at Elder Yi again, wearing a face that said as expected. After all this, you just want to curry favor. Elder Yi's forehead throbbed with veins. If you dare to say it out loud, you're dead. Okay. Lu Ming agreed very readily. After all, he was a leader, better not really anger him. After Elder Yi snorted coldly, he took out a phone from the drawer and handed it over. This is a special communication device for the Bureau of Anomalies. This is for you. All the techniques, resources, and task information are on it. You can purchase directly with contribution points. Okay. Lu Ming took the phone and casually flipped through it. The interface was very simple. Technique Mall, spiritual weapon Mall, pill Mall, task Hall, leaderboard, personal information. He first clicked on personal information. Name Lu Ming, contribution points 1,000. Yesterday you killed those Yushao beasts. According to the Bureau's standards, you were awarded 1,000 contribution points. Elder Yi said. After all, there were kings among those Yushao beasts. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the entire Jin City University would have been doomed. This matter could not be kept down. The potential harm to society would be enormous. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. Only 1,000. All right, Elder Yi. Only 1,000. Do you know that some small teams can't even earn 1,000 after half a year of tasks? Does this child truly not know, or is he doing it on purpose? But at this moment, Lu Ming didn't care about Elder Yi's expression. He started scrolling through the technique mall. Various techniques dazzled the eyes. There were ones for dozens of contribution points to over 1,000. Low-grade yellow techniques could be bought for a few dozen points. Better low-grade mysterious techniques suitable for the lingering spirit realm required 200 to 300 points. Moving up, middle-grade mysterious techniques generally started at over 1,000. Lu Ming was scrolling and looking. Suddenly his finger stopped. At the very bottom of the page, there was a special option. Unlike other techniques, it had no name and no introduction. Only a line of text. Inheritance Technique Selection Library 1,000 contribution points. What is this? Lu Ming turned the phone to show Elder Yi. Elder Yi glanced at it and explained, that is the Inheritance Technique Selection Library. Unlike ordinary techniques, the techniques inside are inheritances left by strong individuals of the Bureau of Anomalies throughout history. But these techniques have a characteristic. Elder Yi paused. They will select people. Lu Ming, select people. What does that mean? It can work like that. Yes, it selects people. This means that after you spend 1,000 contribution points, those inheritance techniques will automatically sense your talent, and some will even sense your character. If they take a liking to you, they will resonate with you. If not, you will have wasted your points. 1,000 contribution points down the drain, not a single point refunded. Elder Yi emphasized the last part. He feared Lu Ming would impulsively spend it all. After all, the first contribution points a newcomer receives are very precious. Spending them on reliable techniques is the right thing to do. After hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes shone even brighter. I want this one. He directly clicked to purchase. Elder Yi, can you hesitate a bit? 1,000 contribution points, and you just spend it like that. What if none of the techniques inside take a liking to you? Then you'll be left with nothing. Elder Yi sighed inward. This child probably thinks he is the master of sequences. His luck won't be bad. Young people so confident have never tasted the bitterness of arrogance. Sigh. In the next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The walls, desk, and cabinets of the office vanished. Lu Ming found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no up or down, no left or right, only endless darkness. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Is it possible to do this? Of course. Elder Yi's voice came from beside him. He had also entered, but as a mere observer, he would not influence the choice. Within the Bureau of Unusual Events, the Library of Inherited Techniques can be activated anywhere. It is essentially an independent space constructed by the spiritual power of the predecessors. No sooner had he finished speaking than fragments of light began to illuminate the darkness. 1, 2, 3. More and more. Each glimmer represented a set of inherited techniques or martial arts. They floated in the void, some bright, some dim. Some were as large as fists, while others were as small as grains of rice. Lu Ming counted. There were about 20 or 30. It seemed this was the inheritance of the strong. Quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Elder Yi observed everything, saying, I am ready. Lu Ming then stood in place waiting. After a while, the lights began to move. Some drifted away, while others spun in place before dimming down. A few approached slightly, but they quickly retreated again. Elder Yi watched from the side, contemplating. He was unsure if there would be any techniques resonating with him from the Dominator sequence. It's hard to say. Inherited techniques or martial arts are essentially manifestations of the partial spiritual will of those top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, those true powerhouses often have eccentric temperaments. Sometimes, even with great talent, they simply want to choose you. Luck plays a significant role. Seconds passed, and most of the lights had moved away from Lu Ming. Elder Yi's brow twitched slightly. Were none of them choosing him? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be because he had just awakened and his spiritual foundation was still unstable? Just as Elder Yi was pondering this, suddenly, one of the lights moved. It had been in the farthest corner, nearly invisible. But at that moment, it suddenly shone brilliantly, dazzlingly bright. Then that light shot toward Lu Ming at an incredible speed. It crashed directly into his chest. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He knew. In the next moment, a surge of warmth erupted from his chest, flooding into his limbs. A line of text appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Thunderous record of the Roaring Thunder, complete set of techniques, with accompanying martial arts, current grade mid-tier Xian rank growth type, with an upper limit of Tian rank growing alongside the user's cultivation level. Core ability to summon the power of heavenly thunder, refining spiritual power, with lightning attacking with the intent of thunder. A thought can unleash 1,000 bolts. Impressive. Lu Ming gazed at this information, a slight smile tugging at his lips. A mid-tier Xian rank growth type, complete set of techniques, martial arts capable of growing to Tian rank. Not bad at all. Elder Yi also noticed the unusual movement of that light and recognized it. Thunderous record of the roaring thunder. He knew this technique was an inheritance left by a thunder-based powerhouse 300 years ago. It had a very arrogant personality, having chosen very few individuals over the decades. Unexpectedly, it had chosen Lu Ming. Was it that it found Lu Ming to its taste? However, upon careful consideration, Lu Ming's personality was indeed a bit arrogant. Well, just a bit. Fortunate. Elder Yi nodded. Indeed, it was impressive. Although only one technique had chosen him, the thunderous record of the roaring thunder itself was not weak. Starting at mid-tier Xian rank, it was not considered top-tier among inherited techniques, but it was certainly not lacking. Lu Ming looked at the others that had already dimmed. Why didn't any of the others choose me? Elder Yi replied, inherited techniques have their own judgment. Just because they didn't choose you doesn't mean you're inadequate. It might just mean you're not a match. Lu Ming pondered for 2 seconds and seriously said, I understand they probably think they're not worthy of me. Arrogance value 289. Elder Yi. Impressive. Being able to say that is quite exceptional. However, Elder Yi thought again, after all, Lu Ming was from the Dominator sequence. This statement seemed to be not unreasonable. Immediately after the void dissipated, the two returned to the office. Elder Yi glanced at Lu Ming and said, you have obtained the technique and it's a complete set with martial arts. There's no need to buy martial arts separately. Next, you should focus on your cultivation. Soon Butler Bai will come to take you to the training location. After speaking, Elder Yi checked the time. I have things to attend to, please wait here for a moment. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. In the next moment, Elder Yi's figure flickered and disappeared from the office. Only Lu Ming was left in the room. At that moment, he was not idle. He immediately opened the system panel. Current arrogance value 1538 1538. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Today had been quite rewarding. Just Elder Yi alone had given him more than half, plus the previous gains from the hall. Finally, he had some savings in his arrogance value. Then he focused on the thunderous record he had just obtained. In the next moment, the system popped up a prompt. Detected technique, thunderous record of the roaring thunder. Would you like to spend 200 arrogance value to directly access it? Lu Ming didn't think twice. Activate. Ding, expenditure successful. Upgrading thunderous record of the roaring thunder. In the next moment, Lu Ming had yet to react. He felt a surge of entirely new power flooding into his body. This sensation was different from the previous day. Yesterday, his body was torn apart and reformed. This time, something was added inside him. It was a bolt of lightning. Very faint, but undeniably present. Then in the next moment, Lu Ming felt that bolt of lightning pulsing like a heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. With each pulse, he felt the spiritual power within him becoming more active. Moreover, his perception told him. This bolt of lightning did not conflict with his sword Tao of heaven. In fact, there was an implicit tendency for mutual enhancement. Thunderous record of the roaring thunder entry, awesome. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued to check the panel. Would you like to spend 500 arrogance value to upgrade thunderous record of the roaring thunder to minor completion? Level up. Ding, upgrade successful. Thunderous record of the roaring thunder minor completion. In the next moment, boom. The bolt of lightning within Lu Ming's dantian instantly expanded. It was as if it had grown from the size of a flame to that of a fist. In just an instant, Lu Ming could clearly feel that his spiritual power's operational speed had accelerated. Moreover, the power of thunder within him was refining his meridians. He could feel that if he encountered those rain howlers again, except for the rain howler king, he could even directly summon thunder to annihilate them. And in the next moment, the system's text continued to appear. Ding. Would you like to spend 800 arrogance value to upgrade thunderous record of the roaring thunder to great completion? Lu Ming glanced at his arrogance value. 1538 minus 200, then minus 500. Remaining 838. That's enough. Level up. In the next moment. Ding, upgrade successful. Thunderous record of the roaring thunder great completion in just an instant. Boom, boom, boom. This time Lu Ming's entire body shook. The lightning orb in his dantian exploded completely. Countless tiny arcs of lightning surged violently within him. From his dantian to his meridians, from his muscles to his bones, every inch of his body was being baptized by the power of thunder. Lu Ming closed his eyes. A vision appeared in his mind. It was a pale sky. No clouds, no sun, nothing at all, but at the highest point in the sky, there was a bolt of lightning. This was no ordinary lightning. It was gray-white, like a colossal dragon that had slept for billions of years. It did not move. Boom. Just its presence there made Lu Ming feel a sense of oppression. That was the will of heavenly thunder. Lu Ming gazed at that heavenly thunder, took a deep breath. Then the vision vanished. He opened his eyes and changes occurred within him. Spiritual power surged and his aura climbed. In an instant, Lu Ming directly reached the late stage of body refinement. He broke through. He was almost touching the peak of body refinement. Lu Ming looked down at his hands. There were tiny bolts of lightning flickering between his fingers. Impressive. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. After achieving great completion of the thunderous record of the Roaring Thunder, not only had its power increased dramatically, but it had also directly pushed his realm to the peak of the late stage of body refinement. At this speed, Elder Yi would surely be unable to sit still if he found out. Then Lu Ming glanced at the panel. Host Lu Ming Realm Late Stage Body Refinement, Talent Rain Master Abilities, Skyslaying Sword Path, Beginner Rain, Enhancement LV. 3. Rain Manipulation LV. 2. Thunder Record Major Achievement, Heroic Value 38. Spending a bit excessively. The heroic value dropped from over 1500 directly to 38, but it's worth it. So worth it. He now has a sword Thunder and Rain with 3 abilities combining together. Oh, just thinking about it feels insane. Oh, you ask what to do if it doesn't rain. Please, I summon thunder and lightning. Doesn't that turn it into a rainy day? Isn't it normal for it to rain then? Then there's heavy rain with full attribute bonuses. Manipulating the rain for an attack. Followed by a strike of thunder. Finally, at the crucial moment, a sword slashes the heavens. Hee, who can withstand this? So satisfying. Lu Ming was reveling in it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Ming, Elder Yi asked me to take you to the training ground. Bai Chenjiu's voice came from outside. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wonderful. This is just in time, and as long as he finishes first in the training, he can obtain that sword. Guaranteed to win. Coming. Lu Ming put away the system panel, placed the iron rod against the wall, and pushed the door open to step outside. Bai Chenjue stood at the door and glanced at Lu Ming. His brow furrowed slightly. The aura of this young man seems different from just now, but then he felt he was overthinking it. After all, in such a short time, could he really have made a breakthrough? Bai Chenjue didn't think much of it, and turned to lead the way. Lu Ming followed. On the other side, in a training room. The room was large with special materials on the floor and reinforced walls. This is the exclusive training room for newcomers. At this moment, there were already people inside, a man and a woman, plus a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stood at the front, in his 40s, not tall, but very sturdy, wearing a black uniform of the Anomaly Bureau and a training officer badge on his chest. His name is Zhao Qingshan, the head of this newcomer training in the mid-stage of Spirit Condensation Realm, with a talent sequence of 165 Earth Demon. The Earth Demon's characteristic is the manipulation of earth and stone with strong defense and decent sealing ability. He previously worked as a combat personnel for 12 years in an Anomaly Bureau branch in a third-tier city and has a wealth of combat experience. Half a year ago, he retired from the front lines due to injury and was assigned as an instructor at the Provincial Bureau. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan looked at the several newcomers in front of him, his voice gloomy. It's been so long since I transferred to the Provincial Bureau. Everyone says there are many geniuses in the provincial city, but how come I haven't seen many of them? Sigh, it's really boring. Well, if there are no geniuses, then so be it. As long as they aren't those who got in through backdoor channels. Zhao Qingshan especially disliked one type of person. That is, people who got in without relying on their own abilities. He joined the Anomaly Bureau too early back, then the Bureau wasn't as fair, and just as it is now. Some people awakened their talents and were approached by personnel from the Anomaly Bureau who would subtly suggest gifts. Then, they would just go through the motions in the assessment and sneak in. As a result, when they actually hit the battlefield, they knew nothing, not only putting their own lives at risk, but also endangering their teammates. He once witnessed a newcomer dragging the entire team down during a task because they didn't know how to use the equipment, leading to the whole squad being surrounded by anomalies. That time 2 people died. Since then, Zhao Qingshan has had a strong aversion to such dirty dealings. However, after multiple reforms over the past decade, this phenomenon has decreased significantly. At this time in the room, the other 2 newcomers, a man and a woman, were quietly chatting. Have you heard? There's someone who came in without participating in the assessment. The black-haired man crossed his arms, frowning tightly. His name is Zhou Chao, at the peak of body refinement with a talent sequence of 146 Sky Wind. I've heard. Lin Mianmian nodded, her expression somewhat grim. It's said to be arranged by Elder Yi. She is also at the peak of body refinement with a talent sequence of 161 Spirit Thread. These 2 are not from Gu Chen's batch. They came in a few days ago through the assessment earlier than Gu Chun and the others. At this moment, they also heard about the incident from this morning. So what if Elder Yi arranged it? Zhou Chao scoffed, not following the proper procedures, not participating in an assessment, and just reporting directly. If this person goes to battle, is that reliable? He's really annoying, this kind of connection-based person. And I can't believe that even Elder Yi is like this. Is there no law anymore? Truly ridiculous. But it's said that he defeated Gu Chun, and it's also said his realm is only at the mid-stage of body refinement. Lin Mianmian suddenly spoke up. Gu Chun. Zhou Chao snorted coldly, the one at the late stage of body refinement. Defeating him shouldn't be difficult. If it were me, I could do it too, but does that mean he can skip the assessment and come in? As for the realm, we are all on talent sequences above 180, dangerous sequences, not ordinary sequences. Who wouldn't know how to fight above their level? What he said isn't just bragging. He is at the peak of body refinement, half a level higher than Gu Chun, and the Sky Wind's attack is inherently high. In a real fight, Gu Chun might not be able to withstand it. And just because he defeated Gu Chun, he doesn't have to take the assessment. Why? Then others shouldn't need to take the assessment either. They could just keep defeating Gu Chun, right? Damn it. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan stood in front, and of course, he heard the two chatting. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened a bit. What does this mean? Elder Yi. Has he fallen? Accepted bribes? His first reaction was disbelief. After all, Elder Yi still had a pretty upright image in his eyes, shouldn't be doing such things, right? Moreover, Elder Yi is a dignified martial monarch. What kind of bribe could sway him? Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but ask, who are you talking about? Zhou Chao turned around, and upon seeing it was Zhao Qingshan speaking, he quickly replied, Instructor Zhao, I heard that a newcomer came in without participating in the assessment. His name is Lu Ming, and he severely injured Gu Chun, yet he's still fine. What? Injured someone? Zhao Qingshan's brow immediately furrowed. And he didn't participate in the assessment. Yes, it said it was arranged directly from above. Zhao Qingshan frowned. Is what you're saying true? The Anomaly Bureau's assessment system is based on life experience gained, meant to filter out those unqualified. Skipping the assessment means risking the lives of other teammates. It's really true. I swear many people know about this. Zhao Qingshan fell silent. What exactly? Has Elder Yi lost his mind? Really accepted bribes? Or is it that kid is his relative? All right. Zhao Qingshan's face darkened. He thought that the Anomaly Bureau had already changed for the better. He never expected such disgusting things to still happen these days. And it's Elder Yi. He had already made up his mind. When he encounters this kid named Lu Ming, he must give him a good treatment. After all, he is the instructor for newcomer training. He can't let this go without addressing it. But then, no wait. Zhao Qingshan suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a minute. He is related to Elder Yi. What if he also skips training and goes directly past him? Thinking of this, Zhao Qingshan suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness towards these background pressures. Just then slap. The door was pushed open. Immediately, everyone looked over to see a young man walk in. The others were taken aback. At this moment, Lu Ming walked over and scanned the training room. Then he saw Zhao Qingshan and the two newcomers. My name is Lu Ming. I'm here for training. Earlier, Steward Bai had brought him here and then let him come in alone. This place is so big, he almost walked in the wrong direction. But just after Lu Ming finished saying his name, he suddenly furrowed his brow, because he noticed that the expressions of the three people in front of him changed significantly at that moment. Do they know me? At this moment, the three were a bit dumbfounded, because they were just talking about Lu Ming and he happened to arrive. What a coincidence. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was observing Lu Ming. His first impression was that he was young, too young, appearing to be only 18 or 19. Zhao Qingshan then sensed Lu Ming's aura. Late stage of body refinement. Wasn't he supposed to be at the mid stage? He turned out to be at the late stage of body refinement. In an instant, both of them understood. No wonder he could defeat Gu Chun. It turned out he wasn't fighting above his level. The two shook their heads in disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan had already labeled Lu Ming as someone who took shortcuts. He was curious to see just how capable someone could be to have Yi Lao pull strings for him. Lu Ming, right? You can call me Instructor Zhao. I will be your trainer for the upcoming sessions. Zhao Qingshan said, his tone lacking warmth. I already know about your situation. Lu Ming nodded. I knew it. Everyone else was taken aback. What does he mean by I knew it? Then Lu Ming spoke up. No wonder when I mentioned my name your reactions were so obvious. It seems you have long heard of my reputation. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? So arrogant. You think it's great to have connections to get in? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he saw the rising numbers: heroism points, 21 heroism points, 16 heroism points, 18. Indeed. Did they hear about my fame from slaying the heavens in the rain? Just as he was enjoying the surge of heroism points, Zhao Qingshan suddenly frowned. No matter how you got in here, I only care about strength and performance. If you can't keep up, I won't let you slide just because of who you are. Lu Ming replied, not bad, good instructor. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. The others exchanged glances, wondering if he was being sarcastic. Wow, so this is how a connection-based person acts. Alright, if you understand, go stand over there. You'll be in the same group as them. Zhao Qingshan suppressed his anger and didn't want to talk to him anymore, pointing at Zhou Chao and Lin Yinyan. Lu Ming glanced at the two. Due to the slight difference in their realms, he could feel their auras. Two at the peak of body refinement. Not bad. Zhou Chao also sized him up, but said nothing. However, his gaze clearly showed disdain. Lin Yinyan also looked at him a couple more times before averting her eyes. Lu Ming walked over standing beside them and spoke. You two look a bit weak, but that's fine. I don't mind. Zhou Chaos' expression froze at once. Lin Yinyan also turned her head, her expression somewhat dazed. What was wrong with this guy? Just arrived and already calling them weak. Did he even see them fight? Are you more skilled than us? Zhou Chao held back for 2 seconds, snorted. I am at the peak of body refinement. You are in the late stage. Who is weak? Lu Ming replied. So just because your realm is half a level higher, you aren't weak. You, Zhou Chaos' face darkened. Even if I am weak, so what? I am here on my own merits. I have at least more right to speak than you. The atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Zhao Qingshan glanced over and raised an approving eyebrow at Zhou Chao. Well said. Zhao Qingshan pretended not to notice and cleared his throat. All right, first I will conduct a physical assessment. The first test is a 1-kilometer speed test. After speaking, he glanced at Zhou Chao. Zhou Chaos team was Tianfeng, which focused on speed. Zhao Qingshan turned and said, this subject is perfect for you, Zhou Chao. You go first, and also. Wait a moment. Lu Ming suddenly interjected. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. Lu Ming said, 1 kilometer. That's too short. Are we just going for a walk here? I used to run 10,000 miles with a weight on my back in one breath. The entire venue fell silent. Zhou Chao was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth. No way, dude. What are you talking about? Running 10,000 miles with a weight. That's 5,000 kilometers. You could cross half of China with that. You can't be that ridiculous. Lin Yinyan bit her lip. Why does it feel like this person speaks with a certain air of arrogance? Zhao Qingshan glanced at Lu Ming, saying nothing. He was already tired of commenting. Let the facts speak for themselves. All right. Then you go to run with Zhou Chao, and we can see the difference. Zhou Chao smirked at this. Sure, let's run together. He specialized in speed. A kilometer would take him just over a minute, a speed comparable to that of a car. Lu Ming nodded. All right. Haha, just don't try to make excuses when you can't catch up with me later. Zhou Chao didn't mean it as a mockery. He genuinely thought that. Lu Ming, being in the late stage, wanted to compare speed with him. Wasn't that asking for heroism points? 16 heroism points, 11 heroism points, 19. Lu Ming watched the numbers dance before his eyes. Not bad. It was worth it for me to act arrogantly. Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface. I want. At this moment, the two arrived at the starting line of the training ground. Zhao Qingshan raised his hand. Start. In an instant. Virum. Zhou Chao exploded with spiritual power beneath his feet, propelling himself forward. In the 1-kilometer training ground, he ran with the wind at his back. The physique of a peak body refinement cultivator was evident in every step, each landing resonating with a thundering sound. Impressive. Lin Yinyan watched from the side and calculated in her mind, oh, at this speed, he would finish in about a minute. Then she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still standing in place, unmoving. Lin Yinyan was puzzled. Zhao Qingshan noticed as well. Lu Ming stood motionless at the starting line, while Zhou Chao had already run several hundred meters. What was going on? Zhao Qingshan frowned. Was he intimidated by Zhou Chaos' speed? It seemed his strength was just average. Although he could defeat Gu Chun, he was clearly lacking compared to Zhou Chao. The next moment, Virum, a bolt of lightning exploded from the starting line. The ground beneath Lu Ming's feet cracked open. That was the mark left by the acceleration of thunderous power. Zhao Qingshan's pupils constricted. What on earth? At the same time, Lin Yinyan was also stunned. What? What is happening? It was just too fast. Lu Ming's figure nearly vanished, leaving only an afterimage and a thunderous boom. Crack. With the completion of the thunderous sky record, thunderous power flowed into his legs. His speed surged to an astonishing level, a grayish-white arc trailing behind him. At this moment, Zhou Chao was still running vigorously. He snorted coldly in his heart. How dare a connection-based person think he can run with me? I can easily leave you behind by 800. What's that noise? Zhou Chao suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. Then the next moment, boom, a powerful gust of wind knocked him off balance. He hadn't even seen what it was. That figure had already disappeared at the end of the training ground. Virum. Afterwards, Lu Ming stood at the finish line. Zhou Chao was still in the middle of the track. The training room fell silent. Zhao Qingshan stood there, his expression shocked. He could feel the sound of his own heartbeat. What the hell? This is not the speed that a late-stage body refinement cultivator should have. This isn't even the speed a peak body refinement cultivator should possess. Lin Miamian's mouth was slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. She was utterly shocked. She thought Lu Ming was frozen in fear and had not moved. In reality, he simply felt there was no need to start alongside Zhou Chao. After a few seconds, he set off again. And yet he crushed it. At this moment, Zhou Chao finally finished running. He stood at the finish line, stunned, incredulously staring at Lu Ming beside him. He actually lost. To lose in speed, which he prided himself on, to a latest-stage body refinement cultivator. He was no fool. He understood what it meant to be overtaken just now. You? How could you? Zhou Chao wanted to say something, but words failed him. The gap was too great. It was not a mere case of barely surpassing him. It was a complete suppression that was on an entirely different level. Why? Why was he so fast? Zhou Chao couldn't accept it. The gallantry value was rising rapidly. Lu Ming felt exhilarated. Suddenly Lin Miamian's expression changed. No, this couldn't be right. How could a latest-stage body refinement cultivator be faster than Zhou Chao? You just cheated, didn't you? This was the only thing she could think of. At that moment, hearing this, Zhou Chao quickly seized on this point, his expression hardening. What were those arcs of electricity on you just now? Did you cheat? How could someone like you surpass me? Lu Ming glanced at him. Then he stepped in front of Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao had not yet reacted. In the next moment, a hand directly grabbed. You think you can make me cheat? Lu Ming's expression was emotionless. He despised those who couldn't keep up but looked for excuses. Zhou Chao was lifted off the ground. He instinctively grasped Lu Ming's wrist, his spiritual energy surging violently, trying to break free. But despite using all his strength, Lu Ming's hand remained unmoved. Zhou Chaos' face turned bright red, not from lack of oxygen, but from shock. I'm at the peak of body refinement. Yet a latest-stage body refinement cultivator is holding my neck with one hand. I can't break free no matter how hard I try. Is this reasonable? Let go. Zhao Qingshan shouted angrily as he rushed over and grabbed Lu Ming's. You can't attack teammates in the training room. It's a strict rule. Lu Ming released his grip. Zhou Chao fell to the ground, coughing twice. His face was extremely ugly, almost turning purple. Zhao Qingshan stood before Lu Ming looking displeased. You have quite the temper. He accused me of cheating, Lu Ming replied calmly. Even if he was wrong, you still can't take action. This is the training ground. You two are temporary teammates. Attacking teammates will result in punishment. Zhao Qingshan raised his voice slightly. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qingshan and suddenly spoke. You seem to be targeting me on purpose. Zhao Qingshan paused. I won against him in the first subject and you said nothing. He accused me of cheating and you didn't intervene. I rebutted once and you jumped in. We don't even know each other, yet you seem to have a grudge against me. Let me guess why. After saying this, Lu Ming suddenly looked as if he understood. Oh, I see, you don't dislike me for breaking the rules, you dislike me for entering without participating in the assessment, right? The only other reason Lu Ming could think of aside from his looks was this. Zhao Qingshan fell silent as Lu Ming was speaking the truth. He indeed held a bias against Lu Ming from the very beginning. Because he hated those who took shortcuts. He had seen teammates die on missions because of such people, so he inherently rejected anyone who didn't follow the proper process. However, Zhou Chaos speed. He had to admit this young man was no fool. Not even close. But he did not intend to back down on this matter. No matter how strong you are here, rules are rules. Zhao Qingshan's tone deepened. You entered without attending the assessment. Oh, I don't acknowledge it. If you want me to acknowledge you, you must prove yourself. If your performance is lacking, I have the right to suggest sending you back to the higher-ups. After listening, Lu Ming frowned. Prove myself. What do you mean my performance isn't good enough? But then he thought of the Sword Elder Yi had mentioned. A growth-type spirit tool worth 3,000 contribution points. To obtain it, he needed to be recognized by the training instructor and come in first. In other words, he needed to earn the recognition of the person in front of him. This could be troublesome. While Lu Ming was pondering, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Ding. System task issued. Task: beat the instructor. Reward: 1,000 calamity body. Lu Ming was stunned when he saw the task content. Beat the instructor. What kind of ridiculous task is this? Why do all the Jiahao like to beat their instructors? He fell into slight silence and asked inwardly, what is the 1,000 calamity body? System: 1,000 calamity body, an extremely powerful innate constitution. Lu Ming. After acquiring this constitution, the host body will gain the power of ancient chaos. The higher the realm, the stronger the constitution. In the body refinement realm, one can use the power of one calamity to increase defense and strength by 5. When possessing the power of 1,000 calamities, a single punch can shatter a planet. Lu Ming's breath hitched after hearing the system's words. Shatter a planet. A single punch can shatter a planet. He looked down at his fist, and then at Zhao Qingshan. The Sword of Heaven's path governs the sword, while the 1,000 calamity body governs the fist. One cuts the heavens, the other pounds the earth. When you combine these two, Lu Ming's gaze changed, fixing intently on Zhao Qingshan, his expression shifting from indifference to seriousness. Very serious. What are you doing? Zhao Qingshan noticed the change in Lu Ming's gaze, and his expression shifted, feeling that something was off. Why does his gaze feel so strange? Then he heard Lu Ming speak. Let's do it. Zhao Qingshan. Gallantry value, 25. Gallantry value, 17. Gallantry value, 20. Zhao Qingshan was somewhat bewildered, thinking that this kid might be a bit mentally unstable. He hesitated and asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Of course I'm going to beat you. You say my performance isn't good enough, so I should be sent back. So what? Let's do this. How about we have a match? If I can convince you with my strength, you will let me pass the training and acknowledge me as the strongest among this batch of newcomers. The training room fell silent. Zhou Chao got up from the ground, holding his neck, his expression dazed. Lin Miamian's mouth dropped open again. They all thought they must have misheard. Zhao Qingshan stared at Lu Ming, not speaking for 5 seconds. Then, he laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but one that genuinely found it amusing. A late-stage body refinement cultivator, wanting to fight a mid-stage spirit refinement cultivator. And he wants to convince him. Not to mention, between body refinement and spirit refinement, there is a whole major realm difference. The spirit refinement realm is called as such because at this stage, spiritual energy can condense into substance, making both attack and defense significantly stronger than body refinement. Generally speaking, 3 peak body refinement cultivators attacking 1 early-stage spirit refinement cultivator might not win. And Zhao Qingshan is mid-stage spirit refinement, an experienced instructor with extensive combat experience. Even if Lu Ming is fast, even if he can hold Zhou Chao. So what? Zhou Chao is just a peak body refinement cultivator. Can he compare to a spirit refinement cultivator? Sure. Zhao Qingshan's eyes were filled with mockery as he directly agreed. I want to see just how capable you are. To be honest, he held a bias against Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming made, Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian automatically retreated to the side of the training room. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. Is this guy serious? Fighting against Ning Ling. Zhou Chao rubbed his neck, feeling a mix of emotions. He had to admit that just now Lu Ming's strength was indeed greater than his. But that was a comparison between body refining stages. Ning Ling was on another level altogether. It was not even a match. He's doomed, Zhou Chao murmured. Lin Mianmian said nothing, but she thought the same. Zhao Qingshan stood in the center of the training room. Kid, let me be clear, I won't let you go easy on me. No need. Lu Ming also walked to the center. You can make the first move. Zhao Qingshan's eyelid twitched. You're letting me. Lu Ming nodded seriously. That's right, you go first. Zhou Chao nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. He's letting Instructor Zhao go first. Instructor Zhao is at the mid-stage of Ning Ling. You, a latest-stage body refining cultivator, want the mid-stage Ning Ling to take the lead. Are you out of your mind? Guts value 14, guts value 18, guts value 28. Current guts value 757. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This trip wasn't in vain. In just this short time, it's already over 700. Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath, and he stopped talking. He needed to personally teach Lu Ming what the difference in realms meant. He was going to teach this damn kid a lesson. Let me show you what humility is. Zhao Qingshan stepped forward. He planned to let Lu Ming experience what real power meant. Let's end this fight directly. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the Ning Ling realm erupted. His sequence is Earth Ghost. The ground beneath him trembled violently and then cracked open. Several massive boulders surged from the ground, forming a stone wall around him. This is the ability of the Earth Ghost, controlling the earth and stone within a certain range. It can not only attack, but also seal off space. Bang, bang, bang. The stone wall rapidly spread out, extending outward from Zhao Qingshan's feet. The ground of the entire training room was trembling. Within seconds, 3 directions around Lu Ming were completely blocked by the stone walls. Only one path remained in front. Zhao Qingshan stood directly in front. You can't escape now. Escape, eh? Lu Ming smiled slightly. I never thought about escaping besides. Is this a stone monument? Setting up 3 stone monuments for myself. Interesting. Arrogant. Zhao Qingshan growled. This kid truly was overly arrogant. He completely didn't realize that he was already in grave danger. The greatest characteristic of the Earth Ghost is to control the field, sealing off all retreat routes for the opponent, then crushing them from the front. He had used this move for 10 years and had never missed. And then, Zhao Qingshan launched a punch. The spiritual energy of the Ning Ling realm surged into his fist. If this punch landed, a latest-stage body refining cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even at their peak, they would have to spit blood. Buzz. The wind from the punch hadn't arrived yet, but the pressure from the spiritual energy had already reached. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian felt that pressure from a distance. The two stepped back simultaneously. It was too strong. This is the gap between Ning Ling and body refining. In Zhao Qingshan's mind, as long as this punch hit, the battle would be over. He had already controlled his strength. It wouldn't kill Lu Ming, but it would make him obediently admit defeat. But his fist missed. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure disappeared directly from in front of him. What? Zhao Qingshan's pupils constricted. His punch struck the stone wall behind. Boom. The stone wall exploded, debris flying everywhere. But Lu Ming was no longer there. Zhao Qingshan turned sharply. Lu Ming stood 3 meters to his right with faint arcs of electricity crackling in his hands. "You're quite fast," Zhao Qingshan said in a deep voice, indeed, not having expected this. Lu Ming's speed had actually allowed him to evade Zhao Qingshan's full-power strike, but he only found it surprising. He didn't think it was a big deal. Being fast doesn't mean you can win. If all he could do was dodge, he would eventually be worn down. However, Zhao Qingshan's doubts grew larger. How is this guy's speed so fast? Could it be that his sequence is also speed-based? But for a late-stage body refining cultivator to have such speed, that talent is too outrageous. Zhao Qingshan stopped testing. "I let you dodge." In the next moment, both hands pressed down on the ground. Swish! The entire floor of the training room cracked open. The earth and stone surged, rolling towards Lu Ming like ocean waves. This time it wasn't a stone wall blocking the way, but using the entire ground as a weapon. Zhou Chao and Lin Yanyan were so frightened that they jumped up. Damn it! Instructor Zhao is serious. Under such an attack, Lu Ming had nowhere to hide. The ground was surging with earth and stone. All sides were sealed off. This is the terrifying aspect of the Earth Ghost. In a confined space, he is the absolute king. Let me see where you can run to. Suddenly, boom, a bolt of lightning exploded in the training room. Zhao Qingshan's face stiffened and his voice stopped abruptly. He saw it. Lu Ming was enveloped in a mass of dense gray-white lightning. Crackle, crackle. Each bolt sounded like an explosion. The surging earth and stone. The moment it came into contact with the arcs of lightning, it was directly shattered. Shattered into dust. Zhao Qingshan's heart shook. What kind of ability is this? Lightning-based. No, wait. Zhao Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. The way this lightning operates. This is the Ming Lei Tian Lu. He recognized this technique. Once when he visited the capital's anomalies bureau, he had seen a martial lord demonstrate this technique. That terrifying might left a deep impression on him. He had asked that martial lord, who said it took him 3 whole months to master it, and another 6 months to reach minor success. And then, he never improved again. Because the difficulty of cultivating this technique was too high, he was forced to switch methods. But the scale of thunder on Lu Ming right now. Zhao Qingshan's expression changed. This is not minor success. This is not even intermediate success. This is full mastery. Full mastery of the Ming Lei Tian Lu. How is this possible? In an instant, his brain felt overwhelmed. But Zhao Qingshan didn't have time to think too much. Lu Ming moved. Enveloped in lightning, he stepped forward. "It's my turn." Lu Ming slapped. The lightning in his palms surged. So fast, Zhao Qingshan had no time to dodge and crossed his arms to block. Boom! A massive sound. Zhao Qingshan was blasted back 5 or 6 meters. His feet carved 2 grooves into the ground. His arms went numb, his palms shattered, and even blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. What? Zhou Chao and Lin Yanyan saw this scene. Their brains felt like they had exploded. Instructor Zhao was pushed back. Instructor Zhao at the mid-stage of Ningling, pushed back by a latest-stage body refining cultivator. How is that possible? What the hell is going on? Guts value 21, guts value 30, guts value 22, guts value 26. Lu Ming looked at the stunned Zhao Qingshan. How about that? At this moment, Zhao Qingshan stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this young man? Is this really reasonable? Which damn latest-stage body refining cultivator can push back a mid-stage Ningling? Upon discovering that the other party had mastered the Ming Lei Tian Lu, Zhao Qingshan already understood that Lu Ming's speed was due to the full mastery of the Ming Lei Tian Lu, not because of his sequence, but that was already shocking enough. Because at such a young age, being able to cultivate to full mastery fully proved how monstrous he was. What exactly is his sequence? But Zhao Qingshan, with 12 years of combat experience, swiftly regained his composure after the initial shock and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. All right, impressive. You've got something all right. In the next instant, he charged forward once more, this time holding nothing back. If the youth before him was a prodigy, then he too would unleash his full might. Then all his spirit foundation mid-stage spiritual energy surged forth in one overwhelming torrent. The Earth Ghoul sequence activated at full capacity. Come. The entire training chamber trembled. Stone pillars erupted from the floor like colossal fists slamming toward Lu Ming. 1, 2, 3, 5, striking simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 onlookers stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. This battle had long surpassed anything they could have imagined. Yet even beneath such relentless assault, Lu Ming's figure darted effortlessly between the stone pillars. Lightning arcs flared violently. Each evasion brought him one step closer to Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan clenched his teeth. Impossible. He refused to believe a body-tempering latest-stage cultivator could withstand his absolute suppression. No matter how swift the speed, or how immense the strength. After all, they were separated by an entire major cultivation realm. And yet the sight before him left him profoundly shaken. Because reality stood irrefutable before him. Lu Ming hadn't merely endured, he was counterattacking. Boom! Another palm strike. Zhao Qingshan attempted to block, but this time he failed. Lu Ming's palm force pierced through his defense and struck his chest directly. Boom! Ugh! Zhao Qingshan was hurled backward, crashing hard against the training chamber wall, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Thud! Sliding down the wall, Zhao Qingshan dropped to one knee, blood welling up in his mouth. Yet he immediately forced himself upright again. The two resumed combat. Though Zhao Qingshan had taken a blow, he remained a spirit foundation mid-stage cultivator, his experience and foundation unshaken. For the next several minutes, they fought in fierce, unrelenting deadlock. Stone walls shattered, then reformed. Lightning arcs blazed, then vanished. The chamber floor was plowed over and over again. My mother in heaven. Zhou Chao and Lin Yinyan huddled in the corner, breath held tight. They were utterly spellbound. This bore no resemblance to a routine sparring session between a novice and an instructor. It resembled instead a life-or-death clash between two masters of equal standing. Yet Lu Ming was only at body-tempering latest. And, now observing the scene unfold, it appeared Lu Ming held the upper hand. Meanwhile, Master Yi had returned to his office, having finished his duties. Idling is truly bliss. At that moment he recalled the young man named Lu Xing, a sword sovereign awakener ranked 6th among the sovereign sequences, who had cleaved the heavens with a single blade and slain Yu Xiao Wang, a half-step flowing spirit expert. A faint involuntary smile tugged at Master Yi's lips. How many decades had passed since he'd encountered a youth so intriguing? All right, that young man should have begun his training by now. Master Yi raised an eyebrow. Today was Zhao Qingshan's shift. He knew Zhao well, competent, reliable beyond reproach. No mishap should arise. As the thought crossed his mind, he casually switched on the surveillance monitor atop his desk. A live feed of the training chamber flickered into view. He wished to observe Lu Ming's performance. Then, he froze completely. On screen, utter devastation. The chamber walls scorched, black debris strewn everywhere. Lu Ming and Zhao Qingshan were locked in furious combat. Master Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Why were they fighting? Wasn't this supposed to be training? Yet almost immediately he saw it. Terrifying lightning erupting from Lu Ming's body. Arcs burst forth from within him, radiating an aura so oppressive it made one's scalp crawl. Master Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Wait, this couldn't be. He recognized it instantly. Thunder roar, celestial scripture. And the scale and power of the lightning surging from Lu Ming. At a glance, Master Yi knew this was the perfected level. Thunder roar, celestial scripture. Perfected. Instantly Master Yi's fingers trembled. He no longer cared why the two were fighting. His mind held but one thought. What in the blazes is happening here? He remembered clearly. He had only handed Lu Ming the Thunder Roar celestial scripture that very morning. Yet now, it was perfected. Seated rigidly in his chair, Master Yi stared unblinking at the screen. A man who had weathered countless storms, who had tutored prodigies beyond number. The top 80 high-risk sequence geniuses, the most transcendent talents whose insight defied logic. He had seen them all. But today's Lu Ming, he had never seen his like. Suddenly Master Yi recalled something Lu Ming had said earlier. Just read it once. That's all it takes. At the time he dismissed it as idle bravado. Now looking back, it was literal truth. He had read it once and mastered it. Not merely grasped it, but attained the perfected level outright. Master Yi felt his entire worldview cracking piece by piece. Then, suddenly, he snapped back to reality. His expression shifted abruptly. No, wait. They're still fighting. Zhao Qingshan, you damn fool, go easy. Elsewhere, Zhao Qingshan's spiritual energy began showing signs of severe depletion. Huff. Though his total reserves far exceeded Lu Ming's, the sheer explosive power of the perfected Thunder Roar celestial scripture proved overwhelming. With every collision, he absorbed the shock of thunderous force. His spiritual energy drained far faster than Lu Ming's, while Lu Ming grew fiercer with each passing moment. Finally, Lu Ming drove a fist deep into Zhao Qingshan's abdomen. Boom! Instantly, Zhao Qingshan's face contorted in agony. His knees slammed into the ground with a crunch. Then Lu Ming lifted his foot and stamped it hard onto Zhao Qingshan's shoulder. Zhao Qingshan was kicked flat onto his back. Lu Ming followed with another kick, stomping down upon his spine. Do you yield? Zhao Qingshan opened his mouth to speak. Lu Ming kicked him square in the jaw. I asked, do you yield? Zhao Qingshan tried again to speak. Lu Ming kicked again. Answer me. Another kick. Do you yield? Zhao Qingshan, let me speak. Crunch. Another kick. Just say it. Do you yield? The spectacle left the two distant observers utterly speechless. What? What is going on? Is Instructor Zhao being beaten? Holy hell! At that moment, Zhao Qingshan seized a fleeting opening and roared with every ounce of strength he had left. I yield. I surrender. Stop kicking at me, you bastard. Oh! Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and withdrew his foot. Took you long enough. Zhao Qingshan. The others. At that very moment. Ding! Mission complete. Instructor beaten successfully. Reward acquired 1,000 Calamity Primal Body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It's here. Immediately afterward, a colossal savage force detonated from deep within his body. Boom. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. His entire frame trembled. This sensation did not come from without. It erupted from within every cell. He felt his very bones reshaping themselves. That was the primordial power of the ancient wilderness. A vision exploded in Lu Ming's mind. An endless, untamed wasteland stretched before him. The sky bled crimson. Only one colossal beast stood at the land's heart, its body crowned with 10,000 arms. Then it raised its hand and struck the earth with a single devastating fist. Boom! The earth split asunder. But the beast did not cease. It struck again. A continent shattered cleanly down its center into two halves, drifting apart in opposite directions. Finally, the planet itself fractured. A flash of feral light burned deep within Lu Ming's pupils. He looked down at his hands. He could feel it. His body had grown vastly stronger, and this enhancement was not transient, but foundational. A slow, fierce smile spread across Lu Ming's lips. Exhilarating. Moi. Just then Zhao Qingshan sensed something deeply wrong. He suddenly realized the figure beside him was no longer human. It was a monstrous spirit beast. Its oppressive aura made breathing itself a struggle. What was happening? Before he could react, the training chamber door swung open. Zhao Qingshan, if you've injured. Master Yi stood frozen in the doorway. His voice cut short mid-sentence. He stood utterly motionless. He took in the rubble-strewn floor, the cracked walls, and Zhao Qingshan, lying broken and unmoving upon the ground. Then his gaze fell upon the youth. A stark, jarring contrast. 3 words were written plainly across Master Ye's face. What the hell? What in blazes is going on here? What exactly is? Lu Ming lifted his head calm and unruffled. Can't you tell? Training's over. Master Yi. He glanced at Zhao Qingshan's battered form, then back at Lu Ming's serene, untroubled countenance. Training. This was training. You knock your instructor unconscious and declare training complete. Master Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. At that moment, Zhao Qingshan, still prone on the floor, lifted his head and met Master Ye's gaze. Then summoning his last shred of strength. Master Yi. Please, stop him from kicking me anymore. Master Yi. At this moment Elder Yi was completely stunned. He had already been shocked when he saw the surveillance footage in the office. However, when he stood in the training room and witnessed the scene before him, the shock multiplied several times. Elder Yi's mouth twitched, and upon sensing the cultivation level within Lu Ming, waves of tumult surged in his heart. Late stage of body refinement. Wasn't he just in the mid-stage of body refinement moments ago? My goodness. Elder Yi felt his scalp tingle. This kid's breakthrough was too fast. How could he break through in such a short time? And to be able to beat someone in the mid-stage of spirit condensation like this. Is he even human? Heroic value 374. Heroic value 445. Heroic value 28. Heroic value 31. At this moment Lu Ming watched as the heroic value kept refreshing. Elder Yi had given him so much alone. Truly worthy of being Elder Yi. The value was indeed high. How exhilarating. Meanwhile Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian stood dumbfounded in the distance. They couldn't utter a single word. Zhou Chaos' face turned pale, and only one thought remained. Was it just a dream? No. I must be dreaming. Instructor Zhao in the mid-stage of spirit condensation was knocked down by someone in the late stage of body refinement. Kicked repeatedly in the mouth, while stepping on him asking if he submits. This scene. Can a person really witness this? Where on earth did this monster come from? Lin Mianmian felt her mind was in chaos. She had originally heard that Lu Ming got in through connections. In her heart, she had actually looked down on that. The Bureau of Strange Cases was a place of desperation. Who would want to be on the same team as someone with connections? But this scene before her, it completely shattered her previous judgment. With such strength, could he really have gotten in through the back door? This was truly giving face to the Bureau of Strange Cases. At this moment Lu Ming walked up to Elder Yi and spoke. Elder Yi. Elder Yi came back to his senses. Instructor Zhao has already acknowledged me. Lu Ming said casually, the promises you made to me earlier can be fulfilled now, right? Elder Yi's mouth twitched again. Acknowledged. This is called acknowledgement. This is called submission. I wanted you to gain his acknowledgement, not this kind of situation. What kind of logic do you have, kid? But speaking of which, this kid Lu Ming actually managed to convince Zhao Qingshan, so it was indeed an acknowledgement. As for whether he was the best, Elder Yi glanced at the two dumbfounded individuals beside him. There was no need to say more. This statement left no room for objection. Elder Yi sighed. All right, you wait for me in my office for a moment while I handle a few things here. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but glance back at Instructor Zhao. Thank you for your guidance. Hey. Zhao Qingshan lay on the ground, his mouth twitching. Did I guide you? Wasn't it you who guided me? But he couldn't say it out loud because his mouth was hurting too much from the kicks, making him not want to talk any further. Afterwards, Lu Ming left. In the training room, only Elder Yi, Zhao Qingshan, and the two stunned newcomers remained. Elder Yi walked over, squatted down, and helped Zhao Qingshan up. Zhao Qingshan coughed twice, spat out a mouthful of blood, and struggled to speak. Elder Yi. How is it? Are your injuries severe? No broken bones, just very embarrassing. Zhao Qingshan forced a bitter smile. Elder Yi, who exactly is this kid? He truly couldn't comprehend it. A latest-stage body refinement cultivator could refine the Thunder record to perfection. Not only that, but he could also easily press him a mid-stage spirit condensation to the ground. Such a thing was unheard of for him in the past. Elder Yi didn't directly answer, but instead glanced at Zhou Chao and Lin Yinyan. The two of them immediately became tense. Elder Yi's voice was serious. You all know that the assessment system of the Bureau of Strange Cases is an iron rule. The few of them were taken aback. Then Zhao Qingshan nodded. He had always believed this, which was why he had such strong opinions about Lu Ming. Then let me ask you. Elder Yi said calmly. Under what circumstances would the Bureau of Strange Cases allow a newcomer to skip the assessment and come in directly? When this question was posed, Zhou Chao and Lin Yinyan were both stunned. They hadn't been in the Bureau for long and hadn't really studied such rules. Zhao Qingshan frowned. The most likely situation would of course be through connections or bribery, but since Elder Yi had said it so openly, it was clearly unlikely. If it were a compliant situation, there were indeed some. Having worked in the Bureau of Strange Cases for 10 years, he certainly knew about such matters. The first situation is when someone has made a significant contribution to the Bureau of Strange Cases. However, a newcomer who could make a significant contribution would basically not be a newcomer anymore. That would be an old monster joining the Bureau for the first time. Thus, they would be exempt from the assessment. Zhao Qingshan slowly spoke. Then the second situation. He suddenly paused. He knew what the second situation was, but he couldn't say it out loud because that condition. He had never thought he would see it here. Elder Yi glanced at him. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. The second situation is when the talent is so strong that no test is needed, which means. He didn't continue, but Elder Yi finished the sentence for him, his voice calm. Dominion sequence. The entire training room fell silent in an instant. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian's minds went blank for a moment. Dominion sequence. These four words struck their minds. It made their brains short-circuit. Because they had heard of the Dominion sequence, Lin Mianmian's pupils constricted violently. She recalled Lu Ming's terrifying strength and those outrageous actions. Could it be? And Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan was completely frozen. He raised his head and stared intently at Elder Yi, his voice trembling. Elder Yi, are you saying? Exactly. Elder Yi's expression was serious. Lu Ming Dominion sequence 6th Sword Sovereign. Boom. Zhao Qingshan's mind went completely blank. Dominion sequence 6th? He had been an instructor for 10 years and had seen more geniuses than these two newcomers had eaten meals. But Dominion sequence? He had only heard about it in documents. They were the top tier of Huaxia. They were the true pillars of the Bureau of Strange Cases. Every awakened individual of the Dominion sequence would be regarded as a national treasure. And this person was just insulted by him as a background force. And he even said he wanted to send Lu Ming back. Zhao Qingshan felt his face was even hotter than when he was just beaten up. I can't believe. Zhou Chao murmured beside him, Dominion sequence 6th. What had he said before? What useless person came in through connections? What newcomer who didn't participate in an assessment? Looking back now, every word felt like a slap to his face. He was not someone who needed to go through the back door. This person was someone who didn't even qualify to be tested by the assessment. Lin Mianmian's lips were trembling. She remembered asking Lu Ming earlier if he had cheated. At that time, she still thought Lu Ming was too guilty to argue. Now she realized he couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to her. Elder Yi. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. But Dominion sequence 6th Sword Sovereign only appeared recently. Exactly. Elder Yi nodded, his voice slow. Do you all remember the sword that appeared over Jincheng not long ago? Zhao Qingshan trembled all over. He certainly remembered. It was the event that shook the entire provincial city a few days ago. Above Jincheng, a sword chi appeared out of thin air. It pierced through the heavens and split the sky, even leaving a brief dimensional rift above the firmament. The entire higher-ups of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau were alerted. At that time, everyone thought it was the work of a top-tier expert who had been hiding in the shadows. Originally, some intended to go take a look, but were stopped by the returning Elder Yi, who insisted they would understand later. Zhao Qingshan's expression changed. Elder Yi, are you saying? That sword. It was he who unleashed it. Elder Yi pointed to the spot where Lu Ming had just stood. A single sword opened the heavenly gate, exhibiting the power of the sixth awakening in the master sequence. Boom. Zhao Qingshan's mind exploded again. That sword was struck by Lu Ming. He kept replaying that scene in his mind. The entire sky was cleaved open. What kind of being could accomplish such a feat? He had always thought it was some hidden ancient monster. The result was a young man who had just awakened. This. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian were speechless. They had joined the bureau late, but had heard rumors about that heavenly strike. In their minds, it was a legendary event, something worlds apart from them, distant and unattainable. And now they were being told that it was done by a newcomer they were training together today. The two exchanged glances, seeing despair on each other's faces. So, Zhao Qingshan said with a bitter smile as he looked at Elder Yi, so what he said wasn't all just bravado. Elder Yi nodded. He has that kind of capital. Zhao Qingshan understood. In an instant, he understood everything. He replayed every word Lu Ming had said since entering the room. It seems he has heard of my reputation. I usually run 10,000 li while carrying a heavy burden. Previously, he found these words to be extremely arrogant. Now, hearing it again, he felt a chilling terror, especially Zhou Chao, whose heart surged with waves of shock. He gasped, could he really run 10,000 li in one breath? Elder Yi, what is this? A human-shaped high-speed train. Did that kid start boasting again? Elder Yi shook his head, his gaze lingering on Zhao Qingshan for a moment, feeling somewhat complicated. He knew that Lu Ming had fought a battle with Zhao Qingshan in the training room. The commotion was so great. Plus the conversation they just had. It wouldn't be long before Lu Ming's name spread throughout the provincial city's Anomalous Affairs Bureau. However, this could be interesting. Elder Yi muttered to himself, Lu Ming, let your name resonate in this world. Just at that moment, suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's expression suddenly became somewhat excited. I actually got done in by a master sequence. This is truly an honor. Do you think anyone would believe it if I posted on the forum? Elder Yi, Zhou Chao, and the others. On the other side, Lu Ming had already returned to Elder Yi's office. He closed the door and sat down on the sofa. The next moment, heroic value 25, heroic value 3, 71, heroic value 19, heroic value 42. The text before Lu Ming's eyes simply wouldn't stop. The numbers kept jumping. What the hell is going on? Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Why was the heroic value still increasing? But he didn't know that after he left, Elder Yi had heavily boasted about him. Moreover, because of this, the boasting had been substantial. The heroic value hadn't stopped since then. At that moment, current heroic value 3136. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 3,136. He was so thrilled by this number. Today's trip was worth it. And most importantly, the heroic value required for the sky-cleaving sword path was sufficient. He immediately opened the system panel. He planned to upgrade the sky-cleaving sword path. Would you like to spend 3,000 heroic value to elevate the sky-cleaving sword path to minor achievement? Just enough. Lu Ming smiled. Once he upgraded, not only would his sword path see a huge improvement, but he could also gain a wave of heavenly gate opening. Awesome. Finally, he had reached this step. He didn't hesitate. Upgrade. Right now, he was about to upgrade when the door was pushed open. Slap. Elder Yi walked in. Lu Ming noticed this scene and then refocused Elder Yi. Elder Yi glanced at him and sighed. You brat, the commotion you made today is quite something. Just a minor scene. Lu Ming remained calm. Forget it, I won't argue with this guy. Elder Yi then walked around from behind the desk to a cabinet by the wall. He reached out and pressed on the cabinet. The cabinet door opened silently, revealing the sword inside. Han Yuan. But the moment the cabinet door opened, the air in the entire office seemed to tremble, and the air even felt slightly cold. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A growth-type spiritual weapon. In the future, it could even reach the Earth grade. Elder Yi took the sword out and handed it over with both hands. Take it as promised. Thank you. Lu Ming received it with a smile. Just as his fingers touched the sword sheath, the sword body suddenly shook. A repulsive force surged from the sword hilt. It was as if the sword was saying to Lu Ming, get lost. Why do you get to touch me? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Elder Yi watched from the side, chuckling. No need to be surprised. Growth-type spiritual weapons possess a hint of spiritual intelligence. They can recognize a master, but only if you can make it acknowledge you. I've given you the sword, but using it isn't that simple. Elder Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a bit pleased, as if he already knew. In fact, he understood that this sword with its potential to grow to Earth grade was quite difficult to handle. let alone Lu Ming. Even cultivators at the spirit gathering realm would take several months to tame it. And Lu Ming was only at the body refining realm. Whether he could tame it was still debatable. In Elder Yes' view, this sword was a long-term investment. Let Lu Ming take his time, nurture it slowly, and when his realm improved, the sword would naturally submit. Of course, he certainly didn't want to see Lu Ming suffer. Definitely. Ha. Take it slow, don't rush. Elder Yi suppressed his laughter and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Those who can wield it may not be the ones with the highest realm, but they must certainly have the most compatible temperament. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. I understand. Elder Yi was very satisfied. This kid, though arrogant, still listened, but what he didn't know was that at this moment Lu Ming was thinking, damn it, you broken sword, who do you think you are? Why should I take you? Fine. I'll show you why I can take you. He planned to directly upgrade the sky, cleaving sword path. Put some pressure on this thing. After all, the panel in front of him was still up. Would you like to spend 3,000 heroic value to elevate the sky, cleaving sword path to minor achievement? Upgrade. Lu Ming chose directly. Elder Yi stood by, intending to share some more experience. Then he saw Lu Ming close his eyes. Elder Yi was taken aback. Why is he closing his eyes? What's going on? He thought Lu Ming might be a bit discouraged by the sword's repulsion. After all, a sword monarch being looked down on by the sword in the early stages probably wanted to adjust his mentality first. Elder Yi didn't disturb him. Just let him be calm for a moment. However, the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly erupted with a sharp sword chi all around him. This was not an ordinary breath fluctuation. Instead, it was a materialized sword intent visibly swirling around him. Elder Yes' expression changed drastically. This is. The words had yet to be finished when something even more outrageous occurred. The Han Yuan in Lu Ming's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tremors grew increasingly rapid. The sword emitted a series of low hums, as if something was suppressing it. Elder Yi was completely stunned. What is happening? Why did this sword suddenly start making noise? He stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Could it be? This kid suddenly gained insight into the sword path. But why? It was utterly baffling that he had achieved this. Just then, even stranger things began to unfold. Outside the office, the entire strange news building reverberated. Buzz. The clear sound of sword cries echoed from all directions simultaneously. Elder Yes' pupils constricted. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, in the archives of the Strange News Bureau, a middle-aged cultivator was sorting through documents. He had a sword hanging at his waist. The next moment, that sword suddenly started to shake. The middle-aged cultivator was taken aback. What is happening? On the other side, in the Strange News Bureau's armory, hundreds of spirit-grade swords were neatly arranged on the shelves. At the same time, they all trembled. They emitted continuous wails. The old man in charge of watching over them was so scared, he almost fell to the ground. What the hell? Is it haunted? The entire Strange News Bureau was in chaos. Countless swords on people simultaneously began to resonate. What the hell is that noise? Why is the sword calling out by itself? Did something evil happen? In the entire provincial capital's Strange News Bureau, all sword-type spirit tools, regardless of their rank, made a sound at the same time. That was a sound of submission. The entire bureau was in an uproar. In the office, Elder Yi stood frozen in place, completely dazed. Having been in the Strange News Bureau for decades, he had never heard of such a thing. For the entire building's swords to resonate at the same time. What does that even mean? This is the resonance of the sword path's ultimate principle. Elder Yes' gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Ming. He remembered something. The sword sovereign. Is this the sword sovereign? The sixth in the dominator sequence. From the name alone, it was clear. This sequence was the pinnacle of the sword path. Other swords before him were all mere subjects. Therefore, after Lu Ming exhibited the power of the sword sovereign, the sword that had originally rejected him now trembled so violently. It was not resisting. It was submitting. Elder Yes' legs felt weak. He had originally thought that even if Lu Ming was the sword sovereign, due to his current weakness, the sword sovereigns wouldn't be fully unleashed. He believed it would take Lu Ming several weeks to tame this sword. But now, not only did he tame this sword in his hand, even the swords of the entire Strange News Bureau submitted alongside it. Is this something that can be done at the late stage of physical refining? How did he do it? At this moment, Elder Yi was unaware that Lu Ming's Sword of Heaven had undergone another significant breakthrough. Lu Ming closed his eyes, experiencing a storm in his mind. The familiar scene reappeared. The heavens were split open, but this time it was clearer and more specific than before. He could see the will contained within that sword aura. He could also see what emerged from the rift in the sky after it. It was a sea of stars. The truth that could only be seen after splitting the heavens. Lu Ming's breathing gradually deepened. He could feel the sword intent within him surging, as if he had broken through some barrier. Then, ding, Sword of Heaven upgrade complete. Currently minor achievement, due to the host's Sword Intent breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill, Sword Opens Heaven's Gate. Hey, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Another one came. Sword Opens Heaven's Gate. An unparalleled ultimate move that slices through the heavens. Awesome. With this I can show off again. Following that, he felt that he was rapidly growing stronger due to this breakthrough in Sword Intent. The bones and muscles within him were continuously becoming more powerful. The Thousand Tribulations body was also enhancing Lu Ming's physique. Then it directly broke through that barrier. Bang! Lu Ming felt the surge of power within him. Peak of physical refining. Hiss! Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Did he just... This speed of upgrading is faster than riding a rocket. But it feels so good. In the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and there was a look in them, one soaked in Sword Intent, sharp with a hint of unyielding momentum. This time the sword in Lu Ming's hand instantly quieted down. It no longer trembled, nor did it resist. Like a hunting dog that has finally found its master, it obediently lay in the palm of his hand. Elder Yi watched this scene, his mouth agape, because he could also clearly feel Lu Ming's breakthrough in realm. This just broke through, to gain insights so easily, and then inexplicably break through. Elder Yi found it hard to explain this phenomenon since he was not a sword cultivator. But in the end, you kid are really impressive. Elder Yi held back for a long time before finally spitting out this sentence. What taming, what compatibility of mindset, it was all meaningless. The person read it once and understood it. The sword submitted as soon as it was in hand. It even gained insight into the sword path and broke through its realm. This whole dragon service. Just ask if you want more. Lu Ming considered the sword in his hand. It felt good, heavy, but not cumbersome. He nodded in satisfaction. This sword is pretty good. Heroic value 374, heroic value 25, heroic value 31. The numbers before Lu Ming began to jump again. Elder Yes shocked emotional value was still outputting. So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Lu Ming felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Elder Yi took a while to regain his composure from the earth. He looked at Lu Ming, truly unsure how to describe it. This kid refreshed his understanding every time he did something. He opened the heavens with a sword just after awakening. On his first day in the bureau, he pressed the instructor down. The first time he held a growth-type spirit tool, he made all swords resonate. And then he conveniently broke through. Elder Yi sighed. He no longer wanted to be shocked. Too much shock could shorten one's lifespan. Alright, that's enough fuss for today. At this moment, Elder Yi remembered something and spoke. Sit down, I have something to Lu Ming tucked the sword at his waist. Elder Yi looked at Lu Ming with a helpless expression, then sat down opposite him. Tomorrow the Strange News Bureau has a temporary mission, and I plan to assign you to it. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. A mission? That sounds good. With a mission comes battle, and with battle comes heroic value. However, he didn't agree immediately but asked, what mission? Elder Yi took a sip of tea. A beast. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Elder Yi excited. Lu Ming, let me finish first. Elder Yi continued. This beast is not simple among beasts, it belongs to a relatively high tier. Lu Ming became a bit interested. How high? Elder Yi set down the teacup. Speaking of this, I need to educate you about the hierarchy of beasts. Oh. Lu Ming feigned confusion, but he actually already knew from the system. However, he didn't expose it. Elder Yi completely didn't notice Lu Ming's little thoughts and began to explain. Beasts like humans also have a hierarchy, a total of 300 ranks. But unlike humans, the hierarchy of beasts is not innate. Only by becoming the king of their kind can they be called a rank. I see. Lu Ming nodded. The system had said the same thing before. Elder Yi said casually, take that rain howler you encountered at school for example. That was the king of the rain howlers, rank 129. Lu Ming certainly knew but still pretended. Only 129. No wonder it's so weak. Elder Yi. Old Yi rolled his eyes at his reaction. 129 is already quite high. The strength of a half-step Luling normally requires an elite team from a municipal anomaly bureau to handle. But this time the mission. Old Yi paused. It's more troublesome than that rain howler. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, more advanced. Old Yi nodded seriously, though the anomaly we're dealing with this time isn't a king, its species ranks quite high at 16th. The Sin Dragon. 16. Lu Ming sat up straight. He was genuinely shocked. 16th out of 300 ranks. That was already among the elite. If it were a king, it would be a nightmare. But unfortunately, Old Yi said the anomaly they were dealing with was just an ordinary Sin Dragon, not a king. Lu Ming felt a slight regret. If it were a king, after I take it down perhaps I could inherit its rank. But now he could only harvest some valor points. However, it was understandable, kings are not so easily encountered. Old Yi, pleased with Lu Ming's reaction, said, Ahem, the cause of this matter is that recently someone discovered that several villages in a mountainous area south of Jiangnan province had completely vanished. Vanish? Lu Ming frowned. Yes vanished, not a single person left. Old Yes voice lowered. The locals initially thought it was bandits or a flash flood, but after the Anomaly Bureau investigated, they found that things were not that simple. Near those villages, there was always a strange roar heard at night, the sound far away, but those who heard it became disoriented, ultimately leading to death, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Lu Ming's brows furrowed. Tens of thousands. He let out a soft sigh. This thing definitely needs to be eliminated. After we dispatched people to investigate, we confirmed it was a Sin Dragon. Old Yes gaze flashed. Sin Dragons never travel in packs, because they are inherently strong. One can match an entire group of other anomalies. So even if it's just one, it can easily wipe out several villages. Lu Ming nodded, understanding this. The 16th ranked species, their innate talent, is evident. Old Yi continued, but that's not the most troublesome part. What is the most troublesome part? The most troublesome part is, this Sin Dragon seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes shifted. Breakthrough to what? Lu Ling. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Old Yi thought Lu Ming was afraid and waved. Don't worry, it is about to break through, but hasn't yet. This time we aim to catch it in that window of instability when its realm is not yet stable and deal a decisive blow. This is the best timing. Liu Ling, a third realm powerhouse where spiritual power becomes liquid. Beyond that is the martial infant. Once an anomaly reaches Liu Ling, it becomes a true disaster. If it were to unleash its full might, it could wipe out a small county. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Huh. Old Yi asked, why are you sighing? Lu Ming replied, I'm just regretting that it's too weak and not worthy of me drawing my sword. Old Yi. Not again, are you putting on an act? Valor points 252, valor points 380. But he didn't know that now Lu Ming had the sword to open Heaven's Gate, and he was feeling bold. Don't even mention the breakthrough. Even if it were, so what? I can still cut you down. Old Yi disregarded Lu Ming's eccentricity, thinking he was joking, and continued, I've arranged the team for this mission. The captain is at the early stage of Liu Ling, named Qin Lu, along with 4 other members, all at the condensation realm. The team's strength is more than enough to deal with the Sin Dragon on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. 5 at the condensation realm, plus 1 at Liu Ling. This configuration is indeed luxurious. Old Yi said, the main reason I'm sending you is to let you experience what a real anomaly mission is like. Your realm is still low, and bringing you along is primarily for you to gain insight. With Qin Lu there, you need not worry about safety. Old Yi thought of another layer of consideration he hadn't mentioned. That is, Lu Ming's notoriety had grown too quickly. Although he was the master of the sequence, he had just awakened, and it wasn't good to shine too brightly. Letting him follow Qin Lu on a trip would not only allow him to accumulate mission experience, but also show him what high-level combat truly looks like. After all, Old Yi had figured out a bit about this kid's personality. He was not someone who could be easily managed. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming directly nodded. Sure. Old Yi was taken aback. You agreed. He was not someone who could be easily managed. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming directly nodded. Sure. As for safety, the safest person is oneself. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as it's not too outrageous, I can deal with it with a single sword. Old Yi couldn't help but think this kid was finally acting a bit more appropriately. Lu Ming said, it's just a Sin Dragon. If necessary, I will take action. Old Yi, you're invincible, kid. You're truly lost in your own world, unaware of the nature of the world. He had no idea what Lu Ming was thinking. Valor points 352, valor points 428, valor points 47. All right, then it's settled. Old Yi shook his head. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the Anomaly Bureau's mission hall. Qin Lu and the others will be waiting for you there. Okay. Lu Ming stood up. Then I'll head back now. Go ahead. Old Yi waved his hand, watching Lu Ming leave through the door. Old Yi sighed deeply. This day was more exciting than the past 10 years combined. Meanwhile, inside the Anomaly Bureau building, a stir had already erupted. What was that sword cry just now? My sword shook by itself. It felt so good. I went to the archives and the swords there were shaking. The weapons storage area nearly collapsed from the shock. Countless faces displayed shock and confusion. Such a level of anomaly had rarely occurred in the entire history of the Anomaly Bureau. Just then, returning from the training room were Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian, who had just been humiliated by Lu Ming. They were still swaying as they walked. People around them asked, why were you two in the training room? Did you hear that commotion? Where's instructor? Why didn't he say anything? Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian exchanged glances. They were holding in their discomfort. Then Zhou Chao gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. You don't know? Our branch received a master of the sequence. The crowd instantly erupted. What the hell are you talking about? Master of the sequence? Are you feverish or something? Many people simply did not believe it. What does a master of the sequence mean? It's a rare existence that appears once in a decade. Most of them are over 150. But soon as news spread not only through Zhou Chaos words, but also from others in the know, people began to infer and share what they could. And this revelation completely exploded. The Sword Sovereign. The moment this title emerged, everyone recalled the rumors of the sword that opened the heavens a while back. Moreover, some had heard about Zhao Qingshan being defeated by Lu Ming. Everyone was shocked. Some even wondered if they had heard wrong. Instructor Zhao was taken down by a newcomer. Our branch has brought in a monster. At that moment, Lu Ming had no idea the outside had already erupted into uproar. He had just pushed open Yi Lao's office door and was walking down the corridor. Whispers followed him wherever he went. Voices murmured, "That's him." Zhuzai sequence. Jianjun, damn. Is this for real? Lu Ming's mouth twitched. A news spread quickly. He paid it no mind and walked straight to the temporary dorm the Yuan Bureau had assigned him. People glanced at him along the way, but Lu Ming ignored them. Meanwhile, his Haoqi continued to rise. Haoqi 14, Haoqi 22, Haoqi 18, Haoqi 27. It never stopped. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. What's going on? I haven't done anything, so why is my Haoqi still climbing? A thought snapped into place. It must be the sword resonance from earlier, coupled with Yi Lao revealing the whole Yuan Bureau had been set alight. The gossip, the shock, the awe, all of it transmuted into Haoqi. Incredible, Lu Ming murmured softly. Is this the power of fame? Earning while doing nothing. He returned to his dorm, closed the door, and sat down. He opened the system panel. Current Haoqi 2811. 2811. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Upgrading Zhan Tian Jiandao had cost 3,000, and with the remnants gone, his Haoqi had been nearly depleted. Yet on this walk, had picked up so much more. Even as he watched, the numbers kept jumping. Haoqi 12, Haoqi 35. Lu Ming laughed. Fine, forget the outside for now. He looked at the system board. Zhan Tian Jiandao minor attainment upgrade to major attainment requires 1000 Haoqi. 10,000. From initiation to minor attainment had cost only 3,000. Why does moving from minor to major suddenly require 10,000? The jump was dramatic. But Lu Ming realized why. The Zhan Tian Jiandao is an exceptionally formidable sword path. The higher one climbed, the greater the price. Reasonable. He shifted his gaze to the Ming Lei Tianlu. Ming Lei Tianlu major attainment upgrade to perfection requires 1500 Haoqi. 1,500. He could afford that. Lu Ming did not hesitate. Shenlong, spend some for me. Ding, expenditure successful. Ming Lei Tianlu is upgrading to perfection. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a violent tremor within. A wholly new power surged from the depths of his meridians. It was not merely lightning, it was thunder itself. Boom. Dense lightning exploded around him, and the dorm air began to hum with electricity and thunder. Bed, desk, even the wall lamp trembled. Lu Ming could feel this thunder was different. Previous major attained thunder flowed as arcs. But now the thunder was dragons, ash-white juvenile thunder dragons swimming through his meridians, each passage making his body a little stronger. Meridians widened, muscles were tempered. Ding. Ming Lei Tianlu perfection. Before Lu Ming could relish it, he suddenly froze. He felt something shifting in his dantian. The barrier between realms, the wall from the peak of body tempering to the condensing spirit stage. Boom. The barrier shattered. Lu Ming's spiritual force condensed into substance in an instant, churning within his dantian, and his perception and body surged upward. An ancient primeval force repeatedly washed through him, refining his body until it grew ever stronger, as if buffeted by a primordial beast. He had reached the early condensing spirit stage. Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled. Faint sparks danced on his lips. Is this condensing? He wondered. He looked down at his body and felt every inch renewed. Strength, speed, perception, defense. All had leapt another level. More importantly, he could clearly feel his Qianjia Huangdi strengthening along with his realm. At body tempering, it had only allowed 1 tribulation's power. Now, Lu Ming sensed it 5 tribulation power. His eyes brightened. 5 tribulations. The system had said 1 tribulation grants 5 to strength and defense. So 5 tribulations meant 25, a precious percentage bonus. Lu Ming could already picture it. 1 punch. How exhilarating. Just then the system pinged again. Ding, Yushir sequence unlocked new ability. Yu Ji Shao Rain's roar. Lu Ming was stunned. A new ability. Was this granted for breaking through to condensing? Yu Ji Shao LV. 1 in rain, the body may amplify 1 chosen attribute by 4, speed, strength, or defense. Lu Ming's eyes lit. This was impressive, a selectable enhancement. In rain, he could tailor his boost to different opponents. Against speed builds, head amplify speed. Against strength types, head amplify speed to outmaneuver them. Against high defense foes, he could boost speed to bypass defenses, ridiculously agile. Of course, he joked, he could also boost strength and simply obliterate them. And this was only LV. 1. If it leveled further. Lu Ming did not hesitate. Ding, spend 100 Haoqi to raise Yu Ji Shao to LV. 2. Upgrade. Ding enhancement successful. Continue. Spend 300 Haoqi to reach LV. Continue. Ding upgrade successful. Yu Jiahao LV. 3. LV. 3. Summon torrential rain to maximize one bodily attribute effect 12. 500 Haoqi required for next upgrade. Lu Ming did the math. Yu Jiahao LV. 3 grants 12. With torrential strength already at LV. 3. A solid 22 bonus. And that's merely level 3. The Yushur sequence's boosts at LV. 3 could already rival the Lu Ling realm. In other words, in Rain, his early condensing spirit stage could stand against Lu Ling. No shame in that. Lu Ming's grin widened. Perfect. Since he had begun upgrading, he might as well go all the way. He turned his attention to Yu Ji Kongji Rain Control, which had been at LV. 2. Yu Ji Kongji LV. 2 upgrade to LV. 3 requires 300 Haoqi. Upgrade. Ding upgrade successful. Yu Ji Kongji LV. 3. Can command torrential rain within a radius of several li, obeying the hosts while its force can reach refined iron. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Several li. That could cover an entire small town. In combat, he could call a storm and command the rain like a second pair of hands. Paired with Ming Lei Tianlu, a bolt of lightning could electrify the whole area. Combined with Zhan Tian Jindao, one sword could cleave open the heavens. The thought thrilled him. Wonderful. While he happily calculated, he noticed the sword by his bed, the growth-type spirit weapon. He stared. The aura on the scabbard had changed. What had been a lower yellow rank aura had risen to upper. Lu Ming was stunned. He touched the hilt. The blade felt warm and gave a faint response. It took little thought to understand. Since he had raised Zhan Tian Jiandao to minor attainment, he had carried the sword constantly. The sword intent he radiated was for a growth-infused blade supreme nourishment. The weapon had been silently absorbing his presence. It had elevated itself by drawing from him. Lu Ming smiled. Zhan Tian Jiandao is remarkable. This art not only improved its practitioner, but also nourished the sword. A complete mutually sustaining set. Lu Ming leaned back, closed his eyes, and savored his condition. Early condensing spirit stage Zhan Tian Jiandao at minor attainment Qinjia Huangdi with 5 attribulation power. Ming Lei Tianlu perfected. An upper yellow growth spirit weapon. Lu Ming felt it was almost excessive. At early condensing spirit, he already carried so many talents and techniques. A smile touched his lips. Tomorrow's task deal with Awaken Jiahao on the verge of breaking into Lu Ling. Anticipation stirred in Lu Ming. The Yuan Bureau's gossip continued in the building, while its center of attention lay on a bed, eyes closed, preparing to sleep. Tomorrow would be his first mission with the Bureau. The next morning, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The sun was already hanging outside the window. He stretched lazily, feeling incredibly refreshed after a good night's sleep. Having just broken through to the condensing spirit realm, he felt as if he had been reborn. Lu Ming glanced at the clock. It's almost time. He got up, washed up, dressed, and clipped Han Yuan to his waist. The moment he opened the door, he saw a few members of the Anomaly Bureau passing by in the corridor. Their eyes instantly widened. Is that Lu Ming? It must be him, the 6th in the master sequence. Don't just stare at him. I'm so envious. The 3 whispered to each other, lowering their voices. But Lu Ming had sharp ears. He could hear every word clearly. Courage value 8, courage value 11, courage value 9. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This feels so damn good. The emotional value of waking up early was off the charts. Is this the reward for showing off? He hadn't done anything special. Even walking earned him points. He made his way to the mission hall of the Anomaly Bureau. Elder Yi was already there waiting, accompanied by 4 other people. Lu Ming took a glance. One man in his 30s, tall and slender with a serious expression. The other 3 were all adults, 2 men and 1 woman. Judging by their attire, they looked like they had completed quite a few missions. Elder Yi waved at Lu Ming as he approached. Lu Ming, come over here. This is Qin Lu, the team leader for this mission at the initial flowing spirit stage sequence 61. Lu Ming took a look. Blaze. Sounds like a fire element. He nodded at Qin Lu, then casually said, "No." Qin Lu twitched his lips. The expressions of the other 3 team members were even more interesting. This was the first thing he said upon meeting. Not bad. What does that mean? It's like he's saying they barely qualified. Why is he acting so arrogant? In an instant, everyone had formed their first impression of Lu Ming, a bit cocky. And, not bad, you old man. Courage value 21, courage value 34, courage value 20. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Here it comes, here it comes. A good start. Qin Lu took a deep breath. When he received Elder Ye's call last night, he knew he had to bring a master sequence. His first reaction was to refuse. Why? The master sequence is indeed impressive. But the other party is only in the body refinement stage. Isn't that asking for trouble? A body refinement stage person tagging along with a group of condensing spirits and flowing spirits to deal with a Sin Dragon. What if something goes wrong? Can he as the team leader handle that responsibility? Qin Lu had even been thinking that if Lu Ming showed any signs of fear, he would just refuse him from joining. But unexpectedly, the first thing he said upon meeting was this. It seems this kid is not only unafraid, but also quite arrogant. Qin Lu smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, I've heard a lot about you. He deliberately added the word team member in front of Lu Ming's name. The meaning was clear. No matter what sequence you belong to in this mission, you are just a team member. Don't show off those fancy things to me. Although the other party is a master sequence, he is not a seasoned expert. He is still a newcomer. This might even cause them trouble this time. Lu Ming looked very calm as he glanced at the other three people. Although I'm from the master sequence far superior to your sequences, you don't need to take it too seriously. Let's officially introduce ourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Ming, the Awakener of the master sequence. Not buddies. You just said not to take it too seriously. What do you mean by repeating it afterward? Is this what it means to not take it too seriously? This is definitely to make sure everyone knows. The girl team member, standing to Lu Ming's left, turned green with anger. Her name is Shun Qingyuan, 28 years old, mid-condensing spirit sequence, 112, a shadow thread. She is the youngest member of this small team. She also has the most fiery personality. At this moment, her temples were throbbing. If she didn't know the other party was a master sequence, she might have exploded right there. How can someone be so arrogant? The master sequence is indeed impressive, but you're still a newcomer. Don't you understand the importance of respecting your seniors? The other two male team members were also speechless. One is named Meng Yue in the late condensing spirit stage, a big guy. The other is Zhou Sheng in the mid-condensing spirit stage and looks rather refined. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. This kid is as arrogant as rumored. But they didn't speak. After all, the other party is a master sequence. Moreover, he is currently the most prized one in the Anomaly Bureau. They didn't want to stir up trouble. Qin Lu took several deep breaths, then forced a smile at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, I'll explain the mission details to you on the way. For now, let's set off. Okay. Lu Ming complied readily. Elder Yi watched this scene from the side, his lips twitching. In the future, wherever this kid goes, it will be a grand show-off scene. Qin Lu, take care of Lu Ming on the way. Elder Yi instructed. Qin Lu sighed, understood. Then the group exited the Anomaly Bureau. A specially painted SUV was parked downstairs. It was black and looked very sturdy. Everyone got in the car. Lu Ming sat in the back seat by the window. As the vehicle started moving, the buildings and trees outside receded. After a while, the car got on the highway. This time, the destination was a mountainous area 300 kilometers away. The atmosphere in the car was not exactly awkward, but it wasn't warm either. Qin Lu sat in the front passenger seat and turned to look at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, let me explain the situation for this mission. Lu Ming leaned back in his seat, half closing his eyes. Qin Lu cleared his throat. This time we are dealing with the Sin Dragon, which is currently in its breakthrough phase, transitioning from the peak condensing spirit stage to the flowing spirit realm. According to intelligence, it should be at its weakest right now. Lu Ming nodded. Elder Yi had already briefed him about some of this yesterday. Qin Lu's expression darkened as he continued. Sin Dragons are beasts that carry dragon blood. Although they are distant relatives, their bloodline is evident, and their skin is as tough as steel. Ordinary spirit weapons find it hard to break through their defenses. Moreover, their main attack methods are sweeping with their tails and breathing dragon flames, which have a long range. When encountering it, maintain distance and avoid giving it a chance to close in. Listening to this, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. Dragon bloodline, is that all? Qin Lu. Lu Ming replied seriously. I've been served by a dragon before. Qin Lu. Shun Qingyuan in the back seat couldn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of water forward. Meng Yu and Zhou Sheng were also taken aback. Wow, this guy is really something. Speechless. Shun Qingyuan wiped her mouth corner. She no longer wanted to talk to this person. Qin Lu remained silent for 2 seconds, then acted as if he hadn't heard that, continuing. The focus of this mission is to capture it during its breakthrough window. If it succeeds in breaking through, the trouble will be immense. A Sin Dragon in the flowing spirit realm would be a major disaster if released. Understood. Lu Ming nodded, then added, by the way, I'll take a nap for a bit. I'll step in when necessary. Slaying a Sin Dragon sounds rather interesting. Qin Lu. Shun Qingyuan. Meng Yue. Zhou Sheng. The car fell silent for 2 seconds, then the atmosphere shifted. Shun Qingyuan bit her lip, hard, feeling an intense desire to curse. Slaying a dragon. You think you can slay a dragon in the body tempering stage? Go ahead and chop off your own head. The others are at the peak of spirit condensation, breaking through to the flow spirit level. You in the body tempering stage dare to shout that. If it weren't for the Dominator sequence, she would suspect this person had some mental issues. No way. Even for the Dominator sequence, that's a bit insane, don't you think? Heroic value 24, heroic value 33, heroic value 19. Lu Ming observed the heroic values before him. This feels great. At this moment, Ming, you having held it in for a long time, finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Team leader Lu, this task is mainly your responsibility. Just watch and learn. He didn't dare to be too straightforward, but his meaning was clear. Just act as a good luck charm. Don't blabber. Zhou Xing also spoke up. Yes, with Captain Qin here, the Sin Dragon is no problem. You just need to rest well. After they finished speaking, both couldn't help but exchange glances. One thought crossed their minds. If this idiot really went up there, wasn't that just asking for death? If the Sin Dragon's tail swept by the body tempering stage wouldn't even leave a corpse behind. Lu Ming listened to their words, feeling amused. Heroic value 35, heroic value 41, heroic value 26. Come on, keep talking. Keep it coming. After all, the more the merrier. I got it. Lu Ming casually replied, then actually closed his eyes and went to sleep. The others looked at this scene momentarily speechless. What kind of person is this? Did he really fall asleep? Qin Lu let out a deep sigh. He turned his head and exchanged a glance with the other three. That glance had only one meaning. This guy, everyone just treat him as a good luck charm, and it's enough to humor him. Just make sure he doesn't take the stage. If something goes wrong, no one can bear it. The car continued forward. 3 hours later, the car stopped at the outskirts of a mountainous area, and the destination was a mountainous area called Haesong Ridge, which was almost devoid of human presence. The few small villages that existed had now turned into dead zones. The five walked along an abandoned mountain path with dense pine trees on both sides. Yet the entire mountainous area was utterly silent. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing. Qin Lu's expression darkened. We have arrived. Everyone stay alert. He led the way while the other three formed a triangular formation. Lu Ming walked at the back, surveying his surroundings as he went. The mountain wasn't desolate, but something felt off. It was eerily quiet in the mountains. But that silence didn't feel like a lack of sound. It felt as if all living creatures had fled or perished. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small village appeared ahead, or rather the remnants of a village. Wooden houses lay collapsed, and there were dried black bloodstains on the ground. Not a single person in sight, nor any corpses. Shen Qingyuan squatted down, reached out to touch the bloodstains on the ground, then looked up. Captain, these bloodstains aren't very old, and there are no people around. Lu Ming replied, hearing a word from you is better than hearing 100. At this moment, Qin Lu nodded. No need to search, the corpses have probably all been devoured by that beast. Continue moving deeper into the area. The five walked for another half hour, and Lu Ming felt increasingly. This mountainous area was quiet, but not just quiet. He sensed a strange aura deep in the valley. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something felt off. Logically speaking, the Sin Dragon was about to break through, and the surrounding aura should be very chaotic. The surrounding flora and fauna should be in turmoil. Yet now this mountain was as quiet as death. Finally, the five arrived at a valley. The valley was not large, surrounded by steep stone walls with a flat area in the middle. And in the center of that flat area lay something. A massive black egg. Qin Lu suddenly stopped, and the other three teammates also froze. Looking at the scene before them, their expressions were filled with shock. Because that egg was about 10 meters tall, like a damn skyscraper. Its surface was shiny as if it were coated in a layer of glaze, and they could vaguely see something moving. Captain, what is this? Shen Qingyuan spoke softly. She looked at Qin Lu as he had seen the most exotic beasts and had the most experience. Qin Lu frowned, his mind racing. Could this be the egg laid when the Sin Dragon is about to break? The intelligence department gave me some relevant data. Beasts with dragon bloodlines lay eggs during critical breakthrough periods to nurture their offspring. And due to the special nature of the dragon bloodline, this egg should have a certain connection with that Sin Dragon. As long as we break this egg, that Sin Dragon should experience a backlash. At that point, we will be able to kill it more easily. Qin Lu pondered for a moment before issuing the command. The Sin Dragon should not have completely broken through to flow spirit, otherwise it would be here to hatch this egg. What we need to do is break it and draw that Sin Dragon out. Understood. The other three responded. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The captain is indeed the captain, experienced, and had reviewed the information in advance, quickly identifying the solution. Awesome. But just then Lu Ming furrowed his brows, having been observing that egg. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. Wait a minute. Qin Lu turned back. Lu Ming stepped forward a couple of paces, standing not far from the egg. He slightly closed his eyes, extending his perception towards the egg. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, his expression somewhat serious. The aura inside this egg is not right. Qin Lu asked, what's wrong? Lu Ming thought for a moment. I've also read about the Sin Dragon. Creatures with dragon bloodlines do indeed lay eggs during breakthroughs, but those eggs should carry the aura of the Sin Dragon itself. However, I can't seem to sense the aura of the Sin Dragon in this egg. In other words, this is not the offspring of the Sin Dragon at all. Qin Lu's eyes flickered. He took a couple of steps forward, concentrating on sensing that egg. But after sensing for a long time, he couldn't pick up anything. Qin Lu furrowed his brows even tighter. He was at the initial stage of flow spirit with the strongest perception in this team. Yet he couldn't perceive what the other party sensed. What was going on? Meanwhile, the other three teammates had the same thought in their minds. Is this guy trying to act cool again? Even the captain didn't see the problem. How could a body-tempering stage person? Shen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. In her mind, Lu Ming was probably just trying to show off. But he clearly didn't pull it off since even the flow spirit realm captain couldn't sense anything, let alone him. Truly, what a joke. Ming, you couldn't help but speak up. Team member Lu, is there a possibility that you're overthinking this? He didn't dare to say anything too harsh, but his tone already carried a hint of displeasure. Zhou Xing nodded as well. The aura of this egg is indeed a bit chaotic, but I think you should trust the captain's judgment. His experience is certainly richer than yours. Lu Ming looked at the numbers popping up before him, the corners of his mouth twitching. Damn, are these people laughing at me in their hearts? This time I am genuinely serious. I really feel something is off. Mengyu glanced at Qin Lu. Captain, this little matter isn't worth it. We're already here. Do we still need to contact Elder Yi for confirmation? It's been half a day since we sent the response. What if something really goes wrong? Qin Lu thought for a moment and also felt it unnecessary. The intelligence department should not have any issues. Lu Ming was about to overturn everything based solely on a feeling which was completely unworkable in the task process. Team member Lu. Qin Lu looked at Lu Ming, his tone becoming somewhat unfriendly. I can understand your caution, but the information provided by the intelligence department has been repeatedly confirmed by professionals. It is unlikely to have issues. We will proceed according to the original plan. If something truly goes wrong, we will respond after we act. Just watch for now. After all, you are a newcomer in body refinement, and there are many things you don't understand. He spoke politely, but his attitude was clear. No listening. As a newcomer in body refinement, you should just watch us operate. Don't keep pointing fingers. Lu Ming glanced at them expressionless. He said nothing further. Lu Ming calmly said, do as you wish. After all, if something goes wrong, I will have to clean up after you. What do you mean by cleaning up after us? Are you the strongest or something? The others were speechless. This person was too arrogant. Qin Lu shook his head in disbelief, and then turned to the three team members. According to the original plan formation, 3 break it. After all, it was just an egg. The 3 of them were enough. In the next moment, the 3 of them moved simultaneously. Shen Qingyuan flashed and cut in from the left, while Meng Yu clenched his fist, spiritual energy gathering into 2 orange flames. Zhou Xing manifested blue sword lights in his hands. Kill! The 3 forces struck towards the black egg simultaneously. Bang! The 3 beams of light collided with the egg, exploding into a dazzling array of sparks. However, the next moment, everyone's expression changed. The egg remained completely still. Meng Yu's pupils contracted. That punch of his had used all his strength. If it were a mid-stage condensed spirit beast, it could have crushed the skull. But this egg showed no cracks. Something's wrong. Qin Lu's eyes flashed as he immediately made a decisive decision. He concentrated his spiritual energy into a fiery long knife. A full 10 meters. Infusing it with the power of early-stage flowing spirit, the blade instantly turned bright red. Inferno fall. Qin Lu slashed down. This strike was 70% of his full power. Bang! The blade struck the egg, but surprisingly the blade slightly deviated. It only left a shallow white mark on the eggshell. Qin Lu's face completely changed. What the hell is this? His knife was a high-quality spiritual weapon of the profound rank combined with his early-stage fire spiritual energy. Even ordinary mid-stage flowing spirit beasts might not withstand it. But now it couldn't even break the eggshell. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that it hadn't yet broken through to flowing spirit? Why can't I even deal with its egg? Just when everyone was in a daze, an angry roar suddenly came from deep within the distant valley. Roar? Before the roar even reached them, the entire valley trembled. Debris fell from the rock wall. Qin Lu's face changed dramatically. What? The roar echoed throughout the valley. In the distant sky, a shadow charged towards them at a visible speed. Qin Lu's face changed dramatically. What? The roar echoed throughout the valley. In the distance, Meng Yu couldn't help but curse. It was a black dragon, nearly 20 meters long. Its scales shimmered with a dark blue light under the sunlight, and its 4 claws were sharp like iron hooks with 2 curved dragon horns on its head. A pair of blood-red eyes were fixed on them. What was most terrifying was the aura it emanated. Flowing spirit. Flowing spirit. Qin Lu's mind exploded. Impossible. It should still be in the breakthrough stage. The intelligence clearly stated it was condensed spirit. How did it already become flowing spirit? At this moment, the others were also dumbfounded. They were all at condensed spirit, and upon feeling this pressure, everyone felt cold all over. After all, this was the Sin Dragon. But how could it be flowing spirit? If that is the case. Everyone looked incredulously at the giant black egg beside them. What the hell is this thing? Damn it, Qin Lu shouted. Intelligence Department. Damn you. Are you sending me to my death? Just wait until I go back. I'll chop anyone I see in the Intelligence Department. Lu Ming looked at the dragon. He silently nodded in his heart. There was indeed something off. He had sensed earlier that the aura from that egg was not of the Sin Dragon. Now it seemed that this egg did not originate from the Sin Dragon at all. This Sin Dragon was probably just here to guard this egg. But the question is, what exactly is this egg? Lu Ming felt that whatever was inside would be even more formidable than. However, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. After all, he still had his trump card and was merely watching with interest. Roar! The dragon emitted a roar. Black mist surged around it. Prepare for battle. Qin Lu gritted his teeth and shouted. He didn't have time to ponder the intelligence issues now. First survive. Although they were all early-stage flowing spirit, the sequence is different. The Sin Dragon's racial sequence, it's a born monster. Going head-to-head, he might not be able to withstand it. But he had 3 condensed spirit teammates behind him. With the 4 of them combined, they might just be able to hold off the opponent. As for Lu Ming, Qin Lu turned his head and shouted, stay back. Don't get in the way. Well, hold it off. You look for a chance to retreat. He spoke very directly. He no longer had the time to reason with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, no need. If necessary, I will intervene. Qin Lu. Shen Qingyuan. Mengyue. Zhou Sheng. 31 heroic value, 21 heroic value, 21 heroic value. Lu Ming planned to let them go first, observe the situation, and only intervene when necessary. After all, he still had no clear understanding of the opponent's strength and didn't want to waste his sword to open the door. Boom. Battle erupted instantly. All 4 combatants unleashed their most devastating attacks without restraint. Each knew full well the terrifying power of their foe. Roar. The azure dragon, roused to fury, let out a thunderous bellow and lunged downward, its colossal tail sweeping sideways like a meteoric whip. Crack. The very air tore open, leaving a visible concave scar in its wake. Mengyue was struck heated and hurled backward like a cannonball, slamming violently into the stone cliff face. Cough. Qin Lu raised his long blade and slashed downward. Jinyan. A searing crimson crescent of blade light descended from the heavens, cleaving straight into the dragon's neck. Spurt. Black blood gushed forth, but the wound penetrated barely 2 fingers deep. Qin Lu's expression darkened. This hide was impossibly thick. Shen Qingyuan blurred forward like a shadow, driving her dagger repeatedly into the dragon's abdomen. Yet each strike sank less than an inch before being repelled by the creature's dense, resilient musculature. The 4 fighters battled relentlessly for half a day. Cumulatively, the dragon bore fewer wounds than Mengyue alone carried on his body. How can its hide be this unyielding? Shen Qingyuan was nearly at her breaking point. Focus all strikes on its throat. Qin Lu gritted his teeth. That is its thinnest, most vulnerable point. Instantly, the 4 repositioned themselves. Mengyue, battered and bleeding, held the front line to draw the dragon's wrath, while Qin Lu and Shen Qingyuan flanked left and right. Zhou Sheng maintained relentless long-range pressure. They fought on. At last, the dragon faltered. Now, Qin Lu lunged forward with his blade and struck true, burying the tip deep into the soft flesh beneath the dragon's throat. Spurt. The dragon shrieked in agony. Roar. Torrents of black blood erupted from its hit. Shen Qingyuan's eyes lit up with sudden hope. Qin Lu allowed himself a grim smile. Blood had finally been drawn. Once it bled, victory was no longer a fantasy. At that very instant, the obsidian egg beside them trembled. Then, roar. A furious, guttural, draconic roar surged forth from within the egg itself. Everyone froze in stunned disbelief. What in the world was happening? Qin Lu's heart plummeted. Something was terribly wrong. Before he could even process it, suddenly, roar. The dragon's entire aura exploded outward. The wound in its throat sealed before their eyes, flesh knitting together with grotesque speed, while its massive form swelled anew. 20 meters, 25 meters. Its blood-red eyes darkened to a sinister violet. Boom. A maelstrom of raw, savage energy engulfed the entire valley. In the next moment, bang, its tail lashed out again. This time Mengyue failed to react. Its full force struck him square on. Crack. He was hurled over 10 meters through the air and collapsed into unconsciousness. Everyone stood frozen, speechless. Qin Lu's pupils contracted violently. Mengyue. Shen Qingyuan stood rooted to the spot, utterly paralyzed. Filthy beast, you shall die. Qin Lu clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth in rage. Roar. But the frenzied dragon charged straight at him and slammed one massive claw into the ground. Boom. The valley floor shattered inward across a vast expanse. Qin Lu was blasted backward, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood. He crashed hard onto the earth, dazed and disoriented. Captain! Shen Qingyuan cried out in alarm. Qin Lu staggered upright, his face ashen, drained of all color. Frenzy had elevated the dragon's strength to near the peak of flowing spirit mid-stage. As a mere flowing spirit early-stage cultivator, he stood no chance against it. His gaze darted toward Lu Ming. In that split second, he summoned every shred of remaining strength and roared. Lu Ming, run. This is beyond your reach. Flee toward the mountain pass. Reach the highway. You'll regain signal. Contact the Bureau of Occult Affairs. He knew with chilling certainty that today's odds meant annihilation, not just defeat. But Lu Ming must not perish. Not a single sovereign sequence cultivator could fall here. He was China's national treasure, irreplaceable. Yet every second he bought was precious. Each moment delayed granted Lu Ming another heartbeat of survival. Then, Lu Ming spoke calmly, no need. Leave the rest to me. Silence. Silence. Stunned disbelief washed over them all. What was he saying? In that instant, incredulity twisted into bewilderment. Why hadn't he fled? Why play the fool now? What exactly are you pretending to be? Lu Ming watched the numbers flicker rapidly across his vision. Valor points 18. Valor points 22. Valor points 15. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, and a single raindrop landed softly upon his cheek. Then, drip, drip, drip. Torrential rain descended without warning, drenching the entire valley in a roaring curtain of water. Qin Lu blinked startled. Why did it begin so suddenly? But he had no time to ponder. It was clear Lu Ming had no intention of fleeing. Lu Ming, what the hell are you still doing here? Get out now. Qin Lu screamed in desperation. Shun Qingyuan stamped her foot in mounting panic. None of them understood, until the next moment. They froze. Lu Ming did not run. Instead, he walked forward step by deliberate step straight toward the dragon. Every mind went blank. Even Qin Lu was dumbstruck. One thought echoed in unison. Is he insane? As he walked, Lu Ming spoke again, calm, unhurried. I said it before. When necessary, I will act. Qin Lu, Shen Qingyuan, Zhou Sheng. Their minds were utterly void. You're stepping forward now. You, a body-tempering stage cultivator. Against that, do you even grasp what stands before you? That is a criminally corrupted dragon, raged beyond reason. Its might surging toward flowing spirit. Valor points 25. Valor points 32. Valor points 28. Lu Ming watched the numbers surge with quiet satisfaction. This was precisely the moment he had waited for. The entire battlefield balanced on the knife's edge, every soul certain they would die. To intervene now would maximize dramatic impact and elevate his legend to mythic proportions. Valor points doubled. Rule aware. The maddened dragon sensed Lu Ming's approach and cast a single indifferent glance at the advancing human. Its eyes betrayed no emotion, only the detached contempt of a celestial being observing an ant. Roar. With serene indifference it flicked its tail outward. It lashed toward Lu Ming, not as a targeted strike, but as one might casually swat a fly. To it he was less significant than those who had just fallen, unworthy of attention. No. Qin Lu shut his eyes in despair. It was over. Utterly over. The sword lord of the sovereign sequence, fallen in battle. China's national treasure, lost here in this nameless valley. They would face severe consequences, but first they needed to survive. Crack. A sharp crystalline sound pierced the downpour. Huh. Wait, what was that? Qin Lu snapped his eyes open. Every gaze turned toward the source of the sound. And then, every pupil constricted in utter breathless disbelief. 4. The tail that had lashed toward Lu Ming was severed clean in two. Its upper half plummeted from the sky and struck the ground with a heavy thud. A spray of black blood splattered violently across the rain-soaked earth. The dragon stood motionless, stunned. So too did everyone else. Absolute silence fell over the valley. Rain continued to pour, relentless, deafening. And from within that tempestuous veil, a lone figure emerged slowly, sword in hand. It was Lu Ming. Then he sat down calmly amid the storm. His earlier strike had been too swift, too flawless, for any eye to follow. By the time perception caught up, the dragon's tail was already gone. His gaze swept across the stunned faces. His voice low and unruffled cut through the rain. Only the weak, those lacking true strength, resort to flight. True sovereigns sit serenely in the storm. Shun Qingyuan's mind went utterly blank. She stared dumbfounded at Lu Ming, whose aura, no longer concealed, now radiated with unmistakable intensity. This was no mere body-tempering cultivation. It was spirit condensation. Spirit condensation. The words burst from Shun Qingyuan's lips, unbidden, her expression frozen in sheer disbelief. You were supposed to be at body tempering? Qin Lu stood stunned. Among the team his perception was the sharpest, and though he had failed to see Lu Ming's sword strike clearly just moments before, he had unmistakably sensed the fluctuation emanating from Lu Ming's body-spirit condensation. Undeniable, absolute, and real. A storm of shock raged within Qin Lu's heart. After all he knew Lu Ming's background, He had been an ordinary mortal mere days ago. And now, spirit condensation. What in the world was happening? When had he broken through? Just one day into the trial, and already spirit condensation. Even Elder Yi remained unaware. Elder Yi himself had confirmed Lu Ming was only at body tempering. This defied all logic, until Qin Lu recalled the truth. Lu Ming belonged to the sovereign sequence. He was the sword sovereign, the peerless cultivator who once cleaved the heavens asunder with a single stroke. For such a being, rapid breakthroughs ceased to seem miraculous. Yet, even if you are at spirit condensation, Qin Lu roared, there is no way you could sever the flowing spirit serpent's tail in one strike. This made no sense whatsoever. It was utterly impossible. And yet, that was precisely what made it truly transcendent. The moment those words left his mouth, Shen Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng snapped to awareness. Right. Even at spirit condensation, how could a single sword stroke sever the flowing spirit serpent's tail? That simply couldn't be right. No one else would believe it. Not for a second. That was the sinful azure serpent, a draconic beast bearing true dragon blood. Its scales were so adamantine that even spirit-grade weapons forged from refined steel could not pierce them. Just minutes earlier, all four of them combined had barely inflicted superficial wounds upon it. And now, you severed its tail in a single blow. How could that possibly be? Lu Ming paid them no heed. Instead, he slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Han Yuan. Rain streamed down its scabbard. The blade itself hummed faintly, vibrating with palpable eagerness. For Lu Ming stood beneath the torrential downpour, his Rainmaster sequence fully awakened. The roar of rain granted him surging strength. The downpour enhancement amplified all his attributes. Add to this the 5 calamities force of his 1,000 calamity desolate body, and the nascent mastery of his heaven-sundering sword Dao, and Lu Ming's combat prowess in the rain transcended mere terror. To call it terrifying would be an understatement. Suddenly, Ruo Awayer. The azure serpent erupted in fury. With its tail severed, excruciating agony sent it spiraling into utter madness. Ruo. Eyes blazing with wrath, the serpent expelled a torrent of pitch-black mist, its sinful dragon breath, and lunged forward wreathed in lethal vapor. It meant to kill Lu Ming. Lu. Qin Lu began shouting a warning, but Lu Ming rose. Casually, he planted his sword upright into the muddy earth beside him. Qin Lu. Shen Qingyuan. Zhou Sheng. What on earth are you doing? Putting your sword away. Before they could react. You're too weak. I don't need my sword. Mighty Qi 38, Mighty Qi 24, Mighty Qi 25. Lu Ming's face remained impassive, but inwardly he savored the thrill. This kind of effortless grandeur. This was pure exhilaration. Meanwhile, the others stood shattered. You intend to fight the sinful azure serpent barehanded. Brother, please just pick up your sword. That's the sinful azure serpent. What in heaven's name are you planning to punch? Shen Qingyuan felt her comprehension collapse entirely. One question burned in her mind, to ask the sovereign sequence cultivator directly. Is your mind truly intact? In that instant, whoosh! The enraged serpent charged, dragon breath roaring, straight toward him. Lu Ming moved. In a flash he evaded the dragon breath, not by retreating, but by stepping forward like lightning tearing across the storm. In an instant he appeared directly before the serpent's maw, and raised his right fist. Before the stunned gazes of all witnesses. Boom! A thunderous impact, not human, not earthly. It was a sonic boom, the explosive rupture of fist meeting air. The black mist recoiled violently back into the serpent's throat. Tum! Its 20-meter-long body lifted clean off the ground, catapulted skyward by the sheer force of Lu Ming's blow. A colossal beast, sent flying like a stone. Qin Lu stood petrified. Shen Qingyuan's mouth hung agape, speechless. Zhou Sheng stammered, Abba. Every mind had crashed into total silence. Lu Ming, one bare-fisted strike, had launched the flowing spirit serpent into the air. But, you're the sword sovereign. How can your fist surpass your sword? Crash! The serpent slammed into a distant cliff face, carving a massive crater. Dazed, it struggled to rise, its gaze bewildered. What was this? Never in its existence had it been struck barehanded, least of all by a human. Impossible. In that instant, humiliation ignited fresh fury. It roared and charged again, straight at Lu Ming, who stood motionless in the rain, and spoke calm and measured. I truly envy beings born with innate talents. The serpent roared. Lu Ming's expression softened with quiet wistfulness. From birth you possess everything, innate abilities, extraordinary gifts. As for me, I have only my sword, and this body forged solely through relentless self-discipline. Still, talent is but one part of the equation. What matters most is effort, so in my spare time I've cultivated a few other techniques. Qin Lu. Shen Qingyuan. Zhou Sheng. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes found the same unspoken thought. What in the world is he even talking about? Yet no one dared voice mockery, not after he'd just sent a sinful azure serpent flying with one punch. Mighty Chi 39, Mighty Chi 24, Mighty Chi 23, Mighty Chi 34. Lu Ming watched the numbers surge, his heart swelling with quiet delight. Pure exhilaration. This effect was glorious. Then, in the next breath, Ruo Awayer. The serpent lunged, claws slashing straight at his face. Unchivalrous brute. Lu Ming raised his left fist, meeting the claw Hedon. Crunch. Fist met talon. The serpent's claw splintered, one digit shattered outright. Ruo Awayer. It shrieked in agony. Lu Ming merely snorted, cold, contemptuous. Left fist, high damage. In the next heartbeat, his right fist followed. Boom. Smashing into the serpent's skull, driving its entire head downward. Right fist, also high damage. The sinful azure serpent. Then came another strike, another, again and again. Thud, 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 thud. Over a dozen blows, each heavier than the last. On the final strike, the serpent's skull and the front half of its body were driven deep into the earth. A massive crater exploded outward. Lu Ming withdrew his fist, voice serene. This is a technique I devised myself. An earth element binding art, earthbound lock. Qin Lu. His mind had long since detached from reality. Earth element. Earthbound lock. You're the sword sovereign. And this is just you pounding someone into the ground with your fists. And you call that an earth element technique. At that moment, the dragon in the pit struggled to rise, feeling both startled and furious. It opened its mouth wide and dark flames surged from its throat. That was the strongest technique of the Sin Dragon, Sinful Blaze Dragon Breath. A black pillar of flame shot towards Lu Ming. To the average person, this was a lethal move, and it was already right in their face. There was no way to dodge it. Shun Qingyuan's heart leapt to her throat, but she saw Lu Ming raise his palms. Then, he suddenly clasped them together. The terrifying power from the Thousand Tribulations body surged forth. He directly unleashed the force of 5 tribulations, augmented by various enhancements from the Rain Master. A terrifying force of fist wind exploded from between his palms. The fist wind forcefully severed the black pillar of flame in half. Then it pushed back. The fist wind carrying the black flames was forced back into the dragon's mouth. The dragon howled in agony as it burned itself. Its entire face was scorched on one side. Lu Ming wiped the rainwater from his hands. This is a wind-based defense technique I researched, but I haven't named it yet. Do you have any suggestions? Qin Lu. Others. You call this a wind-based defense technique. You haven't even named it. Clearly you're just talking nonsense. Shun Qingyuan's lips trembled. She had only one thought now. Is this really a human? Is this truly a human being? Is the master sequence made up of such monsters? She felt that what she had witnessed today surpassed everything she had seen in the past few years combined. What kind of monster could simply rely on fist wind to deflect others' attacks? What the hell is this? Roar. At this moment, half of the dragon's face was burned, and its whole body trembled. Not from pain, but from fear, it was utterly terrified. With eyes filled with terror, a flowing spirit Sin Dragon was afraid before a human in the early stage of spirit condensation. It wanted to flee and turned to fly away. But Lu Ming was faster. I didn't say you could leave. He took a step forward and appeared right in front of the dragon. Lightning arcs surrounded him. Lu Ming raised his hand, his voice calm. I still have one move, but it's a sword technique. Then his right hand came together like a blade. It's nothing profound, just treating my hand as a sword, commonly known as the hand blade. The next moment, slash. Lu Ming sliced through the dragon's neck. With that strike, the dragon's head fell from its neck, accompanied by excruciating pain. Bang! Its massive head smashed into the ground, and black blood gushed out like a spring. The 20-meter-long dragon body collapsed in the muddy valley. The entire earth trembled. It lay still. The audience fell silent. Qin Lu stood there, his mind blank. Shun Qingyuan's hands trembled. Zhou Sheng simply sat down on the ground. They weren't exhausted, they were scared. Not scared of the dragon, but scared of Lu Ming. A flowing spirit Sin Dragon was killed by a human in the early stage of spirit condensation. Killed barehanded. Is this what a human should do? Heroic value 32, heroic value 18, heroic value 26, heroic value 35. Lu Ming watched the heroic values on the screen go crazy. He couldn't even close his mouth. Awesome. It was exhilarating. This trip was worth it. The rain continued to fall as Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the Han Yuan that was stuck in the mud. He then wiped the mud off the sword and sheathed it at his waist. Are you all okay? Qin Lu opened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but found his throat extremely dry. Okay. It was already a miracle that his mind was... Shun Qingyuan managed to stand up, walking over to Qin Lu's side. She glanced at Lu Ming and then deeply lowered her head. Lu Ming, we were disrespectful earlier. Reflecting on her previous attitude towards Lu Ming, she felt utterly embarrassed. Zhou Sheng also lowered his head. I'm sorry we underestimated you. Lu Ming waved his hand. It's fine. His tone was light, but those 3 words weighed heavily on the 3 of them. Could a powerful being like this, a monster like this, truly not care? They didn't know. As a result, Lu Ming stated, you're too weak. I won't care about the doubts of the weak. Others. Damn, is that really how it is? In an instant, they finally understood the vast gap between themselves and Lu Ming. It was enormous. Finally, Qin Lu regained his composure, walked up to Lu Ming, and deeply bowed. Mr. Lu, I will remember the debt of gratitude for saving my life. Lu Ming replied, it's fine. At that moment, Zhou Sheng looked sad. It's just unfortunate for Mengyu. Upon hearing this, everyone realized. Only Mengyu. Suddenly, damn. Mr. Lu Ming is amazing. In the next moment, a small mud figure suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, with an excited expression, everyone was stunned. That voice was, you're not dead. Zhou Sheng was bewildered. Mengyu replied, no, my sequence is 133 mud body. I sustained fatal injuries, but can temporarily attach my soul to the soil. That's how I survived. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Mengyu had witnessed the entire process and was completely shocked by Lu Ming. Amazing. At that moment, Qin Lu turned to look at the dead Sin Dragon. Then he glanced at the black egg, furrowing his brows. Mr. Lu, that egg. You said it shouldn't belong to this Sin Dragon. Then whose is it? Lu Ming shook his head. I don't know either, but it definitely has issues. This Sin Dragon was here to guard it. Whatever is powerful enough to have a flowing spirit Sin Dragon as its guard must be even stronger. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu's expression darkened. We need to contact Elder Yi immediately and request reinforcements from the Anomalies Bureau. He was genuinely scared now. When Lu Ming suggested contacting them earlier, he had brushed it off. If he had contacted them sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Qin Lu felt a wave of regret as he crouched down and pulled out his communicator. But just as he opened it, buzz. The entire valley shook violently. Everyone was stunned. Then the black egg began to tremble violently. Qin Lu's face changed drastically. Not good. It's about to hatch. Lu Ming also squinted his eyes. He had suspected this before, but hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Everyone retreat. Qin Lu shouted. Shen Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng quickly backed away. Lu Ming remained still, quietly watching the egg. Crack. A fissure appeared on the eggshell, followed by a second and third crack. The cracks spread like spider webs. Boom. The entire egg exploded. Black fragments erupted. From inside, a figure emerged, initially only 2 meters tall. But in the next second, its body began to swell. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. An 80-meter-long giant dragon. Its scales were not black, but an indescribable deep purple, exuding a chilling aura. 8 vertical pupils, each glowing with an eerie light. It raised its head and let out a roar. Roar. That roar shook the sky for dozens of kilometers. Even the rain could not help but stop. Qin Lu froze, his whole body chilled. He felt a massive, suffocating aura. This was no flowing spirit, it had surpassed flowing spirit. It was at the 4th realm. Martial infant. Qin Lu's voice broke. How could it possibly be a martial infant? This is a martial infant. Shen Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng's legs went weak and they sank to the ground in despair. It's over. Everyone was in despair. The martial infant, that was a being transcending the 3 realms. Each ascension to a higher realm is not merely additive, it signifies a qualitative transformation. A peak flowing spirit cultivator is no different from an ant in the presence of a martial infant. Dozens of peak flowing spirit cultivators combined cannot match even a single initial stage martial infant. This is the gap between realms. Qin Lu trembled all over. He finally understood that the Sin Dragon was not the mother of this egg. It was a guardian of the flowing spirit realm. It was watching over a being of martial infant level. This shouldn't even be an egg, it was likely just a protective shell formed as this being broke through to the martial infant stage. Qin Lu's lips trembled. The intelligence department. You damn. This was no longer just an intelligence error, it was a catastrophic disaster. The martial infant dragon lowered its head, its 8 eyes gazing at the 4 humans below, its voice deep, like it was rising from the depths of the earth. Humans, did you kill my child? Qin Lu and the others were momentarily stunned. A child. Everyone instinctively looked towards the dead Sin Dragon. Wait a minute. They realized. So, that Sin Dragon was the child. Lu Ming also came to this realization, squinting his eyes at the martial infant dragon. He understood the general situation in his heart. They had completely reversed the facts. They thought the Sin Dragon was about to break through the flowing spirit stage and had laid an egg. But that egg was actually the mother of the Sin Dragon. Now with the son dead, how could the martial infant not explode with rage? Qin Lu felt a pang of despair. Lu. Mr. Lu. Run quickly. He shouted with all his strength, "This is a martial infant, not something you can fight. You still have a future, you must not die here." Shen Qingyuan also raised her head in convulsions, tears in her eyes. "Sword Lord, live on, take revenge for us. You are the master of the sequence. You cannot die. Only you have the right to survive." Lu Ming looked at them, fell silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke calmly. "No need to run, this little bit is not enough to make me flee." Qin Lu. Others. They were all stunned. This was a martial infant. This is not how one pretends. Please stop pretending. How far can you run? This was a true powerhouse. At this level, they were no longer ordinary beings capable of shattering mountains as easily as drinking water. The favored child of heaven and earth. It could even mobilize a small portion of the world's power. Effortlessly destroy a small county, so simple. But after Lu Ming finished speaking, he fell silent. He looked up at the martial infant dragon, his gaze serious. "You are worth me drawing my sword." The martial infant dragon. It lowered its head to look at this tiny human, a glimmer of confusion flashing in its eyes. Then it laughed. "Human, are you a fool?" Though it did not understand why this ant could stand, how could a mere flowing spirit dare to say such words? Ridiculous. Qin Lu. He wanted to say this guy is not a fool, he just loves to pretend, but he couldn't get the words out. Under the pressure of the martial infant, he was finding it increasingly difficult to speak. The sword lord of the master sequence was about to die at the hands of a martial infant. He couldn't die with his eyes closed. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to use his sword to open the heavens and kill this creature. At that moment, a roaring sound came from the distant sky. Huh! Everyone froze. That is Buzz. It's a helicopter. A black helicopter emerged from the clouds, speeding towards them. The martial infant dragon looked up, its eyes showing some impatience. A fly. It withdrew its gaze and looked back at Lu Ming. "Human, go die first." Just as the martial infant dragon opened its mouth to bite down. Boom! A red light descended from the sky. It struck directly on the face of the martial infant dragon. The power contained in that red light forcefully tilted the dragon's head. The dragon was furious. Who? It turned its head to look at the sky. At that moment, everyone was stunned. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the helicopter. With long red hair flying in the rain, it was a woman. She looked to be around 27 or 28 with very fair skin. When she landed, the ground beneath her feet showed no signs of being disturbed. And the aura she exuded made Qin Lu's eyes widen in shock. Late flowing spirit. Qin Lu's pupils shrank as he realized this woman looked very familiar. Although he wanted to check on Lu Ming under such circumstances, there was no time to hesitate. After all, she was a master of the Dominator sequence and could only hold her ground against a latest-stage martial infant for 5 minutes at most. She couldn't hold on much longer. Being a 7th-level master of the Dominator sequence, she had little chance of winning against a martial infant of a higher realm. But every moment she could buy was precious. Qin Lu's eyes turned red as he struggled to get up. "Yes, Mr. Lu. Miss Jiang is right, hurry and go. I will hold it off." "You hurry and take Miss Jiang away." Lu Ming asked. Jiang Nianhong exclaimed, "Are you crazy? I will hold it off. Let you go. I am the master of the Dominator sequence." Qin Lu was speechless. Yes. I must have been foolish. His mind was clouded with fear. "Mr. Lu, hurry up." Qin Lu shouted again. Shen Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng also struggled to get up, casting hopeful glances at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still, not uttering a word. He looked at Jiang Nianhong, at the unfamiliar girl with... Then he glanced at the martial infant giant dragon that was over 100 meters long in front of him. "Tisk, you guys are really troublesome. Who said anything about running?" Lu Ming slowly began. Jiang Nianhong asked, "What do you mean?" She thought she must have misheard. Lu Ming replied, "I said there's no need to run, just kill it." "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Nianhong exploded. "That is a martial infant. You can't just play pretend. I can hold it for 5 minutes at best. If you don't leave now, we will all die." At that moment, she felt completely at a loss. Is this sword master insane? What kind of nonsense is he spouting at a time like this? "But," Lu Ming glanced at her, speaking earnestly. "I have a sword." "What?" Lu Ming said. "How mo?" Jiang Nianhong replied. Lu Ming continued, "How xian?" "How long?" Jiang Nianhong was speechless. The entire valley fell silent. Even the martial infant giant dragon was momentarily stunned. "What incantation are you chanting?" "Hao Qi 23, Hao Qi 40, Hao Qi 62, Hao Qi 35. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This woman gave quite a lot. The value is impressive. Other people were left speechless. What on earth is this person doing? How mo, how xian, how long? What kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Nianhong's eye twitched. She traveled thousands of miles to meet the 6th-level master of the Dominator sequence, only to find such a fool. She took a deep breath. Hold on. He might be scared silly by the martial infant. This is just a stress response. I know you are very nervous, Swordmaster. Lu Ming interrupted. I don't have the surname Zhang. Zhang Nianhong took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. You must believe me, I can hold it off. No need. Lu Ming ignored her. He slowly raised his hand, grasping the hilt of the Han Yuan sword at his waist. Then he drew the sword. The next moment, clang, a clear sound of the sword echoed throughout the valley, and the rain curtain was forcefully torn apart by the sword energy. Lu Ming stood amidst the downpour. The sword intent surged. A terrifying aura, as if it could cut through the heavens, erupted from him. The sword opened the heavenly gates. Zhang Nianhong was frozen in place. This is... She felt a pure and extreme sword intent. That sword intent gave her a suffocating feeling. It was not an oppression of cultivation level, it was a pressure of concept. It seemed to say, this day I will cut it down. Qin Lu and the others also felt it. That sword intent made their scalps tingle. Even the martial infant giant dragon was momentarily stunned. What is this? Sword come. Lu Ming made his move. In the torrential rain, the sword in Lu Ming's hand slowly lifted. Then he slashed down with the sword. That strike was devoid of any flashy moves. It was just a simple downward strike. Buzz! The entire world fell silent in that instant. Raindrops hung suspended in midair. The wind ceased, and the thunder was silenced. In the universe, only that sword light remained. A beam of sword light rose from the ground, stretching towards the sky, growing longer and longer. Longer and longer. It pierced through the sky, breaking through the clouds above the clouds. The entire sky was split in two. Crack! The heavens tore apart. From that fissure one could vaguely see the stars beyond the clouds. And some indescribable things. That sword light, from above the clouds, came crashing down, directly striking the martial infant giant dragon that was over 80 meters long. What is this? The martial infant giant dragon sensed danger. The fear appeared for the first time in its 8 eyes. It wanted to dodge, but its body was too large. And the range of that sword light was even larger than it. No. The martial infant giant dragon let out a desperate roar. Boom! The sword light descended. When that sword light struck the martial infant giant dragon, it roared, and the entire world shook. The entire Haesong Ridge was forcibly cut open, creating a massive ravine. That ravine extended for dozens of kilometers. The mountain was cleaved, stones vaporized, and the clouds dispersed. And that martial infant giant dragon, within the sword light, it was sliced into 2, then 4, 6, 8. In the end, it turned into dust. Nothing remained. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Qin Lu was rooted to the spot, unable to utter a single word. Shun Qingyuan's hand was raised in midair as if she had forgotten to lower it. Zhou Sheng and the others slumped to the ground. Zhang Nianhong stared wide-eyed, looking at the massive ravine carved by the sword energy, at the boy holding the sword standing in the rain. Her mind was blank. What the hell kind of sword is this? Her voice trembled. Zhang Nianhong, a 7th-level master of the Dominator sequence in the late stage of Luling. For the first time, she witnessed a sword of this caliber. That was not merely a sword. That was the opening of the heavens, a true opening of the heavens. With one sword strike, the firmament was cleaved open. This had exceeded her understanding. She couldn't fathom how such a level of attack could erupt from a human body. This was more exaggerated than any technique she had ever seen. Zhang Nianhong stared at Lu Ming, a thought rising in her mind. A thought that she herself found absurd. The 6th level of the Dominator sequence, Swordmaster, is an absolute monster. Just then, in the sky, the fissure created by the sword light, a black suction force surged from the crack, pulling up the fragmented dust of the martial infant giant dragon along with the surrounding black debris. All of it was drawn up by that suction. Then the crack began to slowly close. A few seconds later, the sky returned to its original state. The 4 of them were still in a state of shock. Lu Ming sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. The sword opened the heavenly gates. With one sword strike, he looked up at the now closed crack in the sky, his brows slightly furrowing. This thing seems to appear every time I open the heavenly gates with the sword. Each time it appears, it seems to absorb the corpses of the slain beasts. What on earth is this? Lu Ming murmured to himself. But he didn't dwell on it any longer. Now was not the time for contemplation. He turned around, looking at the 4 who were still in shock. He spoke calmly. I told you, if necessary I will make my move. Qin Lu. Zhang Nianhong. But it doesn't matter, even though I've lost some talent. In the face of such a dire situation, I could only act this way. Lost talent. What did you say? She reacted quickly and hurriedly spoke. Lu Ming's tone was calm. That sword just now used a part of my foundation. This kind of technique has a great cost. Using it once will cost 1 part of my talent. But it's fine, I could save you. That sword was worth it. The entire valley fell silent. Lu looked at Lu Ming, his eyes suddenly reddening. He had been puzzled before. Why could Lu Ming, despite being in the early stage of qi condensation, unleash such terrifying techniques? So it turns out, it would cost talent. He sacrificed his precious talent to save them. This was the talent of the sovereign sequence. The few of them bowed deeply towards Lu Ming. To expend the talent of the sovereign sequence to save lives. Who in this world would do such a thing? Mr. Lu. Thank you. Lu's voice trembled. What merits do we possess to make you pay such a price? Zhang Nianhong stood to the side. She originally came to provoke him, her mind filled with defiance before arriving. But now, looking at Lu Ming, only 2 words remained in her heart. Respect. True respect. A sword monarch of the sovereign sequence, sacrificing his own talent to save teammates, and her. What kind of person is this? This is a hero, a true pillar of Huaxia. The little temper in Zhang Nianhong's heart, that little competitiveness, that little defiance, all vanished into thin air. Sword monarch, you are a true hero, Lu Ming. He looked at the few people before him. On the surface calm, but internally he was on the verge of breaking down. Because this must be a lie. The first time he could explain it with the sequence explosion, but what about the second time? He could only say it was a sacrifice of talent. I'm sorry. My name is Lu Ming, and I am about to start lying. Heroic value 82, heroic value 68, heroic value 45, heroic value 41. The heroic values in front of Lu Ming had completely filled the screen. Lu Ming was overjoyed. What the hell is sacrificing talent? Go away. Now is the era of heroic values, ha ha. Lu Ming pretended to sigh. Everyone please stand up, no need for this. Lu and the others stood up again. But the look in their eyes towards Lu Ming had completely changed. It was a kind of admiration, a look that regarded him as a faith. Initially thinking Lu Ming was acting, but now he actually has the capital to act. It turns out Lu Ming just couldn't express himself, but he is very kind-hearted. We misunderstood him. Zhang Nianhong also stood next to Lu Ming. Her gaze towards him was far more serious than before. This man is worth her serious consideration. Lu Ming was inwardly ecstatic, but maintained a calm expression on his face. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the beast sequence number 16, Sin Flood Dragon King. Gained talent sequence number 16, Sin Abyss. Gained abilities Wrathful Flame, Beast Suppression. Lu Ming was taken aback. Huh. Sequence number 16. That thing is actually the Sin Flood Dragon King, the ruler of the Sin Flood clan. It's the beast sequence. Lu Ming killed it and directly inherited its sequence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. How awesome. It's so damn awesome. Lu Ming glanced at the system panel. Current heroic value 4428, 4428. Lu Ming felt delighted. This time the harvest exceeded his expectations. He immediately opened the system. Wrathful Flame can condense the ultimate flame power, varies with levels currently LV. 1. Beast Suppression naturally suppresses beast, stronger suppression at higher levels currently LV. 1. Both abilities sounded impressive. Wrathful Flame is an offensive type. Beast Suppression is a support type. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Level up. All level up. He now has plenty of heroic value. Must max out the configuration. Ding, do you want to spend 100 heroic value to upgrade Wrathful Flame to LV? 2. Lu Ming's eyes lit up without thinking. Level up. Must max out the configuration. Ding, do you want to spend 100 heroic value to upgrade Wrathful Flame to LV? 2. Lu Ming's eyes ding, upgrade successful. Do you want to continue enhancing? Spending 500 heroic value can upgrade to LV. For Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Continue. Ding. Upgrade successful. Wrathful Flame LV. 4. After flames adhere, the target's spiritual energy burns 200 faster, causing a fire poison effect. Can be controlled by thought to track the target. When releasing flames, creates a high temperature field within 300 meters. Next level upgrade condition changed. Need 2000 heroic value to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Awesome. This thing can actually chase after people. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In future battles, he could just throw this fire at the enemy and it would chase after them. Moreover, within a radius of 300 meters, the opponent's spiritual energy will continuously deplete, and there's fire poison. System, you're truly amazing. This wave is worth it. Then Lu Ming looked at the other one. He also planned to continue upgrading. Ding, do you want to spend 100 heroic value to upgrade Beast Suppression to LV? 2. Lu Ming's eyes lit up without thinking. Definitely. Ding, enhancement successful. Beast Suppression LV. 2. Do you want to continue enhancing? Spending 300 heroic value can upgrade to LV. 3. Level up. Ding, upgrade successful. Beast Suppression LV. 3. Do you want to continue enhancing? Spending 500 heroic value can upgrade to LV. 4. Continue. Lu Ming was truly elated, because he now had a lot of heroic value. Definitely not afraid. Ding. Upgrade successful. Beast Suppression LV. 4. When releasing pressure, can invoke a trace of ancient fierce beast aura, causing absolute suppression on beasts of the same level, and can induce a moment of fear or paralysis in beasts of much higher realms. Next level upgrade condition, changed need 2000 heroic value to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Awesome. In the future, when encountering those fierce beasts, there would be no need to lift a finger. Just a glare would suffice, and the opponent would run away. How convenient. Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Awesome. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This mission yielded tremendous rewards. And more importantly, his show-off today reached an unprecedented height. A flowing spirit Sin Flood Dragon killed barehanded. A martial infant stage Sin Flood Dragon King sliced apart with a single sword. If these two events were to spread, Lu Ming's name would surely resound throughout the entire Great Xia. Lu Ming stood in the rain sheathing his sword, but not hurrying to leave. He opened the system panel and glanced at his abilities. The two in the Rain Master sequence were still not maxed out. This thing is really useful in the rain. Level up. Lu Ming silently thought. Ding spent 500 chi points to upgrade Heavy Rain Enhancement to LV. 4. Ding spent 500 chi points to upgrade Rain's Howl to LV. For in the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. It was a cool yet violent force. Then, Heavy Rain Enhancement LV. For in rainy conditions, all attributes increase by 15. The effect range expands to a radius of 500 meters. The upgrade conditions for the next level have changed. Need 2000 chi points to upgrade to LV. 5. Oh, and unlock a new form. Rain's Howl LV. 4. Summons a heavy rain that maximizes certain physical attributes by 15, causing the rain to emit a terrifying roar, instilling a moment of fear in the opponent. Causing their reaction speed to decrease by 30. The upgrade conditions for the next level have changed. Need 2000 chi points to upgrade to LV. 5. Oh, and unlock a new form. After reading this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His heart felt exhilarated. The enhancement from Rain's Howl had increased from 12 to 15. Even more ridiculous was that the rain itself could emit a roar, directly disturbing the enemy's mind. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. While the opponent was engaged in battle, the rain above suddenly roared, directly intimidating them. One must know that in combat a single moment can change many things. Moreover, with the 15 boost from Heavy Rain Enhancement LV, for both effects stacked together, resulting in a combat power enhancement of 30 in the rain. A concept of 30, coupled with Fury of the Cinder Sky LV. 4. With just a thought, he could probably reduce a peak condensation spirit beast to ashes, leaving not even a trace. Then Lu Ming glanced at the panel. Host Lu Ming Realm Early Condensation Spirit Talent Rain Master Sin Abyss Physique 1000 Calamity Wasteland Body Abilities Sky Slashing Sword Dao Minor Completion Heavy Rain Enhancement LV. For O Rain Manipulation LV. 3. Rain's Howl LV. For Fury of the Cinder Sky LV. For Beast Intimidation LV. 4. Thunder Record Perfection Chi Points 1578. Lu Ming grinned, feeling that with his current setup, he was practically a god of war on rainy days. No matter what demons and monsters come, as long as it rains, no one can escape. Exhilarating. Lu Ming could not help but smile. He still had plenty of chi points left, but he planned to save them for now, to use at a critical moment. He returned to his senses and glanced around. Qin Lu and a few others were still there looking at him, as if he were an ancestor. Zhang Yinhong stood nearby watching Lu Ming with a slight frown. This man is not simple, truly not simple. Zhang Yinhong silently made a decision in her heart. After returning to the capital, she must tell her family about what happened today word for word. Let the entire Zhang family know. The Huaxiao has produced a sword sovereign like this. Lu Ming noticed that she was staring at him. Zhang Yinhong was also continuously gazing at Lu Ming. The two just looked at each other. For a long time, everyone else was puzzled. What were these two doing? Then, are you staring at me because you like me? Are you staring at me because you want to fight? The two spoke in unison. After they finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What the heck? Zhang Yinhong's face turned red. Who the hell likes you? Oh really? Lu Ming replied. I thought staring was a spiritual kiss without desire between humans. Zhang Yinhong said. Isn't staring the most naked provocation and declaration of war? Others. Isn't this pair of sovereign sequences a bit unhinged? Are they even speaking human language? Lu Ming reached to his waist, touched the Hanyu sword, then paused for a moment. The Hanyu sword felt heavier than before. Lu Ming focused his senses, and then his eyes brightened. Hanyu low-grade mystic rank? No way. When did it become low-grade mystic rank? Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. This sword actually leveled up. He instantly understood that when he struck the heavenly gate just now, this sword had absorbed a lot of sword energy. It had directly advanced from the yellow rank to the low-grade mystic rank. Damn, this sword knows how to live well. Lu Ming felt joyful in his heart. In the sky 100 kilometers away, two figures rushed down directly from the clouds at an astonishing speed. The leading figure with silver hair was none other than Elder Yi. Following him was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue uniform with a grim expression. He was the minister of the intelligence department. And just at that moment, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed from afar. Elder Yi's expression changed immediately. He felt the aura, which was clearly at the mark. In an instant, he remembered that Lu Ming was here. Lu Ming was his precious darling. The next moment, Elder Yi turned around staring intently at the intelligence minister. What the hell is going on? Originally, he was just slacking off in the office, and then the intelligence minister came to say that the information seemed to be a bit wrong. Then this mission was not that simple. Sensing something was wrong, Elder Yi rushed over. And now there was even the aura of a martial infant. Elder Yi's voice exploded. Explain yourself. I told you to clarify the situation before sending people over. You told me this was a small mission for a condensation spirit breakthrough to flow spirit. And now this is clearly the aura of a martial infant. The intelligence minister's face turned pale. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously spoke. I don't know either. Elder Yi, we didn't detect any traces of martial infants within our monitoring range. Bullshit. Elder Yi was furious. You just admitted it. This is your jurisdiction. If there are no traces, then how did this martial infant come out of the ground? A bunch of useless fools. The intelligence minister was so frightened he did not dare to speak. At this moment, his communicator buzzed. He instinctively pulled it out to take a look, and his expression changed. Elder Yi immediately noticed something was wrong. What now? What did the higher-ups say? The intelligence minister's forehead was sweating even more. He steeled himself to speak. Elder Yi, Miss Jiang Yinhong departed from the capital a few hours ago. Her purpose is to find Lu Ming, and it seems she is also over there. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. He immediately understood. If Jiang Yinhong had come over and Lu Ming was here on a mission, if the two met, it meant they could potentially confront that martial infant. You bastard. Elder Yi exploded in anger. Are you a spy from the beast side or not? Why didn't you say this earlier? The intelligence minister trembled all over. Elder Yi, I really didn't know. This news, I'm really going to kill you. Elder Yi was too lazy to hear his explanation. He pushed off the ground and sprang forward. Hurry. The two rushed forward with all their might. Just at that moment, Elder Yi suddenly stopped. He sensed an extremely terrifying residual aura of sword energy ahead. That sword energy, even if it was only a remnant, sent chills down his spine, and it felt familiar. On the other side, Lu Ming looked at Jiang Yinhong, still unsure of who this woman was. Lu Ming asked directly, Jiang Yinhong. She opened her mouth to answer. Beside her, Qin Lu became anxious first. Mr. Lu, this is Miss Jiang Yinhong from the Jiang family in the capital. She is 7th in the sovereign sequence, master of all laws. Lu Ming was taken aback. Sovereign sequence. He glanced at Jiang Yinhong. No wonder this woman dared to say she could hold off a martial infant for 5 minutes. Turns out she was a peer. Jiang Yinhong's mouth twitched. How can this person talk so arrogantly? What does it mean to be merely ranked 7th? It's as if he thinks he's the superior one. Aren't you just ranked 6th? Yet thinking back to Lu Ming's sword earlier, she swallowed the words that were about to leave her lips. After all, he truly had the qualifications. Jiang Yinhong took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Ming, her tone becoming serious. Sword Monarch, I admit you are indeed formidable. That sword, I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Lu Ming waved his hand, saying, You're not bad yourself. Jiang Yinhong's eyes lit up. She thought Lu Ming was about to praise her. However, Lu Ming's next words were, to be able to withstand 2 strikes in front of a martial infant is not easy. Jiang Yinhong. Qin Lu. Everyone present was speechless. 2 strikes. Bro Jiang Yinhong landed and immediately smashed the martial infant once. The martial infant hadn't even reacted before she took him down with a single sword strike. Jiang Yinhong's mouth twitched. Yet she didn't lash out. After all, he had sacrificed his talent for their sake. Such a good person, why would you argue with him? Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Yinhong grit her teeth and managed to squeeze out 3 words. Heroic value 47, heroic value 59. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The heroic value from the Dominator sequence truly is generous. The value is indeed extraordinary. Just then, everyone sensed something and abruptly turned their heads. 2 figures fell from the sky, crashing down in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked up. Elder Yi. Lu Ming, are you okay? Elder Yi, with his white hair flying chaotically in the wind, saw Lu Ming looking fine and breathed a sigh of relief. But right after Elder Yi's eyes widened, he sensed the aura coming from Lu Ming. Foundation establishment. A solid early-stage foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the realm? When they met yesterday, this kid was clearly still in the body refinement stage. Has it only been one night? One night. Directly achieving foundation establishment. Lu Ming. What? What happened? Elder Yi was utterly baffled. Lu Ming wore a calm expression. I broke through. I can see that, but what I want to ask is this. Elder Yi wanted to say something, but he took a deep breath and decided to suppress this matter for now. He turned to Qin Lu and the others on the ground. What happened? Tell me everything from the beginning. Qin Lu's face was still pale. It's like this. He then recounted everything that had just happened in detail. From when Qin Lu's team fought that flowing spirit Sin Flood Dragon. When he got to the part where Lu Ming killed the flowing spirit Sin Flood Dragon with his bare hands. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. What the heck? Killing it with bare hands. Immediately after he recounted how a martial infant giant dragon emerged from that black egg, Lu Ming cleaved the sky with a sword. The more Elder Yi listened, the more his expression changed. The intelligence officer beside him was left dumbfounded. A martial infant was slashed down by Lu Ming with a single sword. Elder Yi's voice trembled. Yes. Jiang Nianhong nodded seriously. I saw it with my own eyes, that sword. Split the heavens apart. Elder Yi took a deep breath, turning to look at Lu Ming, this young man who had only been in the realm for a day. In just one day, he went from the body refinement stage to foundation establishment. Then he killed the flowing spirit Sin Flood Dragon with his bare hands. And then he beheaded the early-stage martial infant Sin Dragon King with a single sword. This is a human. This can no longer be explained by the word genius. This is a monster. A true monster. He is simply superhuman. Just when Elder Yi was so shocked he couldn't speak, Jiang Nianhong added, Elder Yi, you may not know that sword by Lu Ming was achieved at the cost of his own talent. Elder Yi trembled all over. Sacrificing talent. He suddenly turned to look at Lu Ming. The talent of the Dominator sequence. How precious that is. Elder Yi had witnessed Lu Ming's immense talent. He understood in his heart. That level of talent. Not to mention sacrificing a bit, even losing a hint, could significantly diminish Lu Ming's future potential. But this child, Lu Mingyu. Heroic value 341, heroic value 89, heroic value 77. Eyes suddenly becoming Lu Mingyu. Heroic value 341, heroic value 89, heroic value 7. Lu Ming felt delighted. Come. Elder Yi's praise gave him several hundred heroic values. The value is explosive, but on the surface he maintained that calm expression. Elder Yi, don't say that, I just did what I had to do. Elder Yi took a deep breath, stepping forward and firmly patting Lu Ming's shoulder. Good boy. You killed the martial infant and saved your teammates. You are a hero. This matter I will definitely report to the higher-ups. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Heroism isn't what he cares about. However, reporting to the higher-ups will surely bring benefits. Sure. Lu Ming appeared calm, but inside, he was already overjoyed. The group returned to the Bureau of Strange Events. Along the way, Lu Ming's exploits were spreading throughout the entire bureau. Have you heard? That new sword monarch beheaded a martial infant. No way, how is that possible? Are you dreaming? Really, Captain Qin said it himself? And Miss Jiang testified. I heard it was to save them that he exhausted his talent. No way. Is that true? In the corridor, wherever Lu Ming passed, every member of the Bureau of Strange Events looked at him as if they were looking at a deity. Heroic value 21, heroic value 34, heroic value 18. Lu Ming felt elated. It was incredibly satisfying. Without doing much, he was earning points all the way. When he arrived at Elder Yi's office, Elder Yi instructed him to sit down. Then he handed over a card. Lu Ming, because of this incident, your contribution points have directly reached 6,000. Lu Ming was taken aback. 6,000. He remembered that when he entered the bureau yesterday, Elder Yi told him that the contribution points for a single mission would at most be 200 to 300. Why did it suddenly double this time? Elder Yi, why so many? Lu Ming asked in confusion. Old Yi sighed. It has been checked. The martial infant Zue Jiao you killed is very likely a king-level existence among the beast sequences, a true monster, not to mention that flowing spirit beast. You killed them. The contribution points are worth several times more. Lu Ming remained calm inside as the system had already hinted at this before. Lu Ming pretended to just learn about it, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. A king. It is unworthy of dying beneath my sword. Old Yi. This kid. The words he spoke would probably make others vomit blood. But Lu Ming had that qualification. Old Yi shook his head, deciding not to argue with him. By the way, Old Yi. Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. I want to change to a different cultivation method. Old Yi's eyes brightened. This was serious. Sure, follow me. The two walked into a special place in the Bureau of Anomalies where cultivation methods were stored. This time, they didn't need to purchase with mobile devices. He personally led Lu Ming over. The methods inside were categorized by contribution points. As Lu Ming browsed, he ignored the ordinary methods and headed straight for the area with 6,000 contribution points. After searching for a while, he found some methods unsuitable. They all feel unworthy of me, Lu Ming mumbled. Just then Lu Ming suddenly froze, for he spotted an old-looking cultivation method in a corner. Heavenly Punishment Judgment. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Heavenly Punishment Judgment. The name sounded impressive. He reached out, took the book down, and flipped through a couple of pages, his eyes growing brighter. Old Yi, what do you think of this? Old Yi leaned over to take a look, then his expression changed. Lu Ming, don't shoot. Why, oi? Lu Ming was taken aback. Old Yi sighed. This cultivation method is indeed of high quality, but the requirements for cultivation are extremely harsh. It demands the practitioner to possess a heart of absolute justice, intolerant of the slightest evil. If there is even a minor flaw in one's heart, one will never be able to enter the door. Over the years, many have attempted it, but no one has succeeded. This book has been here for almost 10 years. After finishing, Old Yi looked at Lu Ming. His meaning was clear: don't waste your contribution points. But Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Justice in the heart. Doesn't that describe me? And besides, the system would have cheats. Lu Ming raised his head, seriousness on his face. Old Yi, isn't this describing me? Old Yi. He looked deeply at Lu Ming. Justice. He recalled Lu Ming kicking Zhao Qingshan away the other day, remembering how this kid always spoke with a cocky attitude. Justice. Do these two words have anything to do with Lu Ming? Old Yi wanted to say, you must be joking, but he swallowed the words back. Because he remembered Lu Ming's actions to save his teammates, sacrificing his own dominance talent. What kind of behavior is that if not justice? Old Yi felt somewhat conflicted. Could it be that this kid truly is a person whose actions contradict his words? On the surface, he seems arrogant, but inside, he is a great benefactor. Heroic value 388, heroic value 277. Lu Ming said, Old Yi, I want this one. Old Yi sighed deeply. Fine, you chose it, you take responsibility. But I'll remind you, if you can't cultivate this, the contribution points won't be refunded. Lu Ming, no problem. After completing the formalities, Lu Ming ran back to his residence with the cultivation method. All the way, he felt delighted. Upon returning home, he closed the door and opened the system. Current heroic value 4621. Lu Ming glanced at it, feeling happy inside. As he walked over, he was seen discussed and admired by others. Plus Old Yi's contribution. His heroic value regained a substantial amount. Awesome. Actually, being a hero isn't so bad. Lu Ming took a deep breath. System activate. Ding, do you want to spend 500 heroic points to upgrade Heavenly Punishment Judgment to entry level? Yes. Ding, enhancement successful. Just as the words fell, Lu Ming felt a sudden influx of knowledge filling his brain. The knowledge was profound, not about cultivation mantras, but definitions of good and evil. Lu Ming closed his eyes, stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing that he seemed to be able to feel some things he couldn't. Intuition. He could even sense some hostility and various emotions, though faint. Lu Ming definitely felt. He opened his eyes, moving his fingers. He could feel that the power within him had significantly increased. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ding, do you want to spend 800 heroic points to upgrade Heavenly Punishment Judgment to small success? Charge, charge, charge. Continue. In the next moment, a warm force exploded from his chest, spreading through his veins to his entire body. But immediately Lu Ming realized something was wrong, as if the entire world's black and white were rushing towards him. It was an extremely sharp sensation. Lu Ming could feel that as he looked at his hand, it felt as though it had become a weapon for judging evil. Then he instinctively touched his face. At that moment, his left eye had changed, turning completely white like snow. Immediately after, the power within him surged again. Spiritual energy rolled within him. Ding, due to resonance with the cultivation method, the host breaks through to the mid-stage of spirit condensation. Lu Ming stared wide-eyed. What is this? A breakthrough? He was just sitting here doing nothing, and he broke through. He was stunned for several seconds. Others cultivate through meditation, comprehension, and consuming pills, yet he just activates a cheat, and his realm rises. This is unreasonable. Ding, do you want to spend 1,200 heroic points to upgrade Heavenly Punishment Judgment to great success? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Continue. In the next moment, a sense of judgment erupted from Lu Ming's body. The spiritual energy surged wildly inside him, but the quality was entirely different. If the previous spiritual energy was wood, now it was steel. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his understanding of judgment deepen further. Judgment. Lu Ming took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, then he noticed his right eye had changed, as well, turning completely black. Lu Ming raised his right hand, fingers splayed. In a daze, he seemed to see a golden giant sword. This is incredible. He finally understood why this cultivation method was called Heavenly Punishment Judgment. It was not because he could judge others, but because this sword itself was the punishment from heaven. Heavenly powers used to judge the world are now in his hands. Ding, do you want to spend 2,000 heroic points to upgrade Heavenly Punishment Judgment to perfection? 2,000. Lu Ming glanced at his remaining heroic points. Just enough. He didn't hesitate. Smash it for me. At that moment, Lu Ming felt the entire world go silent. Immediately, an invisible aura expanded around Lu Ming. It was a kind of domain. Lu Ming couldn't quite describe the feeling, as if every inch of space within a radius of several meters had become a part of his body. He could sense the breath of everyone within this circle, even their sins. Not much, just some minor flaws. Then Lu Ming discovered that within this domain, he could do certain things like making someone anxious, causing them to panic, making them feel as if the sky was about to fall. For example, summoning black and white chains. In the next moment, those chains emerged from the void, carrying a scent of rust. They were densely packed. Lu Ming stood there feeling the power of the domain, sensing the chains waiting for his command in the void. He could feel that as long as he willed it, these things could penetrate anything. Then the spiritual energy within Lu Ming erupted again, surging wildly through his body, every muscle trembling. Bang! Lu Ming felt something within him being unlocked. Ding host has broken through to the late stage of condensing spirit. Lu Ming was completely stunned. Late stage of condensing spirit. He looked down at his hands, flipping them over several times. Just a day ago, he was merely a minor character in the mid-stage of body refinement. Now in the late stage of condensing spirit, he had traversed years of others' paths in just one day. Lu Ming leaned back against the chair, gazing at the ceiling, unable to contain his laughter. His bravado points were nearly spent, but he felt no regret at all, because this strength was worth it. He stood up, stretched his limbs, his bones cracking a few times, feeling utterly comfortable. If he were to encounter that sinful dragon again, he probably wouldn't even need to move, just relying on the domain would be enough to pin it to the ground. Refreshing. Lu Ming smacked his lips, feeling immensely pleased. He wanted to find Elder Yi to explain things, at least to let someone know what level he was at now. But when he reached the office door, he found it open and the room empty. He probably went to deal with matters in the intelligence department. Forget it. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to go out for a stroll. After all, he had nothing pressing to do. He turned and went downstairs, pushing open the door of the Anomalies Bureau. Just as he walked out of the bureaus, a disdainful voice came from the sky. "You're Lu Ming, the new one in the master sequence." Lu Ming looked up. He saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, a man with long white hair, tall stature, nearly 1.9 meters, dressed in a long white coat. As soon as the man landed, the tiles beneath his feet remained unmoved. He raised his eyes, looking at Lu Ming. "I heard you're quite arrogant." Lu Ming was taken aback. Where did this guy come from? The white-haired man smiled casually. "I came from the Demon City. Ever since I heard about you, I rushed over. My name is Bai Lin, 5th of the Master Sequence Blade Emperor." Lu Ming frowned. 5th of the Master Sequence. Another one. He had just met the 7th yesterday, and now the 5th shows up. But what he didn't know was that among the younger generation of the Master Sequence, none had yet matured. Only this one in front of him, along with Lu Ming and Jiang Yinhong. The others in the Master Sequence had long grown into powerhouses. So when they heard a new sword monarch had emerged, they naturally came to take a look. Bai Lin had heard of Lu Ming's exploits related to Zhao Qingshan. He hadn't heard about Lu Ming slaying the martial infant. He only knew about Lu Ming's confrontation with Zhao Qingshan. Thus, he was unaware of Lu Ming's true strength, leading him to hold a natural sense of superiority. After all, he was 5th in the sequence while Lu Ming was 6th. He was one rank higher, and most importantly, he believed that a blade was stronger than a sword. Bai Lin looked at Lu Ming, his tone somewhat playful. "In the Master Sequence, only the two of us belong to the weapon-type sequence. One sword, one blade. I heard you're quite arrogant, but let me remind you, arrogance requires capability. You in the body refinement stage, though you're part of the Master Sequence, are an undeveloped genius. Don't take yourself too seriously." It felt like he was educating a junior. "So," Lu Ming interjected, "who do you think you are?" "Bai Lin." He was taken aback. Lu Ming continued, "Who let you in? Why do I feel like there's no one watching at the door of the Anomalies Bureau? Anyone can just stroll in." "Bai Lin." Bravado points, 34 bravado points, 35 bravado points, 24 bravado points, 30. In the distance, several members of the Anomalies Bureau happened to be passing by. Upon hearing this, they were instantly petrified. "No way. Lu Ming doesn't know who this guy is. That's the Blade Emperor, 5th of the Master Sequence. You call him a stray cat or dog?" Bai Lin was stunned for several seconds after hearing Lu Ming's words. He had traveled from the Demon City, and wherever he went, others treated him with utmost respect. Even those of similar realms showed him a degree of courtesy. After all, he was 5th of the Master Sequence. Moreover, he was one who had already matured. How could this kid casually refer to him as a stray cat or dog? Bai Lin stroked his chin, re-evaluating Lu Ming. Then he laughed. "Interesting, you are the first to dare speak to me like that. Your courage is commendable." As soon as he said this, Lu Ming was taken aback. This way of speaking. felt oddly familiar. Bai Lin continued, still carrying that condescending tone. I heard you defeated a condensing spirit while in body refinement. That's quite impressive, but could you perhaps speak in a foreign language? After all, I just returned from abroad and am not quite used to Chinese. Lu Ming. All members of the Anomalies Bureau present. Damn. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder it felt familiar. This guy is a real arrogant one. Moreover, he's a seasoned one. No wonder the style felt so recognizable. Encountering a true arrogant one. Just then the voice of the system echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Ding, system task triggered. Task: defeat the arrogant one in front of you, Bai Lin. Become the strongest arrogant one. Reward: eternal true soul. Lu Ming was taken aback. What is this? Defeat an arrogant one. Is this an internal conflict among the arrogant ones? System, you really outdid yourself. Also, eternal true soul. What is that? Then the system explained eternal true soul, a top-tier soul talent immune to any soul ability of the same tier. Even if the opponent's soul power is 10 times stronger than the host's, it can greatly weaken their attack. Moreover, as long as the host's soul retains a trace of existence, they can reshape their body, resurrect, and in the future, if their soul power becomes powerful enough, it can directly influence reality. Create myriad forms, rewrite reality. What the hell? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What in the world is this outrageous thing? It can even rewrite reality. Coming back from the dead. Isn't this invincible? Lu Ming's heart stirred, and his gaze instantly became fiery. He must fight. This Jiahao must be defeated. Even if it costs him his life today, he must win. He looked at Bai Lin, his eyes completely transformed. Bai Lin had no idea what Lu Ming was thinking, still holding himself aloof. What a pity you are still not Lu Ling you. Lu Ming interrupted him. Lu Ling. What's there to discuss? I can defeat it with ease. Bai Lin was taken aback. Is he really acting like this? He had always regarded Lu Ming as a junior. He never paid him any serious attention because his own rank and cultivation were higher than this guy's. So this brat is this arrogant. Just as the rumors stated. Heroic value 34, heroic value 28, heroic value 31. Bai Lin's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know how many powerful beings exist in this world? Do you know how strong Lu Ling is? Lu Ming, I know I can kill it with my bare hands. Bai Lin. Then do you know how strong Wu Ying is? Lu Ming, I know I can slice it in half with a sword. Bai Lin, can't you just stop showing off for a second? Bai Lin exploded on the spot. This guy is too full of himself. More than anyone else. As a seasoned Jiahao, he felt completely suppressed. But he didn't realize that Lu Ming was speaking nothing but the truth. Bai Lin took a deep breath. Fine, no need to get angry. This kid just needs a lesson. Today I will teach you that even the master sequence requires humility. As soon as Bai Lin finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The pressure of latestage Lu Ling. In the entire square, those members of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau passing by were instantly pressed down to their knees. Breathing became difficult. Many were shocked. This is the pressure of the master sequence. So strong. Damn, can't even dare to look at it directly. Bai Lin was quite satisfied with this reaction. He turned to look at Lu Ming, ready to see the look on this kid's face as he kneeled down begging for mercy. Then he froze. Because Lu Ming stood straight, not even blinking. Bai Lin's expression changed. Can hold on pretty well. He snorted. Since the pressure was ineffective, he decided to take action directly. Crack! Bai Lin drew a knife from thin air. The knife was dark and covered in ferocious beast patterns. As soon as the blade appeared, the entire world began to resonate. Bai Lin's lips curled into a smile. This is my treasured blade, White Moon. A spirit weapon of the Xian rank. You, a junior, better be prepared. He stopped mid-sentence because he saw Lu Ming leisurely draw a sword from his waist. That sword was... The sword also emitted a buzzing aura. Bai Lin's pupils constricted. This aura, is it also Xian? He looked at Lu Ming in shock. How does this kid also have a Xian rank weapon? How could a newcomer just entering the bureau acquire such a high-level weapon? Moreover, Bai Lin sensed something. It seemed that this sword had a special fluctuation. Is it a growth type? Bai Lin's expression twisted slightly. Jealousy. A hint of jealousy arose in his heart. How many years did he fight to obtain a mid-grade Xian rank? This kid has only been in the bureau for 2 days, and he's already wielding a growth type Xian rank weapon. Damn. Is this fair? But Bai Lin quickly suppressed this emotion and sneered. Weapons are one. Your sword will crumble beneath my blade. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade energy was unleashed. A 10-meter-long black blade energy swept towards Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming casually blocked the sword in his hand. Clang. A clear sound echoed. That black blade energy shattered. It was directly split apart by Lu Ming's sword. Bai Lin. His pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible. That blade energy just now was at least 70% of his power. blocked by a mere body-tempering stage with a single sword. Lu Ming sheathed his sword and calmly stated, "Now it's my turn." After saying that, Lu Ming swung his sword, and a white sword energy shot into the sky. Bai Lin felt something was off right away. The aura of this sword energy. Something's wrong. This isn't the power of the body-tempering stage. This is latest stage Ningling. What the hell? Isn't he a newcomer? Not good. Bai Lin hurriedly raised his knife to block. Clang. He was forced back 3 steps. But a storm of shock surged within him. Bai Lin stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. You? What cultivation level are you at? You're not at body tempering. What? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Body tempering was yesterday's business. Bai Lin was completely stunned. Yesterday. You were at body tempering yesterday, and now you're at latest stage Ningling. Is this even reasonable? Meanwhile, some members of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming. How did he become latest stage Ningling? When did this happen? Many members of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau were still unclear about Lu Ming's encounter in the valley. But those in the know understood that it was only achieved under the condition of Lu Ming's diminished talent. So now he could no longer reach that level. Faced with the Knife Emperor of latest stage Lu Ling, they didn't know if Lu Ming could win. But they knew Lu Ming's cultivation level. How could he possibly be latest stage Ningling? Bai Lin. He took a deep breath. It seems your Anomalous Affairs Bureau knows how to hide people. It appears that this kid was already discovered by the province long ago and was intentionally concealed without reporting. All that body tempering stuff is probably fake. Damn, you really hit it well. They'll give you credit for being bold. Bai Lin's gaze darkened. No matter what his cultivation level is, since they've crossed paths today, they will have a fight. Let this kid know that the blade is the strongest weapon. He tightened his grip on the knife and his aura erupted again. Kid, take this. Lu Ming also struck. Bang, bang, blade light and sword shadows. The two clashed again. In this exchange, Bai Lin's shock grew larger. Because he discovered that Lu Ming's strength was far stronger than he felt. He didn't seem like a Ningling at all. Every strike brought a suffocating sense of pressure. What's going on? Is this really Ningling? Damn it. Bai Lin gritted his teeth and activated his abilities. In the next moment, countless blade shadows erupted around him. This move, 100 blades surrounding. You have nowhere to hide. This move was his trump card. In his eyes, Lu Ming couldn't possibly dodge this. Blade shadows fell like rain, densely packed, like a torrential storm. Any ordinary person would have dodged by now. But Lu Ming didn't even try to evade. He stood there taking the barrage of attacks heat in. Bang, bang, bang. The blade shadows struck him, tearing a few holes in his clothes. But on his body, just some shallow, not even a drop of blood was shed. Lu Ming glanced at his arm, then looked up at Bai Lin's terrified expression and grinned. Refreshing. Bai Lin. Bai Lin was utterly stunned. What the hell? Withstanding with his physical body. What kind of body do you have? That previous move, although not executed with full strength, was still a profound level blade technique. With hundreds of blade shadows crashing down, even a copper wall or iron wall would have several holes by now. Yet striking you left only a few white marks. How is this possible? Bai Lin had yet to recover from his shock. It's my turn now. Lu Ming's voice exploded. You. Bai Lin's pupils constricted. In the next second, Lu Ming had already rushed in front of him. It was too fast. So fast that Bai Lin didn't react before his collar was grabbed. Bai Lin. Lu Ming threw a punch. I will use my mighty fist against you. The punch was accompanied by a sound of air being torn apart. It was as if a truck was hurtling at full speed. Boom. Bai Lin was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Cough. Bai Lin got up from the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, his fingers stained with blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. This kid, is he really the Sword Monarch? Isn't the Sword Monarch supposed to use a sword? How come he is so adept with his fists? Bai Lin was filled with questions, seriously doubting that Lu Ming was the Sword Monarch. It's the third of the sovereign sequence, the ancient body. Otherwise, how could his physical body be so But being fifth in the sovereign sequence, he quickly reacted, taking a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart, his expression gradually becoming serious. I can no longer underestimate him. This kid is not to be trifled with. Bai Lin closed his eyes. In the next instant, the aura throughout his body began to surge violently. The rubble on the ground was swept up by the wave of energy. Then he opened his eyes and his entire demeanor was completely different. It sent chills down people's spines. Kid, Bai Lin's voice was low. Since you can endure so much, let me show you what a true sovereign sequence. The next moment, the sky above changed. A black light shot from his palm straight into the sky. Then a huge black blade took shape. 100 meters long. The blade was pitch black with dark red patterns flowing on it, pulsating like veins. A terrifying aura emanated from that blade. It was suffocating. Members of the Anomalous Bureau around witnessed this scene and were frightened, retreating several steps back. My God. What is this? It's over, it's over, it's over. What does the Blade Emperor want to do? If that strike comes down, the entire square will be gone. Can the Sword Monarch withstand it? Bai Lin looked down from above, gazing at Lu Ming. This is my strongest move, the 100-jaw blade cut. Prepare yourself. The next moment, that 100-meter giant blade moved like a mountain, crashing down from the sky with earth-shattering momentum. It was aimed straight at Lu Ming's head. The air was torn apart. The ground slabs began to crack with fissures spreading out from beneath Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming looked at the giant blade descending from the sky. He smiled. He rested the sword in his hand on his shoulder and tilted his head. Then I will get serious too. With a step forward, in the next instant, the entire square transformed around him. The sky changed colors. Half pure white, half pure black. In the air, countless black and white chains emerged, each as thick as an arm drilling out from the void. Bai Lin was suspended in midair, his pupils constricting. His body froze, not because he was bound by the chains, but because he felt that power. His voice began to tremble. This is the heavenly punishment judgment. Impossible. Bai Lin's voice rose by 8 degrees. How could you have the heavenly punishment judgment? He clearly remembered that technique had been sitting in the anomalous Bureau's inheritance library for nearly 10 years, and not a single person had been able to master it. It was not due to lack of talent, but because that thing was too evil. It required an absolute heart of justice. How could anyone possess such a thing? That's why the technique had been left there to gather dust, untouched by anyone. But now, as Bai Lin sensed the area around Lu Ming, the more he sensed, the more shocked he became. And the completeness of this domain. This is perfection. Bai Lin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The heavenly punishment judgment. That is something that requires an absolute heart of justice to cultivate. This kid has managed to cultivate it. And it's perfect. How is this possible? Bai Lin was starting to panic. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but this was too ridiculous. Just then, the blade of the Han Yuan sword in Lu Ming's hand gradually became stained with a layer of gold. It was as if golden blood was flowing within the sword, ultimately appearing as if the sun was held in Lu Ming's hand. That oppressive feeling was more than tenfold. Bai Lin felt that aura, his scalp going numb. This is impossible. He truly could not understand. He had seen records of the heavenly punishment judgment's domain. Although powerful, it was not to that extent. Unless the opponent was guilty, then receiving judgment enhancement. I am not guilty. Bai Lin's voice was filled with confusion. He truly was not. He was 5th in the sovereign sequence, and over the years he had killed only aberrant beasts, evildoers, and those who deserved to die. He had no guilt. How could you strengthen so much? Lu Ming stood at the center of the domain, his expression very calm. But you committed the crime of showing off. Bai Lin, showing off. Crime. What kind of nonsense is this? Is there such a crime in the world? Bai Lin was completely petrified. Lu Ming did not give him time to react, and with a single sword strike, he slashed down. But that sword strike, infused with the power of judgment, carried the full might of the heavenly punishment domain. Wherever the sword energy passed, it let out a piercing screech. That 100-meter-long pitch-black giant blade appeared like paper in front of this sword. Crack! The blade began to shatter, breaking into countless fragments. The sword energy did not diminish. It descended straight down, cleaving into Bai Lin. No. Bai Lin was struck from the sky back to the ground. Boom! A large pit appeared on the ground. Cough! Bai Lin lay in the pit, his chest heaving violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His blade flew far away, landing outside the pit, shattered into several pieces. A mid-grade profound blade. Just like that, it shattered. Bai Lin lay on his back, looking at the sky. His mind was completely blank. I lost. The Blade Emperor Bai Lin of the 5th Sovereign Sequence lost to a newcomer who just entered the game. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Reward obtained: Eternal True Soul. Lu Ming sheathed his sword and walked to the edge of the pit, looking down at Bai Lin. Next time you show off, Lu Ming said flatly, first look at who your opponent is. Only true strong ones are worthy of showing off. On the other side, on the way to the Bureau of Strange Events, Elder Yi was hurrying back with a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a light purple long dress. Her name was Zilwan, with a talent rank of 31 in the alchemy field, a notable figure in the realm of Chinese alchemy. Zilwan, you have no idea, this kid is truly a freak. Elder Yi chattered on as they walked, his mouth never stopping. In just one day, from body tempering straight to spirit condensation. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I have lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen it. Zilwan remained silent, merely smiling faintly as she listened, though her heart was in turmoil. She knew Elder Yi would never joke about such matters. If what he said was true, then that person named Lu Ming was indeed a complete monster. She had known Elder Yi for 10 years. This old man usually held himself aloof, ignoring everyone, so to have him rambling on about a junior was truly rare. And this kid has a good heart too. Elder Yi said, his expression turning a bit pained. He sacrificed a part of his talent to save his teammate. You see, I usually don't want to show it, but now. Sai, such a good child, can I not feel pain for him? Ziluan finally spoke, her voice soft. So you brought me from the capital to help him refine a pill to restore his talent. Exactly, Elder Yi responded, looking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You are the best alchemist in our lineage. If you don't take action, who will? Ziluan let out a gentle sigh. She wanted to help, but... Elder Yi, you know that the talent of the master rank is one of the rarest things in the world. Trying to mend such a level of talent with a pill is incredibly difficult. I've never even heard of anyone succeeding at it. I can only say that I will do my best. Ziluan spoke realistically. She was an alchemist, not a fraud, and would not make empty promises. Elder Yi's expression darkened slightly, but he nodded. Just do your best. Even a little restoration is better than nothing. This child. Son. As the two were chatting, suddenly they both paused. In the distance, an immense sword intent surged, mixed with a violent blade intent shooting into the sky. The two forces collided in the air. Ziluan's expression changed. That blade intent. She sensed something keenly, her eyes narrowing. Is it Bai Lin? Elder Yi's face also fell. Master rank 5th level Blade Emperor Bai Lin. What was this kid doing at the Bureau of Strange Events? Suddenly Elder Yi reacted. No way. How did these two start fighting? He slapped his thigh, his face turning green. What kind of strength does Bai Lin have? A monster at the peak of spirit condensation. One of the best among the younger generation. Lu Ming was only at the early stage of spirit condensation, and his talent had been diminished. What the hell is this? This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Elder Yi was so anxious, he was stamping his feet. Isn't this bullying? He didn't dare to delay, pushing off the ground, his whole body shot forward like an arrow. Ziluan quickly followed. The closer they got to the Bureau of Strange Events, the clearer the aura became. Elder Yi was extremely anxious inside. That kid Bai Lin was notoriously proud, and Lu Ming was no pushover. It was only to be expected that they would clash. But Lu Ming couldn't win now. What if something happened to him? Elder Yi didn't even dare to think about it. Just a few hundred meters away from the Bureau of Strange Events, a sudden flash of white light exploded in the air. Immediately after, an immensely oppressive aura surged from that light. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. This is the power of judgment. Ziluan was also stunned. Heaven's punishment judgment. Who mastered it? The two exchanged glances, shocked in each other's eyes. That particular technique had been in the Bureau of Strange Events for nearly a decade. They had both seen it. No one had ever been able to master it. Why did someone suddenly use it today? Wait. Elder Yi suddenly remembered something. A terrifying thought surfaced. He recalled Lu Ming. Could it be? Elder Yi's face stiffened. Ziluan looked at Elder Yi's expression, puzzled. But the next moment, she saw Elder Yi activate all his spiritual energy, tearing through space. Elder Yi was truly anxious now, because he knew that the heaven's punishment judgment was in Lu Ming's hand. If that's the case, then it means Lu Ming succeeded in his cultivation. In an instant, Elder Yi was above the square in a blink. Bai Lin, what the hell are you doing? I must report to Elder Bai Hao. If Lu Ming gets hurt, even a... Elder Yi's words abruptly stopped, because he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the center of the square, Lu Ming stood there completely unharmed, while beneath him lay a person in a deep pit. It was Bai Lin, white-haired and white-clothed, gasping for breath, blood at the corner of his mouth, just lying there. Elder Yi. The late-arriving Ziluan. Elder Yi was dumbfounded. What the hell? Bai Lin was knocked down by Lu Ming. He blinked, then blinked again, thinking he had seen it wrong. But this scene was undeniably correct. Bai Lin's mid-grade mystical sword was shattered into several pieces scattered around the pit. This? What the hell? Elder Yi's mind went blank as he instinctively sensed Lu Ming's cult. Then he froze. Late stage of spirit condensation. What the hell? Late stage of spirit condensation. Elder Yi almost stumbled. His mind was a complete mess. Lu Ming was still in body tempering 2 days ago, early stage of spirit condensation yesterday, and today. Late stage of spirit condensation. Did this kid eat a divine pill? Cough, cough. Lu Ming turned his head upon hearing the noise, saw Elder Yi, and wore a nonchalant expression. Elder Yi, you are here. This esteemed Blade Emperor came to spar with me, and I won. Spar? You shattered his sword in a spar. What the hell happened? Elder Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Lu Ming shrugged, briefly recounting what had just occurred. Essentially, Bai Lin came to show off, and got beaten. Elder Yi listened in silence for a long time. He turned to look at Bai Lin in the pit. Bai Lin was trying to crawl out of the pit, and upon hearing Lu Ming's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Show off? Did I show off? I came to teach the newbies. Yet I ended up being taught a lesson by a newbie. Bai Lin was completely stunned. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly climbed out of the pit. Cough. Elder Yi. Bai Lin's voice was a bit weak. Ziluan, why are you here too? He brightened at the sight of Ziluan. Although it was embarrassing now, at least he saw a familiar face. Ziluan glanced at him, but did not respond. She was still in shock. Her gaze fell on Lu Ming. She sensed his aura, then froze. Elder Yi, Ziluan took a deep breath. Did you not say? Lu Ming's talent was diminished. Then what is this situation? Spirit condensation late stage. Elder Yi opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. I have no idea either. Elder Yi wore a face of constipation. He was truly bewildered. Yesterday, when he sent Lu Ming back, the young man was clearly still at the initial stage of spiritual condensation, and it was said that his talent had suffered some loss. Logically, he shouldn't be able to break through in such a short time. Yet he disappeared for a night. Did this young man directly advance to the late stage of spiritual condensation? What the hell, his talent was diminished? How could he still be so extraordinary? Elder Yi's gaze towards Lu Ming changed. What kind of monster is this? Elder Yi, so you really cultivated the judgment of heavenly punishment. Lu Ming, it's perfect. After a long silence. And then, heroic value 342, heroic value 288, heroic value 199. Lu Ming's heart was blooming with joy. Come. With Elder Yi and Ziluan arriving, the value instantly skyrocketed. This wave brought in a few hundred heroic values. It felt great. Meanwhile, the members of the Anomaly Bureau who had been suppressed by Bai Lin gradually began to react. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming in the center of the square. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Did he really defeat the Blade Emperor? Defeating a latest-stage spiritual condensation with just a latest-stage spiritual condensation. Is that even reasonable? Moreover, I just saw it. It was the judgment of heavenly punishment. It was the judgment of heavenly punishment. The judgment of heavenly punishment, doesn't that require a righteous heart? Lu Ming. He doesn't seem like that on a regular basis. I now seriously suspect that the Lu Ming we saw before was an illusion. This kid is actually quite righteous. Many people were discussing fervently. The way they looked at Lu Ming changed from curiosity to a kind of almost reverent admiration. Heroic value 34, heroic value 22, heroic value 18, heroic value 12. Lu Ming's mouth curled up. It was about time. Anyway, his heroic value was almost gathered, and he planned to go back and upgrade the eternal soul. This thing is truly valuable. A talent on the level of the soul having an extra layer is an additional means of survival. Elder Yi, I'm heading back now. Lu Ming said, turning to leave. Hey, stop right there. Elder Yi, coming to his senses, grabbed him. You have to clarify for me, did you cheat? He was now utterly shocked. What do you mean perfected? Are you even human? Lu Ming smiled. I've never cheated. I know you're envious, but this is just my daily routine. After saying that, he shook off Elder Yi's hand and walked away gracefully. Elder Yi. Ziluan. The two exchanged a glance and said nothing. Ziluan took a deep. Elder Yi, you previously said you would help him regain his talent. She chuckled bitterly. I now feel like this trip was in vain. With Lu Ming's rate of progress, what does he need help with? Elder Yi's old face flushed. Cough, I didn't expect this either. He completely did not anticipate that Lu Ming's talent would be so monstrous. Latest stage spiritual condensation. The judgment of heavenly punishment perfected. This is... Elder Yi was at a loss for words from the shock. Meanwhile, Bai Lin finally managed to stand up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and gazed at Lu Ming's retreating figure with a complex mood. Sister Ziluan. Bai Lin's voice was still a bit hoarse. How did you end up at the Anomaly Bureau? Ziluan glanced at him. Elder Yi invited me to help Lu Ming with alchemy and regain his talent. Regain talent? Bai Lin was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Does that monster even need it? Elder Yi interjected, looking at Bai Lin with frustration. You also came here just to annoy me, right? Do you know what happened with the Lu Ming you just fought? Bai Lin. Elder Yi sighed and briefly explained what had happened with Lu Ming over the past 2 days. From entering the bureau at the body refinement stage, to defeating Zhao Qingshan, to slaying the martial infant Sin Flood Dragon, to the loss of his sovereign talent. The more Bai Lin listened, the paler his face became. You said he killed a martial infant. Bai Lin's voice trembled. At the spiritual condensation realm. Yes. Elder Yi nodded. And he did it after losing talent. Yes. Bai Lin fell silent. A wave of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. For the first time in his life, he felt what true fear was. It wasn't the fear of being threatened. It was the fear of discovering a monster in this world that was 100 times stronger than himself. Bai Lin, the fifth in the sovereign sequence, had been nurtured as a genius since childhood. He had always believed he was the strongest of his generation. Yet today, he finally realized that the sixth in the sovereign sequence was someone he had to look up to. A monster. Bai Lin muttered, truly a monster. He finally understood that everything Lu Ming had said before was true. He really killed the martial infant with a single sword strike. And he did it while suffering a loss of talent. In an instant, Bai Lin felt like a clown, coming here to reprimand others. What a joke. Whoa. He squatted on the ground, covering his face. So humiliating. Meanwhile, Lu Ming returned to his residence and closed the door. He opened the system panel and took a look. Host Lu Ming Realm Latestage Spiritual Condensation Talent Rain Master Sin Abyss Physique 1000 Calamities Wild Body Soul Eternal Soul Ability Sky-Slaying Sword Path Minor Success Rain Enhancement LV 4 Rain Manipulation LV 3 Rain Howl LV 4 Angry Remnant Heavenly Fire LV 4 Exotic Beast Intimidation LV 4 Thunder Record Perfected Judgment of Heavenly Punishment Perfected Heroic Value 4120. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. After this wave, not only did he not lose heroic values, but he also gained a lot. He focused his gaze on the Eternal Soul. This item is a top-tier soul talent. It must be upgraded properly. Ding, would you like to spend 3,000 heroic values to upgrade the Eternal Soul to the first level? Upgrade. Lu Ming silently thought. Ding, upgrade successful. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly became dreamy. Countless images appeared. They flashed by frame. He felt his soul undergoing a transformation. Originally, his soul was just a blurry halo. But now that halo began to condense. Finally, in his sea of consciousness, a small white figure appeared. That figure looked exactly like him, radiating a gentle white light. Lu Ming was stunned. Is this my soul? It has actually become so concrete. Then a piece of information flooded into his mind. Pure soul, the host's soul power surges dramatically, can transform into light to purify all filth around. Transforming into light. Lu Ming smirked, attempting to activate this ability. In the next moment, a faint white light radiated from his entire body. Lu Ming could feel that this white light had a powerful purifying effect on negative and tainted things. Impressive, Lu Ming remarked, smacking his lips. This ability, though it seemed less imposing than the sword path of slaying heaven, was undoubtedly practical. Moreover, it appeared capable of enhancing the true souls of countless generations up to 5 layers. Each layer stronger than the last. Perhaps in the end it could rewrite reality directly. Lu Ming stretched his body, feeling completely at ease. The enhancement at the soul level invigorated him greatly. At that moment, Lu Ming stood up and pushed open the door. Just a moment after stepping outside, he spotted Elder Yi and Ziluan. What have you been up to, you rascal? Elder Yi's voice rang out. Of course, Lu Ming couldn't say he had been cheating. So he casually found an excuse. I was just exercising, did a casual 20,000 pull-ups for warm-up, and later I plan to do a few sets of incrementally increasing fly movements with those 2-ton dumbbells over there. What's wrong? Is there something? Guts value 321, Elder Yi. Why don't you ascend already? 2-ton dumbbells for fly movements. I could barely lift 3 tons with my biceps. At this moment, Ziluan said nothing, merely scrutinizing Lu Ming closely. This young man was quite inscrutable. You should wait to exercise again. Elder Yi sighed and began, let me introduce you. This is Ziluan, our lineage's best alchemist. Didn't you recently suffer a talent loss? Before Elder Yi could finish, Ziluan interjected, I never expected that even after losing your talent you would still be this formidable. It seems that this sword monarch truly is a monster. Saying this, Ziluan took out a pill and handed it to Lu Ming. This is the rejuvenation pill. It can somewhat heal your lost talent, though I cannot guarantee how much it will help. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. I don't need it. He then reached out and accepted the pill. But if it's free, I won't refuse. Elder Yi, Ziluan. Ahem. Elder Yi felt a little stifled and wanted to quickly distance himself from this infuriating young man. He turned to change the subject. By the way, Ziluan, didn't you say you had something else to discuss? I recall it had something to do with the purple crystal lotus. This item is quite rare. Lu Ming was taken aback. Purple crystal lotus. What is that? Ziluan glanced at Elder Yi and nodded. Indeed, that's correct. Ziluan's expression turned serious. Some time ago, I obtained a purple crystal lotus. I thought it was a good thing, but recently it inexplicably became infected with a strange virus. After some research, I found that this virus can only be purified with pure soul power and can only be handled by the soul power of young people who have not yet reached the martial infant realm and possess pure hearts. This is because those above the martial infant realm have their own unique aura in their souls. Forcing that kind of soul power would instead pollute the spiritual herb, completely destroying it. After listening, Elder Yi nodded. I see. Ziluan sighed. Due to time constraints, that spiritual herb is about to perish, so I need the assistance of those with soul talents from your bureau. Elder Yi smiled and replied, all right, no problem. Ziluan said seriously, Elder Yi, if someone can save the spiritual herb as a reward, I will attempt to use its essence to concoct the flowing infant pill for them. The word reward triggered Lu Ming's base code, and he asked in confusion, what is the flowing infant pill? Elder Yi casually explained, this thing is a treasure. Once consumed, it can perfectly break through the flowing spirit realm, establishing the most solid spiritual foundation, and even condense a trace of the spirit infant in the body in advance, laying the groundwork for breaking through the martial infant realm. Such a pill is worth its weight in gold in my lifetime. I've only seen it twice. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Wow, this seems like a truly valuable item. And I happen to possess the true soul of countless generations. He had just comprehended the ability of the purest soul, and his soul power had surged. It was the perfect opportunity to try it out. With this, he could secure a flowing infant pill, just in time to plan for breaking through the flowing spirit realm. Elder Ziluan, let me give it a try. Lu Ming spoke up. Ziluan was taken aback. You. She scrutinized Lu Ming carefully and shook her head. You can't do it. Your talent sequence isn't suitable. I need to find the young people from the Anomaly Bureau who possess soul-related talent sequences. Although he was the master sequence, his talent direction was not in the soul aspect. In the past, he merely came to watch the show. Soul, eh? Lu Ming shook his head. How do you know I can't? Don't underestimate my guts of the soul. Ziluan was left dumbfounded. What is the guts of the soul? Is there even such a sequence? At that moment, Elder Yi shook his head and smiled. Forget it, let him go, and take a look just to join in the fun. After all, Lu Ming is currently in the spotlight. Let him unwind a bit. Lu Ming smiled without saying a word. Seeing Lu Ming like this, Ziluan sighed. All right, then follow me. And so the three of them made their way to the hall of the Anomaly Bureau. Many people were already standing in the hall. All of them were from the Anomaly Bureau's soul-related talent sequences. As soon as they saw Lu Ming enter, all eyes turned towards him. It's Lu Ming. What is he doing here? I heard he has already reached the late stage of spirit condensation, and he even defeated the Blade Emperor. Wow, this kid is too monstrous, isn't he? Many people were discussing animatedly, some with admiration, others with curiosity. Guts value 12, guts value 18, guts value 15. Lu Ming maintained a calm facade, but inside he was delighted. Just walking around could increase his guts value. He looked ahead. In the center of the hall stood a transparent container inside, which was a giant flower about half a meter tall. The flower should have been light purple, looking particularly beautiful, but now half of it had turned black. The blackened part continued to spread slowly to the remaining portion. It resembled a disease that was expanding. Is this the spiritual herb? Lu Ming asked. Ziluan nodded. Yes, the purple crystal lotus grows in the deepest spiritual veins. Its current condition is quite abnormal. The black parts look like a kind of virus. I researched this for a long time and found that this virus is very strange. Ooh, I've never heard of it before. However, I have now found a way, so only you young people can help. The crowd in the hall nodded. They had all come to hear this news. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's gaze brightened at this scene. He felt like this was his true soul of countless generations would surely be able to eradicate that virus. Just as Lu Ming was about to speak. Elder Ziluan, let me go first. A black-haired man stepped out from the crowd. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, handsome, and wearing a black long robe. As soon as he spoke, many people around turned their attention to him. Who is he? He seems to be from White City. I remember him. Talent sequence 34, Soul Demon. The one at the peak of flowing spirit, Shun Mo. Upon hearing this, many people gasped. Talent sequence 34, Soul Demon, is a rare soul-type talent. Moreover, he is at the peak of flowing spirit. Such strength is considered top-tier among the younger generation. At this moment, Ziluan also noticed this person. She nodded and said, Shin Mo, you go ahead and give it a try. Shin Mo walked up to the spirit herb. Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. Let me handle it instead. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Ziluan, caught off guard, furrowed her brows and said, Lu Ming, haven't I already told you that? What? You don't trust me? Lu Ming replied, leaving everyone else stunned. How can we trust you? I can believe in your innate talent, but do you have any expertise in this area? At this moment, Shun Mo also frowned. He certainly knew Lu Ming and was aware of his great strength. However, this time, it wasn't a matter of combat power, but rather relied on their expertise as powerful soul practitioners. What was Lu Ming doing here? He certainly knew Lu Ming and was aware of his great strength. However, this time, it wasn't a matter of combat power, but rather relied on their expertise as powerful soul practitioners. After all, having accomplished so many extraordinary feats would naturally lead to some pride. Lu Ming probably believed that nothing was beyond his capabilities. Unfortunately, Shun Mo chose to ignore Lu Ming and stepped forward. He closed his eyes, and the power of his soul began to surge. A faint black mist emanated from his body, slowly enveloping the spirit herb. Whoosh! Everyone in the hall held their breath. The black mist made contact with the black virus on the spirit herb. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The darkness on the herb began to gradually fade away. Did it work? It really worked. The soul demon talent is indeed powerful. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. That's great. Ziluan's eyes also brightened. It seemed that there was indeed hope to save this spirit herb. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stood at the back silent. He merely watched quietly. For him, with the perception of his eternal true soul, it didn't seem that simple. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded. Suddenly, Shen Mo's eyes suddenly bled. He let out a terrible scream. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes turned black. The sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Shen Mo? Ziluan's expression changed drastically, and she hurried over to check. The surrounding people were also bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't it about to be fine? After checking again, Ziluan exclaimed, he has been contaminated. Her voice was filled with shock. What on earth is this? This virus is even more bizarre than I imagined. It will backfire. Everyone retreat. Step back. What? Upon hearing this, the people in the hall were frightened and quickly retreated. None of them had expected that even a peak practitioner with the soul demon talent could be contaminated by this thing. Damn. How? How do we save him? What the heck? If even a soul demon series expert cannot handle this, who can? Come on, Ziluan, maybe we should just give up. Yeah, it's too dangerous. People began to murmur, and no one dared to step forward again. Ziluan's face turned very pale. She was trying to deal with the contamination on Shen Mo, but the effect was limited. Furrowing her brows, she said, it seems this matter is more complicated than I imagined. It's probably not going to work today. Let's all leave first, and I'll research it further when I get back. She planned to find a way to cure Shen Mo first. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Can I give it a try? Ziluan was taken aback and turned to look at Lu Ming. Everyone else in the hall also turned to him. He actually wants to try. Didn't he see what happened to Shen Mo? Lu Ming, don't joke around. Ziluan shook her head gravely. If even Shen Mo failed you, the Sword Monarch. The Sword Monarch is not even specialized in the Soul Series talent. Even a Soul Demon of 34 failed. After all, you are from the Dominator series, but your expertise is irrelevant. What's the use? Indeed, Lu Ming, don't make things worse. You are indeed from the Dominator series, but your focus is on swordsmanship, which has nothing to do with the soul. If you can't even deal with something that a soul demon talent couldn't manage, you would just be throwing your life away. Lu Ming, stop messing around. You can't do everything. Many people began to advise Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Shen Mo, who had been helped up by Ziluan, also forced himself to speak. His eyes were still black, but at least he could talk now. Lu Ming, don't do anything reckless. This thing is really dangerous. I was contaminated too. Don't throw yourself in. He spoke very tactfully, yet he truly couldn't understand. Did Lu Ming really love to show off this much? He had been told repeatedly that it was impossible. Yet he still, after all, Lu Ming was a hero of the anomalous bureau, the Sword Monarch of the Dominator series. The implication was clear. You really can't handle this, Lu Ming. You are not suited for this expertise. You are just here to watch, so don't meddle. Ziluan sighed and said, Lu Ming, don't cause trouble. This matter is indeed not something you can resolve. Lu Ming said nothing. He simply walked silently up to the spirit herb. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ziluan hurriedly shouted, Lu Ming, come back. But Lu Ming had already stood before the spirit herb. Let me show you amateurs what soul power is. Shen Mo was bewildered. Amateurs? Before they could react, Lu Ming closed his eyes. In the next moment, a warm, pure light of soul power slowly emanated from him. Everyone was stunned. What? What is this? Before they could react, the next second, boom. The soul power surged explosively. The entire hall was enveloped in a bright light. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Then as they slowly opened them, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the air above the hall's ceiling, out of nowhere, a pure sun appeared. This sun radiated a soft, yet sacred light, illuminating the entire hall. Every inch of space was filled with this pure light. Under this illumination, everyone felt that their chaotic thoughts, their darkness, and their unbearable burdens were all smoothed out by this light. What? What is this? Is this soul power? How can it be so pure? Wow. Such terrifying soul power. But I feel it so sacred. Sacred, your thunder. Thunder is also very sacred. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, their gazes converging upon Lu Ming. He stood at the heart of the radiant light, like a deity incarnate. This, Shen Mo was utterly speechless. His innate talent was soul demon, granting him extraordinary sensitivity to soul energy, and now he could distinctly perceive the soul force radiating from Lu Ming, pure, profound, and overwhelming. Its purity, its sheer intensity far surpassed his own. Why? Shen Mo murmured, voice trembling. Why is his soul force stronger than mine? He's a sword sovereign. Which one of us belongs to the soul sequence? His composure shattered entirely. He was talent sequence 34, the soul demon. He lived and breathed soul cultivation. Yet a sword sovereign's soul force eclipsed his by more than tenfold. Was such a thing even conceivable? Lu Ming inwardly rejoiced. This moment carried unparalleled weight. Channeling his supremely pure soul force, he enveloped the entire spirit herb in luminous radiance. The black corruption upon the herb recoiled violently, scorched away, annihilated by that sacred light. Within mere seconds, every trace of darkness vanished. The herb regained its original pale violet hue. Even more astonishing, the light extended outward, enveloping Shen Mo, who lay collapsed upon the floor. The black miasma clinging to Shen Mo began to dissipate. His eyes cleared, returning to their natural state. What is this? Shen Mo rose slowly, his expression awash with awe. He could feel it. The suffocating taint upon his being had vanished entirely. Not only had it vanished, he sensed his very soul had been purified, refined, and strengthened by that transcendent light. Heavens above! Shen Mo whispered, breathless. What divine miracle is this? Silence fell over the entire hall. Did it actually work? By the thunder god's wrath, was the spirit herb truly revived? Lu Ming revived it. How? How could his soul force be so overwhelmingly potent? No one dared believe their own eyes. Moments earlier they had urged Lu Ming not to interfere. Then with a single act he not only restored the spirit herb, but healed Shen Mo as well. Was this sheer unadulterated cheating? Ziluan stood utterly paralyzed, her face shifting from shock to raw, instinctive dread as she beheld the soul force emanating from Lu Ming. Unfathomable. Twin sequences? Her voice quavered. Yes, it had to be twin sequences. Twin sequences meant a single cultivator bore two innate talents, a rarer occurrence than winning the celestial lottery. Yet Lu Ming was clearly the sword sovereign, rank 6 of the sovereign sequence. How could his soul force reach such staggering heights? Such power defied explanation through sword cultivation alone. It could only be twin sequences. By the heavens! Ziluan's mind raced. She recalled sovereign sequence rank 10, the Spirit Lord. The Spirit Lord embodied the soul domain, but their soul force was aggressive, invasive, inherently. Lu Ming's soul force, however, was pristine, warm, and healing, utterly antithetical in nature. Then what sequence is this? Ziluan was utterly bewildered. In all her years, she had never witnessed such a soul force. What sequence could possibly manifest it? She had never even heard of it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming gently withdrew the luminous aura. The ethereal sun above his head dissolved into mist. The hall returned to stillness. He turned toward Ziluan, calm and unruffled. I told you letting me handle it would spare all this commotion. Lu Ming savored the flood of exhilaration within. Ziluan drew a deep, steadying breath, striving to regain her composure. Yes, you are correct. She exhaled slowly, then addressed the assembly behind her. You may all withdraw. Today's matter ends here. They exchanged uncertain glances. Though 1,000 questions burned in their minds, Ziluan's decree left no room for hesitation. One by one they departed, each casting a profoundly altered glance toward Lu Ming as they left. Just what kind of anomaly is Lu Ming? Could this truly be twin sequences? Heavens, I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. This is utterly preposterous. Murmurs faded into distance. As for twin sequences, Lu Ming cared not a whit. Let them speculate wildly. The more they imagined, the more intense their emotions, each surge feeding his inexhaustible reservoir of heroic qi. Shen Mo gazed at Lu Ming with eyes fraught with layered complexity, envy, admiration, and a flicker of burning fervor. Now only Lu Ming, Ziluan the spirit herb, and Shen Mo remained in the hall. Brother Lu, Shen Mo stepped forward and bowed deeply. My deepest gratitude. Lu Ming waved dismissively. A trivial matter. Shen Mo offered a wry smile. Trivial? To you perhaps, but to me it was salvation itself. His heart churned with turbulent emotion. He had arrived seeking merit, only to fall instantly to corruption, then be saved by a sword sovereign. The sting of humiliation resonated sharply, yet he harbored no resentment. The gulf in strength was absolute, and he accepted it without reservation. Brother Lu, your soul force has left me utterly awestruck. Acceptable, Lu Ming replied. I haven't even exerted my full power yet. Shen Mo fell silent. Not yet at full power. Then how terrifying would his true might be? Too stunned to speak further, he bowed once more and departed. Ziluan finally spoke, her voice still faintly unsteady. Lu Ming, come with me. He nodded. They walked in silence, one ahead, one behind, toward the alchemy chamber buried deepest within the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. The chamber existed as a secluded spatial enclave filled with arcane instruments, its center dominated by a colossal alchemical cauldron. Ziluan opened the door and placed the spirit herb upon the table with reverent care. Turning to Lu Ming, her tone turned solemn. Lu Ming, I have examined it thoroughly. Due to your soul infusion, this herb's spiritual resonance has intensified beyond its prior state. It may yield an exquisite flow-infant pill. As promised, you shall receive your due share. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Exquisite. Indeed. Ziluan nodded. Even standard flow-infant pills are exceedingly rare. Exquisite grade ones dwell solely in legend. Upon ingestion, they grant flawless transcendence into the flow spirit realm and fortify the foundation of one's spiritual base to unparalleled depth. Moreover, they nurture within the cultivator the most perfect nascent form of a spiritual infant. Such pills are vanishingly scarce. Lu Ming listened, mouth-watering inwardly. Securing one would save him incalculable time and resource. So, you'll perform the refinement? Lu Ming asked. Ziluan affirmed, I will. From her robes, she withdrew an ancient weathered manual of alchemy. This is my family's ancestral alchemical treatise, containing the flow-infant pill formula. Frankly, I confess, I'd never studied this section closely before. The formula is extraordinarily intricate. The slightest deviation guarantees failure. Alchemy manual. Lu Ming leaned in curiously. May I take a brief look? Ziluan hesitated. This was her clan's most guarded legacy. But then she glanced at Lu Ming's earnest, inquisitive gaze. After a pause, she handed him the manual. Here, just ensure it remains confidential. Lu Ming grinned. Rest assured, as his fingers closed around the tome. Chime, confirm expenditure of 200 heroic chi to master the perfect alchemy technique, flow-infant pill formula. Lu Ming froze. No way, this is possible too. Seeing the system text appear before him, Lu Ming maintained a calm facade, while feeling a surge of excitement within. Could it be that he could now practice alchemy? What do we need Ziluan for then? Watching Ziluan, who was still immersed in her studies, he thought, forget it, I'll take action myself. Yes. Ding, mastery successful. Perfect alchemy technique, flowing infant pill formula obtained. As the system's voice echoed, in the next moment a torrent of information flooded into Lu Ming's mind, and countless images flashed before his eyes, bursting forth with a bang. Dense and overwhelming, he saw a scene. A vague figure sat before the alchemical furnace, constantly changing hand gestures. Lu Ming felt as if he were that person, able to smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting from the furnace. Suddenly, the steps of alchemy became clear to him. The combination of materials, the control of the flame. The theories surrounding the formation of pills transformed entirely. These were not rigid pieces of knowledge, they were alive. It was as if a master craftsman was teaching him step by step. Not only that, but he even grasped the essence of the Ziluan family's alchemy techniques. The ambiguous phrases written in the book suddenly became crystal clear to him. It was as if he had personally refined pills for decades, having failed countless times, and succeeded, as well, having stumbled through numerous pitfalls. It was all the system's doing, directly stuffing those decades of experience into his brain. His brain was rebooting. Lu Ming sat there stunned for quite a while. Damn, this system is truly impressive. It even managed to stuff this alchemy technique into my head. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. His face revealed nothing. He pretended to flip through the alchemy book, occasionally furrowing his brow, as if he were genuinely studying. Ziluan watched beside him with a strange look in her eyes, not rushing him. This guy was rather convincing. If one didn't know better, they would think he understood. She thought he was probably just curious, casually flipping through and pretending to be engaged, as this family heritage alchemy technique was incomprehensible to outsiders. Inside were all their Ziluan family's unique terminologies. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Ming closed the book, handed it back to Ziluan with a serious face, saying, It's all right, written in a mediocre manner. Ziluan, you didn't understand it at all, did you? But she didn't show it, merely nodding as she accepted the book. Her expression was calm, and she didn't take it to heart. She had seen too many people curious about alchemy flipping through a couple of pages before getting dizzy and just praising its complexity. She thought Lu Ming was just like that. All right, you sit aside and don't disturb me. Ziluan put the book away, turned around, and began preparing for alchemy, first taking out several small bottles from her storage pouch. Some contained light blue powder, others had a few dark red leaves. In total, there were 7 bottles. Ziluan took out the flowing infant pill formula from her bosom, laid it open, pressing it on the table. She pointed at the characters on the formula with her finger, muttering the words. Red essence grass, 3 qian, first down then. She read slowly, confirming she had not misremembered. After finishing, she took a deep breath and reached for the first bottle. Lu Ming watched from the side. Sitting on the chair with his arms crossed, he observed for a while before suddenly speaking up. Wait, this isn't right. Her hand trembled suddenly at his words, nearly spilling the contents of the bottle. Damn, why are you suddenly speaking up? You startled me. She quickly set the bottle down and turned. What? Am I wrong? Her voice rose slightly. Know you someone who has never practiced alchemy dare to say, I am wrong after just a glance? Ziluan suddenly felt a surge of anger, for she was a gifted alchemist. Being critiqued by an amateur was certainly infuriating. But after thinking about Lu Ming's earlier performance, she ultimately chose not to say much. Humph, we'll give you some face. At that moment, Lu Ming stood up from his chair, looking at Ziluan with a serious expression. It's really wrong, forget it. If it doesn't work, let me try to refine this flowing infant pill. Ziluan, just hoping the air wouldn't suddenly go silent. Just like that, she remained silent for several seconds before finally sighing, Lu Ming. Stop pretending, all right. Lu Ming. Ziluan's tone was serious. The formula for the flowing infant pill is extremely complex. It's not as simple as you imagine. Look at the steps on this. There are so many medicinal materials, each with different requirements. Even a second's difference can ruin it. Even someone like me who is specially gifted in alchemy has to be extremely cautious. Because a small mistake can lead to failure or even an explosion. Do you understand what an explosion means? Lu Ming, it just means an explosion, right? Ziluan, are you seriously just babbling? That would mean the furnace exploded directly. All the medicinal materials would be destroyed, and if unlucky people could get hurt. She fought to suppress her anger, looking at Lu Ming. You've never even practiced alchemy. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. You, a novice who has never even touched an alchemical furnace, want to refine a top-tier pill. Is this some kind of joke? Don't mess around. This spirit herb is not something that can be ruined easily. Ziluan spoke with a tone of concern, looking at the bottles. This bottle of red essence grass took me 3 years to accumulate. And that bottle of dragon bone flower, I exchanged it for 3 batches of pills that I refined myself. If you ruin it, where am I supposed to cry, Lu Ming smiled. You don't believe me. Why should I believe you? Ziluan shook her head. This matter is truly not that simple. Even now, I wouldn't dare to say I can successfully refine the flowing infant pill 100% of the time. If I can succeed 6 times out of 10, I would consider myself lucky. Lu Ming, right? I'm just afraid you'll waste the spirit herbs. That's why I decided to do it myself. Ziluan, not. You fear I'll waste the spirit herbs. I'm a professional. I have been practicing alchemy since childhood and my hands are calloused. You say you're afraid I'll waste the spirit herbs. Ziluan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Just when she was about to curse, Lu Ming had already moved, walking to the alchemical furnace and glancing back at Ziluan. It's just refining a pill. Is it that complicated? If you can't do it, fine, I'll do it. Ziluan. What? Did you just eat an oil pancake? Ziluan was utterly stunned. She had never encountered anyone so determined to feign superiority. You're the one who's going to refine pills. Pretending mastery over something you know nothing about. That's sheer recklessness. Too late. Lu Ming moved with startling speed, seizing the spirit herb in his hand, then proceeding with flawless precision, guided by the alchemical knowledge embedded in his mind. Disaster. Ziluan paled. This boy is truly. She stamped her foot in mounting panic. All is lost, all is lost, all is lost. This precious spirit herb was about to be ruined by the boy's hands. Fury churned within her chest. Just moments ago, she'd found Lu Ming unexpectedly agreeable, only for him to deliberately disrupt everything. Yet, just as she prepared to rush forward and seize control, she froze, her gaze locked onto Lu Ming's movements. Those movements. The spirit herb was sliced into 7 perfectly uniform pieces, each slice identical in thickness. And without pause, his hands continued onward. He reached for several auxiliary herbs, blending them with effortless grace. No hesitant novice, but a master who had refined pills for decades. Thighs. Ziluan's eyes widened further still. Every motion Lu Ming made was executed with surgical precision. Some steps even surpassed her own understanding of orthodox technique. Could it be? He truly knows alchemy, she murmured, breathless. Incredible. This boy actually can refine pills. Who taught him? And, astonishingly, he appears to be refining the Lu Ming pill. Ziluan drew a deep, steadying breath. Yet disbelief still gripped her heart. After all, the Lu Ming pill formula was notoriously intricate. Even igniting the pill furnace carried grave risk. One misstep and failure was inevitable. It's impossible. Such a complex art. How could he possibly succeed? She tried to reassure herself. Yet Lu Ming proceeded, flawlessly lighting the furnace with perfect flame control, then introducing the spirit herb and auxiliary ingredients with unwavering accuracy. Each movement exact. A deep resonance began to hum from within the furnace. Then a delicate, fragrant aroma wafted forth from its mouth. Ziluan stared, transfixed. Thighs, this is. From that subtle fragrance alone, she recognized the unmistakable signature of the Lu Ming pill mid-refinement. And its quality. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. It simply shouldn't be possible. She could scarcely believe her own eyes. Incredible. That fragrance. Lu Ming did not pause, not for a breath. With one hand regulating flame intensity, the other deftly added herbs in measured succession. Elegant. Precise. Minute after minute passed, until roughly an hour later, he exhaled softly. Humph. Still slower than I'd hoped. Time to harvest. Lu Ming released a quiet breath, opened the furnace, and withdrew several pills. 1, 2, 3. 3 perfectly spherical pills, each radiating a faint violet luminescence. Plump, lustrous, flawless. Ziluan leaned in and froze entirely. Her mind went utterly blank. Supreme-grade Lu Ming pills. And 3 of them. Her voice trembled with unbelievable. Utterly unbelievable. In her entire life, she had never witnessed a single alchemist produce 3 supreme-grade Lu Ming pills in one furnace. What does that mean? Even a grandmaster alchemist would consider producing one such pill a celestial blessing. Yet Lu Ming produced 3. And yet, he is only at the condensed spirit realm. Higher cultivation levels make alchemy exponentially easier, but to achieve this feat, while still at the condensed spirit realm, the difficulty is beyond measure. Yet, precisely because of that, it was all the more astonishing. He had done it, truly done it. Supreme grade, beyond doubt. A faint knowing smile touched Lu Ming's lips as fresh waves of prestige surged through his. He regarded the new influx of prestige with evident satisfaction. Excellent. This pill was forged exactly for that moment. Pure, unadulterated prestige. Satisfied now. TCH, still below my expectations. Barely passable. Ziluan stood speechless. Satisfied. Still below expectations. How effortlessly audacious he was. No, it wasn't merely satisfactory. It had shattered her entire frame of reference. Trembling, she reached out and lifted the 3 pills. She examined them closely, more closely still, her astonishment deepening with every glance. Supreme grade, Ziluan whispered, then corrected herself. No, this transcends supreme. In my heart, I call it perfection. After all, these were crafted by Lu Ming. Utterly preposterous. Consuming one of these pills grants flawless breakthrough to the flowing spirit realm, and halves the time required to reach the martial nascent soul realm. She raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes filled with wonder beyond words. Lu Ming, you. Just who are you? Lu Ming shrugged lightly. An ordinary person, just with a touch of talent. A touch of talent. That statement alone would make countless cultivators choke on their qi. Ziluan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest raging within her chest. This trip to the provincial capital had revealed a being of terrifying, unparalleled magnitude. A national treasure. The true national treasure of tomorrow. She took another slow breath, steadying herself. Well, very well. A wry, almost rueful smile crossed her lips. Lu Ming, these 3 pills as stipulated are your own handiwork. I hereby decree 2 belong to you. 1 shall be delivered to the occult bureau. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 2. These were priceless treasures. I suppose I'll reluctantly accept them. He accepted the 2 pills with practiced ease. Ziluan watched his unabashed confidence, half irritated, half amused, and shook her head, smiling. Let's go, find Elder Yi. When he learns you can refine pills, he'll likely lose himself in pure elation. They stepped out of the alchemy chamber together. Lu Ming felt quietly triumphant, having saved the spirit herb and secured 2 supreme-grade Lu Ming pills. This expedition had yielded extraordinary returns. Ziluan followed behind him, watching the young man's back, a swirl of complex emotions churning within. 6th in the sovereign sequence, the Sword Sovereign. Possibly even dual sequence awakened, with soul force surpassing even the spirit demon sequence. His exact nature remains unknown. Barehandedly slew a flowing spiriteer criminal azure serpent. Severed a martial nascent soul cultivator with a single sword stroke. Defeated White Lin the Blade Sovereign. And now, refined pills instantly achieving supreme grade. What is this being? Now at last she understood why Elder Yi cherished him so deeply. How could anyone resist nurturing such a transcendent genius, especially one belonging to their bureau? Lu Ming. Ziluan reflected silently. This man is truly extraordinary. China had birthed a genuine anomaly. Elsewhere, Elder Yi sat in his office reviewing a report. The report detailed today's events at the plaza. Lu Ming versus Bai Lin. Lu Ming emerged victorious, not merely winning, but leaving Bai Lin collapsed in a crater, unable to rise. Haha. Elder Yi grinned broadly, his pride unmistakable. His discernment had been impeccable, bringing back such a prodigy from Jin City, though admittedly the boy often left him baffled. Yet, who wouldn't cherish such a genius? Especially one under the occult bureau's banner. Suddenly the office door swung open. Lu Ming and Ziluan entered one after the other. Elder Yi. Moi. Elder Yi lifted his gaze from a stack of documents, rubbing his eyes. What is it? Has the matter been resolved? Yes. Ziluan stood quietly, her expression complex. Elder Yi smiled warmly. What's wrong? You look flustered. How did the alchemy go? Before Ziluan could gather her thoughts, Lu Ming stepped forward, reached into his pocket, and placed 3 pills squarely upon Elder Ye's desk. Elder Yi, supreme-grade Luing pills. 3 in total. They rested on the polished surface round as lychee seeds, luminous white, their surfaces veiled in a delicate frost-like sheen. Elder Yi stared, speechless, motionless. Wait. Elder Yi exclaimed in shock, pointing at the pills on the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. The supreme Luing pill. Lu Ming nodded. What? Elder Yi slammed the table and suddenly stood up. You can't be joking with me, can you? His expression was one of shock mixed with disbelief. Within that disbelief was a hint of existential doubt. The supreme Luing pill. This thing is hard to come by, and you brought out 3. Elder Yi turned his head and stared intently at Zi. No. When did your alchemy skills become so impressive? Shh. Didn't you say you weren't very sure about it? Is this what you call not very sure? Previously, Ziluan had told him that refining the Luing pill was quite difficult, and even she wasn't very confident about it. She had advised him not to have high hopes. At that time, he had laughed and said it was fine, even if one was refined, that would be impressive. If not, it was no big deal, just take it slow. But now what? 3 pills. All supreme quality. Elder Yi's first reaction was that Ziluan was messing with him. Ziluan's expression was quite complicated. Elder Yi, there are indeed 3 pills supreme quality. But these 3 were not refined by me. Elder Yi was taken aback. Not you. Did you get someone else to do it? He knew all the alchemists in the provincial city. Who did she get to refine them? Were there any experts? Elder Yi frowned, preparing to ask again. But the next moment, what Ziluan said completely short-circuited his brain. Actually, these 3 were refined by Lu Ming himself. Elder Yi was dumbfounded. What did you say? Refined by Lu Ming himself. Ziluan nodded with a complicated expression. 1 furnace produced 3 pills, all supreme quality. 1 is reserved for the Anomaly Bureau, and the other 2 he keeps for himself, as they were refined by him. Elder Yi. He gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time, wanting to speak, but unsure of what to say, his mind feeling like 100 people were speaking in his ear. He's on a roll. He's on a roll. He's on a roll. When did he learn alchemy? Elder Yi's voice was somewhat unsteady. Isn't he the Sword Sovereign? Sword Sovereign. The 6th of the Mastery Sequence. He wields a sword known for decisive killings. When did the Sword Sovereign also learn alchemy? This is completely off track. Ziluan took a deep breath. Elder Yi, I have much to tell you about Lu Ming. She sat down and began recounting the events of the day, starting from the revival of the spiritual herb. Then she mentioned that Lu Ming was very likely a dual sequence, because Lu Ming's soul power is even more impressive than that of those with the soul demon talent sequence. By this point, Elder Yi's hands had started to tremble. As Ziluan continued, Elder Yi was already struggling to comprehend. The earlier revelations were too shocking. He hadn't processed all the information yet. The office fell silent for a while. Elder Yi sat in his chair, his mind filled with the words Ziluan had just said. Damn, a dual sequence. He reached out to grab the pills on the table, holding them up to his eyes, examining them from supreme quality appearance. He had seen many supreme pills, but none so beautiful. Elder Yi placed the pills back on the table and looked up at Lu Ming. The look in his eyes was quite complex. You brat, just how many hidden cards do you have? Lu Ming. Hidden cards. Just the usual. Heroic value 213. Heroic value 186. Ziluan. Elder Yi. Elder Yi no longer dared to view this young man through the lens of youth. Just the usual. Elder Yi almost wanted to burst out. But those words were said by Lu Ming. Elder Yi still held back, because he suddenly realized that this kid really might not be just showing off. He's truly impressive. Heroic value 321, heroic value 255, heroic value 199. Watching the heroic value scroll in front of him, Lu Ming felt so exhilarated. Showing off in front of big shots is just different. The heroic value gained is more than others. He stole a glance at the panel. Host Lu Ming, realm late stage, spirit condensation, talent rain, master abyss of sin, physique, 1000 calamities, body soul, eternal true soul. Layer 1 ability, sword path of heaven, slaying minor achievement, rainstorm enhancement LV. For O rain manipulation LV. 3. Rain howl LV. For furious heavenly fire LV. For the beast suppression LV. For heavenly thunder record perfection, heavenly punishment perfection, heroic value 3120, although it had decreased significantly due to alchemy costs. But now it's being replenished thanks to Ziluan and Elder Yi. So satisfying. Elder Yi looked at this increasingly incomprehensible young man, feeling a mix of emotions. Lu Ming. You brat. I truly don't know what to say. Elder Yi shook his head, a hint of bitter amusement at the corners of his mouth. You've given me too many surprises. So many that this old bone of mine can hardly keep up. He never expected to bring back a monster from Jincheng. Lu Ming waved his hand. This is just the beginning. Elder Yi stared at him for a long while. Then suddenly Elder Yi laughed. Not a helpless laugh, but one that was particularly joyful. Huh. Good. Elder Yi exclaimed excitedly, then let me know. Let the whole of Huaxiao watch you closely. Let's see just how far you can go. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. We must celebrate today. Lu Ming did not refuse. I'll pay. Elder Yi was taken aback. Lu Ming, you foot the bill. And so, the three of them walked out of the office. Pushing open the door of the Anomaly Bureau, Lu Ming walked at the front murmuring, so refreshing. What he didn't know was that over in the capital a report about him had already been secretly sent out by Zilwan. Using the Anomaly Bureau's encrypted channel, the highest level of encryption, only a few core figures at headquarters could see it. The report was lengthy, spanning several pages. From the awakening of Lu Ming to the battle with King Yushao to him slaying the martial infant with a single sword to defeating Bai Lin to his alchemy, every detail was recorded. In the last line of the report, Zilwan wrote this sentence. This child is immeasurable, the backbone of future Huaxia. Soon, the top powers of Huaxia will all know. The Anomaly Bureau has produced a monster named Lu Ming. A monster who shows off claiming to be the #1 in the world, overflowing with heroic spirit. A day later, in the office of the Bureau of Extraordinary Events, Lu Ming sat in a chair tapping his fingers idly on the armrest, waiting as Elder Yi had asked. During this time, Lu Ming had completely gained fame in the Bureau of Extraordinary Events. Wherever he went, people would sneak glances at him, some possibly admiring his handsome looks, while others were simply curious about what this peculiar figure looked like. Lu Ming glanced at the system panel, a smile creeping onto his lips. In these past few days, even walking had earned him valor points. It was simply delightful. Host Lu Ming. Realm late stage of spirit condensation. Talent rain master abyss of sin. Physique 1000 calamity body. Soul eternal true soul level 1. Abilities sky slaying swordsmanship minor accomplishment rain enhancement LV. 4. Rain control LV. 3. Rain hell LV. 4. Fury flame of heaven LV. 4. The beast suppression LV. 4. Thunder record perfection heavenly judgment perfection. Valor points 4224. At this moment his valor points had already exceeded 4000. Lu Ming examined 2 of the abilities on the panel. Fury flame of heaven LV. 4. The beast suppression LV. 4. Ding requires 2000 valor points to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Looking at the text that appeared before him, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. According to the system, once these 2 abilities reached LV. 5, a new form could be unlocked. This indicated a significant upgrade. He needed to spend 2000 valor points, and he just happened to have 4000. That's enough. Lu Ming raised the corners of his mouth, just about to upgrade. Suddenly, the door. Kid, have you been waiting anxiously? Elder Yi and Zilwan entered one after the other. Today Zilwan wasn't wearing that light purple long dress, but had changed into a simple white garment looking much more spirited. Lu Ming moved his hand away from the armrest, lazily watching the two. If you hadn't come, I might have left. Elder Yi. This kid was really becoming more and more disrespectful. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue, finding a chair to sit down while Zilwan stood beside him. I have something to tell you. Elder Yi cut to the chase. The capital has taken notice of you. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. The capital? The headquarters of the Bureau of Extraordinary Events in the capital invites you to come and have a look. Zilwan continued, her eyes flickering as she looked at Lu Ming. It's because of the report I sent yesterday. It's likely that the entire upper echelon of Huaxiao knows about you now. After all, a prodigious sword monarch had emerged. This must be taken seriously. Zilwan had seen other dominators, but none were as extraordinary as Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart stirred. The capital? Good. What kind of place is the capital? It is where the top powerhouses of Huaxia congregate. Martial monarchs are everywhere. These people hold significant weight. These people evoke emotional responses. The valor points offered could be hundreds of times that of ordinary people. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Sure, I'll go. He agreed readily. His promptness caught Elder Yi off guard for a moment. You little rascal. Elder Yi had thought he would need to persuade him a bit, but he hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He had assumed Lu Ming would decline a couple of times. After all, the capital was a treacherous place. Going there wasn't necessarily a good thing, and it was filled with monsters. Elder Yi reminded him. You seem quite eager, but I must tell you there are plenty of prodigies in the capital, so be careful. Heh. Lu Ming calmly replied. I seem to have heard someone say that before I came to the provincial city. Elder Yi. Zilwan. You heard that before coming to the provincial city. Elder Yi twitched at the corner of his mouth. So does that mean you look down on the capital as well? This kid is truly arrogant. But Elder Yi thought about it, and felt that with this kid's current strength, going to the capital indeed posed no problem. He even felt a bit of anticipation. What kind of surprise could this kid bring to those old geezers in the capital? Zilwan shook her head. Well, according to Lu Ming's level, he truly was a monster among monsters. It was strange. The previous generation Sword Monarch was not as astonishing, was he? At this moment. All right, prepare yourself, or we'll set off in the afternoon. Elder Yi nodded, but his expression suddenly changed. However, I must remind you of one thing. Lu Ming looked up at him. Moi. Be cautious. Elder Yi's tone was serious. The Abyss God Sect people. Abyss God Sect. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had heard this name. What kind of organization is this? They are not good people. Ziluan explained from the side. They are a group of cultists, a bunch of lunatics who collaborate with extraordinary beasts worshipping them while despising humanity, and they even want to destroy this world. Their people are very strange. They act without rules and strike hard and viciously. Elder Yi's expression grew serious as he continued. Yes, you've been gaining a lot of fame, recently slaying the martial infant and defeating Bai Lin. These matters can't be hidden. The scoundrels of the Abyss God Sect love to target young talents like you who are currently in the limelight. He paused, his expression darkening. Once they set their sights on you, they will definitely attempt to assassinate you. Lu Ming nodded after hearing this. Got it. Seeing Lu Ming's calm reaction, Elder Yi was about to speak. Lu Ming, I will deal with them myself. Elder Yi and Ziluan were both stunned. What do you mean you will deal with them? Big guy, it's them who will assassinate you. Aren't you afraid? Valor points 321. Valor points 221. This feels great. Lu Ming smirked. He didn't take it to heart. Assassination. Come on, it's just giving me valor points. Oh, once I gather enough, I'll upgrade the sky-slaying swordsmanship. Then I'll obtain another chance to open the heavenly gate with my sword. Am I afraid of their assassination? With one sword, I'll take them down. You brat, don't take it lightly. Elder Yi could see he wasn't taking it seriously and grew anxious. Those people are truly different. Their methods are incredibly sinister. One slip, and you might just fall into their trap. Lu Ming chuckled. Rest assured, I'm quite cautious. Cautious, my foot. Elder Yi was so angry he wanted to curse. How is this kid cautious? You're acting like you're invincible. But scolding aside, he knew Lu Ming's temperament. This kid responds better to soft persuasion. That's just how it is. Forget it, forget it. Elder Yi waved his hand. You go ahead, be careful on the way. When you arrive in the capital, find Lung Qingyun. He is in charge over there, my junior disciple, and will take care of you. Lu Ming nodded. All right. Elder Yi and Ziluan reminded him a few more things before leaving the office. The room was left with only Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Finally gone. He quickly summoned the system panel, then looked at Fury Flame of Heaven LV4 and Beast Suppression LV. For abilities, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his heart. His entire focus concentrated on the system panel. Ding, do you wish to spend 2,000 valor points to upgrade Fury Flame of Heaven to LV5? Upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of entirely new power erupted from within him. It wasn't a gradual flow, it burst forth. A glimmer of gold flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's pupils. It was as if a miniature sun had embedded itself deep within his pupils. Moreover, this power felt completely different from the previous Fury Flame of Heaven. It was thicker. On the surface it appeared calm, but beneath it immense force was surging. But Lu Ming knew that silence does not equate to weakness. On the contrary, the quieter something is, the more terrifying its eruption. Now this power flowed slowly through his meridians. Upgrade successful. Fury Flame of Heaven LV5 evolved into Heavenly Ashes LV5. Heavenly Ashes LV5 release a torrent of heavenly flames burning everything, creating an ash domain within a radius of 500 meters centered on the host, controllable at the hosts, will turning beings of the same rank directly to ashes. Even those one major realm higher will pose a severe threat. They may even experience spiritual energy regression due to the continuous absorption of ash toxins. What the? Lu Ming stared at the words on the panel, reading them one by one. Then he took a deep breath, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Now this is what I call power. Within 500 meters, beings of the same tier would be turned to ashes at his will. Anyone of the same realm within that radius would perish. No need to even lift a finger. Incredible. And that's not all. Even those one major realm higher could pose a severe threat. This indicates an overwhelming lethality. Moreover, the lingering poison will keep entangling you. This isn't just a skill, it's a nuclear bomb. Lu Ming took a deep breath. He couldn't get carried away yet. There was another step. Ding, do you wish to spend 2,000 vitality points to upgrade Beast Suppression to LV5? Upgrade. The moment the words left his lips, a sudden aura enveloped Lu Ming, an instinctive feeling that made people want to retreat. It was an ancient aura, as if transmitted from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, carrying the weight of time, suffocating those nearby. Roar. It was as if an ancient imperial beast opened its eyes behind Lu Ming, eyes that had been asleep for countless years now awakened. But that aura had already made the surrounding air heavy. Lu Ming looked down at his hands, seeing a thin layer slowly forming beneath his skin, scales densely packed, interlocking perfectly. Lu Ming sensed that while the scales looked thin, they were frighteningly hard. Upgrade successful. Beast Suppression LV. 5 evolved into Supreme Beast Might LV. 5. Supreme Beast Might LV. 5. Releases a trace of the ancient Imperial Beast's aura to suppress, capable of briefly dominating other beasts of the same tier. Even those one major realm higher will only be able to exert 70% of their power due to the pressure. Gain Beast Scales, increasing overall defense by 50. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Incredible. He can even dominate beasts. Damn, what a cheat. Plus an additional 50 defense. Now this is truly absurd because Lu Ming possesses the 1000 Calamity body. His physical form was already terrifying. Now his defense is boosted by half. Epic. Lu Ming stretched his neck, the bones cracking twice. So comfortable. Just then he then took out the top-grade flowing infant pill. Just in time to raise my realm. Meanwhile, several thousand kilometers away in the south there lay a deep mountain. This mountain wasn't even marked on the map. From base to peak it was filled with snakes. Of all colors and patterns, conservatively estimating there were tens of thousands of them. This was a realm of snakes. At the deepest part of the valley there was a huge lake, the water black and unfathomable. By the lake stood a figure clad in a black robe and hat with an obscured face. Countless snakes crawled past him, none daring to touch him. Upon seeing him, the snakes took a detour. Please come out. The man in black spoke, his voice hoarse. I know you are there. In the black lake, ripples began to form. The ripples grew larger. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the lake exploded. A massive figure emerged from the water. 9 heads, each the size of a water tank, a robust body coiled in the lake, with just the part above water measuring several dozen meters long. 9 pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, looking down at the man in black. What do you want, you dog of the Abyssal God sect? The 9 heads spoke in unison, their voices overlapping, shaking the surrounding snakes to the ground in fear. He is Xiang Lu, ranked 10th in the beast sequence, equivalent to the human sovereign sequence. Newly born, yet his power had already reached the peak of flowing spirit. Just one step away from breaking through to the martial infant realm. At that point, he would be a truly terrifying existence. Dog. The man in black chuckled, unconcerned with the label. Lord Xiang Lu, please do not speak of us that way. Cut the nonsense. Xiang Liu's 9 heads moved in unison. State your purpose, then leave. The man in black removed his hat, revealing a pale face devoid of emotion. Even his feelings were unnoticeable. I come bearing news. The Sin Flood Dragon King is dead. All 9 heads of Xiang Lu trembled simultaneously, their pairs of eyes narrowing. What did you say? There was a hint of anger in his voice. The Sin Flood Dragon King was his brother. Although they weren't of the same tier in the beast sequence, they had always had a good relationship. The Sin Flood Dragon King is dead. The man in black repeated. He was slain by a sword upon breaking through to the martial infant. Martial infant? By just one sword? Xiang Liu's tone grew colder. The man in black nodded. Xiang Lu fell silent for a moment, his 9 pairs of eyes slowly flickering. We once swore an oath to become brothers among beasts. This bond is profound, yet he is dead. I want to seek revenge for him. Xiang Liu's voice was icy. I was foolish to consider him a brother. The man in black paused. Do you beasts value emotions so heavily? But the next moment Xiang Liu's tone became calm. Sadly, he was slain by a sword. I can't match such a powerful being right now. Therefore, from today onward, we are no longer brothers nor friends. We are mere passers-by, not even on the same. The man in black. This change of heart was faster than flipping a page. However, he said nothing, as his purpose here was not to persuade Xiang Lu to seek revenge. Cough, Lord Xiang Lu, I haven't finished. Do you know who the one who killed him was? Xiang Lu snorted. Stop with the suspense. Just say it. That person is named Lu Ming. All 9 of Xiang Liu's heads frowned. Lu Ming. He never heard of him. As the 10th in the beast sequence, he only paid attention to the top-tier powers. This name was unknown to him. Never heard of him. Xiang Lu shook his 9 heads. To slay the Sin Flood Dragon King with a single sword, he must be some hidden old monster, right? After all, the Sin Flood Dragon King had already entered the initial stage of the martial infant realm, yet it could still be slain by a single sword. This indicates that the opponent's strength is at least at the pinnacle of the martial infant realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such overwhelming dominance. The man in the black robe twitched his lips. No. He is part of the ruler sequence. Xiang Lu fell silent for a moment. He had heard of the ruler sequence, a terrifying existence ranked among the top 10 in the human sequence. If it were a powerful being awakened for many years, it would indeed be reasonable to reach such a level. It asked which one of the ruler sequence. The 6th Sword Sovereign. What realm? The man in the black robe paused. Spirit condensation. The valley fell silent for several seconds. Then, ha ha. All 9 of Xiang Liu's heads began to laugh, simultaneously the sound shaking the surrounding hills. Spirit condensation. Spirit condensation realm, slaying a martial infant. Do you think you're being funny? What kind of trash is spirit condensation? To cross an entire major realm to slay a martial infant with a single sword. Do you even believe that yourself? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old little snake? 9 pairs of eyes glinted with coldness, all fixed on the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe looked helpless. I really am not lying, I didn't believe it at first either. But according to the information we've gathered, he really is at spirit condensation, though he seems a bit strange, unlike previous sword sovereigns. And we heard. He even sacrificed his own talent to slay the Sin Flood Dragon King. Xiang Liu's eyes flickered. Sacrifice talent. One must know that the top 10 talents are rare for decades. This person actually willingly sacrificed their own talent to kill the Sin Flood Dragon King. There is only one possibility at that time: he was forced into a desperate situation by the Sin Flood Dragon King. He is not as strong as imagined. The man in the black robe continued, moreover, we suspect that at that time the Sin Flood Dragon King had just broken through to the martial infant realm, and his condition was not at its best, allowing that Lu Ming to seize the opportunity desperately. Oh. After hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 heads simultaneously snorted disdainfully. So that's how it is. Haha, after all this, it turns out he's just a lucky opportunist. And he even paid the price of sacrificing his talent. Tisk, how weak. He originally thought he was some true powerhouse. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Wait. Even though the opponent is an opportunist, he is still part of the ruler sequence, and now his talent has been sacrificed, indicating that his strength has decreased significantly. If he could absorb this little fellow, using the talent of the ruler sequence as nourishment, Xiang Lu could surely advance further. He might even directly break through to the martial infant realm. In an instant, Xiang Lu realized something. You came to find me. Xiang Liu's eyes flickered. You want me to swallow that little fellow? The man in the black robe smiled and nodded. That's right, Lord Xiang Lu, this is the purpose of my visit. Our abyssal god cult is willing to assist you in devouring Lu Ming and advancing further. After all, being able to kill a member of the ruler sequence. This is what our abyssal god cult has dreamed of. The man in the black robe spoke respectfully. You know, our abyssal god cult's goal is to make the top 10 of the beast sequence the strongest in this world and eliminate human tyranny. You are the one with the most potential among the top 10 of the beast sequence. You are also the one most capable of leading us. In fact, they had approached other top 10 members before, but they were all rejected. The reasons given were quite simple. Either they were too busy or had too arrogant a personality. They deemed it beneath them to act against a mere ant like Lu Ming, feeling it would be a disgrace. Moreover, to some extent, Xiang Lu is indeed the most suitable, as he possesses a growth potential that the other top 10 members of the beast sequence do not have. Other beasts devouring humans are of no use. Only Xiang Lu can truly utilize the bloodlines of those human sequences. After hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 pairs of eyes narrowed simultaneously. Consider yourself perceptive. However, I've been asleep for a long time. Xiang Lu shifted the topic. What has happened recently? The man in the black robe pondered for a moment. Recently, the 5th of the ruler sequence Blade Emperor Bai Lin went to the provincial city, but we are unclear about his purpose. Bai Lin. Upon hearing this name, Xiang Lu frowned slightly. He had fought with Bai Lin once. He did not win. However, that was shortly after his birth. Now, all 9 of Xiang Liu's heads swayed simultaneously. If it weren't for me being born not long ago, back then, I would have devoured that group of human ruler sequence members long ago. The man in the black robe twitched his lips. By the way, Lord Xiang Lu, the man in the black robe suddenly spoke. Given your strength, why have you been holed up here and never gone out? He had held this question for a long time. With Xiang Liu's talent, if he had been out there devouring humans as blood food, he would have long since broken through to the martial infant realm. He could be strutting around out there, yet he just wouldn't come out curled up in this broken lake every day. As a result, he is now also the weakest among the beast sequence. Our abyssal god cult does not understand why. Could it be that he is just here to enjoy retirement? Xiang Liu's 9 heads simultaneously lifted, his eyes filled with indignation. Because I was set up by human powerhouses. The man in the black robe was taken aback. Just then Xiang Lu continued, his tone impassioned. Previously, I went out to fight for the continuation of our great beast race. But I encountered those damned high-level human powerhouses. They are very strong. I fought them for hundreds of rounds. It was a battle that darkened the sky and dimmed the sun. I almost defeated them and completed the great rise of the beasts. Yet those human powerhouses actually resorted to underhanded tricks to ensnare me. Alas, I was just one move short. I was forced to escape. Or I could only rest here. The man in the black robe. Those damned humans. Xiang Liu's voice was fervent. Our great beast class should unite. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to the beasts. Why is he using my words? The man in the black robe was utterly speechless. After talking for so long, isn't it just that you are afraid of death? If you are afraid of death, just say so. Why bring up the continuation of the race, the hundreds of rounds of battle, the beast class? Besides, the man in the black robe's expression grew more and more strange. This guy, why does he feel a bit like Jiahao? What hundreds of rounds of battle? Are you bragging? You, a peak spirit flow beast, are telling me you fought high-level human powerhouses for hundreds of rounds. A high-level human powerhouse could squash you into a meat patty with a single slap, and you lasted for hundreds of rounds. You can't even last a single round. He is a member of the Abyssal God cult, was well aware of the information of various beasts. Among the top 10 of the beast sequence, the other 9 had long since broken through to the martial infant realm. Only you, Lu, are still lingering at the peak of spirit flow. How can you dare to call yourself strong? The man in the black robe couldn't help but mumble softly, still a Jiahao. He never expected that the terrifying beast he had in mind was actually such a foolish thing. Xiang Liu's 9 pairs of ears perked up simultaneously. What is Jiahao? The man in the black robe was stunned. Oh no, he was overheard. He awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly explained, This is the recent term humans use for powerful individuals. We investigated that before. The one named Lu Ming before awakening the ruler sequence was already referred to as Jiahao. Oh, Xiang Liu's 9 heads seemed to ponder simultaneously. So that's how it is. Only Jiahao is worthy of being part of the ruler sequence. The man in the black robe. Oh, so Jiahao is a symbol of strength. Xiang Liu's expression turned serious, and as someone in the top 10 of the beast sequence, he naturally had to be called Jiahao. Then I must become the strongest Jiahao in the world. All 9 heads roared towards the sky simultaneously. All right. Xiang Liu suddenly lunged out of the lake. Let's go. Time to kill that Lu Ming. The man in the black robe. He curled his toes into the ground, silently putting on his hat. Forget it, as long as Xiang Liu is willing to take action, that's all that matters. As for whether he is Jiahao or not, let it be. The next moment in the valley, tens of thousands of snakes rose simultaneously. A dense swarm of snakes surged towards the mountains, blocking out the sun. The great movement of 10,000 snakes. At this time, Lu Ming looked at a pill in his hand. An exquisite spirit flow pill. The luminous pill rolled in his palm like a luminous pearl. He didn't take out the other one. Lu Ming looked at it for 2 seconds and then directly stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entry, and a warm liquid flowed down his throat. Then, boom, the spiritual power exploded from his belly. His meridians felt swollen, each one bulging, but not in an uncomfortable way, or it was the kind of swelling that felt finally full. It was like being hungry all day and then sitting down to eat a hearty meal. Full yet comfortable. Because the Qinjia desolate body was activated. It usually lay dormant, but became more active than anyone else at times like these. The spiritual power surging through his meridians had not yet had the chance to explode anything. It was all consumed by this fleshly body, bite by bite. Like a wild beast that had been starving for several days, the vast amount of spiritual power enough to allow an ordinary person to break through to spirit condensation was devoured by Lu Ming's body. Muscles were absorbing, bones were absorbing. Lu Ming closed his eyes. The spiritual power was rising. Bang! Something within him shattered as if a door had been kicked open. That feeling was hard to describe. He felt entirely refreshed. Spiritual power began to surge into every corner of his body. All of it was being washed and enhanced by this force. Lu Ming could feel his bones hardening. His strength was skyrocketing. His skin felt like it was wearing an invisible armor. His entire fleshly body became far more terrifying than before. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His body continued to devour the spiritual power. The medicinal power that would take others several days to refine was consumed by his Qinjia desolate body in just a few minutes. Peak spirit condensation. Lu Ming slowly exhaled the breath, condensing into a small puff of white mist that gradually dispersed. Really impressive, he thought, imagining how anyone nearby would react to what he had just done. They would probably curse on the spot. Did you really consume a top-grade Lu Ming pill at the late stage of the condensation realm? Such a waste. Many have struggled for years at the peak of the condensation realm without ever getting one. And you crafted it at such a late stage. Moreover, you haven't even broken through to the next level. But he knew something others did not. His mind was filled with the recipe for the Lu Ming pill. He knew far more than the others. After all, I have mastered the perfect recipe for the Lu Ming pill. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Most people said it should be consumed at the peak of the condensation realm. But Lu Ming knew that wasn't the best way to take it. The best method was to first consume a Lu Ming pill as a foundation, then follow it with another one combined with the blood essence of a mystical beast. This way the powers of the blood essence and the pill would be simultaneously unleashed. The resulting flow of spiritual energy would be the most perfect. There was even a high chance of gaining a boost from the bloodline of the mystical beast. With the most stable foundation, the widest meridians, and the purest spiritual power, this was the true usage of the Lu Ming pill. Even Ziluan had not comprehended the recipe for the Lu Ming pill, and even if she knew it, few could achieve it. Because who has two of them? Forget about two, even one is hard to come by. But Lu Ming had one. He had already consumed one, and the other was still in his possession. Now I just need the blood essence of a mystical beast, Lu Ming thought, his eyes glinting as he began to calculate. There should be plenty of mystical beasts in the capital, right? He had seen what was available in the provincial capital. The capital, being the heart of Huaxiao, must have more and stronger mystical beasts than the provincial capital. The higher the quality of the mystical beast, the better, and the purer the bloodline, the better. Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. He already had a plan in mind. Once he arrived in the capital, he'd first hunt for mystical beasts. Then had consumed the blood essence alongside that top-grade Lu Ming pill, unleashing the flow of spiritual energy in one go. No half measures. If he was going to unleash it, it had to be the most perfect way. Just then, his phone vibrated. He checked the message. It was from Elder Yi. The people from the capital have arrived. Lu Ming tucked his phone into his pocket and patted down the non-existent dust on his pants. Let's go. The capital. His buddies had arrived. After a while, Lu Ming walked out the door where a black car was parked with a red-haired man standing beside it. The man was in his 30s, looking quite robust with shoulders that could intimidate. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the red-haired man approached him. You must be Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. I am Hongju, sent from the capital. Hongju smiled and extended his hand. I've heard much about you. But inwardly he was taking a serious look at Lu Ming. This is the monster. Recently Lu Ming had stirred quite a commotion in the capital. A small place could give birth to such a monster. Lu Ming shook his hand. With that handshake, Lu Ming felt reassured. Martial Infant Realm. Let's go, the helicopter is waiting at the airport. Hongju didn't waste words and directly opened the car door. Lu Ming nodded and got in. Half an hour later, at the airport, a military helicopter was already revving up. Lu Ming followed Hongju on board, where 5 people were already seated in the cabin. 4 men and 1 woman, all of them looked impressive. Hongju introduced them. They are all from the Capital Anomaly Bureau, accompanying me this time. Lu Ming glanced over and realized they were all at the peak of spiritual flow. He was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Lu Ming's expression, Hongju couldn't help but smile. It seemed Lu Ming was intimidated by their lineup. After all, this could be called luxurious. They were all relatively young, and each was a local genius, just one step away from the 4th realm of Martial Infant. And these geniuses were all here today, for Lu Ming specifically to escort him to the capital. He was about to speak, urging Lu Ming not to be too surprised. Only to have Lu Ming frown and ask, Is my task just to ensure your safety to the capital? Why am I here as a bodyguard? Everyone was stunned. What did you say? You're escorting us. The geniuses widened. No, buddy. We're escorting you. You, a condensation realm, are supposed to escort us. Hongju's mouth twitched. Oh, we are escorting you. Lu Ming laughed. Don't joke, can't you tell who's strong and who's weak? Heroic value 132, heroic value 168, heroic value 185. Everyone fell silent. This person, is he out of his mind? At the same time, Hongju was also somewhat speechless, deciding not to dwell on this issue. You can sit over there. Hongju pointed to a spot in the corner. Lu Ming walked over and sat down. The other few people in the cabin all cast their gazes toward him in unison. They had heard quite a bit about Lu Ming these past few days. Dancing with a sword in the rain, slicing down those at the initial stage of Martial Infant. Defeating the Blade Emperor, who ranked 5th in the Dominator sequence with bare hands. Recently, rumors even circulated that he was from the Twinborn sequence with a spiritual power even stronger than that of the Soul Demon sequence. This had caused quite a stir in the capital. And such a monster spoke so peculiar. Sit tight. Hongju, seated next to the pilot, said, Take off. The helicopter roared as it ascended. Before long, the helicopter had already reached an altitude of 5,000 meters. The cabin was very quiet. Suddenly, Hongju turned around and stared at Lu Ming, speaking, I heard Bai Lin lost to you. Lu Ming didn't look up. As soon as he spoke, the other's expression shifted. After all, they had all heard. Moreover, it was said that Lu Ming could withstand a blade with his flesh. No one knew if it was true. I heard Bai Lin mention your matter. Hongju paused, his tone carrying a hint of probing. He said your physical body is almost as powerful as the ancient body. At once the others in the cabin perked up their ears. The ancient body, the 3rd in the Dominator sequence, renowned for its terrifying talent and physical prowess. It was said that a person with an ancient body could withstand attacks from the martial infant realm even during the flow of spiritual energy. Now someone was evaluating this sword lord's physical prowess as approaching that of the ancient body. But they were still somewhat skeptical. After all, no matter how strong Lu Ming's body was compared to the ancient body, the gap should still be considerable. Then, ancient body. Lu Ming raised his head and said calmly, "He doesn't even deserve to compare with me." Everyone in the cabin was simultaneously stunned. What is this? The ancient body is not worthy to compare with you. What kind of heavenly words are you speaking? Heroic value 122, heroic value 188, heroic value 155. Lu Ming's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, the quality was impressive. Just this one statement had already earned him a substantial amount of prestige. Refreshing. At that moment, Hongju's lips twitched. This kid really had a big mouth. As the leader of the escort mission, he was well aware of the various dominant sequences. The current holder of the ancient desolation body is a man named Qin Ge. He is at the late stage of martial infant with a physique so strong that he can tear apart a half-step martial tribulation beast with his bare hands. And yet Lu Ming actually claimed that they were unworthy to compare with him. Seriously, Hongju felt speechless in his heart. He shook his head, unable to help but mutter, young people. Truly too young. The dominant sequences were all prideful, refusing to bow to anyone. Opposite him, a woman with an excellent figure and short white hair couldn't help but frown, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Lu Ming. Her name is Bai Lan, at the peak of flowing spirit. She hails from the capital's Anomaly Bureau with a talent rank of 50 as Pale Eye. Initially, she had a good impression of Lu Ming as he was rumored to be a Ancient Century prodigy. Bai Lan respected strong individuals, so when she first learned about Lu Ming, her immediate reaction was one of anticipation. She was eager to see this prodigy in person, which is why she specifically requested this escort mission. However, she didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant in his speech, and her fondness for Lu Ming quickly diminished. Shouldn't a true strong person possess a humble heart? Bai Lan shook her head and coldly snorted, "You really have no sense of propriety. Being so arrogant, you'll surely stumble sooner or later." Lu Ming turned his head in confusion, his gaze curiously scrutinizing her several times. This girl with her short-haired, cool demeanor appeared to be quite aloof, but why did her voice sound so soft? Such a pure, lowly voice. "What the?" Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "Where did this wild little girl come from? Is your voice just 18 years old?" "Bai Lan, what? What are you talking about? What little girl? What do you mean just 18? What nonsense are you spouting? This is ridiculous." Bai Lan's brows furrowed, her voice cold as she spoke. "Is no one getting my joke? How boring." Lu Ming shook his head, looking quite dejected. "Bai Lan, this person is truly strange." She wasn't foolish, although she didn't understand the joke. She knew he was mocking the disparity between her voice and appearance, which made her feel even more displeased. This was exactly the type of person she hated the most. A long-haired man beside her frowned and couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, do you have any manners?" Her voice is natural. Being like this is quite uncouth, you know. His name is Zhang Chuan, with a talent rank of 81 as Inner Demon. He had always liked Bai Lan and came over specifically because she was here. He didn't expect this guy to call her a little girl. What? He actually voiced his inner thoughts. Ridiculous. He hadn't even spoken yet. Lu Ming glanced at him. "You warm-hearted guy, stay behind." Zhang Chuan, Bai Lan. Both of their faces instantly flushed red, evidently on the verge of being— all right. Stop arguing." Hongju quickly interjected. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Chuan and Bai Lan suppressed their anger, merely casting displeased glances at Lu Ming. Hongju grimaced, feeling a headache. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to be such a troublesome child. Seeing this, Lu Ming also lost interest and simply closed his eyes, planning to rest for a while. And so, an hour passed. At that time, they had completely left the provincial city. Hongju glanced at the scenery below. "We've reached the Long Spine mountain range. If nothing unexpected happens, we should arrive at the capital in about 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the others nodded slightly. Only Lu Ming frowned at the mention of nothing unexpected. "Did you just say nothing unexpected?" Hongju was taken aback. "Why?" Then Lu Ming fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. "If nothing unexpected happens, then something is bound to happen." At such a moment, saying something like that, how could there be no unexpected events? "What?" The others were stunned. Before they could react, Lu Ming continued with a serious expression, "But don't worry, I'm already prepared to protect you." At that moment, a helicopter was over 100 kilometers away. 2 figures hovered. It was Elder Yi and a one-eyed man. The one-eyed man was burly with long golden hair. Elder Yi had his hands clasped behind him, a slightly mocking expression on his face. "Can this group of kids handle Xiang Lu? They might be in for a rough time." "Hee." The one-eyed man's voice was deep. "No need to worry. With us watching, it's just a little underdeveloped snake. No waves will be stirred. Just consider it a test." Tisk. That little snake ultimately couldn't hold back its greed. Elder Yi nodded, remaining silent. Humph. The one-eyed man snorted coldly. Among the top 10 monsters of the alien beast, Xiang Lu is the dumbest, thinking that after devouring Sword Monarch, he could become invincible. He dreaming. Elder Yi smiled slightly. Let's wait and see. I sense that the beasts of the Abyssal God sect seem to be unable to wait any longer. A good show is about to begin. On the other side in the helicopter, everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's. What exactly are you talking about? They hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, wait. Hongju's expression changed as he abruptly turned to look at the cabin door. Something's off. Someone is here. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the cabin door was torn open by a tremendous force. A terrifying airflow rushed in. Everyone was shocked. In the distance, a black figure hovered 5,000 meters in the air. Clad in black robes and a black hat, his face was obscured. Hongju's pupils constricted sharply. The scum of the Abyssal God sect. He recognized this attire. In all of Huaxiao, only that group of madmen would dare to dress so ostentatiously in black robes. But immediately Hongju realized something was wrong. Why was the Abyssal God sect appearing? It should be known that the escort mission for Lu Ming was confidential and no one knew the flight path. Moreover, Lu Ming had only just boarded the helicopter. How could they have tracked him down with such accuracy? This was not right. Very much not right. But at this moment, there was no time for Hongju to think further. Only to hear the cheerful voice of the man in black floating down from the air. Hello there. Is little Lu Ming in? Lu Ming not here. The man in black. Lu Ming, I'm his brother. The man in black. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, knowing that if nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be unexpected events. Look, wasn't the trouble coming? You dare to play with me? The man in black snorted coldly. You're asking for death. Before the others could react, the man in black waved his hand. Boom. The Black Lion's airstream surged directly towards the cabin, clearly targeting Lu Ming. Looking for death. A furious roar erupted from Hongju. The spiritual power of his mid-stage martial infant surged forth, exploding around him in a deep red aura. He directly blocked that attack. Boom. The two forces collided, shattering the black-robed man's assault. However, the helicopter also suffered. The rotor blades emitted a piercing screech, and the aircraft began to plummet. Damn, we're falling. Steady, steady. Mana, what nonsense are you talking about? I can't help it. In this situation, I just inexplicably want to say this word. In an instant, everyone flew out of the cabin. Fortunately, they were all flow spirits and could briefly hover in the air, avoiding a direct crash. Whack and love God. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was also falling, but he wasn't afraid. His body could withstand it. At most, he would create a pit. He could just get up and dust himself off. Just as he thought this, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm. A peak flow spirit team member was holding onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be scared. Lu Ming replied expressionlessly, are you scared? Fine, then hold on to me, and he'll protect you. Bravery value 123. The team member looked at Lu Ming's serious face, unable to tell whether he was joking or sincere. Damn, Hongju's voice exploded from above. His body erupted with deep red spiritual power, blasting the black-robed man far away from the helicopter. He had to keep this guy away from Lu Ming. After all, they were up against a martial infant. Even the aftermath of a casual attack could take Lu Ming's life. You guys, protect Lu Ming. Yes. Bai Lan and the other 5 responded in unison. Hongju charged towards the black-robed man. The two became entangled, fighting further and further away. Soon they turned into 2 small black dots on the horizon. At this time, the group was getting closer to the ground. Luckily, the landing area was a forest. Bang, 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 bang. After falling, Bai Lan dusted herself off and quickly walked up to Lu Ming. Don't worry, Lu Ming. With the 5 of us peak flow spirits here, no one can touch a single hair on you. Captain Hongju will deal with that Yuanshan cult trash and come back. At that time, we will escort you to the capital. The other 4 also gathered around. That's right, nothing will happen. Before I left home, my mom blessed me. Yes, my goddess said that if I come back this time, she will agree to be with me. I definitely won't come to harm. They formed a protective circle. Lu Ming looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. You guys, don't jinx it. Bai Lan paused for a moment and turned to look at him. Jinx what? Bai Lan didn't understand what he meant. She glanced at Zhang Chuan beside her. Zhang Chuan also looked confused. What does that mean? He didn't catch on. At this moment, Lu Ming felt speechless. A bunch of people stopped talking nonsense. Didn't those who spoke like this in movies all end up dead? Lu Ming sighed. Alright, don't wander too far, or it'll be troublesome for me to protect you. The 5 fell into collective silence. Their gazes towards Lu Ming completely changed. This guy, is he really out of his mind? You protect us. You, a condensing spirit protecting 5 peak flow spirits. There should be a limit to boasting. Bai Lan took a deep breath, trying to stay patient. Lu Ming, she softened her tone. You are the master sequence, we all acknowledge this. But you are still condensing spirit, while we are peak flow spirits. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear to anyone. You are the one who should be protected. Lu Ming frowned. I know you feel inferior because of your low combat power despite your higher realm, but do you really need to emphasize it so much? I've already said I will protect you. What are you panicking about? By law. The other four. Bravery value 124, bravery value 128, bravery value 119. Lu Ming glanced at the panel. The value seems decent. The others were left speechless. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by having a high realm, but low combat power? We don't need your protection. Is it because Captain Hongju isn't here that you've become even more arrogant? Thinking of this, Zhang Chuan snorted coldly. Lu Ming, we've heard about your exploits awakening in the rain, bursting forth in the sequence, and effortlessly slaying the head of an abnormal beast. But I want to remind you the awakening burst only happens once in a lifetime. Don't mistake that combat power for your true strength. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes at this remark. Indeed, this guy likely thinks of that one sword from the awakening burst as his true combat power. Otherwise, there's no way a mere condensing spirit could be so arrogant. You brat, no wonder they say you're a Jiahao. This is too. Zhang Chuan shook his head, unable to hold back his sarcasm. However, he hadn't finished speaking when Lu Ming suddenly changed his expression and looked sharply in one direction. That was the aura of an abnormal beast. Due to his powerful soul force, Lu Ming could sense an aura that the others couldn't feel. He could distinctly perceive it. On that distant mountain peak, there was an aura of an abnormal beast. Moreover, the quality seemed extremely high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Heaven has bestowed upon me just what he needed, the blood of an abnormal beast. He sprang up from the ground. Bai Lan and the others were stunned. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Before she could finish, Lu Ming shouted, not doing it, and had already dashed out. The five were completely bewildered. What do you mean, not doing it? But at this moment, they couldn't care about anything else as they saw Lu Ming dash into the woods like a madman. He's gone crazy. Quick chase. The five didn't think twice and took off after him. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, the wind howled. A massive figure loomed there, its gaze icy. It was Xiang Lu. Xiang Liu's 9 heads, all lifted simultaneously, looking up at the sky. Looks like we've drawn that martial infant away. The 9 pairs of eyes squinted as they glanced down the mountain. That bothersome mid-stage martial infant finally left. This was part of the plan. The black-robed man from the Yuanshan cult lured away the strongest individual, while the rest were to be devoured by Xiang Lu. As for how they knew Lu Ming would pass through here, it was also provided by someone from the Yuanshan cult. After all, they had insiders in the Abnormal Affairs Bureau. To know Lu Ming's whereabouts is not difficult. Moreover, he had just seen the direction Lu Ming and the others fell. It should be not far away, and now he had plenty of time to catch this group of ants. Xiang Lu retracted his gaze, slowly grinning. Next, I will personally devour that guy named Lu Ming. The mouths of the 9 heads opened simultaneously, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth. Their eyes were filled with excitement. After all, a group of useless ants, plus 1 dominator sequence with diminished potential. That would be a feast delivered to his doorstep. He didn't take Lu Ming's companions seriously at all. Each of his 9 heads could exert the strength of a peak flow spirit. And together these 9 heads could unleash even greater power. He could even command countless serpent-like abnormal beasts. That was his terror. As an abnormal beast of sequence 10, Xiang Lu, its strength was beyond what an ordinary sequencer could contend with. As long as I swallow him, I can become the strongest Jiahao, unrestrained. He wanted to prove that he was the most promising among the top 10 abnormal beasts in the sequence. 1 beast of mine is equal to the other 9. The 9 heads laughed simultaneously. His mind was already imagining swallowing Lu Ming, obtaining the power of the Sword Sovereign. Who could stop him then? Those useless ones from the Abnormal Affairs Bureau would all have to kneel before him. Thinking of this, he laughed even harder. The 9 heads were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Just then a voice descended from the heavens. Who dares to claim Jiahao? Who dares to speak of invincibility? The era of Jiahao is long gone. The voice was not loud, yet every word rang out with uncanny clarity. Shang Liu froze, its laughter ceased. The 9 pairs of eyes snapped up in unison. Then it saw. A figure plummeted from the sky, striking down squarely not far before it. The earth gave way into a shallow crater. Dust drifted away slowly. Lu Ming rose from the pit, brushing the grime from his clothes. Shang Liu stood dumbfounded. The 9 pairs of eyes fixed on Lu Ming as one not blinking for a long beat. At that moment someone shouted, Lu Ming, what on earth are you running for? Bai Lan and 4 others had just caught up. They had chased for some time, and yet found they could not outrun Lu Ming. What on earth was this kid? Before they could fully react, they looked up and were struck dumb. What the hell is that? A strange beast. 9 heads. My goodness. The others were bewildered. A vast azure serpent now unfurled before them. How enormous it was. It coiled there like a small mountain, its blue-black scales as large as basins, its girth so great 3 men could not encircle it. 9 heads, each the size of a water jar, its length easily surpassing 100 meters. By Lan's, she took an instinctive half-step back. Jiahao. At that moment Lu Ming frowned and lifted his head, gazing at the colossal beast. He had heard it. The strange beast had said Jiahao. Even beasts were crying out Jiahao now. Could this world itself be one vast Jiahao? Human. Shang Liu's 9 heads turned to Lu Ming, together, anger blazing from all 18 eyes. It had been striking poses and roaring with defiant grandeur. Then this brat fell from the sky and spoiled its display. Still, it had heard by Lan and the others calling Lu Ming's name moments before. It narrowed its 18 eyes. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming arched an eyebrow. You have heard of my renown. Shang Liu sneered. Ah, filth like you worthy of being called Jiahao. Lu Ming blinked in disbelief. Who dares to question my Jiahao status? I am so magnificently Jiahao. Someone wants to challenge me. Lu Ming's gaze turned icy. You had better take back those words and apologize, or I will make you regret it. He had been playing the part of Jiahao for so long. To be judged so. Shang Liu laughed wildly. Huh. You. Apologize. You fit the bill. Lu Ming inhaled deeply. Very well. You have lost your only chance to apologize because he paused, eyes hardening. Do not accept apologies offered after the fact. To all who anger me I have but one response. Kill. The 5 with Bailan jolted and stunned. Heroic aura surged. 246, 190, 278. For heaven's sake, does this kid not know what embarrassment is? To be fair, they had heard of Lu Ming's Jiahao reputation before, yet none truly comprehended what Jiahao signified. They were utterly at a loss. But the instant Lu Ming spoke, the 5 felt a wave of heroic aura shoot from their soles to the crown of their heads, every hair standing on end, toes nearly clawing through their shoes. So this was Jiahao, truly an overwhelming sky-splitting bravura. And that beast, was it mad to compete for Jiahao too? Competing to be Jiahao? What on earth are these things? Bailan's mind reeled. Zhang Chuan's lip twitched and he finally muttered, what the hell are these creatures? The others frowned as they sensed Shang Liu's aura luling peak. Moreover, that presence was aberrantly thick and potent. This was by no means an ordinary luling peak. This beast is not simple. Bailan stiffened, banishing other thoughts, and stepping forward to shield Lu Ming. Lu Ming, stand back. Well, handle it, another voice said calmly. Don't be so tense. The speaker was Wu Chuanfeng, talent rank 52, the armor breaker, a luling peak expert. Leave this sort of beast to me. To his eyes, it was merely a creature with more heads equal in realm to himself. Nothing to fear. Wu Chuanfeng drew his sword. A golden sheen ran along the blade. Lu Ming, your talent is lacking. Let us deal with this kind of creature. Perfect. Let me show you my skill. Lu Ming murmured, unsettled by a flicker of heroic aura. He smiled inwardly. Sure enough, who could say his future self would not be overwhelmed by his present magnificence? He felt nothing now, but his future self would be tied to this bravado. Lu Ming could not help but chuckle softly. Wu Chuanfeng looked puzzled. What are you laughing at? Wu Chuanfeng asked. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Nothing, just a pang of nostalgia. Back then I thought I was merely seeking grandeur. Wu Chuanfeng and the others were baffled. Jiahao value surged. 237, 192. Silence and astonishment followed. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Especially Wu Chuanfeng, who looked dazed. What was he talking about? Xiang Lu also had a strange look in his eyes. What were these humans saying? Could it be related to Jiahao? Current heroic value 26, 24. Lu Ming looked at the heroic value displayed on the panel, his lips curving into a slight smile. These guys are really enjoyable to use. How long has it been, and the heroic value has increased so much already? Lu Ming looked at Wu Chuanfeng, who was still in a daze. It seemed he was unaware that he had also entered a certain heroic state in an instant. Lu Ming shook his head as expected. The terrifying aspect of Jiahao lies here. When you discuss Jiahao, you are no longer Jiahao, but when you become Jiahao, you forget that you are Jiahao. This is the pseudo-heroic state that resembles heroism. Fine, you want to show off? Then go ahead, it just helps me probe the power of this hydra. Lu Ming was not foolish. If this beast's strength was too overwhelming, it would certainly turn tail and run without a second thought. What an interesting bunch of bugs. Xiang Lu looked at Wu Chuanfeng, who was about to strike, and all 9 heads displayed a look of disdain. You think a worthless ant like you can deal with me? I advise you to hand over Lu Ming. Only he is worthy of being devoured by me. You? I wouldn't even dirty my mouth with you. Hearing this, the anger in Wu Kunfeng's eyes flared up. What? This damned beast actually dared to say that. After all, he was among the top in the high-risk sequence, renowned for its lethality sequence 52 armor breaker. Although it couldn't compare to Lu Ming's ruler sequence, he still held his pride. He had killed at least 100 exotic beasts, including more than one at the peak of the flow spirit realm. Now to be insulted by a beast like this. You've successfully enraged me. Beast! Wu Chuanfeng bellowed the ground beneath him, cracking violently as he shot forward like a released arrow. His sword was drawn. The sword's edge flared with spiritual light, transforming into a blinding silver meteor aimed directly at one of Xiang Liu's heads. This strike was his full-powered attack enhanced by his Talon Armor Breaker. In simple terms, it was equivalent to having a 90 penetration enchantment. Among the same rank, it could almost pierce through all defenses. Heavenly Drill Roar. Wu Chuanfeng roared in his heart as the sword light suddenly began to spin, resembling a high-speed drill that tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it ruthlessly drove towards Xiang Lu. This was a superior grade sword technique of the profound rank. He had killed countless flow spirit beasts with it and had never failed. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but smile. They didn't expect him to use such a move. It seemed Wu Chuanfeng was truly angry. But that was fine. It meant they wouldn't have to intervene. After all, in their eyes, even the most powerful Wu Chuanfeng was using all his strength. This beast was doomed to die. Wu Chuanfeng thought the same, his gaze icy die. But what he didn't know was, his opponent was Xiang Lu. Seeing Wu Kunfeng's attack, Xiang Liu's 9 heads didn't even show a hint of dodging. Truly laughable, a toothpick. Xiang Liu's eyes were filled with mockery. The next second, its serpent tail casually flicked. Without any build-up or technique, it was like swatting away a pesky bug. Yet the moment that massive tail struck the air was violently compressed and exploded with a dull roar. Bang! The sword light shattered instantly. Crack! The profound low-grade spiritual artifact in Wu Kunfeng's hand split from the tip all the way to the hilt, then exploded into more than a dozen fragments that scattered in all directions. What? Wu Kunfeng's pupils dilated sharply. Before he could react, that overwhelming force had surged through the broken hilt and slammed into his arm. Crack! His palm exploded on the spot, blood splattering. Following that, his wrist, forearm, and shoulder felt as if they had been struck by a semi-truck, bones making a sickening crunch. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Chuanfeng was pushed back by the residual force until he crashed into a massive rock, barely coming to a stop. Boom. The boulder cracked instantly. Wu Chuanfeng knelt on the ground, his right hand clutching the broken sword, trembling uncontrollably. He stared wide-eyed, utterly dazed. This is impossible. His sword, a profound low-grade spiritual artifact, had taken him 3 years of contributions to obtain. 3 years. And it was shattered by a single tail swipe. No. Something's wrong. What kind of strength does this beast possess? Xiang Lu glanced at him disdainfully. You who are not even worthy of being called Jiahao dare to challenge me. As soon as the words fell, it opened its mouth wide. Get lost. A furious roar erupted. The terrifying pressure exploded out from Xiang Lu. In an instant, everyone felt a chill down their spines, their legs going weak. No, this strength is far beyond the peak of the flow spirit. Everyone sensed something was off. This pressure was too strong, outrageously so. No, this appearance. Zhang Chuan finally reacted. He stared intently at the 9 heads of Xiang Lu, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. 9 heads. The azure black giant serpent. Suddenly Zhang Chuan's pupils narrowed sharply. Wait. 9 heads. Is this? Could it be? Bailan also suddenly realized a bolt of lightning striking through her mind. Her face turned pale in an instant, her lips trembling as she uttered a name. Xiang Lu. The other 2 also looked bewildered, revealing expressions of horror. Xiang Lu, the 10th in the exotic beast hierarchy, equivalent to the ruler sequence of humans. They had seen information regarding Xiang Lu, but they hadn't thought of it immediately. After all, there were many exotic beasts with 9 heads. Most importantly, the Xiang Lu recorded in the data had existed for many years. They never expected that at this moment it would only possess the peak of the flow spirit realm, which was unreasonable. What has it been doing all these years? Just slacking off. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned grave. They certainly knew how terrifying Xiang Lu was. Exotic beasts ranking above in the hierarchy are kings among beasts with combat power far exceeding other beasts of the same realm. The higher the rank, the more outstanding the combat power. And this Xiang Lu was even more of a defiance against the heavens. Each head possessed the strength of its own body. It had 9 heads, and if they attacked simultaneously, it would be equivalent to 9 combat powers far exceeding the flow spirit peak. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of Xiang Lu was not just that it could summon a swarm of serpents, overwhelming and blocking out the sky. The appearance of Xiang Lu here meant there were definitely more than one exotic beast. He was known as the King of Serpents. Lu Ming. Bailan's voice was more serious than ever, even trembling slightly. You must run. This is Xiang Lu, the 10th in the exotic beast hierarchy. Leave this to us. She had only one thought left in her mind: to protect Lu Ming at all costs. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 10th. What the heck? This exotic beast before him was actually the 10th. The 10th in the exotic beast hierarchy. The value the essence blood. This is undoubtedly the perfect pairing for the flow infant pill. He was in urgent need of high-quality exotic beast essence blood, and this one had come to him. Moreover, from its earlier strike, this creature's combat power was not that outrageous. At least it was still far from the martial infant level. With his current means using all his trump cards, he could kill it in one move. Lu Ming forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, trying to remain calm. Run. Does this kind of thing even need to run? I only need one strike to kill him. Bailan and her group were bewildered. Oh, did they hear wrong? What? Just one move? Are you? This is the 10th in the beast sequence. Heroic value 134, heroic value 124, heroic value 163. Bailan took a deep breath. She didn't intend to pay attention to Lu Ming anymore, her voice deepening. Everyone prepare for battle. They planned to attack together as 5. Given the current situation, they had to give their all. Zhang Chuan's eyes flickered. Xiang Lu. It's not impossible to slay it. Although each of Xiang Liu's heads represented a peak of the flowing spirit stage, but they share a single body. Their spiritual power reserves are limited, and all 5 of them are also at the peak of the flowing spirit stage. Combined, they just might win. Good. It's been a long time since I've had a battle. Kill. The other peak flowing spirit practitioners were also ready, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. In this battle, only by working together as 5 could they hope to win. Oh, a hint of amusement flickered in Xiang Liu's eyes. Just then, in the tense atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out. All right, step back. Let the main character take the stage. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming slowly walked over. Weakling, step back. I will take over the battlefield. Bailan. The others. What the hell do you want? No need. Just watch us deal with this beast from the side. Bailan was anxious. You are just a condensed spirit. Are you looking for death? Lu Ming frowned, seemingly hesitant. Could it be? You really don't understand who the strong one is here. Heroic value 143, heroic value 144, heroic value 155. I really can't believe this. What are you pretending to be? Hurry and step back. Zhang Chuan was almost frantic. Otherwise, we'll have to split our focus to take care of you. After all, they needed all 5 of them to go up. No one had the time to manage Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly laughed. All right, a group of pretenders. A bunch of fakes trying to show. Come, let me see if you can handle it. Lu Ming waved his hand, looking as if it were only natural, and I, as a qualified powerhouse, must of course descend when all hope is lost for the masses. Heroic value 168, heroic value 164, heroic value 159. A surge of overwhelming heroic spirit surged forth. Bailan and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Damn it, pretending to be a deity. You call that descending from the heavens? This is pure insanity. You really have lost your mind. Just then, enough. I don't have time to play house with you anymore. Xiang Liu's voice was cold. He was about to explode from listening to these humans jabber on endlessly. It was incredibly annoying. Bailan and the others exchanged glances. There was nothing left to say. Let's fight. The 5 charged out simultaneously. Bailan moved the fastest, cold air spreading from her palms, freezing the ground beneath her instantly. Zhang Chuan followed closely behind, his blades slicing through the air, the heavy spiritual power making the atmosphere hum. The other 3 also erupted at the same time, flames, sword energy, and spiritual light, sealing off Xiang Liu's retreat from 3 directions. 5 attacks struck towards Xiang Liu almost simultaneously. The result. Faced with this overwhelming assault, they saw Xiang Liu only extend a single head out. Just one. Upon seeing this, Bailan and the others were enraged. What does this mean? We have 5 people, and you only stick out one head. This is clearly not taking us seriously. Then let's take down one first. The 5, now furious, intensified their assault. Boom, boom, boom. Ice covered the ground, flames erupted, blade lights and sword shadows fell in succession, all striking at Xiang Liu's head. But in the next moment, the expressions of the crowd changed. Their attacks landed on the serpent scales, only producing a series of glaring sparks. That head swayed slightly, firmly withstanding all the attacks. Then it suddenly swept forward, the massive head acting like a battering ram, directly breaking through the blade light, and bit through the sword energy that came slicing at it. Bailan and the 5 were forced to retreat, but they soon discovered in horror. That single head was able to counterattack them, neither side gaining an advantage. Bailan's complexion changed. This isn't right. This combat power. He clearly isn't at the half-step martial infant stage. In general, the next step after the peak of the flowing spirit stage is to break through to the martial infant realm, but this process is extremely difficult due to the vast chasm in between. That is the refining infant stage, commonly known as half-step martial infant. What is a martial infant? It is one who has successfully condensed their own life spirit infant within their body, qualifying them as a true martial infant powerhouse able to harness the power of heaven and earth. And the moment a flowing spirit peak practitioner condenses the embryonic form of their spirit infant, it signifies that they have officially entered the refining infant stage, achieving half-step martial infant and experiencing a surge in combat power. But this stage is incredibly difficult. If out of 100 flowing spirit peak practitioners, perhaps only one can succeed. Moreover, spirit infants and their embryonic forms are classified into 3 qualities: golden spirit infants, silver spirit infants, and bronze spirit infants. Golden is the highest, bronze is the lowest. With different qualities, the strength varies greatly. When they combine their efforts in battle, even if facing a half-step martial infant who has condensed a silver spirit infant, they would undoubtedly crush them. But now against a flowing spirit peak Xiang Lu, they couldn't even take down a single head. What is going on? Zhang Chuan and the others were also stunned, their minds a mess. Could it be that a flowing spirit peak Xiang Lu with just one head has combat power comparable to a half-step martial infant who has condensed a golden spirit infant? That would be an exceptional powerhouse among half-step martial infants. How is that even possible? Suddenly Xiang Liu's other heads yawned. All right, enough playing around. The next moment, another of Xiang Liu's heads charged forward. A purple light flashed from that head and bolts of thunder erupted, illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling purple glow. Meanwhile, the previous head slowly opened its mouth. Boom! A torrent of crimson flames erupted from its mouth, like a burning river instantly spreading forth. Thunder and flames intertwined, forming a violent purplish-red torrent sweeping horizontally towards the 5. If previously Xiang Lu was merely playing with them, this time it was genuinely going all out. Not good. Bai Lan's pupils contracted, her heart sinking. She had just wanted to warn everyone to retreat when the torrent of thunder and fire had already crashed before them. Boom! The thunder and fire exploded, and the 5's defenses shattered almost instantly. Bai Lan felt a crushing weight on her chest and was sent flying. Zhang Chuan's blade energy barely held for half an inch before being shattered by the thunder, his body being hurled backward. The other 3 didn't even have a chance to stand firm and were directly knocked to the ground by the explosive aftermath. Uft, uft. Blood sprayed from their mouths, one after another splattering on the ground bright red. Bai Lan clutched her chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her hands shaking. Zhang Chuan lay on the ground, his breath weak. The other 3 were in no better condition, unable to even get up. The 5 of them working together couldn't even withstand a single move from Xiang Lu. They were blown away like this. Everyone's expression was one of terror. No, it's impossible. What happened? This is just too outrageous. 2 heads took them down. Just then Xiang Liu's mocking laughter echoed. Ha ha, a bunch of ants. The crowd was in despair. How dare this beast mock them? They heard a resounding laugh echoing tenfold. Xiang Lu, ha, you really are weak. 9 Lu Ming, ha, you really are weak. Xiang Lu, the others. Everyone was taken aback, and then they saw Lu Ming walking over with a big laugh. Bai Lan and the others were dumbfounded. No, what the hell are you laughing at? I was wondering why it echoed. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back. Lu Ming said with a relaxed expression after laughing. At this point, shouldn't you be begging me to protect you? Others. Pride value 218, pride value 154, pride value 178. Damn. Can you stop showing off? The 5 of them were filled with despair, feeling as if their bodies and minds were about. Something's off. In the distance, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man were hiding in the shadows watching the battle. At that moment, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. How has this Xiang Lu become so strong? Moreover, what surprised them even more was, where is Lu Ming? Why isn't he making a move? Their original plan was to have Lu Ming join forces with Bai Lan and the other 6 of them working together against Xiang Lu, while also nurturing this kid's teamwork skills. But what was the result? Bai Lan and the others charged in, were knocked away, spat out blood, and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Lu Ming hadn't moved an inch the entire time. What are you doing? Your teammates are all on the brink of death. Why are you just standing there? Don't tell me you think you can take down Xiang Lu all by yourself. Lu Ming did not make a move, yet Xiang Lu suddenly unleashed such terrifying strength. 2 heads took down 5 people. This situation felt increasingly wrong. Even if Lu Ming were to go alone, given the current situation, he would definitely not be able to defeat Xiang Lu. Elder Yi's voice turned solemn. The strength exhibited by Xiang Lu was far beyond their initial estimates. What a load of nonsense about being at the peak of the flowing spirit realm. Even a half-step martial infant would likely not be its opponent. This creature has survived for so many years, its realm hasn't improved, but its combat power has surged significantly. Should we intervene? The one-eyed man asked in a low voice, realizing that if they didn't act, Lu Ming would be in danger. Elder Yi gritted his teeth. Let's go, we can't let anything happen to Lu Ming. This kid is a precious asset. If he falls here, neither of them would have a way to explain it when they return. The two were just about to rush out when at that moment a voice rang out from the side. The ending of this script has already been fixed. You cannot change it. In an instant, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man's hair stood on end. They turned their heads abruptly. Who? All they saw was a woman standing in the distance, dressed in black silk, tightly fitting from neck to toe, outlining her exquisite curves, holding an umbrella embroidered with dark red patterns emanating a sense of evil. You. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. Martial Lord. This aura. The Abyssal Divine Sect. How could someone from the Abyssal Divine Sect be here? And it's only a beginner Martial Lord. How did they not notice earlier? In an instant, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man exchanged glances. The other party must possess a highly advanced secret technique or sequence to conceal their presence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have missed it. But why did this woman suddenly appear? Is she here to die? Elder Yi scoffed. The Abyssal Divine Sect is really desperate, sending over such trash like you. After all, both he and the one-eyed man were latest-stage martial lords. The disparity in combat power between each minor realm among martial lords is like the difference between humans and dogs. He doesn't take such trash seriously at all. The woman in black silk smiled. You wouldn't think we're that foolish, would you? You figured we would send someone to deal with Lu Ming, but didn't we also anticipate your presence? Elder Yi's expression darkened, his gaze growing colder. Do you really think you alone can defeat the two of us? 2 against 1, a latest-stage martial lord against a beginner martial lord. There's no way they would lose. But the smile on the woman in black silk didn't change at all. I don't need to defeat you. I just need to hold you off for a little while. That's enough. Once you come to your senses, you will see the corpse of young Lu Ming. Just as the words fell, she suddenly spun the umbrella in her hand. Buzz! The dark red patterns on the umbrella seemed to come alive, blooming into strange blood-red flowers. In the next moment, an invisible force spread out, instantly enveloping Elder Yi and the one-eyed man. The two felt as if the world before them suddenly sank, the surrounding sounds forcibly stripped away, even the air became thick and viscous. The originally clear sky was suddenly tinged with dark red. Compensation. Illusion technique. The faces of Elder Yi and the one-eyed man finally changed completely. This work has already ranked first in the same period with explosive popularity. In just a moment, both Elder Yi and the one-eyed man sensed that something was amiss. Everything around them was changing, transforming into a dark red world covered in dense and bizarre patterns. Elder Yi frowned and scanned the distance. The surroundings were all equally strange, like a giant box that trapped them inside. Not good. She is the Huakai. Elder Yi's expression instantly turned extremely grim. Huakai. The one-eyed man's face changed, gritting his teeth. Damn it, why is it this disgusting thing? Both of their pupils reflected the silhouette, holding an umbrella. Huakai. The 9th elder among the 12 elders of the Abyssal God Sect. The awakener of the ultra-high-risk sequence No. 29 moon reading. Those ranked between sequences 11 and 30 are referred to as ultra-high-risk sequences. Although the ranking of moon reading is at the bottom of the ultra-high-risk sequences, and its offensive capability is not particularly outstanding in terms of disgust, few can compare. With just one illusion technique, it becomes impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. A few years ago, the deputy director of the Yuzhou Province Anomaly Bureau, a peak martial sovereign, was ordered to hunt her down. And what happened? He was completely toyed with by her illusions. He almost made a fool of himself in public. Damn it, the most disgusting one among the 12 elders of the Abyssal God Sect is this filthy bitch. The one-eyed man couldn't help but curse. The Abyssal God Sect worships the so-called God of the Abyss, also known as the God of Beasts, abbreviated as Abyss God. Their leader claims to be the representative of the Abyss God on Earth. It is said that this fellow has 4 large characters tattooed on him. Abyss God is awesome. Below the leader are 3 Hall Masters, and beneath them are the 12 elders. In terms of overall combat power, the Abyssal God Sect is just like a roadside weed compared to the entire Huaxia Anomaly Bureau. The disgusting part is that they hide deep, always scheming in the dark, making it impossible to completely eliminate them. As the 9th elder, Huakai is not the strongest in combat power, only at the early stage of martial sovereign. However, she is the hardest to kill. Her heavenly defying illusion techniques can even entrap peak martial sovereigns. Today I specially brought the Ming Luo umbrella just for you. Huakai smiled sweetly, leaning the umbrella against her shoulder. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man's expressions darkened further. The Ming Luo umbrella. A low-grade spiritual artifact of the heaven rank related to the mind. When did this thing last appear? 3 years ago. In a small county with a population of 50,000 overnight, everyone turned into lunatics, even holding a mass party in the county center. The local Anomaly Bureau's branch fought desperately to suppress the news. A low-grade heaven rank artifact is precisely what a martial sovereign can wield. a martial sovereign of the mental sequence combined with a heaven-rank mental artifact. When these two things come together, even if she is only at the early stage of martial sovereign, it is enough to trap these two late martial sovereigns in place for a while. Half an hour later, I will let you out. Huakai stretched lazily, her face showing disdain. It's really annoying to be in the same place as you two old men, and my husband will get angry. But after all, it is the master's task, so I will make do with it. Half an hour. Elder Yes mind buzzed. Half an hour. Lu Ming could die 1,000 times in that time. No way. Break through with all your strength. Elder Yi gritted his teeth. Damn abyssal god sect. Illusions like this are useless against spiritual power. No matter how strong the spiritual power is, hitting an illusion is like hitting cotton with a fist. It can only rely on soul power. Fortunately, although both of them are primarily melee fighters specializing in spiritual power, they have practiced a bit of soul power as well. This is to prevent being completely defenseless when encountering such disgusting situations. In the next moment, two terrifying soul powers exploded simultaneously. The surrounding space trembled slightly under this force. Behind Elder Yi, a gray Qilin phantom appeared, letting out a long roar. The one-eyed man, on the other hand, shone with silver light, and the silver soul power around him transformed into countless swords and blades dozens of meters long. Slash! The two forces simultaneously struck towards the illusion. But in the next second, both of their faces changed. They were unable to break through in one strike. Huakai's eyes flickered as if she had anticipated this. I estimated that even if you exert all your strength, it will take at least 10 minutes to. Before she could finish her words, Elder Yi directly pulled out a small item from his pocket, a palm-sized jade tablet, a spiritual auxiliary artifact. Huakai's expression slightly changed. What is this? In the next moment, the soul power belonging to both of them erupted completely. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man closed their eyes simultaneously. Terrifying soul power surged out from their bodies, smashing fiercely against the walls of the illusion in front and behind. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space trembled. Huakai's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, the illusion began to shake violently. The originally vibrant dark red started to flicker in black and white. Cracks spread like a spider web, increasing in number and density. Although it did not shatter immediately, there were already clear signs of it being unable to hold on. Huakai stood not far away, watching the crumbling illusion, blinking her eyes. Her expression was very calm, even carrying a hint of indifference. Oh, I didn't expect it to be unable to hold on so quickly. It's okay, you did great. Even a short moment is quite cute. In her eyes, dealing with a talent that has lost its potential in the condensed spirit sovereign sequence is no different than squashing an ant. Even if the illusion shatters right now, when those two old fellows rush over, all they will see is Lu Ming's corpse. By then, they will be the ones in a panic. Lu Ming, you must hold on. In the illusion, Elder Yi shouted frantically in his heart. On the other side, on the battlefield, everyone was already in despair. They not only couldn't defeat Xiang Lu, but even their only protective teammate was continuously pressuring them. Those who felt the pressure could look at Bai Lan and the others. Bai Lan raised her head, looking at the figure standing in front. Lu Ming. Run away. Zhang Chuan lay not far away. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he caught. The other three were worse off than them, lacking even the strength to raise their hands. All five of them were peak talents of the flowing spirit. Yet in the face of Xiang Liu's two heads attacks, they couldn't even withstand a single strike. All they had left in their minds was one thought. It's over. Lu Ming, this condensed spirit sovereign, is going to perish here today. And what will happen after the beast devours the sovereign? They dared not think. Lu Ming, let me devour you. Become the strongest Jiahao. All 9 heads of Xiang Lu roared simultaneously. It had sensed the change in the aura from a distance. Over at Huakai's side, it couldn't hold on for much longer. It had to be a quick battle. What do you think you are? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with disdain, daring to challenge the golden Saint Dohao, without understanding the gap in strength. You won't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Bai Lan and the others were stunned upon hearing this. Lu Ming, run away. You'll die. Bai Lan shouted with all her might, and after shouting, she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. She was truly anxious now. Has this kid's brain broken? Even at this moment, he still pretends. Moreover, Lu Ming is a sovereign. If he gets devoured by Xiang Lu, and then he hides for another 10 years, even a martial king would not be able to handle it. Unknowingly, the despair of the few people seemed to infect the skies. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down without warning. Raindrops pounded the ground, splashing up a flurry of water. They struck Lu Ming, streaming down his face. In that moment, Lu Ming felt the resonance of his Rain Master sequence within him beginning to surge wildly. His physical body grew stronger, his spiritual power surged, and his speed increased. His entire state was elevated to an entirely new level by this ring. No, we will win, Lu Ming whispered. The five from Bailan were taken aback. When? Did he just— Lu Ming? Have you gone mad? Bailan's eyes were already starting to blur. Lu Ming smiled slightly, looking at Xiang Lu. In 5 seconds I will kill you. Spirit value 144, spirit value 174, spirit value 163. The others from Bailan were left in shock upon hearing this. Zhang Chuan struggled to lift his head, his gaze unfocused. Lu Ming, you damn. Don't say things like that. Saying such things at a time like this, do you want to scare your teammates to death? 5 seconds to kill Xiang Lu. Do you think 5 seconds is enough for it to hit you a few times? Upon hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 heads burst into laughter simultaneously. Ha! Just you. 5 seconds. Let's see how you survive the next second. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Liu's massive body charged forward directly. The foremost head had already lunged towards Lu Ming. Its blood-filled maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, a foul stench hitting Lu Ming's face. The people from Bailan closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch. 5. At that moment, Lu Ming's calm voice rang out. Xiang Lu sneered, still counting. Fine, then you'll know how you die, even if you die. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded, Grand Domain Unleashed. Xiang Lu was taken aback. Grand what? The 5 from Bailan were also puzzled. What does that mean? But before they could figure it out, in the next moment, centered around Lu Ming, a roar erupted. Boom. A skyward fire ignited explosively without warning. No, that was not ordinary fire. It was pillar after pillar of flame, dozens of meters high, erupting from the ground, roaring between heaven and earth. Each pillar of flame resembled a living fire dragon, clawing and thrashing. Their color was a deep red, almost golden. The torrential rain pounded against the fire pillars, instantly turning into white mist. Large clouds of water vapor appeared in the air. Beneath Lu Ming's feet, the ground, with a radius of 500 meters, was instantly enveloped by this terrifying heat. Heavenly incineration. The Ash Domain is formed. Within this domain, as long as Lu Ming willed it, beings of the same realm would be reduced to ashes. Even those of a higher realm would face severe threats. The Xiang Lu before him was just one major realm above him. Roar! The foremost head of Xiang Lu charged into the Ash Domain unguarded. In the next second, the dark green scales on its body began to curl and burn away one by one. Its flesh and skin charred and cracked at a visible rate. Ah! 9 heads simultaneously let out a wail. The screams weren't from bodily pain, but because they shared a single body. The pain felt by the foremost head was equally felt by the other 8. What? Xiang Liu's entire body retreated frantically. In that instant, its mind went, what the hell is going on? Something's not right. This power is not something that can be unleashed by mere spirit condensation. The people from Bailan were also stunned. They lay on the ground, gazing at the inferno before them, looking at the boy standing in the center of the flames, untouched by the rain. What is this? Bailan muttered to himself. They had been fighting Xiang Lu for ages, and they hadn't even scratched a single hair on one of its heads. Yet with this single move, Lu Ming had directly ripped flesh and skin from the most ferocious head of Xiang Lu. And Lu Ming was at the spirit condensation stage. The peak of spirit condensation. How can you be this powerful at spirit condensation? Spirit value 249, spirit value 164, spirit value 167. In the center of the fire pillar, Lu Ming remained completely still. 4. When Xiang Lu heard this number, it nearly spat blood in anger. Are you kidding me? How many seconds have passed, and you're still at 4? Impossible. It had already sensed a hint of the threat of death, a feeling it had never experienced since birth. It's Xiang Lu, the 10th of the beast sequence. How can it be threatened by a spirit condensation? The terrifying Ash Domain loomed closer. He'll risk it all. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu trembled simultaneously, and spiritual power surged wildly within it. In the next moment, a layer of black droplets seeped out from beneath its scales. These droplets quickly gathered, forming a thick layer of black water that enveloped its entire body, emitting eerie roars. Black water shield. This was Xiang Liu's signature technique. This layer of black water could withstand even a full-force attack from a golden-grade semi-martial infant. Let's see how your fire can burn my water. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu laughed maniacally, but in the next moment its laughter turned to silence. Lu Ming still wore that smile, still counting down. 3. Whoosh. The moment the black water touched the high temperature in the Ash Domain, it began to evaporate wildly. It wasn't the kind of evaporation caused by burning. It was being vaporized directly. Like a drop of water hitting a red-hot iron plate, it disappeared without even a struggle. In a few seconds, the black water shield surrounding Xiang Lu evaporated completely. How is this possible? The 9 heads of Xiang Lu widened their eyes simultaneously. It's black water shield. Its innate divine ability, which it had brought from the womb. Just like that, it's gone. What was even more crushing was, why are you only at 3? The 9 heads of Xiang Lu roared in unison. Do you know that has already passed more than 10 seconds? But now it had no time to worry about that. Its mind raced. Something's off. Everything is wrong. That black-robed figure from the Abyssal God cult clearly told it that Lu Ming's talent was diminished, that he was just a fortunate kid. But this battle strengths. What a loss. This isn't a loss, it's an enhancement. Its Xiang Lu had been used as a pawn by those bastards from the Abyssal God cult. He'll risk it all. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu roared to the heavens in unison. 9 different attributes of spiritual power exploded above its 9 heads. Thunder, flames, ice, earth, storm, poison, black water, purple, mist, golden light. 9 powers erupted simultaneously, churning the entire sky into a colorful porridge. The people from Bailan watched this scene, their pupils constricting. This is the true power of Xiang Lu. When they fought against Xiang Lu before, the opponent did not use their full strength at all. Just a casual swing of its head brought all 5 of them to the ground. And now all 9 heads of Xiang Lu were fully unleashed. This aura had far surpassed the peak realm of Liuling, even stronger than a half-step martial infant who had condensed a golden nascent soul. Yet despite such a terrifying offensive, Lu Ming still stood his ground, counting down 2. Count properly for me, damn it. It's been so long, and you're still at 2. What the hell is wrong with you? Xiang Lu was already furious. Are you messing with me? I'm going to kill you. 9 streams of power simultaneously crashed down towards Lu Ming. Bailan and the others couldn't help but shout, Lu Ming, dodge. But Lu Ming remained unmoved. He didn't even change his stance. Just when everyone thought he would be crushed by this force, scales of dark blue began to emerge beneath Lu Ming's skin. The scales layered upon each other, enveloping his entire body. 100 beast scales. Defense increased by 50, and he already possessed the 1,000 tribulations body. The 2 forces combined. Boom. 9 streams of power crashed solidly onto Lu Ming. The shockwave from the explosion sent the surrounding flames flying. Bailan and the others instinctively closed their eyes. But the next moment what they heard was not Lu Ming's screams, but Xiang Liu's voice of shock. What the hell? They opened their eyes abruptly. Then they saw a scene they would never forget. Lu Ming stood there completely unharmed. Not even a tear in his clothes. With a casual wave, he dispersed the thunder that had struck him. The other forces were firmly blocked by his scales, causing no damage at all. Is this a human? It's like a poet holding power. All 9 heads of Xiang Lu were simultaneously shocked. Bailan and the others were also stunned. They recalled what Lu Ming had said on the helicopter. Ancient body. He thinks he can compare with me. At that time they thought this kid was boasting. Now it seemed. This is even more outrageous than the ancient body. No way you weren't boasting. Haughtiness value 182, haughtiness value 188, haughtiness value 265. Lu Ming smirked, feeling comfortable. The value was rising rapidly. Just then the warm, pure soul power within him began to surge wildly. Pure soul. Centered on Lu Ming, a phantom sun rose once more above his head. A pure white light instantly enveloped Xiang Liu's 9 heads. Xiang Lu let out the most mournful scream of the day. All 9 heads raised simultaneously, their expressions filled with terror. The pain at the soul level was far more devastating than that of the body. It was Xiang Lu. 9 heads meant its soul power was innately stronger than others of the same level. Its soul power should have crushed all beings of the same realm. Yet this soul power before it, it was being completely suppressed. Not a human. He's not human at all. He will die. If this continues, he will die. Xiang Liu's mind was filled with this single thought. No, I am the beast destined to become the king of Jiahao. I cannot die. All 9 heads wailed in unison. Lu Ming heard this and smiled. King of Jiahao. Just you. He raised his hand. The Han Yu sword slowly landed in his palm. He lifted the sword in his hand as if it possessed some magic. In an instant the whole world fell silent because of this sword. The heavy rain continued to fall, but the sound of the rain seemed to be blocked by something. All gazes were drawn to that sword. You are nothing but a false hero. Lu Ming's voice was calm. And I said I will kill you in 5 seconds. All 9 of Xiang Liu's heads simultaneously collapsed. 5 seconds have long passed. Lu Ming smiled. But I heard. It's almost time for a heroic moment. Xiang Lu was left utterly bewildered. What kind of terminology is this? But it had no time to question anymore. Because the sword in Lu Ming's hand began to tremble slightly. A terrifying sword intent emanated from that sword. One, on the other side. Break. Old Yi roared. Both he and the one-eyed man's soul power surged to their limits. The illusion was finally shattered by their combined force. The courtesan looked at this scene, sighed, and her smile contained a hint of disappointment. I didn't expect it. The old man is really fast. However, according to the timing, Lu Ming should be dead by now. But old Yi and the one-eyed man had no time to pay her any attention. The one-eyed man waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared out of nowhere. His talent, the Ripper of Sequence 28, allowed him to tear through space over short distances. Go! The two of them plunged into the spatial rift. Their hearts were in their throats. How much time had passed? Is Lu Ming really still alive? Even if he is alive, can he still hold on until now? The two of them rushed out of the spatial rift, instantly appearing above the battlefield where Lu Ming was. Xiang Lu, you damn. Old Yes words were cut short as he froze. The one-eyed man was also stunned. They hovered in midair, their expressions blank as they stared below. Below, that massive dark blue serpent over 100 meters long was screaming in agony. No, no, wait a moment. All 9 heads raised their eyes filled with fear. And across from it, Lu Ming stood there calmly holding. Old Ye's mind buzzed. What the hell? What the hell is going on? He exchanged glances with the one-eyed man, both seeing pure bewilderment in each other's eyes. On the battlefield, Lu Ming sensed the 2 auras above, but did not turn around. He simply raised the sword in his hand. No, don't. Xiang Lu struggled to escape. Everyone come out. Everyone come out. Hold him down. In the next moment, a cacophony of roars echoed from all directions. Crash! The ground began to tremble. From the woods, from the ground, from the grass, tens of thousands of serpent-like beasts surged towards Lu Ming. Tens of thousands. Big and small, long and short, poisonous and non-poisonous, they covered the entire ground. Among them, there were even snake-like beasts of the Luling realm. This was Xiang Liu's ultimate summon, the Emperor of Serpents. As the supreme of the Serpent clan, it could command all serpent-like beasts within a 100-mile radius. This move was nearly invincible in its past battles. Even a half-step martial infant would be drowned by this overwhelming tide of serpents. Lu Ming, Old Yi shouted in midair, just about to rush down. The next moment, a terrifying pressure from the ancient beasts erupted beside Lu Ming. The Emperor Beast's might. It released a trace of the ancient Emperor Beast's aura, capable of briefly dominating the same-tier beasts. And this group of snakes, the strongest, were only of the Luling realm. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure from the Emperor Beast erupted. Hiss! Thousands of snakes suddenly came to a halt. Their bodies trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Even the beasts at the flowing spirit realm sensed the dread. Although they were not directly controlled by Lu Ming, they were not foolish. Hiss! Thousands of snakes crawled at Lu Ming's feet, shivering in fear, afraid to move at all. Yi Lao and the one-eyed man were stunned in midair. This pressure. The one-eyed man's voice trembled. What is happening? But the most desperate was still Xiang Lu. No way. Its innate summoning was suppressed. Under this pressure, it felt a fear for. He was completely bewildered. How many hidden cards did this kid have? He was refining pills yesterday, and today he was suppressing beasts. But the most desperate was still Xiang Lu. No way. Its innate summoning was suppressed. Under this pressure, it felt a fear from the depths of its genes. That was the feeling of encountering a natural enemy. How many tricks does this human have? How can each one be more outrageous than the last? Xiang Lu had completely broken down. It turned around, its body coiling frantically, trying to flee. Spare me. I want dare again next time. It now regretted deeply. It had been fooled by the words of the Abyss God sect, and had come to provoke such a monster. To devour Lu Ming. Now it just wanted to be devoured by Lu Ming, at least it would die quickly. But Lu Ming would never give it that chance. I said I do not accept apologies after the fact. He spoke coldly. Moreover, I am the true king of Jiahao. Yi Lao, the one-eyed man, by Lan and the others. The next second kill. In the torrential rain, Lu Ming swung his sword. Whoosh! Hundreds of silver sword energies burst forth from that one sword. Each sword energy was like a quivering raindrop. Yet each sword energy also resembled a colossal dragon of death. They intertwined, forming an impenetrable net of swords in the air. No. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu let out their final wails simultaneously. But it was all too late. Hundreds of sword energies rained down. Puff! The first head was severed. Puff! The second head was severed. Puff! The third, fourth, fifth. Boom! 8 out of the 9 heads flew up under the sword energies. Its massive body, hundreds of meters long, was sliced into chunks of flesh under the baptism of the sword energies. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces, 5 pieces. Finally, it turned into countless tiny fragments scattered on the ground. Bang! Even the mountain behind Xiang Lu was not spared. From the mountaintop to halfway down, a massive gash was cleaved open by the remaining sword energies. Half of the mountain collapsed in the tremors. The battlefield fell silent. The heavy rain continued to fall, but those pillars of fire had already extinguished. Bai Lan and the others collapsed on the ground, looking up with their mouths agape. What did they just witness? Lu Ming severed Xiang Lu with a single sword. One sword. Heroic value 394, heroic value 374, heroic value 393. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Delightful. In midair. What? My goodness. Yi Lao's mind was completely blown. He gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. This is Lu Ming's true strength. He had witnessed Xiang Liu's full power with his own eyes. It was no longer just the average peak of flowing spirit. That kind of power was infinitely close to a true martial infant. Even a half-step martial infant would be a top-tier existence. But what about Lu Ming? With the final sword strike, Xiang Lu had no chance to retaliate, directly turned into minced meat. What kind of monster is this? It's a bit too outrageous, isn't it? What will it be like when he truly becomes a martial infant? Yi Lao had this thought in his mind. Did the pills given to him by Zi Luan truly restore his talent? But those pills weren't that extraordinary. This isn't recovery, this is clearly enhancement. Yet Yi Lao had no idea that Lu Ming hadn't even consumed the pills. Yi Lao took a deep breath, turning to look at the one-eyed man beside him. He found that this guy had not shown a single expression throughout. Wait, you can hold it together like this? Yi Lao felt a bit of admiration for him. The one-eyed man looked at him expressionlessly and paralyzed, Suddenly the corner of the one-eyed man's eye twitched violently. Damn, this is too outrageous, even my paralysis is about to break down. On the battlefield, Lu Ming sheathed his sword, suddenly frowning. Something is wrong. Why was there no system prompt this time? Logically, after slaying Xiang Lu, who was in the top 10 of the beast rankings, he should have obtained its sequence. But the system panel was eerily quiet. He subconsciously glanced at the pile of bloody fragments in front of him. His gaze locked onto a severed head. Although that head had been chopped off, its aura had not completely dissipated. Moreover, Lu Ming's pupils slightly constricted. That head was moving slowly towards the nearby grass. Then in the next second, whoosh, it suddenly flew away at high speed. 666, it's not dead. Truly mind-boggling. Lu Ming laughed. This beast ranked in the top 10 was indeed not simple. However, you think you can escape in front of me? Do you take me for a fool? Lu Ming kicked off the ground, transforming into a shadow as he pursued that head. In midair, the one-eyed man frowned. Xiang Lu ran away. Yi Lao waved his hand, his gaze darkening. No worries, Lu Ming can handle it, but we also have someone to deal with now. His gaze fell on a small black dot in the distance. 10 miles away, the woman holding an umbrella. A dozen miles away. The courtesan could hardly believe her eyes. She originally thought Xiang Lu would quickly deal with Lu Ming. After all, that was a whole realm of difference. And yet, Xiang Lu was obliterated by Lu Ming with a single sword. One sword. The scene from that strike still left her dumbfounded. Is this a monster? The courtesan murmured. Lu Ming. Surely his talent hasn't been enhanced. This isn't a loss at all. That kind of power was likely already infinitely close to a martial infant. And his growth rate. That terrifying ability to fight above his level. The courtesan swallowed hard. I know he must not be allowed to develop like this. It seemed necessary to consult the hall master. And the next moment, she noticed the sharp gaze from afar. Yi Lao's gaze. 2 auras locked onto her tightly. The courtesan sighed, but there was not a trace of panic on her face. What they could see was just a part of the illusion. Her true self was hidden 100 miles away. That's the most troublesome aspect of this talent. He'll let you go today. See you next time. Little Lu Ming, you're truly impressive. Wait for it, sister will come back to take you down hard. On the other side, Hongju and the man in the black robe were engaged in battle. The two fought from a height of over 1,000 meters down to the ground, and then back up to the mountain peak, leaving the entire forest in disarray. Suddenly the man in the black robe burst into laughter. Lu Ming should be dead by now. Yet Hongju coldly sneered. Do you really think we are unaware of your plan? Let me tell you, we have long known your intentions. Elder Yi and the others are here, and your plans with Xiang Lu have come to naught. He certainly understood. Otherwise, how could he have confidently left Lu Ming and the others behind to entangle this man in black? But what was the result? The man in black laughed even more heartily upon hearing this. Do you think we are unaware that you know our plan? Hongju was taken aback. The man in black was smug. This is all part of the plan set by the courtesan. Lu Ming is undoubtedly doomed. Even if you have Wu Jun. Hongju's expression changed drastically. Courtesan. This person is a subordinate of the courtesan. The courtesan is you do. She wouldn't have detained Elder Yi and the others, would she? Damn it. That would be the end. Right now. The man in black spoke lightly. The courtesan has likely already led Xiang Lu away from the battlefield. Hongju's heart sank to the bottom. But the next moment, boom. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The man in black hadn't even reacted before he was forcefully pinned to the ground by that pressure. His knees buckled, and he knelt down with a thud. The pupils of the man in black contracted sharply. What is happening? He suddenly looked up. Above him, Elder Yi's displeased voice echoed. Do you think we are unaware that you know we know your plan? The man in black was confused. Hongju was initially stunned, then his eyes suddenly brightened. Elder Yi has arrived. This indicates that nothing has happened on Lu Ming's side. At that moment, Elder Ye's expression was extremely grim. That courtesan woman is too disgusting, and she still couldn't kill him. It turned out everything they saw was an illusion. Even though he couldn't kill that woman, he could at least get rid of this little bastard, right? You bunch of dogs. Elder Yi gritted his teeth. The man in black turned pale. No, no, I can surrender. I will tell you everything. I don't want to hear it. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, a snake head dragged a severed neck, writhing frantically. Blood flowed freely from the neck wound. Huff, huff. Thankfully, as long as my true head doesn't shatter, I can survive. Xiang Lu gasped for breath. Its current cultivation had fallen from the peak of the flowing spirit to the body refinement stage. 8 of its heads were gone. As long as I am alive. As long as I am alive. Xiang Liu's eyes were filled with the will to survive. I can make a comeback. Damn it. This time I need to hide for at least 200 years before coming out. My mother. So terrifying. It cursed while crawling forward. As it crawled, it suddenly brightened. Ahead by a small lake, there was a group of large turtles basking in the sun. There were about a dozen of them. Food. Xiang Liu's eyes sparkled. It lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, swallowing the turtle's whole shell and all. Then, it spat out the turtle shells one by one. I need to recover some strength. Just as it was thinking, Xiang Liu's body suddenly trembled. Not good. Without a second thought, it shrank its head and dove into the largest turtle shell nearby. In the distance, Lu Ming's figure slowly appeared. Xiang Lu was terrified in the turtle shell, trembling uncontrollably. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lu Ming. I can see you. The timing is just about right. Xiang Lu trembled violently. It slowly poked its head out from the turtle shell. It saw Lu Ming standing in front of it, with a smile, holding the cold abyss sword. Why is the little snake head still in its shell, eh? Xiang Lu said. You recognize the wrong person. I am not a snake head. Xiang Liu's CPU was running frantically. Clearly, I am a Gui head. Lu Ming. He expressionlessly drew out the cold abyss sword. Xiang Liu's soul nearly left its body upon seeing the sword. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It frantically kowtowed. I will agree to anything. But Lu Ming remained unmoved, slowly raising the sword in his hand. Sorry, he said pompously. I am a warrior of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, and my duty is to eradicate all anomalous beasts in the world. Taking their sequences makes me more powerful. He silently added in his mind. Xiang Lu was taken aback. Has this kid always been so righteous? It quickly brainstormed for a clever idea. Then, I can help you. Lu Ming was about to strike down with his sword. No need. I only kill anomalous beasts. In the next moment, Xiang Lu shouted at the top of its lungs. Then I can help you find other anomalous beasts. I know many of them. I can be a beast trader. Lu Ming's hand holding the sword paused. Moi. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. What do you know? Where are the other top 10 anomalous beasts? Do you know? Seeing Lu Ming stop, Xiang Lu hurriedly nodded vigorously. I know part of it. It was afraid that if it spoke too slowly, Lu Ming would strike down at least. I know 5. I can take you there. I really can. Lu Ming hesitated slightly, seemingly in thought. 5. 1 for 5. Then if I kill 1, it becomes 6. That seems a bit profitable. Xiang Liu's eyes rolled quickly, adding another piece of information. Even. There are beings above the sequence that I also know. Things you can't access right now. The Anomalous Affairs Bureau won't tell you. Your level isn't high enough yet. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Beings above the sequence. What are they? He stared at Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu realized it had hit a nerve and quickly continued. All anomalous beasts were created by the god of the abyss. But he created more than just anomalous beasts. If I don't tell you, you would at least need 5 or 6 years before the Anomalous Affairs Bureau would allow you to access those beings. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. God of the abyss. He remembered that the abyss god cult worshipped this entity. So it turns out, there are so many things in this world. Interesting. He silently calculated. This fellow before him had already fallen from the anomalous beast sequence 10th to the body refinement stage, even inferior to a regular condensing spirit. It couldn't stir up any storm and could be killed at any moment in his hands. It would be better to keep it as a living dictionary. Lu Ming slowly sheathed his sword. Huff. Xiang Lu let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing in the turtle shell. Just then, kid, get out of the way. Elder Ye's voice descended from the sky. The two immediately spotted the head hiding in the turtle shell. Isn't that Xiang Lu? Elder Yi smacked his thigh. Hurry up and kill it. This thing is a disaster if left alive. Hey. Lu Ming quickly raised his hand to block in front of the two. What are you doing? Elder Yi was confused. You have mistaken him. Lu Ming said seriously. He is not. Elder Yi was bewildered. How could he not be? That snake head is it. You are mistaken. This is not a snake head. Lu Ming knocked on the turtle shell, saying clearly, "It is a Gui head." Elder Yi, the one-eyed man. Old Yi and the one-eyed man were a bit bewildered. What do you mean by this being a Gui head? Who are you trying to fool? I've seen that Gui head before. I have one myself, okay? I can't not know it's a Xiang Lu. Old Yi took a deep breath, his lips twitching. Lu Ming, stop messing around. Xiang Lu is really dangerous. Dangerous? Lu Ming was taken aback, then glanced at the Xiang Lu in the turtle shell. Ha ha ha, cough. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. He truly couldn't hold it in. This thing, still dangerous. Xiang Lu. It really wanted to cry right now. Big brother, are you going to save me or not? If you want to save me, be a bit more serious. You make me feel very insecure. The one-eyed man looked at the Xiang Lu curled up in the turtle shell, then glanced at Lu Ming. He was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, in front of Lu Ming, the Xiang Lu really seemed to pose no threat. This thing had just been reduced to a head, and it was wearing a turtle shell. It didn't look like a 10th-ranked exotic beast at all, more like a wild turtle being bullied by kids on the street. After finishing his laughter, Lu Ming glanced at the system panel. Heroic value 5413, awesome. With this wave, I've directly gained so much heroic value. And right now I'm at the peak of spirit condensation. I have the elixirs. I have the blood of exotic beasts. After I finish my work later, it'll break through to flowing spirit. Then I'll use the system's deep blue to level up. Awesome. However, there are still matters to settle. Lu Ming looked at Old Yi and waved his hand. Hey, he really is just an innocent Gui head. Don't be so nervous, Old Yi. If you don't believe me, record a bit. Saying this, he really handed over the Xiang Lu along with its shell. Xiang Lu. Old Yi. I'm not surnamed Zhang, and I don't want to record. Lu Ming was taken aback, his expression a bit disappointed. That's too bad, it's really fun. You motherfucker. Old Yi's forehead twitched. Xiang Lu was also so furious it almost cursed. It felt its snake dignity was insulted. But it only thought this in its heart. After all, its current situation didn't allow it to be so arrogant, so it could only curl up in the turtle shell. Xiang Lu sighed in its heart. It now found humans truly terrifying. Especially Lu Ming, who was not only scary in a perverse way, but also had a problem with his mental circuitry. More bizarre than the exotic beasts. It's like this, Old Yi. Lu Ming put away his expression and spoke earnestly. This guy just said it could take me to find other top 10 exotic beasts, and also mentioned something about the gods of the abyss above the sequences. I think it has great utility. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lu immediately got excited. It quickly poked its head out from the turtle shell. Right. I can be a beast trader. Living is more useful than dying. I know a lot of things am really useful. However, these words from Xiang Lu not only did not make Old Yi and the one-eyed man happy. Instead, the atmosphere suddenly became off. Old Yi and the one-eyed man's faces instantly changed, becoming extremely serious. That seriousness was not feigned. What's wrong? Even Lu Ming sensed something was off. Strange, why are these two so serious? Could it be they are trying to hold it together? As a result, that's enough, Lu Ming. Old Yi's eyes fixed sternly on Lu Ming, his voice deepening. You must not be misled by it. Some things are not for you to touch now. Oh, it's for your own good. Lu Ming frowned. Why? The one-eyed man, who had been quiet, also spoke with a serious face, looking at Lu Ming as if he were an oblivious fool. This is a rule established since the beginning of the Exotic Reports Bureau. Some things are for your protection. Under the martial sovereign, one must not overreach beneath the sequences. Lu Ming was taken aback. Beneath the martial sovereign, beneath the sequences. What does that mean? He hesitated, sizing up Old Yi. This old man usually didn't act seriously. If he teased him a bit, he would just scold him a couple of times. But now it was different, or Lu Ming could clearly feel. This old man was truly anxious, genuinely angry. Moreover, Lu Ming felt a bit puzzled. What exactly is above the sequences? What could make Old Yi, a late martial sovereign, so wary? Old Yi took a deep breath. Lu Ming, I now order you, in my capacity as the highest official of the Exotic Reports Bureau in the provincial capital, you must kill the Xiang Lu. It must not be left alive. As soon as this was said, the situation immediately escalated. It was no longer just a senior speaking to a junior, but a leader to a subordinate. Lu Ming looked up at him. Are you ordering me? I'm telling you, I'm not joking with you right now. Old Yi narrowed his eyes, the authority of a superior sweeping over. I am ordering you. As a leader of the Exotic Reports Bureau, I have the right to do so. Hee. Lu Ming scoffed. Then if I withdraw from the Exotic Reports Bureau, won't you explode? Old Yi was almost choked by this sentence. You motherfucker. Xiang Lu was also dumbfounded. Oh, weren't they just saying they were the righteous warriors of the Exotic Reports Bureau? How did it change its face so quickly? Don't mess with me. Old Yi forcibly suppressed his anger. The point is, throughout history, those who dared to touch such existence before becoming a martial sovereign have all died. Without exception. Even the first rank of the sequences is the same. I am protecting you. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. What? They all died. Even the first? Then what kind of terrifying existence is above the sequences? It seems that old Yi is indeed trying to protect himself. But the problem is, he doesn't need to. What martial lord, what first rank of the sequences? I'm not a normal awakener at all. I'm a cheat. Not to mention, if I kill all the top 10 in the sequences, wouldn't I possess all the ranks of the sequences? Moreover, if the existence above the sequences is truly that powerful, wouldn't killing it unlock even more incredible abilities? At that time, they'd all become stepping stones for my path to divinity. This can't be let go. No way. The Xiang Lu must be saved. At this moment, Xiang Lu was already on the verge of fainting. It's over, it's completely over. I originally thought I could survive relying on intelligence. But these two martial sovereigns simply didn't give a chance. No, I don't want to die. I just transformed into a turtle. I still have a great turtle life ahead. Enough talking, step aside. Old Yi shouted angrily, looking like he was about to take action. No way. Lu Ming, however, still stood firm in front of the Xiang Lu, his tone resolute. No way, you can't kill it. This Gui head is under my protection. Even Jesus can't kill it, that's what I'm saying. Old Yi, the one-eyed man. Xiang Lu was even more stunned upon hearing this. It looked at Lu Ming's back, and a feeling it couldn't describe suddenly arose in its heart. Is he going to save me? Facing the pressure of two martial sovereigns. This human, although he's quite strange, but he really wants to protect me. Old Yi couldn't believe it. Lu Ming, do you know what you're saying? Could it be he didn't hear a single word I said? Of course I know, but I don't care. Those people died because they were weak, but indifferent. Lu Ming raised his chin, speaking earnestly. Those born of heroic blood must end in heroism. I am a born hero. Old Yi, the one-eyed man, what the heck? Heroic value 311, heroic value 284, heroic value 302. Is he implying he's exceptionally formidable? The one-eyed man scratched his head, hesitating. Oomph. Master Yi laughed bitterly. Do you truly believe yourself so extraordinary? Defeating a Serpent Clan warrior whose nascent soul hasn't yet manifested, and you dare call yourself invincible? Let me tell you plainly, even I would never dare confront those beings face to face. What are you exactly at this moment? A mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator could crush you without effort. No matter how swiftly you advance, you must diligently cultivate until reaching the martial sovereign realm. Master Yi finished speaking, and his spiritual energy erupted violently. Boom. As that overwhelming force surged forth, surrounding trees bent and trembled wildly. Their crowns whipped back and forth as if seized by an invisible gale. Gravel on the ground leapt into the air. Even Lu Ming felt it. Not wind, not shockwave, but a crushing pressure descending from above, as though an unseen weight pressed down upon his very skull. It felt like an invisible mountain bearing down upon his shoulders. His breath caught mid-inhalation. Instinctively, he staggered half a step backward. This was the aura of a late-stage martial sovereign. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to any opponent he had faced before. There existed no common ground between them. One soared in the heavens, the other stood rooted in the dust. The chasm separating them defied quantification. Ahawk. Xiang Lu lost all composure instantly. Wait, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll even consume your excrement. Please, I beg you. Master Yi ignored him entirely. His gaze remained fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Ming, not a glance spared for Xiang Lu. Step aside. I shall slay this serpent-headed wretch. Xiang Lu nearly wept with desperation. I've already told you. I'm not serpent-headed. I have a shell. Look closely. With a sudden motion, it retracted its head deep into its tortoise shell, then extended it once more. I withdrew completely, and now, I've emerged again. Clearly, I am a tortoise. Enough. Master Yi's expression darkened, patience exhausted. He took a single decisive stride forward, preparing to bypass Lu Ming and strike. At that very instant, wait. Lu Ming's voice rang out sharply. My. Master Yi froze mid-motion. Lu Ming let out a cold, disdainful snort. Heh, a martial sovereign. Merely the sixth realm. Within a month, I shall transcend it. You know nothing, absolutely nothing, of a deity's cultivation speed. Master Yi stood stunned. The one-eyed man stood equally dumbfounded, before either could react. In the next moment, Lu Ming produced the supreme linging pill. The moment the pill appeared, a faint, ethereal fragrance dispersed through the air. Master Yi glanced at it, and furrowed his brow. You intend to break through using this, to prove your astonishing speed. Don't be foolish. I admit your cultivation pace is indeed miraculous, and yes, the linging pill is extraordinarily potent, but consuming it now won't guarantee your ascension to the lingling realm. His tone was grave and unyielding. The linging pill was no divine elixir. Such transcendence demanded perfect alignment, the convergence of celestial timing, earthly advantage, and human readiness. How long had Lu Ming cultivated? When he'd witnessed Lu Ming unleash the peak aura of spirit condensation during combat with Xiang Lu, he'd already been astounded. Since when had this youth broken through again? It was simply too fast. Precisely because his breakthroughs came so rapidly, his foundation might remain perilously unstable. Forcing the lingering ascension now carried immense risk. Moreover, this was the open wilderness. No secluded meditation chamber. No protective formation. No prior meridian purification. This wasn't seclusion. It was sheer recklessness. Yet Lu Ming offered no explanation. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xiang Lu. If you wish to live, infuse your lifeblood onto this pill. Xiang Lu. Master Yi. One-eyed man. Feeling their bewildered stares, Lu Ming hastily clarified. I mean your vital blood. Oh, your vital blood. You startled me. Xiang Lu visibly relaxed. Though utterly baffled by Lu Ming's intent, survival left no room for hesitation. To preserve its life, it would willingly swear fealty, to name Lu Ming its tortoise father if required. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and expelled a radiant prismatic stream of blood. That shimmering blood struck the lingering pill and vanished instantly, fully absorbed. I feel hollow. This is my only chance. Xiang Lu visibly wilted, its head drooped, its vigor drained away. Lu Ming nodded approvingly. One instance is already extraordinary. Xiang Lu. Master Yi. One-eyed man. Master Yi's expression shifted to pure uncomprehending shock. What are you doing? The lingering pill is not used this way. Lu Ming spoke calmly. No one understands pills better than I do. Master Yi was utterly flabbergasted. What in the world? No one understood pills better than him. Lu Ming's expression remained serene as he continued. Your perception is too narrow. You'll never grasp the magnitude of my talent. With that spiritual energy welled up within his palm, the supreme lingering pill, now infused with Xiang Lu's vital blood, levitated effortlessly above his palm. He did not swallow it. Instead, it began dissolving in midair. Its medicinal essence fused seamlessly with the vital blood, coalescing into a swirling orb of interwoven white and gold radiance, then surged directly into Lu Ming's body. Wait! Master Yi and the one-eyed man paled, desperate to intervene. But it was already too late. That torrent of power had already breached Lu Ming's meridians. You! Master Yi's scalp prickled with dread. It was over. Did he truly wish to die? Daring to refine Xiang Lu's vital blood directly. Though newly born and still weak, this serpent was ranked among the top 10 divine beasts. Its vital blood explosively volatile. Even a martial tribulation cultivator would first refine it into a pill before daring to ingest it. Yet this youth not only refined it raw, but combined it with the lingering pill. How catastrophically volatile would that energy become? A single misstep would shatter every meridian in his body. Xiang Lu stared dazed. Wait, brother. Are you sacrificing yourself to save me? That's my vital blood. My cultivation may have declined, but my innate essence remains intact. For a mere spirit condensation cultivator to refine it thus is tantamount to suicide. Your death matters little, but I absolutely refuse to perish. Yet, boom! Lu Ming's internal spiritual energy ignited like wildfire. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted violently. Surrounding heavenly and earthly chi began converging toward him. At first, only a few wisps drifted in from all directions, but soon they multiplied, thickened, intensified. They poured inward from every compass point, enveloping him entirely. The chi grew so dense it became visible to the naked eye, eventually coalescing into a luminous, spiraling vortex. Spiritual energy cascaded into him from above like liquid light, yet any ordinary cultivator would have exploded under such volume. Lu Ming, however, absorbed it effortlessly. Each wave entered. He swallowed it whole. More arrived. He consumed it all. Nothing was rejected. Oh, everything was accepted without resistance. Huh. Master Yi stood utterly stupefied. This is impossible. Even sovereign sequence cultivators would falter attempting this at the spirit condensation stage. He had witnessed countless prodigies, each cultivating with meticulous caution. A single loss of control over spiritual energy could fracture meridians, or worse, trigger demonic possession. But Lu Ming, what in the heavens was this? The one-eyed man remained impassive, calm, remarkably calm. His voice, however, betrayed a subtle tremor. Xiang Lu huddled deep within its shell, trembling uncontrollably as it gazed upon Lu Ming at the vortex's heart, and whispered, voice tight, "What manner of abomination is this?" Within Lu Ming's body, the Jiahao body awakened with ferocious intensity. The medicinal force erupting from the lingering pill was devoured, not by his spirit, but by his flesh and bone. Xiang Lu's vital blood was gradually compressed into his physical form. Its blood combusted, bones restructured, meridians expanded. Every inch of his being surged with strength, every cell evolved anew. Not only his physique strengthened, his soul force swelled exponentially. A gentle yet profoundly potent spiritual aura surged outward from his core. This Master Yi and the one-eyed man stared awestruck, this time sensing it unmistakably. This soul force approached the nascent soul realm infinitely closely, and its quality was exceptionally high. Master Yi murmured, voice hushed, "What other sequence does this youth possess?" At that moment, the terrifying spiritual energy above Lu Ming's head began condensing. Swiftly, it coalesced into the translucent golden silhouette of an infant. Master Yi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This is the nascent form of a Ling infant. The Linging Pill's supreme virtue lay precisely here, enabling spirit condensation cultivators to break through to the Lingling realm while forging the most stable Ling foundation, and in exceedingly rare cases allowing premature manifestation of the Ling infant's primordial form. Such a feat conferred incalculable advantage for future nascent soul formation. Yet it remained theoretical. Fewer than 5 individuals across the entire Bureau of Anomalous Affairs had ever achieved it. In all his years, Master Yi had witnessed it firsthand fewer than 3 times. Yet Lu Ming had done it, and in radiant gold. Then, in the next instant, a small protrusion swelled upon the golden infant's shoulder. Plop! A second head emerged. Xiang Lu. The one-eyed man barked, voice cracking. Who the hell can stay composed now? They were all dumbfounded. Can a spiritual infant have a second head? What is this? Is this reasonable? Xiang Lu stared at the second head, completely perplexed. Wait, this scene seems a bit familiar. It suddenly realized something. Could it be? That is its own blood. After Lu Ming refined his own essence blood, he actually pressed part of his bloodline's characteristics into the spiritual infant form. Is this even human? Xiang Lu was frightened to tears. What does this represent? If this head can continue to grow in the future, how much stronger will Lu Ming's future spiritual infant be compared to others? A 9-headed spiritual infant. No, can't think like that. The more Xiang Lu thought, the more afraid it became. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's aura erupted completely. The originally gaseous spiritual energy was crazily compressed into liquid, flowing through his limbs and bones. Flowing spirit. Spiritual energy turned liquid. Quality skyrocketed. He could briefly walk in the air. Breakthrough successful. Lu Ming felt the surging power within him, not waiting for the crowd's astonished expressions. He directly looked up at the sky, full of grandeur. I'll put away those shocked expressions. Don't forget, I am Lu Ming. Lu of the Lu Guan. Ming of the divine. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Xinming. The grandeur lasts through the ages like a long night. What if it's sequence 1? What if it's above the sequence? This world only needs one grand hero. And that is me. I am the only one born of this era. Daring to claim to be a grand hero naturally, I am omnipotent. Xiang Lu stared blankly at Lu Ming. It was deeply shocked by that overwhelming air of grandeur. At this moment it suddenly understood. So this is the true grandeur. Even the voice pack is so cool. All those grand words I said before, what were they worth? I am the one who doesn't deserve the title of grandeur. Yi Lao was stunned, and the one-eyed man was also dumbfounded. Damn, what the hell? Is this even human? This is too unbelievable. What kind of monster is this? Grandiosity value 314, grandiosity value 315, grandiosity value 311. Ding Rain Master Sequence unlocks new ability, Instant Rain Shift. Ding Sin Abyss Sequence unlocks new ability, Sin Claw. Lu Ming glanced at the system prompt. Instant Rain Shift allows for rapid position exchange where rain exists. The distance and proficiency are related. Sin Claw is the attack method of the Sin Abyss sequence. It can deal a dual blow to the target's body and spirit. Not bad. He'll upgrade it later. But first, let's finish the matter at hand. Yi Lao was silent at this moment. He was originally worried about Lu Ming acting recklessly. But now seeing Lu Ming break through the flowing spirit and form a golden double-head spiritual infant shape, his thoughts wavered for the first time. Perhaps this kid really has the potential to achieve that step. Just then, no way. The one-eyed man's expression changed, and he suddenly drew his knife, slicing his arm. Blood spurted out immediately. Yi Lao was startled. What the hell are you doing? The one-eyed man laughed expressionlessly. Ha ha, courtesan, you have such strong illusions. Did you think I didn't notice? Supplement. Why does it hurt so much? The crowd. Yi Lao's mouth twitched. All right, we have already broken through the illusion. The courtesan has long since run away. The one-eyed man covered his arm, looking at Lu Ming, then at Xiang Lu. Really? But I still feel like this scene in front of me is a bit unreasonable. Lu Ming ignored the nervous one-eyed man and looked at Yi Lao, his expression serious. Yi Lao, just trust me. Yi Lao was silent for a while. Finally, he sighed. Forget it, I'll report to the capital first. I can't handle a monster like you. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. Xiang Liu's life was temporarily saved. Hearing this, Xiang Lu flew to Lu Ming's side with its shell. It was so excited it spoke incoherently. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. You are the grandeur. You are the most grand. From now on I am no longer Xiang Lu, I am just a Gui head. You are my brother. You are Gui head brother. Lu Ming. The one-eyed man looked at Yi Lao and, you still say this isn't an illusion. This snake is obviously not normal. Yi Lao? What the hell is all this? He rubbed his forehead. I'm tired. Let's go back to the capital first. Then Yi Lao first treated the one-eyed man's wound. He confirmed a few times with spiritual power, to prevent this guy from thinking he hadn't woken up later. Next, Yi Lao gathered the injured Hongju, Bailon and others. Hongju and the others looked at Lu Ming with very complicated expressions, especially Bailon. She recalled what she said earlier on the helicopter. She also remembered telling Lu Ming to hide behind. She felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out that all this time Lu Ming was really escorting them. Not a joke. It was real. Bailon walked in front of Lu Ming, her voice much lower than usual. Lu Ming, I misunderstood you earlier, I'm sorry. Lu Ming waved his hand. It's fine, little girls are usually like this, a bit arrogant. Bailon. Her freshly risen apology almost shattered on the spot. Forget it, this guy is a bit mouthy, but his strength is too strong, and he is quite handsome. She hesitated for a moment, took out her phone. Let's add WeChat. If you come to the capital in the future and need help, you can find me. Zhang Chuan, who was next to her, was originally preparing to come over and apologize. But when he saw this scene, he suddenly stiffened. He looked at Lu Ming with a bit more hostility. Lu Ming. Not a buddy. Can this really get attention? Damn, a licking dog. We'll never make it to the table. He directly waved his hand. No, my ancestor's surname is Chow. I don't like little girls. Changing a word is more than enough. Bailon. P.S. There are 2 more chapters coming soon. At this moment, the helicopter was broken and they were not far from the capital. Elder Yi simply decided to fly back with everyone. With his speed, they would arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Then Elder Yi directly lifted everyone up with his immense spiritual power, shooting straight into the sky. Woohoo, we are taking off. How exhilarating. At this point, Elder Yi couldn't help but ask, Lu Ming, what exactly is going on with the Luing Dan? Why did you manage to break through successfully with the blood of the Xiang Lu? Lu Ming thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. Your current method of usage is too crude. The true value of the Luing Dan is not just in taking it to break through. The best method is to first use one as a base, allowing the body to adapt to the medicinal properties in advance. Then the second one should be paired with high-quality beast blood, guiding the bloodline power to surge into the spiritual foundation, which will stabilize the foundation, widen the meridians, and even allow for the early condensation of the spiritual infant's form. Elder Yi was stunned by what he heard. It can be used like that. Why didn't Ziluan ever mention this? Lu Ming casually replied, she is just a layman. Everyone was speechless. Heroic value 294, heroic value 314, heroic value 302. How heroic? You brat are truly heroic. Elder Yi wanted to refute, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a way to counter. Ziluan's pill sequence is ranked 31. It's the first in the high-risk sequence. Do you know why a pill assistance sequence can rank so high? Because only the ultra-high-risk sequence is worthy of her assistance. On the battlefield, she can refine any pill. The perfect support for a team. If you are about to exhaust your strength in battle, she can directly restore you to full state with a single pill. Can you maintain your composure? Moreover, she doesn't just know how to refine pills, she can also turn enemies into pills during combat. Everything is a furnace and people are the fuel. Yet such a person, in Lu Ming's words, became a layman. The most absurd part was that Lu Ming had indeed succeeded just now. Elder Yi held back for a long time and could only sigh. Count yourself impressive, brat. As long as you know. Lu Ming casually said, then glanced at the system. Heroic value 8012, impressive. This time was truly amazing. It jumped to over 8,000 heroic value. Should I save up to 10,000 and upgrade the Zhan Tian sword Dao? Forget it. They would soon arrive at the capital. That place is filled with powerhouses. 100,000 heroic value is not something to be taken lightly. Lu Ming glanced at the panel again. To continue upgrading the Burning Sky and the 100 Beast Emperors might requires 2,500 heroic value. However, it won't evolve this time. Because LV5 has already evolved once. After thinking, Lu Ming decided to upgrade the Heavy Rain enhancement first. After all, this thing will reach LV5 with just one more level, which will bring a significant change. Ding, do you want to spend 2,000 heroic value to upgrade Heavy Rain enhancement to LV5 and evolve it? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. Why is there no Rain Master or Sin Abyss in the human sequence? Could it be related to what Xiang Lu said about being above the sequence? Forget it. Not worth pondering. Yes. The next moment, a cool sensation coursed through his body, drilling into his blood vessels, tendons, and even bone seams. Where it passed, his muscles heated up and his blood quickened. Even his heartbeat became stronger. Lu Ming felt an even deeper connection with the rain. Every drop of rain could be sensed by him. Even the wind began to heed his call. Upgrade successful. Heavy rain enhancement LV. For evolved into child of weather LV. 5. Child of weather LV. 5. With a thought you can alter the weather within 1,000 meters. As long as you are in harsh weather, all attributes increase by 20. You can control the gales from all directions, condensing wind blades for attacks easily, slaying those of the same rank, and can deal certain damage even to those of a higher realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, impressive. All attributes increased by 20, and I can also use wind blades. The most important thing is that he can fly now. Normally, in the flowing spirit realm, one can only hover briefly. True stable flight requires at least reaching the martial infant stage. But now he can fly. This is truly thrilling. With a thought, Lu Ming gathered the clouds in the sky. The rain, which had almost stopped, began to fall again. Elder Yi was leading several people toward the capital. He looked up and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why has it been raining so much lately?" Lu Ming calmly replied, "Perhaps it's due to my melancholy." Elder Yi. Everyone. Elder Yi was choked and couldn't speak for a long time. Now he truly understood. No matter how powerful this kid became, his mouth was always the most dangerous weapon. The one-eyed man glanced at Lu Ming, then looked up at the rain in the sky. He fell silent for a moment. Elder Yi. Moi. I still feel something is off. Elder Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. You think it's an illusion again? The one-eyed man nodded seriously, pointing at Lu Ming. This kid has been abnormal from the beginning. Can I take a swing at him to test it? I've tolerated it for too long. Elder Yi. Lu Ming. Lu Ming calmly said, "You don't understand. A strong person's emotions can influence the weather." The one-eyed man. Heroic value 281, heroic value 294, heroic value 276. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, feeling even more pleased. As expected, even before reaching the capital, the people of the capital had already begun to unleash their effects. This is what a real big city is like. Heroic values are everywhere. Something is off. It feels like there is more than just a little bit off. The one-eyed man continued to stare at Lu Ming for several seconds, then looked down at his newly wrapped arm, showing a hesitant expression. Ultimately, he couldn't hold back, took out a small knife, and made a quick slash. Hiss! Damn, the illusion of the flower queen has gotten stronger. The sensation of pain was all too real. Elder Yi no longer wanted to bother with this foolish fellow. He turned his head to Lu Ming, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Right, Lu Ming? Moi. Elder Yi's tone became quite serious. Do you know who invited you to the capital this time? Lu Ming was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this issue. Previously, he only knew that he had awakened the Dominator sequence, and the Anomaly Bureau wanted to take him to the capital. But he truly didn't know who specifically wanted to see him. Who is it? Elder Yi looked at him, and slowly uttered a few words, "Old Sword Lord." Lu Ming blinked. Elder Yi continued, "The previous generations. King of the Sword Path. Ling Che-tian. You brat are still far from that one." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Anomalies Bureau in the capital city. Located in the very center of the city, it appears to be an ordinary building from the outside, but in reality the entire structure is enveloped by a royal-level formation. Even a martial king of the 8th realm cannot enter through the main door without permission. And in a room on the top floor of the building, 2 elderly men are playing chess. The man in black, named Pei Ran, is the previous generation's Blade Emperor, his hands covered in scars from blades crisscrossing in a way that is quite shocking to behold. The man in white, named Ling Qixin, is the previous generation's Sword Sovereign. Logically, as the only 2 weapon sequences in the Dominion hierarchy, these 2 should be natural adversaries. But on the contrary, their relationship is exceptionally good. They often drink tea together, play chess, and even tease each other's disciples. Lu Ming has arrived. Pei Ran slowly placed a chess piece on the board. His spiritual power is extremely strong, and the movements within a radius of several hundred miles cannot escape his perception. Ling Che-tian responded lightly. Pei Ran smiled. I really envy you. This generation's Sword Sovereign is so impressive that he knocked that brat Bai Lin silly. Bai Lin is his junior, and technically half of his disciple. Previously, Bai Lin caused trouble for Lu Ming and got soundly beaten in return. He knows Bai Lin's character. Arrogant and proud, never having suffered a grievance. As a result, he was utterly defeated by Lu Ming. Logically, Pei Ran should be angry, but instead he felt the kid deserved it. Arrogance comes at a cost. At the same time, he felt somewhat gratified. After being knocked silly by Lu Ming, Bai Lin started to train diligently, making even greater progress than before. This is what they call the old man losing his horse. Slap. Ling Che-tian directly captured Pei Ran's horse. Your horse is dead. Pei Ran. Did he just insult me? Don't be dazed, old Pei, it's checkmate. Oh, that doesn't count. Let's switch to go. Pei Ran irritably waved his hand, and the chessboard in front of him instantly transformed into a go board. Come on, let's continue. But when Ling Che-tian heard this, he casually picked up a white stone, but hesitated to place it down. Pei Ran sensed something was off. What's wrong? Why do you look so gloomy? Ling Chetian sighed. He put down the white stone in his hand and looked up at Pei Ran. Old Pei, I need to tell you something. I feel Lu Ming may not be the sword sovereign. Pei Ran. He was taken aback. Not the sword sovereign. What do you mean? I don't know. Ling Chetian shook his head. It's just a gut feeling. When I awakened, there was indeed a sword aura that pierced through heaven and earth. But I never saw that eye. Pei Ran fell silent. He knew about this. When Lu Ming awakened the Dominion hierarchy, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky. That eye loomed over the entire Jin city, instilling profound fear deep within the souls of countless people. According to the records of the Anomalies Bureau, such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Even when Ling Chetian awakened back, then there was no such commotion. Moreover, Ling Chetian continued, I actually observed him secretly before. His sword intent is somewhat different from mine. I can't quite articulate how it's different, but it's just not the same. Pei Ran furrowed his brows. Don't forget, everyone's understanding of the sword is different. Variations in sword intent are quite normal. That's true. Ling Chetian nodded, then shook his head. But the problem is he is training too fast. Old Pei, tell me, after awakening the Dominion hierarchy, doesn't the training speed increase significantly compared to ordinary people? Of course. Pei Ran nodded without hesitation. He himself is of the Dominion hierarchy and understands this feeling all too well. But even for the Dominion hierarchy, it shouldn't be this fast. Ling Qishan's voice rose slightly. Back then it took me 3 months to go from body refining to the peak of spirit condensation. And you? Pei Ran was taken aback. About 2.5 months. Exactly. Ling Chetian slammed the table. You took 2.5 months. I took 3 months. Moreover, we completed this under the resource tilt of the Anomalies Bureau. But this kid, he's only just awakened a few days ago, and he is already at the peak of spirit condensation. He could even slay the Sin Monster King at the spirit condensation stage at the cost of a damaged talent. Old Pei, do you think this fellow resembles a human? Pei Ran fell silent. He had also been shocked when he heard Xiao Yes report at the time, but he had only thought that it was due to Lu Ming's good talent and a bit of luck. But now, after Ling Qishan's analysis, he began to have doubts in his heart. This speed is indeed a bit outrageous. What you mean is? Pei Ran tentatively spoke. He's not the sword sovereign. Then what is he, eh? Ling Chetian looked at him and slowly replied, a new sequence. Pei Ran's pupils contracted sharply. He abruptly placed the chess piece in his hand down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His reaction was quite intense. That one only created 300 sequences. For hundreds of years, it has never changed. How could he possibly create a new sequence all of a sudden? And just create one? Ling Chetian remained silent, quietly watching him. The two were silent for a while. Pei Ran gradually calmed down. He recalled something and furrowed his brows even tighter. This matter involves the existence above the sequences. This is a taboo that only martial sovereigns are qualified to approach, and the two of them know even more. Thus they are more aware of what the number 300 sequences signifies. But, Pei Ran spoke with difficulty, is it really impossible? Ling Chetian shook his head. Who knows what the deity is thinking? What if one day it suddenly comes to mind to create dozens of new sequences? Maybe those sequences haven't fully awakened yet, and Lu Ming just happened to awaken one of them. Pei Ran opened his mouth. He momentarily didn't know what to say. This speculation is too, but it's not completely impossible. After all, no one can fathom the thoughts of that one. At this point, Ling Qishan's expression suddenly grew somewhat melancholic. He raised his head and looked out the window. The sky outside was gray and overcast. Old Pei, who do you think I see when I look at Lu Ming? Pei Ran glanced at him. You think of your past self? Ling Chetian chuckled. Yes, my past self wasn't feeling invincible in the world, believing that the Dominion hierarchy is the end point, thinking that the sword in hand can slash open the sky. As he spoke, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. But after reaching the martial sovereign level, everything changed. Pei Ran listened in silence. He understood Ling Qishan's meaning. The martial sovereign is a watershed. Below the martial sovereign, they are geniuses, prodigies, beings admired by all. But above the martial sovereign, they realize that there are some things in this world that they can never overcome, and Ling Chetian smiled self-deprecatingly. What does it matter if it's the Dominion hierarchy? As long as we're within the sequences, we'll forever be beneath the deity. Pei Ran looked at him and suddenly spoke. Have you ever tried? Moi. Ling Chetian was taken aback. Have you ever tried? Pei Ran's gaze turned sharp. Is it really true that no one can succeed? This question exploded between the two. Ling Chetian remained in a daze for a while. Then he nodded slowly, shaking his head. I tried. My sword can never kill a deity. That Lu Ming will surely be the same. The two fell into silence. After a while, Pei Ran sighed. All right, let's not speak of this anymore. According to the time, they should be arriving soon. Ling Chitian nodded gently, placing the white stone on the go board. Indeed. After a pause he added, but old Pei, remember this. As seniors we must maintain the demeanor of seniors. Don't expose our true nature. Acting pretentious. Who can't do that? Of course we have to put on a show in front of the juniors. What? Can a little brat outshine me? Just understand. By the way, old Pei. What now? Your chess skills are really poor, especially in Go. If it doesn't work, shall we play teamfight tactics? What nonsense are you talking about? Last time you lost with 4-star Ash. Get lost. However, Pei Ran and Ling Tian had just gotten up and opened the door. My lords, a man dressed in the uniform of the Anomaly Bureau hurriedly entered, his face a mix of shock and urgency. I have important news to report. We just received news. The courtesan of the Yuanshan sect, accompanied by Xiang Lu, ambushed Lu Ming midway. The two froze in their movements. They exchanged glances, both seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. What? Pei Ran frowned. Yuanshan sect. And Xiang Lu. I had been sensing the commotion from afar. I did detect the aura of Lu Ming and his group approaching. Moreover, the aura was quite stable, so I thought everything was going smoothly. But there was such an incident on the way. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai are with them. They should have resolved it, so the escort should be fine. Those two, after all, are in the late stages of the martial lord realm. Against a courtesan and Xiang Lu, it should be a piece of cake. Furthermore, the courtesan is at most in the early stages of the martial lord realm, annoying, but not a significant threat. However, the man wore a grim expression. My lords, it wasn't Xiao Yi, an instructor by who dealt with it. They were all trapped by the courtesan's illusion. What? The expressions of Pei Ran and Ling Tian changed simultaneously. Trapped? Pei Ran's brow furrowed. What about Lu Ming? Is Lu Ming in trouble? But as he spoke, he felt something was off. His strong perception could easily sense Lu Ming and his group. Clearly, Lu Ming was fine. But those two were trapped. It can't be that Hong Ju and the others saved Lu Ming, right? But if both martial lords are trapped, how could they save him? What on earth is happening? No trouble, Lu Ming is fine. The man took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. My lords, please let me finish. At that time, Instructor Bai and Xiao Yi were trapped by the courtesan's illusion, and the remaining escort members, all at the peak of the flowing spirit realm, surrounded Xiang Lu with 5 people. As a result, the 5 of them together couldn't even withstand the 2 heads of Xiang Lu. With these words, the two fell silent. Then, Pei Ran squinted. Xiang Lu, this little snake has grown so fast. Ling Tian became increasingly curious. What happened next? According to logic, this should be a deadlock, right? The man continued. Later, it was Lu Ming who intervened. Lu Ming intervened. What did he do? Wasn't he the one being escorted? The next moment, they heard the man say something that left them. Yes, Lu Ming intervened. He single-handedly defeated Xiang Lu. Pei Ran and Ling Tian both fell silent for a moment. What did you say? Pei Ran thought his ears were malfunctioning. Say it again. The man swallowed hard. Lu Ming, with his peak condensing spirit realm cultivation, slashed Xiang Lu with one sword. The 5 members at the peak of the flowing spirit realm were all saved by him. Ling Tian and Pei Ran exchanged glances for a full 3 seconds. Ling Tian couldn't hold his composure. What the hell? Pei Ran also lost his composure. Me too. Then, the two frantically confirmed with the reporting man. What realm is Lu Ming in? 2nd realm, peak condensing spirit. What realm is Xiang Lu in? 3rd realm, peak flowing spirit, and the combat power he unleashed is said to far exceed that of the peak flowing spirit. One sword. Pei Ran's mind bust. Condensing spirit peak slashing Xiang Lu with one sword. When he was at the condensing spirit peak, let alone Xiang Lu, even an ordinary flowing spirit peak monster, he had to use all his trump cards just to barely defeat it. How could he take down Xiang Lu, a top 10 beast in the monster hierarchy? How did this kid do it? Ling Tian's expression was equally remarkable. Previously, he had told old Pei that Lu Ming might not be the sword lord. Yet here he was at the peak of the condensing spirit realm, sending a top 10 beast soaring with one sword. Is he really not a sword lord? This is even more like a sword lord than I am. Could it be? I am the fake. Ling Tian was somewhat bewildered. Pei Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. Old Ling, remember, when we were both at the peak of the condensing spirit realm, what were we doing then? Well, I definitely wasn't doing what you were. The man cautiously watched the 2 lords, wanting to speak, but hesitating. All right, you can leave first. Ling Tian waved his hand. Yes. The man felt like he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly exited. The room fell silent again. Ling Tian remained quiet for a long time, and after a while he sighed deeply. Old Pei, this is truly a monster. But the next second his expression suddenly changed as he sat up straight. No way. Pei Ran was startled. What now? Ling Tian's expression was serious. Old Pei, what did we agree on? The demeanor of a senior. What? Pei Ran was taken aback, then quickly realized. Right? The demeanor of a senior. Ling Che-tian took a deep breath. No matter how monstrous or defiant this kid is, we must maintain our composure. We are from the previous generation's dominant sequence as seniors. The more impressive he is, the steadier we must remain. We can't let a junior leave us stunned. That would be disgraceful. Exactly. We must maintain our composure. When we see him later, we should act calm as if we have just heard something ordinary. Let's not seek him out. Just sit here. Use our aura to suppress him. Ling Che-tian stroked his beard. Yes, that's the plan. We can't lose face as seniors. Meanwhile, Old Yi and the others landed on the helipad of the Anomaly Bureau headquarters. After Lu Ming landed, he stretched lazily. We have arrived. Old Yi nodded. Yes, we have arrived at the Anomaly Bureau headquarters in the capital. Lu Ming glanced around. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary building, but he could sense the terrifying aura hidden within. Every floor had strong individuals stationed. The air here felt heavier than outside. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Looks like we came to the right place this time. Where there are many people, there is more grandeur. The places with more grandeur feel comfortable. At this time, Bai Lan and the others were taken away by a few doctors in white robes. The 5 of them were seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Before Bai Lan left, she turned and glanced at Lu Ming, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Lu Ming didn't pay much attention. The one-eyed man followed closely beside Old Yi, still looking somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he raised his hand, preparing to take out a small knife again. Old Yi slapped his hand. What the hell? I just wanted to confirm one last time. We arrived in the capital. What else do you need to confirm? This place, would the courtesan dare to come in? If she steps in, 3 martial generals would chop her up. That's true. The one-eyed man finally put away the small knife. Old Yi rubbed his temples and turned to Lu Ming. Let's go, those 2 should be waiting impatiently. But Lu Ming didn't move. Wait a moment. Moi. Old Yi was taken aback. What's wrong? Lu Ming turned and looked at his feet. At his feet lay a turtle shell. Half of a snake head was poking out from the turtle shell, looking at him with a resentful expression. It was Xiang Lu. All the way, Xiang Lu had been curled up in the turtle shell, being carried by Lu Ming. The turtle shell was about the size of a basketball and quite handy. If it weren't for Xiang Liu's drastic drop in realm size, also shrinking accordingly, it wouldn't have fit inside. Lu Ming frowned. This thing can't be brought in. If those big shots inside see it, any one of them could strike, and Xiang Lu would turn into snake soup. Then where would he find a living dictionary of the top 10 beasts in the monster hierarchy? But if he doesn't bring it, what if this little guy seizes the chance to run away? Although it is in the body refinement stage now, who knows how fast it can recover? What if one day it grows into a 100-meter-long snake? Where would I go to cry? At the center of the headquarters hall of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau stood an ornamental fountain, its waters shimmering, its artificial mountains artfully arranged, and a dozen tortoises basking placidly upon the rocks. Each tortoise grew larger than the last, bearing unmistakable traces of heteromorphic bloodline, sunning themselves beneath the soft glow of overhead lights. Perfect. This was the heart of the capital's Supernatural Affairs Bureau, where cultivators strode like commoners and martial lords walked unremarked. Should even one of these tiny tortoises stir with ill intent, its soul would shatter into oblivion. Lu Ming's lips curved faintly. Gui Tu, come with me. Brother, what are you doing? Xiang Lu, curled deep within his shell, was abruptly lifted by Lu Ming's hand. He had long grown accustomed to being carried this way, offering no resistance, merely hanging his head in passive submission. But when he saw Lu Ming poised to toss him into the fountain, panic flared. Wait, brother, where exactly are you throwing me? Lu Ming shoved him head first into the water. Stay here, Xiang Lu. He cautiously poked his head above the surface and surveyed his surroundings. All around him loomed massive tortoises. Then he looked down at himself. A shell, a severed neck, just a head left. Beyond that, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the others. Same carapace, same stillness, same ancient poise. Blend in among them, and no one will ever find you. Lu Ming gestured toward the cluster of tortoises. Observe how composed they are. Don't move, don't speak. Lie still, and lie quiet. I'll retrieve you once my business is done. Xiang Lu. Though deeply dissatisfied, he dared not protest. Trembling slightly, he gave a reluctant nod, then withdrew crestfallen back into his shell. Lu Ming tapped the fountain's rim once, nodded in quiet satisfaction, and strode away. Let's go. Yi Lao and the one-eyed man watched the scene unfold, shaking their heads in weary resignation. You can't just be normal for once, can you? I'm a peerless man. Yi Lao sighed inwardly, too exhausted to retort further. The 3 turned and walked toward the elevator. The elevator ascended smoothly, halting at the topmost floor. Following Yi Lao and the one-eyed man, Lu Ming entered a quiet chamber. where two elderly masters sat facing each other across a go board clad in robes of black and white exuding an aura of profound stillness and sovereign authority. Without glancing up, they remained absorbed in their game. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them, then frowned sharply. Their spiritual auras dwarfed Yi Lao's, not by degree, but by sheer overwhelming supremacy. Yi Lao hurried to introduce them. These are the former Sword Sovereign and the former Blade Emperor. No wonder. Lu Ming murmured silently to himself. Just then Ling Che-tian raised his head and smiled warmly. So, you're Lu Ming. I am Ling Che-tian. Pei Ran offered a gentle smile, as well Pei Ran. Their voices were calm measured, perfect embodiments of venerable seniority. Privately they exchanged quiet satisfaction. This boy must be utterly awestruck. Who would have imagined meeting us, two legends, so soon? Yet they hadn't anticipated that after hearing their names Lu Ming simply cast them a detached, indifferent glance. What do you need from me? Speak plainly, I'm pressed for time. Ling Che-tian blinked startled. Pei Ran instinctively turned to him equally bewildered. Beside them Yi Lao and the one-eyed man stiffened, faces twisting in silent horror. What in the world? Lu Ming, get a grip. Those are the former Sword Sovereign and Blade Emperor. And you address them like that. Pressed for time. What does that even mean? You, a flowing chi cultivator, claim to be busier than they are. Ling Che-tian, however, did not bristle. He only smiled softly. A fiercely independent temperament. But as he recalled the report, a peak condensed chi cultivator cleaving Xiang Lu in one stroke. Such eccentricity suddenly seemed unsurprising. After all, geniuses are allowed their pride. Indeed, there is a matter. Ling Che-tian cleared his throat lightly. The capital's Supernatural Affairs Bureau is hosting a special intensive training program, lasting half a month, focused on the threshold of the martial nascent soul. Only the nation's most promising talents ranked within the top 100 of the heavenly talent sequence may attend. Lu Ming arched a brow. Top 100. That meant exclusively high-risk sequence cultivators, brimming with formidable charisma and latent power. Ling Che-tian continued, still smiling. Given your strength, you qualify for early entry. Should you place within the top 5 during the camp, I shall take you under my tutelage and impart to you the profound truths of the Sword Tao. At those words, Yi Lao and the one-eyed man recoiled in unison. Teach him the Sword Tao. He's offering to teach Lu Ming. This is outright discipleship. The Elder Sword Sovereign wishes to accept Lu Ming as his disciple, a chance countless prodigies beg for in vain. In his entire life, the Elder Sword Sovereign has formally accepted fewer than 10 disciples, and each of them now stood as pillars of regional supernatural affairs bureaus. This boy's fortune is staggering. Then, Yi Lao's expression shifted abruptly. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, no? If he becomes your disciple, what becomes of us? He blurted out urgently. Hold on, Senior Ling. Lu Ming belongs to the Jiangnan Provincial Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Instinctively, he assumed Ling Che-tian intended to poach him. Lu Ming had been brought here from Jin City. He was destined to return to Jiangnan to serve under their banner. Ling Che-tian only smiled again. Rest easy, old Yi. He remains Jiangnan's own. I merely intend to guide him, then send him back to you. Hearing this, Yi Lao exhaled slowly, his shoulders relaxing. He remembered Ling Che-tian's character. Yes, the Elder Sword Sovereign never coerced, he taught only by invitation. Pure transmission, no strings attached. That was acceptable. Upon reflection, his earlier anxiety had been unwarranted. Though the capital's Supernatural Affairs General Bureau served as the central command, it hosted few permanent elite cultivators, because the capital lay beneath the shadow of a deity, rendering it unnaturally serene. Even monstrous beasts dared not approach. Most prodigies came solely for training, then returned to their provinces. After all, the remote frontiers teemed with both danger and opportunity, true crucibles for growth. Ling Che-tian regarded Lu Ming with gentle patience. Still, I advise you to act swiftly. The training begins in 15 days. You may use this time to... I'll wait. Lu Ming waved a hand, cutting him off. Did I ever say I needed your instruction? Why assume I'd willingly embrace your Sword Tao? You truly are peerless. Silence fell over the chamber. Ling Che-tian's expression froze mid-smile. Pei Ran's hand halted midair. Yi Lao and the one-eyed man whirled toward Lu Ming in stunned disbelief. Are you insane? That's the Elder Sword Sovereign. He volunteered to teach you the Sword Tao, and you refuse. Refuse. Peerless. Who exactly is peerless here? Charisma 1923. Charisma 342. Lu Ming glanced at his inner interface and recoiled inwardly. Damn. Over 1901 burst. This is true legendary charisma. No stopping now. I must push further. Ling Che-tian recovered his composure, though a faint crease appeared between his brows. He suspected Lu Ming lacked full awareness of who stood before him. Do you know who I am? Countless sword cultivation prodigies beg, day and night, for even a sliver of my guidance. Yet you. And do you know who I am? Lu Ming interrupted again, calm, unyielding. In that instant, boom, spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ming's core. The aura of a flowing qi cultivator flooded the chamber, palpable, radiant, undeniable. Both Ling Tian and Pei Ran stiffened in shock. Mei. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance astonishment blazed clear. When did he break through to flowing qi? According to reports, he was still at peak condensed qi moments ago. They were both stunned. When, exactly, did this happen? And they knew. Lu Ming's awakening had occurred barely days ago. From body tempering to flowing qi. How long could that possibly take? 10 days, tops. Pei Ran mentally calculated. He himself had required 6 months to traverse that path. Yet this youth, 10 days. No wonder he's so audacious. Ling Tian felt genuine awe ripple through his heart. Yet he kept his face impassive, maintaining the dignity befitting a senior master. He must hold firm. Ling Tian and Pei Ran exchanged a subtle glance, preparing to gently temper the youth's arrogance. Flowing qi alone is nothing to boast of. You don't speak yet. The revelation isn't complete. In the next breath, a nascent soul's embryonic form manifested, radiating golden light. A translucent golden infant hovered above his crown, yet bore 2 distinct heads. Ling Tian's pupils contracted violently. What the a dual-headed nascent soul. And golden. His composure shattered. Snap. Holy. Pei Ran shot upright, voice cracking. What is that thing? In this very moment, the dignified composure of 2 elder sovereign lineage successors lay utterly shattered. He has just broken through to the initial flow spirit realm, still 10,000 miles away from the martial infant realm. Yet he has already forged a nascent spiritual infant, and of golden quality. And dual-headed. What in the heavens is that? Even counting every sovereign lineage awakener across the past several centuries, none have ever manifested such a phenomenon. Pei Ran suddenly snapped back to awareness and shot Ling Tian a sharp glare. Old Ling, we agreed to keep our composure. How dare you crack so soon? Ling Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Impossible to hold. A cascade of numbers surged across Lu Ming's interface. 2023, Heroic Qi 1963, 1854, each flashing like lightning. His heart swelled with quiet triumph. Incredible. When these 2 top-tier cultivators unleash their heroic qi, its purity is unmatched, 7 or 8 times greater than Elder Ye's. This is the true magnanimity befitting a master. Elder Yi, unable to bear the silence any longer, hastily interjected. Senior masters, allow me to clarify. The dual-headed nascent spiritual infant was formed when Lu Ming refined Xiang Lu's essence blood together with an apex-grade flow infant pill. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian and Pei Ran only grew more bewildered. Xiang Lu's essence blood. It can be used this way. A flow infant pill combined with a rare beast's essence blood. Who taught him this? Lu Ming spoke calmly from the side. No one taught me. And truly there is no need for such astonishment. As a heroic one, it is only natural. Ling Tian's lips twitched again. A heroic one. What on earth was that? Lu Ming continued. I've considered it. Since you both wish for me to attend that training camp, I suppose I might entertain the idea. At once Ling Tian and Pei Ran lost all restraint. You wish. You claim we begged you. Who is this person? Utterly outrageous. His temperament is clearly flawed. He shows no respect for his elders whatsoever. Ling Tian and Pei Ran exchanged a glance, silent yet profoundly knowing. This young man was undeniably extraordinary, but he was far too arrogant. He needed correction, firmly, without delay. Left unchecked, such rapid growth would inevitably end in calamity. Ignoring their complex, unreadable expressions, Lu Ming spoke coolly, however. If you summon me to the capital merely to instruct me in swordsmanship, then there is no need. I require no mentorship from anyone. Rather than waste time here, I would sooner take Gue to and seek what lies beyond the sovereign sequence. A stunned silence crashed over the chamber. Pei Ran's face paled instantly. Who told you that? Ling Tian's gaze locked onto Elder Yi like a blade. Xiao Yi. You struck me as honest. Explain yourself. Elder Yi broke into cold sweat. Senior masters, this is unjust. It was Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu told him. I tried to stop him. Xiang Lu. Pei Ran's brow furrowed sharply. Elder Yi hurriedly recounted the entire sequence. From Lu Ming's annihilation of Xiang Lu to the beast's desperate plea for mercy to its vow to become a traitorous familiar, revealing the locations of the top 10 sovereign sequence beasts, and even the existence beyond the sequence. In the end, Lu Ming had forcibly preserved Xiang Lu's life. As Ling Tian and Pei Ran listened, their expressions darkened progressively. That wretched beast Xiang Lu. Pei Ran ground his teeth. It still lives, and it dared expose this. Earlier we were told it had been cleaved in half by a single sword stroke, its essence blood fully refined. We believed it utterly eradicated. Yet it lived, still alive. Enraged Pei Ran roared, "Where is Xiang Lu now? I'll carve it into serpent." Meanwhile, within the ornamental fountain, Xiang Lu cowered inside, its turtle shell trembling violently. It could sense it. The corridor outside thrummed with terrifying presences. Any single passerby could reduce it to minced snake meat on the spot. What hellish place have I stumbled into? Xiang Lu suppressed its aura to the barest whisper, wishing desperately for unconsciousness. The Capital Occult Bureau. No rare beast had ever dared enter this sanctum. Nearby, two formidable figures in official bureau uniforms strode past the fountain. Huh. One paused, glancing into the water. This turtle looks different from the others. Does it? The other leaned closer. Indeed, it has no limbs at all, only that odd little head. Must be new procurement from logistics. Likely a rare beast king tortoise. A rare specimen. Looks rather pitiful to me. Don't speak nonsense. Anything placed in the bureau's central fountain is no common creature. True enough. But we're pressed for time. Next time I'll certainly film it before leaving. They exchanged a few more words and walked on. Inside its shell, Xiang Lu nearly wept. I am not a rare tortoise. I am among the top 10 sovereign sequence beasts. Wah. Elder Yi blinked, startled. Instinctively he glanced at Lu Ming, who responded icily, "You need not concern yourselves with Gui Tu's whereabouts. All I wish to know now is this: what lies beyond the sovereign sequence? I wish to witness the landscape beyond that threshold." Ling Chitian stared at him, drawing a slow, deep breath. "You must not know. You are too weak." In that instant, the faint goodwill he'd first felt toward Lu Ming dissolved entirely. Only exhaustion remained. How could this youth possess such boundless arrogance? His talent was indeed transcendent, undeniable. Yet even transcendent talent could not override reality. He remained but a flow spirit cultivator. Below the martial lord, Realm 1 was but an ant. To approach what lay beyond the sequence was tantamount to... Pei Ran could no longer restrain himself. Boy, hear this: well, every soul who dared confront those beings before attaining the martial lord realm perished, without exception. Even several sovereign lineage successors of the previous generation. We speak for your own good. Lu Ming merely answered with a cold, mirthless smile. Heh, that no one succeeded in centuries does not mean I shall fail. Ling Qishan's brow knotted tightly. You rush too recklessly. Enough talk with this boy. Pei Ran, blunter in temper, barked now. Immediately. Tell me where that beast Xiang Lu hides. I'll hack it to pieces this very instant. Lu Ming whirled around sharply. You dare. Do not touch my turtle. Pei Ran sneered. Is there anything I dare not do? Lu Ming drew a slow breath and spoke, voice low and lethal, if even a single drop of its essence blood. Everyone froze. Lu Ming is spilled, I will raise an entire city. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Essence blood, not essence. The chamber sank once more into eerie stillness. Elder Ye's toes nearly pierced through the floorboards. The one-eyed man's mouth spasmed. Ling Qishan's temple pulsed violently. Lu Ming, you. Lu Ming cut him off without hesitation. I will reach what lies beyond the sequence. No one, not even you, can stop me. I cannot wait until I become a martial lord. I demand it now. What if you kill Xiang Lu today? So be it. I possess but one sword, and it shatters 10,000 laws. Failing all else, I shall march straight to the Abyssal God sect and demand answers. Ling Chitian and Pei Ran both changed color. To seek out the Abyssal God sect. Has this kid lost his mind? Those cultists would love nothing more than to capture someone like Lu Ming, a master of the Dominion sequence. At that time, not only would he fail to get answers, but he might also become the other party's sacrificial offering. But looking at Lu Ming's expression, he was not joking. This kid actually dares to go. Ling Chitian and Pei Ran exchanged glances and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Yet Lu Ming was very clear in his mind. His words were not mere empty threats. The number on his bravado value panel had already accumulated to 10,000. He could upgrade the Sword of Heaven's path at any time. Once again possessing the ability to open the gates of heaven with his sword, it was not impossible to brave the Abyssal God sect. Ling Chitian and Pei Ran were completely unaware of Lu Ming's line of reasoning. They only felt that this kid was ridiculously arrogant. A mere flowing spirit daring to challenge two previous masters of the Dominion sequence. Ling Chitian sighed and waved his hand. Look, you're anxious again. All right, you are invincible, kid. I'm not teaching you anymore. Lu Ming chuckled. That's great. If you don't understand anything in the future, you can still... Bravado value 2133, bravado value 1873. Ling Chitian, Pei Ran. Both of their faces turned spectacularly. This kid, what kind of thought process does he have? The old sword master doesn't teach him, and he still dares to ask the old sword master to be his master. Ling Tian took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. He realized the truth. This kind of personality could never grow. One day he would surely fall because of his arrogance. So be it. Let him go. The heavens might be defiable, but self-created calamities are inescapable. Ling Tian waved his hand, his tone softening. Forget it, you can go back. There's no need to participate in the training session. Find a small place to hone your skills for a few years, and if you can survive, they'll think about whether to look for you. After saying this, he felt exhausted. He didn't want to argue with this kid anymore. But Lu Ming's next words almost made him spit blood. A few years later, Lu Ming smirked. Hee, by then I can only say, old dang, your sword is not strong enough, and even less fast. The entire room fell into silence. Old Yes toes dug into the ground again. The one-eyed man was already numb. Ling Tian directly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself not to act. Old dang. This kid just called me old dang. Damn it. Pei Ran beside him had already burst into laughter. But he didn't dare to laugh too openly. After all, this kid might start spouting insults at him in the next second. Just when everyone thought this conversation, Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone. By the way, now I want to participate in this training session. Ling Tian's eyes widened. Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Lu Ming shrugged. Wasn't I afraid you would take me as your disciple and take advantage of me? The entire room once again collectively fell apart. Old Yi couldn't help but shout, damn it, Lu Ming, don't say such nonsense. He is the previous swordmaster, the king of the sword path. How many geniuses have sought him out but failed to get his guidance? How could this be taking advantage of you? Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently. Is there a king of the bravado path? Old Yi, what is the bravado path? Lu Ming continued. The sword path is ultimately a minor path, while the bravado path is the true eternal knight. The bravado path has never had a king. Perhaps I can fill this void. Bravado value 2014, bravado value 1933, bravado value 2102. Lu Ming smiled contentedly in his heart. Great. Others come to the capital for training to enhance their cultivation. He came to the capital solely to harvest bravado value. This wave is bound to profit. Ling Tian and Pei Ran felt their heads buzzing at this remark. They exchanged glances and reached a consensus through their eye contact. This kid must be dealt with. Otherwise, this temperament will surely lead to trouble. Pei Ran slowly spoke, his tone calm. Old Ling, it seems I need to call that kid by Lin over. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Oh, your half-disciple. Yeah. Pei Ran nodded. Recently, after that kid was beaten up by Lu Ming, he has been improving rapidly. It just so happens that I'll personally go down and teach him some real stuff. If I provide him with some resources, he might even reach half a step into the martial infant stage, and I'll let him participate in this training session. Ling Tian stroked his beard and smiled. Good, just let your disciple give our king of the bravado path a proper lesson. Pei Ran laughed heartily. It settled then. We must let this kid Lu Ming see just how strong our legacy. Arrogant, huh? Just don't get beaten to the point that you can't get up later. Lu Ming, are you plotting against me out loud in front of me? What do you mean? Ling Tian he. Pei Ran humph. So what? You can't beat us, can you? Lu Ming rolled his eye. These two old men are indeed amusing. After being exposed by him, they simply stopped pretending. Looking at them, they probably also had their fair share of bravado when they were young. Hee by Lin. That guy I knocked silly. Let's go. The more bravado value, the better. Anyone will do. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Anomalous Events Bureau headquarters in the viewing fountain, Xiang Lu was curled up in its shell, nearly driven mad by the powerful auras of the surrounding martial lords and even stronger beings. It could feel that every second terrifying entities passed by it. Suddenly, it heard several physicians in white robes pass by the fountain. Hey, don't you think this new turtle of ours is a bit strange? What do you mean strange? Look at its limbs. Why? Indeed, the logistics staff are too careless. What kind of defective product did they buy? Forget it, as long as it can swim, it's fine. What a useless thing. Xiang Lu. It shrank its head even deeper. What would the Guizhou head must hold on? The Guizhou head must hold on. Big brother. Where are you? Why did you leave me? You're so aloof. You're so impressive. Do you know what kind of life I'm living here? I'm incomplete. It wailed in its heart. Suddenly, the large turtle next door suddenly stretched its head over. This thing could even speak human language, asking in a deep voice, Brother, are you new here? Xiang Lu was taken aback. Yes. Brother, why is your voice so thin? What? Brother, you smell so good. Brother, I need to ask you for a favor. Open your mouth, hurry. It's urgent. Xiang Lu broke down. Due to Lu Ming's unyielding attitude, Pei Ran and Ling Tian ultimately found themselves at a loss, and they ceased to mention the matter of killing Xiang Lu. Although this kid was overly arrogant, making them feel it would be difficult for him to grow. But what if Lu Ming really did grow? It was better not to offend him. After all, Xiang Lu was practically incapacitated, so it didn't matter. Now I can go find my Gui 2 at the fountain. However, before that I need to level up first. Lu Ming looked at Elder Yi, who was still discussing something with Jian Jun, and found it rather boring. He stood in the corner looking at the panel. Heroic value 17382, awesome. It broke 10,000. It's almost 20,000. Thanks to those two old men. As expected of the capital, this is quite authentic. Lu Ming then set his sights on the Zhan Tian Sword Dao. Finally, he could upgrade this core ability. Spending 10,000 would leave him with 7,000. Upgrade Zhan Tian Sword Dao to great success. Oh, anything else that can be boosted. Lu Ming calculated in his heart. First, upgrade the Sin Claw. Ding, would you like to spend 100 heroic value to elevate Sin Claw to LV? 2. Don't ask, directly upgrade to level 5. I've got plenty of money now. Proceed. Would you like to consume 3,000 heroic value to upgrade to LV? 5 and unlock a new form? Charge. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a change in his hands. A surge of black energy appeared in his palms. The black energy crawled up his wrists, quickly enveloping both hands. A strong intent to kill surged forth from his hands. He even developed a feeling. As long as he wanted, whether it was protective spiritual power or beast scales, he could tear them apart with his bare hands, even if they were at a higher realm. Upgrade successful. Sin Claw LV. For evolved into Blood Abyss, 10,000 tears LV. 5 Blood Abyss, 10,000 tears LV. 5. Sin energy surges around the body, capable of infecting targets of the same level into a state of loss of control. Both hands can easily break through protective power that exceeds one major realm. The more consecutive attacks, the higher the damage stacking. Cultivating to the highest level, anything can be torn apart by hand. Next upgrade requires 2,500 heroic value. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Awesome. The faster the attack speed, the higher the damage. It also comes with 100% armor penetration. It's simply a godly skill for close combat. He happened to lack close-range attacks, and this directly filled that gap. After all, his physique was so powerful, relying solely on punches was too lame. Only cool skills can match Jiahao. Today it's the Claw of Jiahao. Lu Ming then focused on the Rain of Instant Movement. Then there was another upgrade. After a while, Rain of Instant Movement LV. For, as long as there is water in the environment within a radius of 500 meters, you can teleport directly. Speed 10. Next upgrade requires 2,000 heroic value. Upgrade successful. Rain of Howl LV. For evolved into Rain Soul Fear LV. 5. Rain Soul Fear LV. 5. Summons heavy rain, boosting single attributes by 20 strength speed offense. When the opponent comes into contact with water, they are directly struck with fear. A large amount of information will flood the mind, causing a short circuit for 1 or 2 seconds. Next upgrade requires 2,500 heroic value. Heroic value 11582, awesome. This upgrade, not only does it boost single attributes by 20, but it can also instill fear. Wait, when in contact with water. Isn't that rainwater? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That opens up a lot of operational possibilities. Outdoors I can directly summon heavy rain, but what if I'm in a confined space? I could politely spit. Saliva counts as water. Then directly flood them with a large amount of Jiahao information. Heroic value skyrocketing, CPU burning out. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. This is what it means to go big in close range. Finally, he looked towards the Zhan Tian Sword Dao. Would you like to spend 10,000 heroic value to upgrade Zhan Tian Sword Dao to great success? Finally, he could upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mastering the Sword Dao also meant mastering the Sword Intent. He had always known that the reason for his overwhelming combat power was largely due to this Zhan Tian Sword Intent. He was currently at the minor success of Zhan Tian Sword Intent. Cutting opponents of the same level was as easy as chopping vegetables. Coupled with the support of other abilities, that's why he could dominate others. However, Lu Ming's understanding of Sword Intent was still limited. Why was the increase in combat power so immense? How much of an increase was it? He was utterly clueless. Come on, it's only been a few days of cultivation. How would I know? If the system gives it, just use it. Forget it, whatever, as long as it's awesome. Lu Ming exhaled. Anyway, he upgraded. The Sword Intent would reach great success, and it would be even more impressive. However, just as he was about to upgrade Zhan Tian's Sword Dao, Ling Che Tian suddenly walked over. Lu Ming was taken aback. Why did he come over again? He saw Ling Che Tian walking over with a smile, hands behind his back. Hee little Lu. Lu Ming. Ling Che Tian smiled wider. If I'm not wrong, your Sword Intent is still in its infancy, right? Lu Ming. What infancy? What does that mean? I am already at minor success. Can't you see it? Aren't you the Sword Lord? System, what's going on? Sword Lord is nothing. Host, the Sword Intent of Zhan Tian Sword Dao is the highest level of Sword Intent in the universe, capable of severing the heavenly Dao. As long as you do not intentionally reveal it, no one can know your secrets, not even a powerhouse like Sword Lord. Lu Ming was shocked inside. Damn. So powerful. Now it makes sense. No wonder this old man came over with such confidence. He couldn't see through it at all. And seeing Lu Ming in a daze without saying anything, Ling Che-tian felt quite pleased. He thought he was right. This kid finally wasn't being stubborn. Look, still arrogant. When it comes to sword intent, you are still a novice. Just now he had pent up a lot of frustration, and now he finally had the chance to regain some face. Ling Che-tian cleared his throat and continued with a smile. It's okay, it's normal for you to be a novice. Lu Ming, what do you mean it's normal for me to be a novice? Ling Che-tian saw Lu Ming not speaking, feeling even more that he had grasped the opponent's weakness. How about this? I'll take you to feel the minor success of sword intent. Before Lu Ming could speak, Ling Che-tian burst into laughter. Ha, how did you know that my disciple has minor success in sword intent at the mid-stage of martial tribulation? And it's the destruction sword intent among the top 10 special sword intents. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming, this old man Jiahao. Great, he made such a big detour just to brag about his disciple here. But, martial tribulation mid-stage. Minor success, sword intent. Martial tribulation, that's the 5th realm, 2 major realms higher than him. So it means, reaching that realm and comprehending minor success sword intent is already quite impressive. But the problem is, I achieved minor success sword intent at the peak of spirit condensation. Moreover, my sword intent can sever the heavens. What can your disciple's special sword intent sever? Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh inside. However, he didn't show it on his face and prepared to show off a bit more to this old man. After all, these values were simply too exhilarating. Ling Che-tian thought Lu Ming had been silenced for a long time and assumed this kid had been struck down. He felt quite satisfied inside. Let you know that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond people. How about it? Ling Che-tian asked with a smile. Do you want to go see? My disciple just happens to be in the capital, so you can broaden your horizons. Lu Ming raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. Sure, let's see. I also want to see what this so-called special sword intent is. What kind of trash it really is. Ling Che-tian. Heroic value 1842. Ling Che-tian's smile froze on his face. This kid. He took a deep breath. Fine. Aren't you being stubborn? When you see my disciple later, let's see if you can still be so tough. This time I must completely suppress this kid's arrogance. Good. Ling Che-tian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Let's go. Lu Ming shrugged and followed behind him. This capital, he had come to the right place. Ling Che-tian and Lu Ming were conversing, and Pei Ran and the others listened quietly without interruption. At this moment, Pei Ran turned his gaze towards the one-eyed man, his tone becoming serious. Old boy, I need to go over a few details regarding the half-step martial infant training camp you are leading. The one-eyed man immediately nodded, saying, Understood, just tell me what you need. Ling Che-tian glanced at the two of them, turned to Lu Ming and smiled. Let's go, this is no longer your concern. Lu Ming nodded and followed the old sword master out the door. Old Yi hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. In his heart, he had his own little calculations. He had heard of the strength of Ling Che-tian's disciples. Each one was more monstrous than the last, all of them sword path monsters. Although this kid Lu Ming was impressive when it came to sword intent. Since the old sword master was so confident, he must have solid grounds for it. Old Yi was also extremely curious. He wanted to see what expression this kid would have when faced with a sword path. Old Yi chuckled inwardly. Lu Ming usually had a sharp tongue that could silence him, so it was rare to see someone capable of putting this kid in his place. If he didn't go take a look, he would regret it. The three of them walked out one after the other. Walking in front, Ling Che-tian didn't stop his steps, but spoke up. My disciple is named Xia Qi Yuan. He is in the ultra-high-risk sequence, ranked 27th in the blood sword. He is currently at the mid-stage of the martial tribulation and has already comprehended the concept of destruction sword intent. Lu Ming listened without responding. Ling Che-tian glanced at him. Oh, he can really hold it together. Ling Che-tian snorted coldly in his heart, yet he couldn't suppress his tone of pride. You might not be aware, but destruction sword intent is one of the top 10 special sword intents. It's not something you can simply comprehend. It requires talent and understanding. Over the past few hundred years, the number of people who have comprehended any of the top 10 special sword intents combined is very few. Oh, Lu Ming responded mildly. Ling Che-tian raised an eyebrow and continued, Don't underestimate this sword intent. Its lethality is immense, specifically designed to break through defenses and protective barriers. Although Qi Yuan is only at the mid-stage of the martial tribulation, relying on this sword intent, he can already crush experts at the latest stage of the martial tribulation. Recently, he even killed a common beast at the peak of the martial tribulation with a single sword strike. Old Yi smacked his lips in surprise. He had heard of this incident, but hearing it again still left him stunned. because at that time this matter had spread throughout the entire Bureau of Anomalies. To slay a peak martial tribulation beast at the midstage, the number of people who could achieve such a feat in the past few hundred years could be counted on one hand. After Ling Che-tian finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with a sideways glance. He presumed that hearing this would surely leave this kid shocked. At the very least, he should be curious, right? He was just waiting for Lu Ming to ask. However, after listening, Lu Ming merely nodded indifferently. Well, then it seems he's truly trash. Midstage defeating peak stage. Not even crossing a major realm. What's so impressive about that? I could easily crush someone a whole realm above me, okay? Ling Che-tian. Oldie. Both were somewhat bewildered. Oh wait, what realm are you in? What realm is he in? Don't you know that the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm? When Ling Che-tian was at the midstage of the spirit gathering, he had also killed entities at the midstage of the flowing spirit, and overcoming a major realm was indeed not difficult for him at that time, just not as exaggerated as Lu Ming. But once he reached the early stage of the martial tribulation, he could only defeat those at the latest stage of the martial tribulation at most. After all, the martial tribulation required one to undergo tribulations for each small realm to achieve qualitative change. If one could overcome realms back, then how strong would that be? That would be a unseen a million genius. Not to mention overcoming 2 small realms. This kid knows nothing and is just pretending. Ling Che-tian couldn't help but shake his head. Heroic value 1844, heroic value 323. Lu Ming secretly glanced at his panel, feeling quite pleased. Impressive. Every time this old man gets emotional, it's like a couple of thousand heroic values come pouring in. This feeling is just satisfying. Wait until you see, I really have a reason to call him trash. Lu Ming wore a mysterious expression. Ling Che-tian took a deep breath. All right. Stubborn, continue being stubborn. When we reach the Sword Path Training Department and meet my disciples, let's see if you can still be so tough. Forget it. Ling Che-tian waved his hand. What good is it to be tough with your mouth? Once you meet Qi Yuan, you'll understand naturally. Lu Ming shrugged and remained silent. Ling Che-tian no longer looked at this kid, snorting coldly in his heart. This kid is indeed overpowered. However, from the reports, it seemed that Lu Ming had used many bizarre abilities in his battle against Xiang Lu. Fire, sword path, spiritual power, physical strength, he had it all. Having so many abilities isn't surprising. Normally, awakeners above the hazardous sequence are assigned one main ability and one auxiliary ability. The main ability is equivalent to the core mechanism, while the auxiliary abilities are support skills. The higher the sequence, the more auxiliary abilities one has. In the high-risk sequence, a single main ability is accompanied by multiple auxiliary abilities. The number of auxiliary abilities in the ultra-high-risk sequence is even more exaggerated, with some having over a dozen. The Dominator sequence often has 2 to 3 main abilities along with dozens of auxiliary abilities. It sounds like a lot, but not all auxiliary abilities are suited to the main ability. For example, one of the main abilities of the Swordmaster is Sword Path Comprehension Reigning Supreme, which allows for a speed of comprehension that crushes other sword path sequences. Among its dozens of auxiliary abilities, those that increase penetration, amplify damage, and enhance speed are quite useful. However, auxiliary abilities that increase defense or provide healing, can't say they're useless, but for the sword path, the cost-effectiveness of cultivating these abilities is too low. It's better to specialize in damage-dealing skills. After all, a person's energy is limited. It's impossible to train all abilities simultaneously. But with Lu Ming's situation, Ling Che-tian glanced at Lu Ming and shook his head inwardly. This kid, could it be that he has developed all his auxiliary abilities? One moment using fire, the next using sword, then spiritual power and physical strength. And even heard he can refine pills. What is going on? You're a swordsman. Why are you practicing everything? If you're going to practice, do it right. You've taken a wrong turn. Sigh. Young people are just like that. It's likely that he just awakened and finds every ability novel, wanting to practice everything. His combat power is high in the early stages, making him look impressive. But in the later stages, that will lead to serious setbacks. The path of cultivation must be specialized. Breaking through the main ability to its limit combined with 1 or 2 compatible auxiliary abilities is the right way. Ling Che-tian back in the day pushed the sword path to its extreme, which led to his later achievements. Lu Ming's haphazard training method may look flashy in the early stages, but in the later stages he will be a jack of all trades, master of none. Ling Che-tian sighed. Forget it. Young people must stumble a few times to learn. Soon Qi Yuan would give him a lesson and he'd understand. Before long, the three arrived in the hall next to the observation fountain. Lu Ming walked over to try and pull Gui Tu out, but was left stunned. He saw that in the pool Xiang Lu was lying on a large turtle, madly banging its shell against the opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. You think you can match me yet? Arrogant. Xiang Lu was furious, smoke billowing from all 9 orifices, even though there was only one left. Am I fragrant or not? Am I fragrant or not? You better clarify for me. Huh? Oh. The large turtle was flipped onto its back, retracting its head and trembling in fear. I was wrong. Don't hit me. Stinky, you're the stinkiest. Xiang Lu. Oh, you dare to call me stinky? You're asking for a beating. Bang. Another hit. The large turtle's shell was dented, and it was almost in tears. No. You're the most fragrant. You're fragrant. Xiang Lu instantly turned red. You dare say I'm fragrant? Do you still want to match me? I'm going to kill you. Bang. Bang. The large turtle was completely bewildered. What should it say to be right? Lu Ming stood by, watching the scene in silence for a long time. Yi Lao and Ling Che Tian were also silent. Ling Che Tian twitched his lips. Is this the Xiang Lu you mentioned ranked among the top 10? Yi Lao coughed. It is now only at the body refinement stage. Ling Che Tian. At this moment, Lu Ming walked over and casually said, "What's going on?" Xiang Lu looked up, and upon seeing Lu Ming, instantly changed its expression. Its furious demeanor vanished, replaced by a pitiful look. Whoa, big brother. I almost got matched with this bastard. It. Kept saying I smell good. Almost, huh? Lu Ming, upon hearing this, looked a bit disappointed. What a pity. Xiang Lu. No, big brother. Whose side are you on? I am your beast partner. Shouldn't you feel sorry for me? Xiang Lu trembled with grievance. But in the next moment, its peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Ling Che Tian behind Lu Ming. Xiang Liu's entire shell stiffened. It felt it. The old man's presence exuded an aura of terrifying intensity. That feeling was 10 times more frightening than Yi Lao. What kind of person is this? Xiang Liu's pupils constricted wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In its understanding, Wu Jun was the strongest being in this world. It had only been 2 years since its birth. When it first came into this world, it didn't even know what it was. Later, people from the Yuan Shin sect found it and fed it a load of nonsense. They told it that it was among the top 10 exotic beasts, that its brother was the 16th ranked Zui Jiao Wang, and that it was born invincible. It believed them. Then it was coaxed out to cause trouble. And what happened? It was beaten down by Lin Kid as soon as it came out. Afterward, it attracted a horde of powerful beings from the Wu Jia realm, and even Wu Jun realm, who pursued it relentlessly. It was indeed lucky not to have been killed, hiding away for a long time and daring not to show itself, which was why it had such a poor attitude when it met that black-robed person from the Yuan Shin sect. In fact, until today, it thought that those so-called peerless powerhouses were merely the people from the provincial city's anomalous affairs bureau, and that Wu Jun was the pinnacle. So at that time, it was once again deceived by the Yuan Shin sect, thinking that swallowing Lu Ming would make it invincible under the heavens. Now that it had come to the capital, it truly recognized reality. It was terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Today, why is my worldview constantly being refreshed? Xiang Liu's entire shell trembled. Ling Che Tian glanced at it with an expressionless face. Beast, you didn't die of fright upon seeing me, you still have some guts. In reality, he felt secretly pleased. A mere 10th ranked exotic beast snake trembling before me, the king of Sword Dao. This little snake dares to cause trouble, it deserves to be cut up for its crimes. But since Lu Ming intervened, he could only remember this first. As for the future, Ling Che Tian narrowed his eyes and refrained from saying more. But since Lu Ming intervened, he could only remember this first. As for the future, Ling Che Tian narrowed his eyes and refrained from saying more. Right. Lu Ming turned to Ling Che Tian and asked, do you have a speaker? Ling Che Tian, the kind. Small Bluetooth speaker. Ling Che Tian frowned. We do, but what do you want this for? Lu Ming waved his hand and smiled. You don't need to care. Just get me one, I have a great use for it. Ling Che Tian. Yi Lao, standing nearby, suddenly had a very bad premonition. Although he had only known Lu Ming for a short time, he realized that every time Lu Ming showed this smile, it would definitely lead to trouble. Meanwhile, Xiang Lu looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with terror. Big brother, your expression isn't quite right. Why does it look like that turtle's expression at the headquarters of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau in the capital, the Sword Dao Training Department? This place covers a vast area, the most unique part of the entire Anomalous Affairs Bureau. It is filled with sword cultivators, each one a genius. Nationwide, only those who have awakened high-risk Sword Dao sequences or comprehended the embryonic forms of concepts can enroll here for training. Here one has the chance to receive guidance from the old Sword Jun. He is the king of Sword Dao in the Great Xia. Every sword cultivator dreams of receiving his instruction. However, the vast majority of people only return to where they came from after finishing their training. Only a small number of individuals can gain the favor of the old Sword Jun and stay in the group, one of the Sword Dao Training Department, to become his disciples. The Sword Dao Training Department has been established for over a decade with hundreds of sword genius coming from all over the country, but fewer than 20 have ever entered Group 1. Currently, only 5 or 6 remain in Group 1. Those who left were not expelled by Ling Che-tian, but because their sword intent had reached a minor accomplishment level equivalent to graduation, allowing them to venture out for training. Ling Che-tian's words were like this: "If your sword intent hasn't reached minor accomplishment, how dare you call yourself a sword genius? How dare you claim to be my disciple? That would be pure trash. Going out would only bring me shame." At this moment, in the central square of the Sword Dao Training Department, a group of sword cultivators were gathered. "Hey, Brother Xia," a young sword cultivator approached. "I heard the current generation Sword Jun is a bit extraordinary." That's right. That's right. Another sword cultivator chimed in. "He killed Xiang Lu, who was at the peak of the flowing spirit stage at the Ningling stage. Is he even human? That battle power is simply outrageous." In the center of the square stood a man in black with his eyes closed. His aura was steady. It was Xia Yuan. Upon hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. "I heard that kid has already been called to the capital by Master. I estimate he has already become our junior brother." The others nodded in agreement. The new generation Sword Jun becoming the disciple of the old Sword Jun seemed natural to them. Once that kid arrives, he will surely bring Master considerable surprises. For the next few years with this new Sword Jun accompanying Master, I can rest assured. Now I have reached minor accomplishment in the destruction sword intent. It's time to go out for training. Upon hearing this, the other senior brothers looked enviously. The surrounding groups showed admiration. "As expected of you, Brother Xia." That's right. Minor accomplishment in destruction sword intent. This is something I can't even dream of. In the realm of Sword Dao, Brother Xia is truly gifted. Right, I feel like you're second only to the sword. Xia Yuan felt a bit smug upon hearing these words, but still humbly replied, "It's just minor accomplishment in sword intent. As for my talent, it's just luck." While talent grants awakened beings faster cultivation speeds, the higher the sequence, the faster the cultivation speed. But comprehension is different. Concepts, sword intent, martial techniques. These rely entirely on comprehension. Those with high sequences may cultivate quickly, but their comprehension may not keep up. Conversely, those with low sequences can, with high comprehension, rely on sword intent and martial techniques to even slay higher sequences. Comprehension is the only path for low-sequence awakened beings to surpass others. Xia Yuan believed his comprehension was second only to the Sword Jun. After all, he had comprehended the third-rank destruction sword intent among the 10 special sword intents. While Lu Ming was indeed extraordinary, his current cultivation was still too low. Experience, sword techniques, combat experience. In these respects, Xia Yuan believed he had the upper hand over Lu Ming. But before I leave, I need to see what my junior brother looks like." Xia Yuan casually said. "By the way, I might as well give him some pointers. It's part of my responsibility as a senior brother." A nearby sword cultivator recalled something and spoke up. "But I heard this kid is quite arrogant and has a very flamboyant personality." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Arrogant? What sword cultivator isn't arrogant? Am I not arrogant?" The others were taken aback. "It does seem that way, doesn't it? The path of Sword Dao emphasizes showing one's brilliance, breaking myriad laws with a single sword. What sword cultivator is there that isn't arrogant?" However, Xia Yuan suddenly changed his tone, a smirk appearing on his lips. "I don't like those who are more arrogant than me." Nearby, someone was startled. "You don't like Master? Are you trying to establish your own sect, senior brother?" Cough, cough. "Except for Master." Xia Yuan coughed lightly and swiftly changed the subject. "Still, someone like Lu Ming, his temperament demands an immediate display of authority. Teach him the true meaning of humility. I will make it unmistakably clear. Until his sword intent rivals mine in strength and refinement, I shall remain his sternest senior brother, unyielding, unassailable." Humph. That boy still has at least a decade to go before he even approaches my level. After all, they would be spending a long time together. It was imperative to suppress his arrogance early and firmly establish the dignity of a senior brother. Otherwise, complications would surely follow. The Sword Sovereign's talent was simply too extraordinary. In just a few years, once that youth matured, even he might no longer be able to rein him in. Well said. I find that perfectly reasonable. Exactly. No matter how bold one grows, respect for elders and mentors is non-negotiable. Indeed, I am a senior brother too. No, I must assert my authority over that boy as well. Heroic spirit soars high. Who dares sing here? Just then, a strange commotion erupted at the plaza's entrance. Xia Yuan and several other sword cultivators froze in unison. They turned their heads toward the source of the sound. And then, the entire plaza fell silent. At the entrance stood a young man strolling in with a tortoise. Inside the tortoise's shell, deafening music blared forth. Heroic spirit soars high. Who dares challenge me? My Qing foam sword drawn. Who can slay a dragon with a single stroke? The volume shook the very air of the plaza, reverberating in every ear. Lu Ming strode forward, first hands clasped behind his back. He lifted his chin slightly and spoke, voice calm, yet edged with quiet command. Who dare speak my heroic aura 638? Heroic aura 585. Heroic aura 688. Heroic aura 514. Silence. An absolute death-like hush descended upon the plaza. Every sword cultivator stood frozen in place, minds utterly overwhelmed by what they beheld. Sword Sovereign. What on earth was that? Where had that music come from? How could this man possibly make an entrance with his own battle theme? Ling Chetian trailed behind, face drained of all expression. What is this nonsense? At last he understood why Lu Ming had asked him for the speaker earlier. All for this. This kid. Master Yi murmured softly beside them. I knew it. Of course he did. Whenever Lu Ming flashed, that particular smile, calamity was never far behind. Lu Ming tapped lightly on the tortoise's shell and said coolly, all right, entrance concluded. Switch to something softer. Understood. Inside the shell sat Xiang Lu. She was weeping, curled deep within her shell, ears assaulted by a Bluetooth speaker cranked to maximum volume. Her head throbbed with relentless dissonance. Before her lay a smartphone, its screen displaying the music control interface, connected seamlessly via Bluetooth. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiang Lu paused, then slowly extended her tongue to swipe across the screen and change the track. In the next instant, follow Taffy Meow. Follow Taffy Meow. Thank you for following Taffy Meow. Xiachi Yuan. Ling Qishan. Master Yi. All the sword cultivators. Lu Ming. Fury flared. He slammed his palm hard against the shell. I am mighty. Play the song properly, now. Wah, big brother. Xiang Lu broke down completely. Please, stop tormenting me. How should I know what songs humans enjoy? Maybe I should just play a movie instead. I see you've saved quite a few in your browser. Lu Ming's expression darkened instantly. Silence. Or I'll pair you with a continent-sized tortoise next. Xiang Lu. At the plaza's center, Xiachi Yuan finally regained his composure and shot a sharp glance toward his master behind him. Master, is this the current sword sovereign? Ling Qishan's lips twitched. After a long, strained pause, he muttered, not necessarily. What did that mean? The other sword cultivators around him were equally stunned. What was he then? Xiachi Yuan took a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm into his pulse. Then he stepped forward toward Lu Ming. Enough, Lu Ming. Is that your name? Turn off that speaker. This is a cultivation ground, a sacred space for sword practice. Blasting music here violates all decorum. Instinctively, Xiachi Yuan assumed the authoritative posture of a senior brother. He reasoned that since Master had personally brought Lu Ming here, the youth must already have been formally accepted as a disciple, and therefore his junior brother. And if a junior brother caused such a spectacle, it fell to him, as senior brother, to correct it. Lu Ming glanced at him unimpressed. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Xiachi Yuan. What? So audacious. He had never imagined Lu Ming would respond like this. Boy, you do well to mind your tongue. I am your senior brother. Xiachi Yuan furrowed his brow, striving to keep his tone measured. He understood youthful pride, but pride too had its proper place and limits. Senior brother. Lu Ming laughed softly. Humph. I've yet to accept Elder Sword Sovereign as my master. Xiachi Yuan. The other sword cultivators in the square were also dumbfounded. What? Not taking Old Sword Lord as a master? Isn't that a bit off? Are we reversing the heavens? And judging by Lu Ming's words, he means. He refused. No, that's Old Sword Lord, the king of Huaxia Sword Dao. He actually refused. What kind of divine operation is this? Sigh. Ling Tian let out a long sigh and had no choice but to step forward to explain to his disciple. He briefly recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Xiachi Yuan was at a loss. The look in his eyes directed at Lu Ming revealed genuine confusion for the first time. This kid actually really refused his master. Ling Tian cleared his throat and turned to look at Lu Ming, not forgetting the purpose of his trip. Lu Ming, this is the disciple I told you about, Xiachi Yuan, who has achieved minor success with the destruction sword intent. Lu Ming glanced at Xiachi Yuan. Oh, he's that weakling. Xiachi Yuan. The sword cultivators in the square. Weakling? What do you mean by weakling? That's senior brother Xia. The one who has achieved minor success with the destruction Valiant points 1678 Valiant points 555 Valiant points 588 Valiant points 624. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, feeling quite at ease. As expected, the Sword Dao Training Department, a place where geniuses gather. The concentration of Valiant points is indeed high. Ling Tian's eyelids twitched, unable to contain himself, his voice becoming serious. Lu Ming, you might not understand the value of destruction sword intent at all. He has reached minor success with it at the mid-stage of the martial tribulation. And the last person to comprehend destruction sword intent was at least a martial lord. And once the destruction sword intent reaches perfection, he will at least be at the peak of martial general. Martial general, the seventh realm. That's a realm above martial lords. Do you understand? You have only just begun to develop your sword intent. You can't even touch the tip of his iceberg. Ling Che-tian was thoroughly convinced. This kid's mouth is indeed harder than his sword. After listening, Lu Ming calmly replied, "Haha, don't mention minor success. Even if his sword intent reaches perfection, he is still a weakling in my eyes." A dead silence fell over the square. Elder Yi stood nearby, already numb. This kid must have come here just to stir up trouble, right? Xiao Qiyuan's face began to twitch. He forcibly suppressed his anger. He realized that this kid simply did not understand sword intent. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it said that this kid has only been training for a couple of days, and his sword intent is merely in its infancy, completely not understanding what minor success in sword intent means. Not understanding and still pretending. As expected, just like the rumors outside. A purebred Jiahao. Xiao Qiyuan's face flushed slightly. Is minor success trash? Then is your embryonic sword intent impressive? Haha, if you have the ability, then let me see your impressive sword intent. Lu Ming smiled. You are not worthy. Xiao Qiyuan's expression twisted. The crowd. In an instant, the valiant aura surged. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Xiao Qiyuan is not worthy. Aren't you just putting on a front? What the heck? Xiao Qiyuan was stunned, and then directly got angry and laughed. Impressive. You are impressive. Valiant. Valiant aura soaring. I finally understand what Jiahao means. Impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Ming chuckled, however. Since you asked me, I can reluctantly show you. Xiao Qiyuan, when did I ask you? I'm super awesome. Master, you should take care of us better. This person is purely brainless. Feeling the gazes from the surrounding crowd directed at Jiahao, Lu Ming's lips curled up, knowing that it was time. Just as he was about to bring up the system panel. At that moment, whoosh, a terrifying sword intent rose from afar. That sword intent was vast and boundless, as if it wanted to sweep across the entire sky. All the sword cultivators in the square trembled at the same time. What is this? Ling Che-tian's pupils shrank sharply. Heavenly sword intent. Who is it? Who is there? Xiao Qiyuan also turned his head sharply to look. It seems like Junior Brother Chu. Chu ran by Junior Brother. Elder Yi also saw that sword intent and was completely stunned. So strong. This sword intent seems even more terrifying than the destruction sword intent. He has seen the destruction sword intent. It is precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. What kind of sword intent is this before him? In the next moment, a figure was seen soaring from afar. The figure rose higher and higher, finally stabilizing in midair. His entire body surged with spiritual power. Sword intent erupted. All swords at the waists of the sword cultivators in the entire Sword Dao training department trembled. Buzz, 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 as if bowing to the figure in the sky. In the next moment, the figure slowly descended, landing in the center of the square. He wore white robes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind of sword intent. Who in the world is worthy of white robes? Only I, Sword King Chu, ran by. With a wave of his hand, the entire void seemed to be cut open by his sword intent, creating a 100-meter-long gash. That sword intent hung in midair, lingering without dissipating. Lu Ming, another one. Why is the Sword Dao training department filled with Jiahao? Ling Che-tian stared at that sword intent, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Little Chu, you actually achieved minor success with heavenly sword intent. The young man in white slowly retracted his sword aura, his face unable to hide a smile. Yes. He saluted Ling Che-tian. Master. I did it. Xiao Qiyuan was also stunned. The strongest heavenly sword intent among the top 10 special sword intents. You actually comprehended it. You have to know Chu Ranbai is only at the early stage of the martial tribulation. He is even a small realm lower than him. And yet he comprehended it. And it was the strongest heavenly sword intent. Elder Yi beside was also in shock. He had heard of the heavenly sword intent. It is the first ranked existence among the top 10 special sword intents, condensing the rivers and encompassing the sword intent of the world. In short, it can use the power of all sword cultivators for itself. Once this thing reaches perfection, it will be the true ruler of all sword cultivators in the world. At this moment, Chu Ranbai turned his head and looked at Lu Ming, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. This is the current sword lord, right? Lu Ming glanced at him and said nothing. Chu Ranbai smiled slightly. With your cultivation, being able to condense a sword intent embryo is indeed impressive. In the future, if you have any questions, you can come to me. You can call me Sword King. Lu Ming. Chu Ranbai's lips curled up, revealing a charming smile. Of course, I like to show off. You can also call me the king of showing off. Lu Ming. Oh, so the little sword show-off is here. The square fell into silence. Lu Ming sneered inwardly. You dare to outdo me in sheer audacity. Do you even know who I am? The sovereign of haughtiness. How dare you compare your arrogance with mine? You cannot surpass me. Do you truly believe otherwise? Ling Tian rubbed his temples. Oh, Lu Ming. Oh, you truly have no sense of heaven's height or earth's depth. He sighed deeply and began explaining to Lu Ming. The Azure Heaven Sword Intent ranks first among the 10 unique sword intents. Its true terror lies not in its innate destructive power, but in its ability to converge the sword intents of countless other cultivators. One swing, and 10,000 sword intents surge forth as one. Do you grasp what that signifies? He has only just entered the initial martial tribulation realm, yet he has already attained minor accomplishment. When he ascends to the martial sovereign realm, full accomplishment is inevitable. Then he shall become the undisputed sovereign over all sword cultivators under heaven. Should he continue ascending, he may well become the next sword sovereign. As Ling Tian spoke, his eyes shimmered with quiet pride. He knew Lu Ming was almost certainly not the true sword sovereign, yet he still had Chu Ranbai, his beloved disciple. Chu Ranbai's sequence was No. 12, Sword Resonance, the second most perilous sequence and the strongest sword-related sequence beneath the sword sovereign himself. Should a true sword sovereign never emerge, then Chu Ranbai would undoubtedly become the next sword sovereign. Lu Ming listened impassively and replied with a single quiet word, "Oh." Chu Ranbai froze. Oh, just oh. Was this youth utterly oblivious? On the plaza, other sword cultivators furrowed their brows. Their gaze upon Lu Ming had already begun to shift. Earlier he had dismissed senior brother Xia's annihilating sword intent with disdain. Now he dismissed Chu's Azure Heaven sword intent with equal contempt. Such utter disregard for celestial hierarchy. Was this not sheer arrogance? All masters feign aloofness, it's natural. But this boy, he's pure Jiahao. He genuinely doesn't comprehend what minor accomplishment means. Does he truly imagine himself invincible simply because he bears the title of sword sovereign? Ling Tian sighed again. It seems you won't believe it until the coffin lid slams shut. He turned toward Chu Ranbai. Ranbai, show him a taste of true sword intent. Chu Ranbai was about to nod, when Lu Ming shook his head, exhaling softly. Oh, I'm profoundly disappointed. These are the so-called sword prodigies you speak of, each one pathetically weak. Others stared bewildered. Lu Ming continued, how fortunate I declined your offer to instruct me. Otherwise I'd have been ruined. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Ling Tian erupted. What in the heavens is this? So I should be grateful you refused my tutelage. What kind of preposterous statement is that? Enough. I've tolerated you long enough. You, a fledgling sword intent, dare utter such words. Sword intent hinges entirely on enlightenment. Whose enlightenment could possibly rival theirs? The other sword cultivators on the plaza bristled with fury. Arrogant. Unbearably arrogant. A mere fledgling. How dare he look down upon us all? Utterly oblivious to heaven's height and earth's depth. Yet beside him, Elder Ye's expression shifted strangely upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Wait. Elder Ye had witnessed Lu Ming's breakthrough firsthand. That level of enlightenment was not merely exceptional. It was staggering beyond measure. Could it be that the venerable sword sovereign mistakenly assumed Lu Ming's rapid advancement stemmed solely from his high sequence rank? Elder Yi opened his mouth, preparing to speak. Senior Ling, actually. But before he could finish, Lu Ming spoke first. Did I ever claim my sword intent was a fledgling form? Silence crashed over the entire plaza once more. What? Everyone stood frozen. Not fledgling. Then what was it? Chu Ranbai's brow furrowed. Could it be he wasn't at the fledgling stage? Impossible. Lu Ming had only just reached the flowing chi realm. How could he possibly attain minor accomplishment? He's even better at posturing than I am. Ling Tian drew a slow, steadying breath. So you're claiming your sword intent has already reached minor accomplishment? Then tell me, what is your sword intent? Lu Ming shrugged lightly. I never said it was minor accomplishment. All present froze again, dumbfounded. Neither fledgling nor minor accomplishment. Then what? Full accomplishment. But you're still in the flowing chi realm. Elder Yi too stood stunned. What did Lu Ming truly mean? At that moment, Lu Ming turned his gaze toward Chu Ranbai. The Azure Heaven sword intent correct. Perfect. Let me show you what true sword intent truly is. A single stroke that slices the Azure Heaven. Chu Ranbai blinked. Ling Tian nearly laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. You sliced the Azure Heaven. Your sword intent hasn't even taken shape yet, and you dare. But before he could finish, suddenly, a torrent of indomitable magnificence blazed across Lu Ming's face. I am the haughty emperor. I shall subjugate all haughtiness under heaven. All present stared speechless. In that instant, haughty chi 28327. Spend 100 haughty chi to elevate the heaven-cleaving sword Dao to full accomplishment. Yes or no? Lu Ming's mind held but a single command. Spend IT now? In that instant, the entire sword cultivation training department transformed. Boom. An unimaginably terrifying sword intent erupted from Lu Ming's very core. It pierced straight into the heavens. The sky above the capital city trembled violently at that very moment. Whomp. Every sword belonging to every sword cultivator in the training department leapt from its scabbard as one. This sensation was not suppression, it was submission, as if every blade knelt in reverence towards some celestial presence above. What is this? Xia Qiyuan stood petrified. The sword at his waist, the one he'd wielded for over a decade, leapt from its sheath. Whomp. It vibrated violently, trembling as though in worship. Lu Ming stood at the heart of the sword, intent, white robes billowing fiercely. He lifted his gaze and spoke calmly, I am the sword Hauteur. One stroke cleaves the heavens. In the next heartbeat, an overwhelming silver-white sword intent detonated with apocalyptic force. The 100-meter-long azure heaven sword intent hovering above Chu ran by. Snap! Shattered instantly. Chu ran by, froze midair, jaw slack, his entire worldview collapsing in an instant. His azure heaven sword intent shattered. Ling Che Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared upward. This damn thing, this is full accomplishment sword intent. Absolute incomprehensible awe silenced all speech. The crowd in the square erupted in shock. The great accomplishment of sword intent. What a joke. Xia Qiyuan's sword intent is merely a minor accomplishment. Charan Bis' heavenly sword intent is also a minor accomplishment. And Lu Ming, is he actually a great accomplishment? Ling Chetian was dumbfounded. When he achieved great accomplishment in sword intent back, then he was already at the martial sovereign realm, the 6th stage existence. And Lu Ming, he's only at the spirit flow realm now, the 3rd realm. That's a difference of 3 major realms. How the hell did he comprehend this? Ling Qishan's mind was completely bewildered. He could not comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had fallen into a mysterious state. In his mind, countless sword intents were colliding. The insights of achieving great accomplishment in the sword path were pouring into his soul at a terrifying speed. At that moment, the clouds in the sky trembled. It seemed as if a sword intent was about to slice the heavens apart. What kind of comprehension is this? Ling Qishan's voice trembled. Elder Yi coughed softly beside them and said, Senior Ling, I actually wanted to say earlier, Lu Ming's comprehension seems quite impressive. He then recounted Lu Ming's experience at the anomalous bureau in the provincial city, how he grasped the spirit summoning technique in just half a day, and how he was chosen by the mid-grade Xian'er Ming Lei Tian Lu immediately entering the path. His comprehension is terrifying. Ling Chetian was stunned after hearing this. Why didn't you say it earlier? Elder Yi looked aggrieved. You didn't ask me. Ling Qishan. He felt his heart racing. If he had known earlier, why would he have brought Lu Ming here? Slapping himself, Elder Yi then meticulously recounted Lu Ming's training experiences at the anomalous bureau over the past few days. With each sentence he spoke, Ling Qishan's face grew darker. With each sentence, Xia Qiyuan and Charan Bis' faces became even paler. Lu Ming remarked, wow, you really know how to change faces. Everyone, you can't be serious. Xia Qiyuan's lips twitched. Are you even human? Charan Bai was completely stunned. He looked at Lu Ming, then at the sword in his hand. That sword was still trembling. It wasn't trembling out of excitement, it was trembling out of fear. Suddenly, ding. Great accomplishment in the sword path achieved, gaining sword ability, returning to 10,000 swords. Due to the host's sword intent breakthrough. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 instance of sword opening the heavenly gate. Returning to 10,000 swords, LV. 1 is summon up to 10 swords formed from sword intent, unleashing a sword domain with a range of 30 meters, ignoring any spiritual defenses, dealing lethal damage to opponents of the same rank, and even inflicting harm to those 1 major realm higher. Requires 2,000 valor points to upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow. This time upgrading the sword path not only granted him the sword opening the heavenly gate, but also an additional new ability. And it's an AoE skill of such a wide range. Awesome. He glanced at his valor points, still having 18,000 left. System, let's go all out. Spend as much as possible. Upgrading, returning to 10,000 swords, LV. 1. Spending 2,000 valor points. Upgrading, returning to 10,000 swords, LV. 2. Spending 4,000 valor points. In the next moment. Returning to 10,000 swords, LV. 5. Summon up to 300 swords formed from sword intent, unleashing a large sword domain with a range of 300 meters, instilling terror. Any sword intent from others becomes ineffective, ignoring any spiritual defenses, guaranteeing death to those of the same rank and inflicting tremendous intimidation even on those 1 major realm higher. Impressive, Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, in the entire square in the sky above, swish, 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 countless swords formed from great accomplishment. Sword intent appeared out of thin air. 1 sword 10 swords 100 swords. In the end, there were a total of 300 swords. Each one emanated the aura of great accomplishment, sword intent. That momentum seemed to slice the entire world in half. Buzz. At that instant, all the sword intents of the sword cultivators in the sword-holding department extinguished. Whether it was Xia Qiyuan's destruction sword intent or Charan Bis heavenly sword intent, all extinguished, as if a flame was snuffed out by a fierce wind. Ling Qishan's eyes widened. Damn. Charan Bai. Damn. Xia Qiyuan directly knelt down. Damn. All the sword cultivators in the square gazed at the 300 swords in the sky. Their souls seemed to have left their bodies. Ling Chetian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Is this your main ability? Lu Ming glanced at him. Main ability? What is that? Ling Qishan. You don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Ling Qishan's eye twitched, and he suddenly turned his head, glaring at Elder Yi. Didn't you tell him any of this? Isn't this the most basic knowledge? No. Elder Yi looked wronged. He has only been in the anomalous bureau for less than a week and almost got us a direct pass to the provincial division. How could I have had time to teach him? I thought you called him over so urgently to explain it yourself. Ling Qishan. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Ling Chetian rubbed his temples. He had to personally explain the concepts of main and secondary abilities to Lu Ming. Above the danger sequence, each awakened individual is assigned a main ability and a secondary ability. The main ability is the core, while the secondary ability serves as support. The master sequence usually has 2 to 3 main abilities and dozens of secondary abilities. Lu Ming listened and suddenly understood. Oh, no wonder. He finally realized. The Rain Master sequence and the Sin Abyss sequence produce new abilities with each upgrade. It turns out that those are all secondary abilities. And something like returning to 10,000 swords is an ability granted by the sword path, which should be something beyond the sequences, right? In the square, the 300 swords of great accomplishment sword intent still hovered in the sky. Lu Ming stood in the center of the sword intent. He looked up at the sky that had been cleaved open by the sword intent. He spoke softly. Now do you still think my sword intent is in its infancy? In the square, a dead silence ensued. Xia Qiyuan and Charan Bai looked pale. They couldn't utter a word. Ling Chetian looked at Lu Ming's back, opened his mouth, and then sighed deeply. Sigh. Had I known, I wouldn't have brought him here. Now this kid was not only unscathed, but had also struck down all his disciples. Elder Yi said softly beside him, You know too late. Ling Qishan. A profound sense of helplessness surged in the heart of this king of sword path. Could it be that he truly had no way to deal with this kid? No way. Being repeatedly slapped in the face by a young sword practitioner, if he didn't find a way to regain his dignity, where would he place his old sword monarch's face? No way. He absolutely must regain his dignity. He cannot allow this kid to sail too smoothly. Otherwise, he would definitely face a huge loss in the future. As an elder, he must find a way to thoroughly temper him. This is all for his own good. It is absolutely not because he is upset. Absolutely not. The more Ling Chetian thought about it, the more he felt he was truly magnificent. Meanwhile, in a remote valley of the demon city, Bai Lin sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone. With his eyes closed, his entire aura was restrained, and the knife at his waist emitted a low humming sound. Ever since being beaten by Lu Ming at the entrance of the Strange News Bureau, Bai Lin seemed to have transformed. The former aura of a domineering king had vanished. He now practiced frantically every day, neglecting even his meals. That battle struck him hard. He was the 5th in the Dominator sequence, the Blade Emperor Bai Lin. Ever since awakening, he had been overwhelming any peers with ease. But that day he was beaten to the ground by a newcomer who was an entire realm lower than him. Moreover, it happened in front of so many people. Damn it. Bai Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. No, he must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he reclaim his honor. In the next moment, boom. His internal spiritual power exploded. His aura surged from the late stage of flowing spirit to the peak of flowing spirit. Bai Lin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing beneath them. He had reached the peak of flowing spirit. Although he was still a distance from half-step martial infant, it was a world of difference from a week ago. In just a few days, advancing from the late stage to the peak was indeed terrifying. Lu Ming. Bai Lin clenched his fists. You better wait for me. However, he was well aware. Lu Ming was a monster. Even if he had reached the peak of flowing spirit, he could not underestimate him. Then, he would continue to cultivate. He would become stronger. One day he would press that sword monarch down to the ground and prove that the 5th in the sequence was indeed superior to the 6th. At that moment, as he silently swore, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Linzi come to the Bai Lin was taken aback. This voice. Senior Pei? He suddenly stood up. This voice belonged to the old Blade Emperor Pei Ran. In terms of seniority, Pei Ran was his mentor. His master Wang Yin was a registered disciple of Pei Ran. Bai Lin had always wanted to directly become Pei Ran's disciple. However, the old Blade Emperor deemed him too weak and instructed Wang Yin to teach him first as a test. But the problem was Wang Yin hadn't fully recognized him as a disciple, merely saying he would teach him for now. Thus, Bai Lin could only be considered half a disciple of the old Blade Emperor. The reason Bai Lin went to confront Lu Ming was to establish his reputation, hoping to gain Wang Yan's acknowledgement and be formally accepted as a disciple by the old Blade Emperor. The result ended in a disastrous defeat. Just when he was in a dazed buzz, the air before him suddenly distorted and a golden spatial array materialized out of thin air. The surrounding space radiated a golden glow. Bai Lin's pupils constricted. A long-range spatial array. A senior from the Strange News Bureau had mentioned this rare item to him. There were only 3 in the entire country. To activate it once, the material cost alone was over 10 million. Few in the entire Chinese Strange News Bureau had the qualifications to use it. Hurry in, I'm covering the cost for the spatial array, and the longer it runs, the more expensive it becomes. Pei Ran's voice rang out again, clearly anxious. What urgent matter does Senior Pei have? Bai Lin swallowed hard, not having time to think further. He stepped directly into the array. The next second his vision blurred, and he found himself in an open train. Bai Lin was stunned for a moment, and then saw a tea table set at the edge of the training ground. An old man dressed in black was sitting in a chair sipping tea. His aura was unfathomable. It was the previous Blade Emperor Pei Ran. Bai Lin took a deep breath, feeling compelled to walk over and respectfully bow. Master, Senior Pei. He almost shouted the word mentor, but quickly corrected himself. After all, he had not been formally acknowledged yet. Pei Ran set down his teacup and glanced at him. Considerable progress. You've reached the peak of flowing spirit. Bai Lin lowered his head. I've merely been lucky, sir. Pei Ran smiled and got straight to the point. Recently, there will be a training session for half-step martial infants in the capital city, and I would like you to attend. Bai Lin was taken aback. He had heard of this matter. However, the requirement to participate in the training was to be at least a half-step martial infant. But Senior Pei, my cultivation is insufficient. Bai Lin felt a bit awkward. Pei Ran waved his hand. I will personally guide you for half a month. It will be enough for you to step into half-step martial infant. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin was completely stunned. What? The old Blade Emperor personally coaching him for half a month? Was this not a dream? What did this mean? To know the person before him was the Blade Emperor, the king of the Blade Path. To receive his guidance, even a little, would be immensely beneficial for someone at the peak of flowing spirit like him. Bai Lin was internally exhilarated. However, Pei Ran slowly spoke. I also have a favor to ask of you. There is someone in the capital city who is too arrogant. I find him displeasing, but he is a junior, so I can't directly teach him a lesson. Therefore, I plan to train you intensely for half a month, and then you must teach him a harsh lesson. After hearing this, Bai Lin's eyes lit up. Teach him a lesson. That was simple. He loved doing this kind of bull. With the old Blade Emperor's personal guidance, Bai Lin would ascend to a higher level. Anyone who came would have to kneel. All right, no problem. Senior Pei, whoever you want me to deal with, I will. Bai Lin nodded excitedly, then lowered his head, gritting his teeth softly. Lu Ming, you better wait for me. After I come out of here, I will find you. Wasn't this just an opportunity? Being taught by the old Blade Emperor, he would first knock that so-called arrogant person down, and then go to beat up Lu Ming. It was all set. He had already calculated it in his heart. With his peak flowing spirit plus half a month of training time, seeking revenge on Lu Ming should be a fair fight. After all, that kid was a monster. But now with the old Blade Emperor's guidance, Lu Ming, enjoy being arrogant for a little longer. However, upon hearing his words, Pei Ran was also taken aback. How did you know I was talking about Lu Ming? Bai Lin. He was left stunned. What? The one to deal with was Lu Ming. No way, he was also in the capital. Pei Ran looked at his bewildered expression and calmly said, Lu Ming is in the capital and will also participate in this training session. Bai Lin. Why? He almost couldn't hold back. Didn't they say only half-step martial infants could participate? Wasn't Lu Ming still at the condensation stage? How could he come to participate in the half-step martial infant training? Pei Ran rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Let me explain slowly. Then he briefly recounted Lu Ming's recent events, including the story of how he had once cut down a peak flowing spirit with a single sword. A single sword strike to slay the peak of the flowing spirit, the Xiang Lu. Pei Ran nodded slightly. Bai Lin fell silent for several seconds. Then he forced himself to calm down. No problem. I once defeated the Xiang Lu. If I go, I can take it down too. Right now with Lu Ming, it's at most a 50-50 chance. He truly wasn't boasting. He had fought against the Xiang Lu before and had once brought that little snake down. However, at that time the Xiang Lu had escaped quickly. Pei Ran looked at him and spoke with a strange expression. But Lu Ming has already broken through to the flowing spirit. What? Bai Lin was completely taken aback. He broke through to the flowing spirit. That kid was still at the late stage of the condensing spirit just a few days ago. This speed is utterly outrageous. Pei Ran watched his expression and said lightly, he broke the Xiang Lu with a single sword strike while in the condensing spirit realm, and now he is already a flowing spirit, having even refined a golden spiritual infant's embryonic form. And he's even a two-headed dragon. Huh. Then Pei Ran explained the subsequent events to Bai Lin. Mainly it was about how Lu Ming took the flowing infant pill. Bai Lin was left dumbfounded. Pei Ran looked at Bai Lin's bewildered expression and said with a complex look, are you sure you can still call it 50-50? Bai Lin fell silent. His CPU felt like it was overheating. Did Lu Ming really do this? So outrageous. He lowered his head finally. It's nothing. Bai Lin gritted his teeth and said it's probably now a 40-60 situation. He's got 6, I've got 4, but what of it? Bai Lin raised his head, his gaze resolute. With the guidance of Senior Pei, I can surely catch up to him. Pei Ran looked at his determination and nodded in satisfaction. Good spirit, not bad. For the next half-month, follow me closely. I remember that you've already formed a rudimentary sword intent. Your foundation is decent. Moreover, I estimate that Lu Ming's current combat power is at most half a step into the martial infant realm. Once you also step into half a step martial infant, you might just be able to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Exactly. He nodded emphatically. Pei Ran continued with satisfaction. Once you teach that kid a good lesson, I will officially make you my disciple. No, you will directly become my disciple, standing on the same level as your current master. Bai Lin, he was completely blown away. To directly become the disciple of the old Blade Emperor, standing on the same level as his current master. This is an enormous stroke of luck. Bai Lin was almost ready to take off from the spot. Thank you, Senior Pei. Bai Lin's voice trembled with excitement. I will definitely not let you down. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. It was his former chief master Wang Yin. Wang Yin was a named disciple of Pei Ran, highly skilled in the way of the sword, and currently a mid-tier martial lord. Little Bai, what are you doing here? Wang Yin was taken aback seeing Bai Lin here. He frowned. Aren't you supposed to be cultivating well in Mo City? Why come to the capital? You even sought out my master. I told you I don't acknowledge you as my disciple yet. His words were left unfinished. Bai Lin, who are you talking to? Wang Yin was taken aback. What do you mean? What are you saying, you crazy kid? Bai Lin snorted coldly. If it were in the past, he might have been polite. But now, I'm about to stand on the same level as you. No need for your approval. Seeing this scene, Pei Ran cleared his throat. Little Yin, you can head back first. Bai Lin coldly huffed. Did you hear that? You a named disciple, what are you doing here? Wang Yin was completely stunned. What? You really have gone mad. How dare you speak to me like that? Yet due to Pei Ran's presence, he couldn't explode in anger right then and there. He had to hold back his fury and glared fiercely at Bai Lin. You wait for me. After saying that, Wang Yin left in a huff. Bai Lin looked at his departing figure with a mocking expression. Pei Ran saw this scene and twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid is getting a bit too inflated too quickly. But whatever. As long as he can teach Lu Ming a lesson, a bit of arrogance is fine. However, with this temperament, whether to really take him as a disciple in the future needs careful consideration. Then it's settled. Pei Ran said lightly. Yes, I promise to teach him a good lesson. Bai Lin replied. Lu Ming, just wait. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Senior Pei, where is Lu Ming in the capital now? Pei Ran stroked his beard. Right next door in the Sword Dao training department taken by Elder Ling. Bai Lin was shaken. He's being guided by Elder Ling. He almost lost his balance. Who is Elder Ling? The previous Sword Lord. A being on the same level as the old Blade Emperor. If Lu Ming is truly being guided by Elder Ling, doesn't that mean I still can't fight him? Pei Ran shook his head. No, it's that kid's arrogance. Elder Ling took him to the Sword Dao training department to suppress his arrogance. Let him see what a true Sword Dao genius is. Bai Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I see. He felt happy in his heart. Great. Lu Ming is definitely going to be harshly schooled by reality. After all, in the Sword Dao training department, those genius sword cultivators are all exceptionally talented. That kid Lu Ming has only recently awakened his sword intent, is at most just an embryonic form. In front of that group of people. Hee. Pei Ran chuckled. He's probably already been severely shocked by reality. His words were left unfinished. Boom. Suddenly, from afar, a soaring sword intent rose into the sky. That sword intent was terrifyingly supreme, almost tearing apart the entire sky of the capital. Pei Ran suddenly stood up. Bai Lin was also startled. What is that? His complexion changed slightly. What a terrifying sword intent. The oppressive feeling from that sword intent was too strong. Even from such a distance he could feel it. The knife at his waist was trembling. Pei Ran frowned and sensed it carefully. In the next second his pupils constricted. Complete sword intent. Bai Lin was also stunned. Complete sword intent. Holy crap. His knife intent was still in its embryonic stage. He naturally knew how impressive complete sword intent was. It must be comprehended only by those at least in the late stage of martial lord right. Strange. Pei Ran furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Which talented disciple of Elder Ling is so powerful, has already achieved complete sword intent? He thought of several names. Xia Qiyuan, Chu Ranbai. They are both favored disciples of Elder Ling with extraordinary talent in the sword Dao. But their highest sword intent should only be minor completion, right? When did they achieve complete? Pei Ran felt a bit puzzled. Bai Lin felt a bit envious. Complete sword intent. When will my knife intent be fully realized? Sigh. Pei Ran stopped pondering and instead looked at him with a smile. See, I told you Lu Ming was severely shocked by reality, right? This should be one of Elder Ling's disciples who just happened to break through to complete sword intent. Alright, no need to dwell on this. You prepare a bit, I'll take you to the Sword Dao training department soon. Bai Lin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his envy. Yes, he must train hard with the old Blade Emperor for this half-month. And then he would teach Lu Ming a harsh lesson. Let that kid know what happens when he messes with Bai Lin. On the other side, in the Sword Dao training department, the entire square was enveloped in silence. Ling Che-tian gazed at the 300 swords in the sky, each embodying the perfected sword intent with astonishment in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down. Lu Ming. He took a deep breath and asked, What is this sword intent? At first he thought that Lu Ming had comprehended one of the 10 special sword intents to perfection. But upon closer inspection, it was different. It was none of the 10 special sword intents. This was a new sword intent. Ling Che-tian's mind buzzed. A new sword intent. One must know that new sword intents have not emerged in hundreds of years. All sword intents have already been fully developed by predecessors. And Lu Ming actually comprehended a new sword intent. Moreover, he achieved perfection right away. This comprehension is simply monstrous. Ling Che-tian was stunned. Next to him, Xiang Lu shrank back into its shell, its eyes wide as saucers. I can't believe it. It was genuinely dumbfounded. Previously, when it endured Lu Ming's sword in the valley, that sword intent wasn't this terrifying. If Lu Ming had this sword intent back then, I would have died 1,000 times. Xiang Lu felt a chill run down its spine. Lu Ming looked expressionlessly at Ling Che-tian and said calmly, Did I not say, I will cleave the heavens with a single sword? This is the heaven-cleaving sword intent. Shurang, by standing aside, heard this and instantly turned pale. The heaven-cleaving sword intent. The heaven sword intent, the heaven-cleaving sword intent. It's plainly meant to overshadow me. Moreover, I've never heard of this sword intent. Did you come up with this name on purpose? Shurang Bai felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Ling Che-tian fell into deep thought. Heaven-cleaving sword intent. As the king of Sword Dao, he had heard nearly all names of sword intents. Yet this heaven-cleaving sword intent, he truly had never heard of it. Could it be? This kid is the first to comprehend it. Ling Che-tian's heart surged with waves of shock. Is this even reasonable? Not only has he comprehended a new sword intent, but he has also perfected it. Is this even something a human can accomplish? The surrounding sword cultivators were equally shocked. Xia Qiyuan and Shurang Bai stood there, their expressions alternating between green and pale. They were at a loss for words. Previously, their minor achievements in sword intent had made the whole Sword Dao training department envious. But now, Lu Ming had come right in with perfection, and it was a newly created sword intent. How are they supposed to live with this? This? Poet's grasp. Xia Qiyuan muttered to himself, his eyes already vacant. Shurang Bai gritted his teeth, his hand clutching the sword, trembling. Just a moment ago, he had called himself the Sword King, the Overlord. Now being shattered by Lu Ming's sword intent. He felt utterly humiliated. How could this be? Damn. The other sword cultivators from different groups were equally dumbfounded, staring at Lu Ming with eyes full. Is this the Sword Sovereign? The true Sword Sovereign? A genius. A real genius. Compared to him, we're nothing but trash. This is unbelievable. So strong. Amazing. Heroic value 1888, heroic value 564, heroic value 702. Lu Ming looked at the rapidly changing numbers on the panel, feeling elated. Amazing. In a place where Sword Dao geniuses gather, the value is indeed high. He glanced around and said lightly, Look at how shocked you all are. It's just a new sword intent. I told you all you were trash, but you didn't believe me. The other sword cultivators responded with silence. Heroic value 688, heroic value 523. Ling Che-tian took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself. Wait. He spoke up, Show me your sword. He wanted to see what level a sword capable of carrying such sword. Lu Ming shrugged and handed over the Han Yuan sword. Ling Che-tian took the sword and examined it closely. In the next second his brow furrowed. Only a top-grade Xian rank. The nearby elder Yi almost lost his balance upon hearing this. It's already a top-grade Xian rank. He knew the sword's origin. It was clearly only a Huang rank before. This damn growth is too fast. Elder Yi's eyes widened. Lu Ming was also momentarily stunned before quickly realizing. Quite greedy. He hadn't expected that due to the perfection of the heaven-cleaving sword Dao, the sword intent erupted. The Han Yuan sword had actually broken through in rank at that moment. Ling Che-tian scrutinized the Han Yuan sword and immediately recognized its uniqueness. A growth-type spiritual weapon. He nodded and returned the sword to Lu Ming. Your current sword does not match your sword intent. Lu Ming replied. That's obvious, just like yours wouldn't match either. Ling Che-tian was momentarily taken aback, but still calmly said, let's make a deal. If you can secure first place in the training camp, I can gift you a mid-grade earth rank growth-type spiritual weapon, the Annihilation Sword. And it could even grow into a top-grade heaven rank spiritual weapon in the future. What do you think? Upon these words the entire square erupted again. A mid-grade earth rank growth-type spiritual weapon, and it can grow into a top-grade heaven rank. The Annihilation Sword. Elder Ling is actually going to give Lu Ming this. That's Elder Ling's prized possession. Xia Qiyuan and Churang Bis eyes widened. The Annihilation Sword. That was the sword Ling Che-tian had used in his youth. Later, because Ling Che-tian had broken through his realm, he no longer needed that sword, so he specifically asked a weaponsmith to refine it back to its original form, turning it into a growth-type spiritual weapon, preparing to gift it to a favored junior. Many disciples had begged Ling Che-tian for this sword, but Ling Che-tian had never relented. And now, to give it to Lu Ming. Xia Qiyuan felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he knew where he stood in comparison to Lu Ming. He was simply deserving. Churang Bai lowered his head as well. Though unwilling, the facts were laid out before them. Lu Ming's sword intent had already surpassed all of them. Ling Che-tian looked at Lu Ming smiling as he asked, so what do you think? Are you interested? To which Lu Ming merely glanced back, responding indifferently, oh, are you trying to curry favor with me? Ling Che-tian. The sword cultivators in the square. Elder Yi stood quietly beside them, silent. This conversation sounds familiar. He suddenly felt that this scene was reminiscent of something before. Elder Yi sighed inwardly. When will this kid finally settle down? Ling Che-tian's mouth twitched several times. Curry favor. I am trying to appreciate your talent. Ling Che-tian took a deep breath and said, I said I'd give it to you for being first in the training camp. What are you thinking? Lu Ming replied, then you might as well give it to me now. The others looked at Lu Ming's expression of entitlement. Wait, are you assuming you're already the designated first? Acting so high and mighty. Ling Che-tian suddenly felt a bit weary. This kid is truly beyond saving. Heroic value 2237. Lu Ming glanced at the number on the panel, unable to resist the upward curve of his lips. Incredible. Coming to the capital was truly the right choice. In just a few days he had already accumulated a great deal of heroic value. At this rate, he might really not be far from becoming the king of heroic Dao. Just as everyone was still recovering from Lu Ming's astonishing declaration, a deep breath resonated through the air nearby. A figure exuding a profound aura stepped forward. It was Pei Ran. Old Ling, what was that sword intent just now? Which of your disciples has achieved mastery in sword intent? Pei Ran approached with a cheerful smile, curiosity evident on his face. That sword intent was not only perfected, but its essence was also extraordinarily powerful. It left him so astonished that he couldn't stay seated, prompting him to come over and take a look. Upon hearing this, a group of sword cultivators on the square wore strange expressions collectively. Xia Qiyuan lowered his head, not daring to speak. Chu Ranbai also had a stiff expression. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. Ling Che-tian's face grew even darker. He struggled to utter a word. Pei Ran, not paying much attention to the group's expressions, casually reached out to pat Ling Che-tian's shoulder, laughing as he spoke. You brat, aren't you thrilled? Mastered sword intent, far more impressive than my foolish disciples. This time, you old guy, have truly outdone yourself. Lu Ming. Yes, I am indeed impressive. Pei Ran. What are you inserting yourself for? Ling Che-tian's old face twitched slightly, nearly unable to hold it together. What business is it of yours? However, Pei Ran's gaze was strange, but he quickly resumed his elder tone. Now you know how formidable the outside world is, right? I told you, don't be unaware of the vastness of the sky and the earth. The capital is filled with monsters. Your modest abilities are far from sufficient. He was still secretly amused. Wasn't this brat quite arrogant? After being struck by the genius of the Sword Dao training department, He should have become more humble, right? After all, that was perfected sword intent. Yet Lu Ming merely glanced at him indifferently. I see how formidable I am now. Pei Ran. What the hell are you saying? Are you out of your mind? Ling Che Tian's old face turned completely dark. Old Ling. Pei Ran's expression was strange. What's wrong? You look like a dead horse. Ling Che Tian took a deep breath and finally spoke. That perfected sword intent, just now, was comprehended by Lu Ming, a new sword intent. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, Pei Ran, ha ha ha. Old Ling, your words are too hard to maintain. I'm sorry I couldn't hold it. Everyone. Pei Ran laughed while shaking his head. How did I not realize you were this humorous before? Why don't you just say Lu Ming is the reincarnation of a true god? Ha ha ha. He couldn't stop laughing. After all, it sounded absurd. Lu Ming had just begun to flow with spiritual energy, perfected sword intent, and a new one at that. Something that hadn't appeared in hundreds of years. Who would believe that? As he laughed, he suddenly realized something was off. No one in the entire square was laughing along with him. All the sword cultivators were looking down. Even Ling Che Tian was not laughing. Pei Ran's laughter abruptly ceased. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. Huh? His voice changed. Is this for real? Ling Che Tian looked at him expressionlessly. I'm not joking with you. Pei Ran. He was completely stunned. Lu Ming, you keep on maintaining that expression. Pei Ran turned sharply to look at him, disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? Damn it, this is unreasonable. Pei Ran was completely numb. Early stage of spiritual flow, perfected sword intent. What the hell is this? I'm sorry, old Hao is dead, and the new Hao will arise. Everyone. Lu Ming raised his chin. The moment the world calls my name, I will embody Hao in the world, ending the era of old Jiahao. The entire square was once again collectively dumbfounded. Xia Qiyuan's mouth twitched fiercely. Here we go again. Chu Ram's forehead twitched. Is this something a person can say? Hao Qi value 2093, Hao Qi value 759, Hao Qi value 688. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, feeling quite pleased. Refreshing. Two old guys boasting together. The value of these numbers is simply top-notch. Meanwhile, Pei Ran's face had begun to twitch, and he forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth, taking a deep breath. Then instinctively he condensed his spiritual power into a thread and transmitted it to Ling Che Tian. Ling Che Tian, what the hell are you joking about? Didn't we agree to suppress him? How? How does it feel like he has suppressed all of you? Ling Che Tian looked lifeless, transmitting. I'm just as baffled. Do you think I want this? I had everything prepared, just waiting for Qiyuan and the others to step in and pin this kid down. But he unexpectedly produced a new sword intent, and it's even perfected. This was my first time encountering such a thing. Ling Che Tian briefly recounted what had just happened with Lu Ming from start to finish. The more Pei Ran listened, the darker his expression became, and the more serious his gaze grew. Finally, his voice in the transmission bore a hint of panic. Crap. That's it. Ling Che Tian. Pei Ran, old Ling, listen. I just spoke to Bai Lin about making him break through to half-step martial infant and teach this kid a lesson in the training session. But look at this abnormality of Lu Ming. The battle power increase of perfected sword intent at the half-step martial infant realm is definitely a dimensional strike. Plus, with his astonishing cultivation speed. In half a month, Bai Lin could win by a hair. Upon hearing this, Ling Che Tian's expression darkened. He fell silent, and after a long while he slowly transmitted, no, at this rate. If he continues to cultivate in this half-month, I fear he'll truly make us lose face. The more he thought, the more his head started to ache. This kid's cultivation speed was like he had hacks. Old Ling. Pei Ran squinted his eyes and transmitted, how about we play a trick on him? Ling Che Tian's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The two exchanged glances. In each other's eyes they saw the same intention. Just at that moment a faint voice came through. What are you two up to? Both turned their heads simultaneously. Lu Ming squinted. Are you two plotting against me? Lu Ming observed the changing expressions on the faces of these two old men. He finally detected a familiar expression. It was sinister. What are you two old geezers planning? Cough cough, no, what are you thinking? Oh right. Ling Che Tian's gaze shifted, suddenly speaking. I just remembered something. For your own good, I think it would be appropriate to have the teacher give you some supplementary theoretical courses on the Anomalies Bureau this half-month. Lu Ming. Ling Che Tian's expression was earnest. Think about it, you just joined the Anomalies Bureau a few days ago, and there are many things you do not understand. For instance, just now you didn't even know what the main ability and secondary ability were. In this regard, you are greatly lacking. If you do not make up for this foundational knowledge, you will be the one who suffers later on. Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed he had guessed what these two old men were up to. Pei Ran suddenly spoke with a serious tone. Oh, old Ling, what you just said reminded me. This stuff is really important. Lu Ming. Pei Ran looked at Lu Ming with a serious expression. Little Lu, he is doing this for your own good. Half a month is insignificant. With your talent already exceeding the standard to such an extent, can you not spare this half a month? But if you do not make up for the theoretical part, when you reach the battlefield and do not even know what the anomalous beasts are called, that would be a joke. If problems really arise that could cost lives. Although there was some selfish intent, they were indeed not speaking recklessly, it was genuinely for Lu Ming's benefit. Normally speaking, after a newcomer awakens their sequence, it would take at least half a month to step into a realm. During this period, they would learn many foundational knowledge in the Anomalies Bureau, such as sequence details, basic illustrations of anomalous beasts, usage of various equipment, and theories of teamwork. All are essential common sense for battles in the coming decades. If one is completely ignorant, it can easily lead to problems. However, this kid Lu Ming hasn't learned anything at all. He truly should catch up on his studies. It's a win-win. All right, you want to drag me for half a month's cultivation time, fearing I might speed through the half-step martial infant training right? Haha, don't even think about it. Learning. What a joke. I'm already cheating, and you want me to follow your pace. A golden how is not something to be trifled with. I must desperately enhance my battle power within this half-month. Lu Ming's main strategy was rebellion. You want to pull a trick on me? Fine, then I'll pretend to play along with you. You have a point. Oh, I indeed should learn a thing or two. Lu Ming assumed a contemplative expression. In that case, I won't cultivate for this half-month. Instead, I'll solidify my realm and brush up on some basic knowledge. The smiles on Ling Che-tian and Pei Ran's faces slowly faded. This kid actually agreed just like that. He didn't refuse. Nor did he say anything rash. This is not right. There's definitely something very wrong. What does this little wall lamp want to do? Subsequently, Pei Ran and Ling Che-tian took Lu Ming back. There was no choice. The Sword Dao training department truly could not keep this brat any longer. If he stayed, he might crush the Dao hearts of Ling Che-tian's beloved disciples. Xia Qi Yuan and Chu Ran by now looked at Lu Ming as if he were a monster. Oldie had gone to find the one-eyed man claiming to have business, but in truth he wanted to quickly inform him of the absurd happenings here. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, clearly anticipating the other's reaction. Yet Ling Che-tian and Pei Ran felt something was off. They exchanged strange glances at Lu Ming. This brat used to have a rebuttal personality. He would retort at whatever they said. Why was he suddenly so agreeable this time? It was too strange. But upon reconsideration, since he had agreed, what more could they say? For the next half-month, they would have him study theory obediently, without any cultivation, while Pei Ran diligently tutored by Lin. With that in mind, there was a good chance to teach this brat a lesson. The two felt slightly reassured. Thus Ling Che-tian spoke. In that case, it's settled. You will wait in the theory room on the 3rd floor of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau building. I will find a professional teacher to help you with that knowledge. Lu Ming nodded sure. Seeing Lu Ming so straightforward this time, their unease resurfaced. However, since he had agreed, it was inappropriate to say more. So Pei Ran and the others left first. Only Lu Ming and Xiang Lu remained. One person and one beast. Suddenly Lu Ming turned to look at the turtle shell at his feet. Go to tell me where are the top 10 other anomalous beasts. I'm going to take them down. Huh. Xiang Lu shrank back into his shell, confused. Wait, big brother, aren't you supposed to be studying? Lu Ming immediately got angry. Study my ass. Before I activated my cheat, you wanted me to learn. Now that I have activated it, you still want me to study. What the hell was the point of that? Study theory. Study what? Locking myself in a room for half a month, wouldn't that be a pure waste of time? During this half a month, I couldn't even gather resources. Now the ways to become stronger can be counted on 2 hands. One is to gather resources and accumulate resource points. The other is to slay beings with sequences to gain new sequences. How could studying theory help me gather resources? Slaying beings with sequences? I can't just go around killing people in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, can I? So I absolutely cannot study for real. I need to find a way to sneak out. For this half-month, I'll sneak out to have some fun and come back later. Skipping class is a grand adventure. The 15 days I can escape are just enough to take down the other anomalous beasts in the top 10. After all, I now have the sword that breaks the sky. What am I afraid of? Moreover, I have Xiang Lu, this ready-made beast companion. I might as well use him. Xiang Lu timidly spoke. Big brother, how are you going to escape? Lu Ming smirked. Escaping is easy. I have my ways. The difficult part is, once I escape, I mustn't be discovered by those 2 old men. If I get caught, I won't be able to get back at them. He recalled the devious expressions of those 2 old men from earlier, and annoyance surged. You want to scheme against me, huh? Fine, I'll also play my little schemes against you. This will depend on you, Gue, too. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu, huh? Lu Ming chuckled coldly. Stop pretending. Your survival ability is so strong, you must have some way to disguise yourself, right? A puppet. A clone. I won't make you carry me, just give me a clone. As for the rest, I have my own methods. Xiang Lu, its gaze began to wander. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Think carefully before you speak. You don't want to stay here forever, do you? This remark struck at Xiang Liu's soft spot. Indeed, he did not want to stay here. It was too terrifying. Xiang Liu's mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, I heard from someone in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau before. Big brother, it seems the Anomalous Affairs Bureau has those substitute puppets, and they are quite cheap. If you can get one, I have a way. I can make that puppet look exactly like a real person and maintain it for a month without any problem. If you leave a sword intent on it. I feel like those two old men might not even notice. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't expect this little thing to indeed have a way. What a good resource. Lu Ming looked satisfied. Good, let's get this done later. First tell me, where are the other top 10 anomalous beasts? Xiang Liu's expression slightly changed. I need to think about it carefully. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. Lu Ming grew furious. Are you stuck? Xiang Liu finally couldn't hold back and started crying. Wah, big brother, I don't know. I've only been alive for 2.5 years. Back then, to survive, I was just making things up to fool you. Lu Ming was stunned, then exploded in anger. What? You dare to play me? This damn Gui too. I even spared your life. Xiang Liu quickly begged for mercy, his face pale. Big brother. I didn't mean to. I had no choice. If I didn't say that, you would have killed me. After hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then what use do I have for you? Xiang Liu. Lu Ming's expression was emotionless. I will cherish the times we spent together. Then Lu Ming slowly raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Xiang Liu was scared out of his wits. Damn. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Big brother. I already have one. I don't need you. Xiang Liu. At this critical moment, Xiang Liu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes brightening, and quickly spoke. Wait. Don't kill me. Although I don't know, but I can contact the Abyss God sect. They must know. Lu Ming paused his actions. Contact the Abyss God sect. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't be trying to trick me again, would you? I really wouldn't. This time I'm serious. I'm the 10th in the Anomalous Beast sequence. How could I not contact the Abyss God sect? As long as I go out, they will actively come to find me, okay? Xiang Liu quickly spoke. Seeing Xiang Liu say this, Lu Ming pondered for a moment. It seems. It might really work. Those people from the Abyss God sect surely know where the top 10 anomalous beasts are. And they have their own innate sequences. Killing them would still yield results. Moreover, since the Abyss God sect is filled with powerful beings, I could also gather resources. Moreover, I still hold the sword that breaks the sky, ensuring my safety. Anyway, studying theory for half a month is absolutely not going to work. Besides, if I want to figure out what lies above the sequences, the Abyss God sect is surely a great source of information. Upon realizing this, Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Looks like this is the only way. Let's go find the Abyss God sect. Since the Anomalous Affairs Bureau won't tell me about what lies above the sequences, then I can only defect. Xiang Liu. Lu Ming grinned. He defect from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau and join the Abyss God sect. Xiang Liu. No way. Didn't you say you were on the side of justice? Why are you defecting now? Resource points 183. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Since the Anomalous Affairs Bureau wouldn't tell me, I guess I'll just have to play the part of a traitor for now. After all, how long had it been since I joined the Anomalous Affairs Bureau? My internship period hasn't even ended. What's wrong with switching jobs? After all, how long had it been since I joined the Anomalous Affairs Bureau? My internship period hasn't even ended. Lu Ming was taken aback. What the hell, didn't you leave? When did that old Jiahao return? Did he overhear? Ling Tian gritted his teeth. Damn, I'm glad I came back. He was almost dumbfounded. Just now he felt something was off, sensing that Lu Ming had agreed too readily. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He simply turned back. As soon as he returned, he heard Xiang Liu was going to take Lu Ming to the Abyss God sect. What the hell? Ling Tian's back was already sweating. Thank goodness I came back. One step later, that brat might truly have gone to the Abyss God sect. Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he glared at Xiang Liu. Damn, Xiang Liu. You really are trying to seduce Lu Ming. Xiang Liu. Lu Ming was stunned, and once he realized, his expression turned serious. Right. You actually want to seduce a warrior from the Anomaly Bureau. Xiang Liu. Damn it. You were the one trying to seduce me. Ling Tian's gaze suddenly turned icy. Seeing this scene, Xiang Liu's face turned pale. Crap. It was him who was supposed to go. What does it have to do with me? Xiang Liu. Ling Tian was burning with rage. I will kill you. As soon as the words fell, he prepared to take action. In an instant, the surrounding air suddenly became terrifyingly oppressive. Even breathing became painful. Lu Ming took a breath and felt as if countless swords were slashing towards his body. What the hell? Is this old Jiahao really that formidable? Just releasing a bit of pressure and he could barely withstand it. Meanwhile, Xiang Liu was curled up in his shell, trembling with fear, almost urinating himself. He felt as if he was about to be torn to pieces by this sword intent. Big brother, save me. Just at this— Wait. Lu Ming hurriedly stopped him. It only brought me here to inform me about the things above the sequence. I said I must know about the existence above the sequence. Ling Che Tian's brows furrowed tightly. But they are the Abyss God sect. That's an evil cult. Lu Ming, you guys aren't telling me anything. Ling Che Tian's face changed between shades of green and white. He opened his mouth and finally gritted his teeth. Fine. You come with me, and I will let you see what kind of madmen the Abyss God sect consists of. He realized. Lu Ming had no clear understanding of the Abyss God sect. Hearing about it is useless. He needs to see for himself how insane those people are. Only then can this brat be convinced to give up on going to the Abyss God sect. Afterward, Ling Che Tian slowly retracted his aura. Only then did Xiang Lu collapse to the ground, almost unable to recover. Fine. Suddenly Lu Ming remembered something, and then spoke. By the way, I remember that killing anomalies can gain contribution points, right? Don't forget to give me the contribution points for killing Xiang Lu. Ling Che Tian. Xiang Lu suddenly looked up. Am not dead yet, big brother. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. You are already dead. Xiang Lu. Am obviously still alive. Lu Ming pondered, so it seems. Xiang Lu is indeed not dead. Then I have to. Xiang Lu suddenly jolted and reacted, right. I'm obviously dead. You don't believe me. Smell. I stink. That's just you being scared earlier. Ling Che Tian looked at the two of them, feeling his temper. All right. Are you performing a comedy skit for me? Just wait, I'll send it to you later. You come with me first. After all, Xiang Lu's current pitiful state was no different from being dead. Moreover, Lu Ming had indeed saved by Lan and the other 5. That was also a contribution, and he should have contribution points for it. On the way, Lu Ming walked while calculating. The matter of fleeing would eventually require the use of teleportation. So he silently opened the panel and looked at that rain teleportation. Would you like to spend 2,000 valor points to upgrade rain teleportation to LV? 4. I'm not short of money. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, a cool sensation surged up from the soles of his feet. Lu Ming closed his eyes, feeling as if something in his mind had been opened. He could sense that his connection with water had intensified. If previously it was a fine thread, now it had become a pipe. Every flow of water, every drop's trajectory, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He could even feel the presence of all water within a kilometer radius. Upgrade successful. Rain teleportation, LV. 4 evolved into water escape, LV. 5. Would you like to spend 3,000 valor points to upgrade water escape to LV? 5. Continue. Then, water escape, LV. 6. Transform yourself into flowing water, allowing instantaneous movement within a kilometer range. You can carry objects weighing up to 100 kilograms, including living beings, with a maximum of 3 uses per day. Passive increases speed by 30. Next upgrade requires an estimated 5,000 valor points. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Awesome. Previously water was required to use it. Now I can directly turn into a puddle of water and go wherever I want. Within a kilometer range, I can move freely and my opponent won't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Moreover, I can carry living beings up to 100 kilograms. This is a divine skill for fleeing, ambushing, and assassinating. It can even be used to save people. Of course, this doesn't apply to Liangzi. It's just that the number of uses is a bit limited, only 3 times a day. But if this thing had no restrictions, that would be too overpowered. The system wouldn't be so generous. With a 30 movement speed boost passive, it's even more convenient to escape. Lu Ming felt delighted. This path he was definitely going to run, no matter what those 2 old guys say. Just while he was upgrading this skill, Lu Ming had already followed Ling Che Tian to a building. Once inside, his vision flickered. The 2 were teleported away by a spatial formation. Ling Che Tian explained as he walked. This spatial formation is very special. It can only be one-way teleportation. Because those inside are all people from the Abyss God sect. Some are very special. Being alive is more valuable than being dead, and it's also safer. This isn't a lie. Some people's sequences in the Abyss God sect are too troublesome. For example, the reincarnated demon of the ultra-high-risk sequence 11. If this thing dies, it can directly reincarnate into someone else. It's quite disgusting. Afterward, Lu Ming's vision flickered again. He arrived at a dark place. There were countless rooms, and each room was chained to a person. Lu Ming glanced around and asked, "Is there a toilet in the room?" Ling Che Tian. Can you focus on something normal? At that moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Long live the Abyss God!" Lu Ming. Immediately after, more rooms joined in the chant. Long live the Abyss God. The Abyss God is awesome. Lu Ming was completely stunned. What the hell? These people are actually playing Genshin. This organization is a hardcore gaming fan. Ling Che Tian looked at his bewildered expression and explained the origins of the Abyss God sect, including mentioning their duties. After listening, Lu Ming finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. He almost thought it was Genshin. Then Ling Che Tian led him further in introducing one by one. The rooms over there hold some important members of the Abyss God sect. The person in that room was the previous ninth steward who once forced tens of thousands to work day and night. Lu Ming frowned and instinctively interjected, to work for them. Building some palace. Ling Che-tian replied with a deadpan expression, they work day and night playing Genshin, grinding the game hard. Lu Ming gasped, what the hell, that's too evil. As soon as the words fell, Ling Che-tian's expression darkened, and he slowly said, later most of those tens of thousands died, without eating or drinking, without sleeping for 3 whole days and nights. The purpose of this was because there was a beast that needed to sacrifice a group of people, but the condition was, this group had to be worked to death. Lu Ming's expression froze. This, indeed, a group of madmen. And the people in that room upon hearing this actually laughed coldly and shouted, the Abyss God is awesome. Ling Che-tian snorted coldly, this guy we also captured with great difficulty. His sequence is 30. The words were not finished. Lu Ming directly interrupted, what's only 30? Then roll aside. Is there a higher dangerous Abyss God sect with a lower realm? Recommend one. Ling Che-tian, that Abyss God cultist. What are you talking about? How does this sound like picking equipment? How did this kid's thought process even develop? Ling Che-tian's mouth twitched, and he momentarily didn't know how to respond. Just then, suddenly from one room, an old and calm voice came out. The Anomaly Bureau actually brought someone here. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. He saw an old man locked deep in the room with thick chains. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This is... Ling Che-tian's expression also became more solemn. This is one of the former hall masters of the Abyss God sect, Yihuan. He has been here for a full 50 years. Lu Ming was taken aback. 50 years. My goodness. At that time his father was still in confinement. Yihuan leaned against the wall bound by thick iron chains and let out a cold, mocking laugh. You fools of the Occult Bureau, what good does imprisoning me do? Even if you eliminate me, the Abyssal God sect still has thousands upon thousands, just like me. One day we shall overthrow humanity's tyrannical rule. His gaze brimmed with disdain. Even in this fallen state he still regarded himself as inherently superior. Ling Che-tian glanced at him indifferently and spoke in a calm, detached tone. Your Abyssal God sect appointed a new hall master the very next day after your capture. No one came to rescue you. Yihuan froze, then burst into laughter. Hardly surprising. That's precisely how I rose to power decades ago. Lu Ming. Well now, your team operates with remarkable efficiency. One moment he's arrested, the next he's replaced. What kind of workplace is this? Lu Ming's thoughts churned uneasily. These people weren't merely ruthless. They were chillingly, unervingly cold-blooded. At that moment Ling Qishan's expression darkened. He turned sharply toward Lu Ming, his voice laced with barely suppressed revulsion. Lu Ming, remember this while this man's crimes are monstrous. In a single county, and all surrounding towns, every elementary school was stripped of its male and female children under 10 years old. Thousands of them, all fed to aberrant beasts. Lu Ming recoiled in shock. What did you say? Thousands of children, all devoured by beasts. His brows knotted tightly, his gaze upon Yihuan transformed utterly. Why haven't you executed him yet? Are you keeping him for the new year? What possible purpose could such a monster serve, alive? Hearing those words, Yihuan's eyes lit up with sudden interest. He lifted his head, his clouded gaze locking onto Lu Ming. Oh, who might you be? A fledgling bold enough to stand beside this old man. So you're someone important at the Occult Bureau. Then tell me, how pray should I die? After 50 years of confinement, he had long since grown bored beyond endurance. Teasing a fresh recruit from the Occult Bureau. Now that was a welcome diversion. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Fuck him dead. Yihuan gasped, delighted. I didn't expect your moral compass to be so perfectly aligned. Lu Ming. Ling Qishan. What was this conversation? Suddenly, Yihuan sneered. Trapping me here for 50 years, reducing me to a pitiful wooing realm insect. You will all reap your karmic retribution. Fury surged within him. The chains rattled violently with each furious breath. Once he had commanded awe and reverence. Rank 13, Thunder Halberd, one of the Abyssal God sect's hall masters. And now, imprisoned in this accursed place for half a century. Ling Che-tian remained impassive. You deserved it. Then Ling Che-tian briefed Lu Ming on the chamber's nature. Each room, here, siphoned spiritual energy, and did so unidirectionally. From outside entry and exit were unrestricted. But those shackled within could not move a muscle. Yihuan had been drained, relentlessly, for 50 years. His cultivation had plummeted from its zenith to the wooing realm. Compounding his decline was a grievous, never-healed wound that festered endlessly. Now even a novice wooing cultivator could slay him without effort. Yet the Occult Bureau refused to let him die. Lu Ming frowned perplexed. Why spare him? What use was a monster who'd slaughtered thousands of children? Ling Chetian sighed, his expression heavy with complexity. Because he is the highest-ranking member of the Abyssal God sect we have ever captured. We need intelligence from him, and it ties directly to his rank. Lu Ming blinked. Rank. Ling Chetian fixed his gaze upon Yi Huan and spoke slowly. His rank is 13, the Thunder Halberd. Lu Ming's eyes flared with sudden intensity. 13. So high on the list. Among high-hazard ranks, lower numbers signify terrifying power. 13. That placed him among the absolute apex. Ling Chetian nodded. Correct, it is 13. But that is not the crux. His tone shifted, grave, weighted with dread. The crux lies in the Abyssal God's influence. They possess rank inheritance. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Ling Chetian explained. Should he die, ordinary sect followers may randomly inherit the Thunder Halberd rank. So far, our research shows only one condition can halt this transmission: if the rank bearer willingly relinquishes it before death. Otherwise, there is no known way to prevent it. Lu Ming stood frozen, stunned into silence. Impossible to stop. Wait. A thought flashed through his mind. I've got cheat codes. If I kill him, I'll seize the rank outright. That's what the system grants me. No consent required. I override fate itself. Rank 13, the Thunder Halberd. To claim it. Lu Ming's breath quickened, sharp and shallow. Kill him. I must kill him. Just as that resolve ignited in Lu Ming's heart, Yi Huan's eyes he sensed the shift in Lu Ming's gaze. A look he knew all too well. Greed and lethal intent. A faint wry smile touched Yi Huan's lips. Oh, so you wish to kill me, eh? Meanwhile, Ling Chetian, who had witnessed the same shift, felt a subtle wave of relief. He'd seen Lu Ming's visceral loathing toward the Abyssal God sect. That hatred, that murderous will. It proved at the very least that this young man shared their abhorrence of the cult. That was enough. So long as Lu Ming understood the sect's true nature, their depravity, he need not fear the boy would ever defect. Ling Chetian exhaled quietly, inwardly reassured. Bringing the youth here had not been in vain. Lu Ming said nothing. Silently, he drew the Han Yuan's sword from his waist. Yi Huan watched and grew intrigued. Not afraid, but exhilarated. Come then, dare to slay me. How terribly I've been underestimated. A mere flow spirit realm insect dares harbor such thoughts toward me. Once a hall master of the Abyssal God sect, now mocked by a flow spirit novice. Even diminished, he remained a wooing realm master, while the youth stood at mere flow spirit. Such audacity was unforgivable. Nearby cells, holding other imprisoned sect members, stirred with sudden interest. Hey, newcomer, daring enough to kill a hall master. Flow spirit trash, stop playing tough. Haha, this kid's got guts. They jeered from behind their cell walls, convinced Lu Ming was merely an arrogant, inexperienced boy brandishing a sword for show. Ling Chetian frowned, stepping forward to intervene. Lu Ming, don't rise to their bait. He assumed the youth had been provoked by Yi Huan's taunts. Cultists thrived on verbal provocation. No response was the wisest course. Yet Lu Ming remained silent. Seeing his silence, Yi Huan's arrogance swelled further. Come on, finish me off. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Ming moved. In one stride, he crossed the threshold, stepping into the spirit-siphoning chamber. Ling Chetian stiffened in disbelief. Yi Huan froze mid-sentence. Then, 10,000 swords. A torrent of annihilating sword intent erupted throughout the chamber. 300 fully realized sword intents coalesced midair, each blade manifesting as a sovereign force, radiating an aura capable of rending heaven and earth. Yi Huan's mind went blank. What was this, a fully realized sword intent? How could a flow spirit novice command such power? Impossible. It defied all logic. What an oddly specific request. Lu Ming grinned, eyes blazing with fervor. Consider it granted. In that instant, 300 blades, each forged from perfected sword intent, descended upon Yi Huan in cataclysmic unison. Yi Huan stood stupefied. He had never imagined the boy would actually take it seriously. No, he really struck. When bluster collided with stark reality, Yi Huan's mind went blank. And what is this great completion sword intent? How could a Luling possibly possess a great completion sword intent? Before he could even react, 300 manifestations of the great completion sword intent had already descended. He tried to flee, but could not. In the next instant, a thunderous impact struck. The terrifying great completion sword intent slammed into Yi Huan. He already bore old wounds. This onslaught rent him through with countless sword intents, even though he still retained the strength of a Wuing. Protective spiritual energy proved futile against that sword intent. The horror of the Zhantian sword Dao was far beyond his comprehension. In a single instant, everything changed. Yi Huan's body was torn open by innumerable sword intents. Bewilderment still lingered in his eyes. In a daze, Yi Huan murmured, "I will never boast again." Then with a final impact, he dissolved into a cloud of blood mist. Ling Chetian was speechless. The other Yuanshan sect followers were likewise dumbstruck. Lu Ming spoke coldly, still bragging. "I'll let you see whether I'm for real, and that will be that." Everyone fell silent. The Yuanshan disciples were utterly stunned. They had witnessed with their own eyes their former hall master struck down by a mere Luling youth. The scene struck them to the core. Some could scarcely believe it. Great completion sword intent. Impossible. How could a Luling possibly possess a great completion sword intent? Could he be the new generation sword sovereign? No, even a sword sovereign would not be so preposterous. All the Yuanshan followers fell obediently silent. At that moment, Xiang Lu shrank into his shell, trembling. Damn it. Big Brother was truly playing with real intent. Suddenly a system chime announced, "Ding. Congratulations, host has slain talent sequence no. 13, Lei Ji. Acquired talent sequence no. 13, Lei Ji." Immediately a flood of information poured into Lu Ming's mind. These were the two primary abilities granted by the Lei Ji sequence. Halberd mastery meant he could swiftly learn any halberd-related martial technique. Thunder comprehension signified an extraordinary aptitude for grasping the thunder realm. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Wait, comprehension. Must I personally awaken the thunder realm? How could that be possible? The system chimed, "Ding. The host may spend 300 Haoqi points to instantly obtain the rudiments of halberd intent and a nascent thunder realm. Like sword intent, these can be continuously upgraded." Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Of course. Why didn't I think of this sooner? He then glanced at the status panel. Host Lu Ming. Realm Liuling, early stage. Intent Zhantian sword intent great completion. Intent ability Gui Ling Wanjian LV5. Physique Qianjiahuanti. Soul Wanshi Jinhuan. Level 1 pure soul. Cultivation techniques Ming Lei Tianlu complete. Tianxing Xinpan complete. Talents Lei Ji 13 Zui Yuan 16 Yushir 129. Talent abilities Shu Yuan Wansi LV5 Tianqi AZ LV5. Yuji Kongji LV3, Yuan Kongju LV5, Ningshui Dunkong LV6, Finshin Jin LV5, Baisho, Dwei LV5, Halberd Mastery Thunder Comprehension. Haoqi value 21,224. What a magnificent panel. Invincible. Not only did he possess such a sum of Haoqi, he had also received a new sequence for free. Lu Ming glanced again at the Haoqi required to upgrade Zhantian's sword Dao to completion and discovered it demanded 100,000. The revelation truly startled Lu Ming. Given the circumstances, he would have to prioritize upgrading the abilities he had just gained. He resolved to, once they left this place, vigorously advance the main powers of the new sequence. Ling Chetian finally came to his senses, his face filled with astonishment. "You just killed him like that." "Damn, I had barely finished saying we couldn't kill him." "Are you deaf?" Lu Ming rolled his eyes. "Stop whining. If you truly try to stop me, could you have?" As if the old sword sovereign couldn't react in time. "Up." Ling Chetian froze, then gave an awkward laugh. He had not expected the boy to see through him. In truth, he had long wanted to kill Yi Huan, but rules forbade him from acting directly. Ling Chetian cleared his throat. There was nothing I could do. You insisted on killing him, and I failed to intercept. I'm getting old, I suppose." Lu Ming remained silent. Ling Chetian sized him up once more, an expression of mixed feeling crossing his features. "Still, you truly are a man who cannot abide injustice." He had just listed the other's atrocities and watched Lu Ming fly into a rage and take action. In a way that was all to the good. It proved Lu Ming harbored no fondness whatsoever for the Yuanshan sect. He had earlier worried about Lu Ming's temperament, fearing the youth might seek the Yuanshan sect to learn about matters beyond the sequences. Now it seemed he had overthought the matter. It seemed he had already recognized the terrors of the Yuanshan sect. That was excellent. Perhaps he would abandon any desire to pursue things beyond the sequences. The only problem was that the Yuanshan sect would certainly reclaim sequence 13, a Lei Ji. Still, one Lei Ji in exchange for a genius like Lu Ming was not a bad trade. Suddenly Lu Ming said, "You've reminded me of something." Ling Chetian looked puzzled. Lu Ming went on solemnly. "I killed Xiang Lu and helped you dispatch one of the Yuanshan sect's hall masters. Make sure you credit me with contribution points." Ling Chetian gaped. The others were incredulous. "Are you serious? Have you no shame? We've been keeping him for 50 years. You killed the captive and yet demand contribution points. Should I be thanking you?" Yuanshan sect, a hidden place. The light was dim and the surrounding walls were cold stone. A white-haired man sat atop a high stone dais. So Xiang Lu did not die. Strange. Then why did Lu Ming not kill Xiang Lu? Below, Hua Kuei respectfully reported every detail of what had transpired. The man before her was her superior Ming Chao, one of the Yuanshan sect's 3 great hall masters. Within the Yuanshan sect, hall masters were the highest rank followers could encounter aside from the sect leader. Each hall master commanded 4 stewards. When Ming Chao first heard Hua Kuei's report, he was initially stunned by Lu Ming's talent. After all, for someone of the Ningling realm, to defeat Xiang Lu a peak Liuling was unheard of. Then doubt followed. Why had Xiang Lu not died? Such matters could not be hidden from the Yuanshan people. Ming Chao stroked his chin and spoke slowly. This Lu Ming, could he be not entirely aligned with the Yuan Bureau? Hua Kuei replied, I do not know, but Lu Ming's talent is truly astonishing. She still remembered that day. The force in that youth's single sword stroke had even left her breathless. Pity he is a man, otherwise I would make him my husband. Hua Kuei shook her head slightly. Though she spoke of husbands constantly, her own spouse was in fact a woman. Just as Ming Chao was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit with excitement. Hua Kuei froze. Ming Chao, elated, struck the stone dais. Yihuan is dead. Ha ha ha. Hua Kuei was momentarily stunned. Had the former Hall Master truly died? No. Are you rejoicing because one of our own has died? But then she realized, of course. The Yuanshan sect would reclaim a sequence inheritance. That meant their side would gain another extremely high-value sequence. Hua Kuei knew well the dread of Lei Ji. It was renowned as the Halberd of Annihilation, a sequence born solely for war. Hua Kuei immediately put on a joyous face. Ha ha, congratulations, Lord Hall Master. One of our Hall Masters has died. What cause for celebration? Ming Chao looked puzzled. Am I not a Hall Master as well? He paid the remark no mind and waved his hand. Finally dead. 50 years of survival. That old thing really was hard to kill. At first they had been pained that Yihuan was captured. Later they wondered why he still lived. 30 years ago they had even attempted a direct assault on the Yuan Bureau to rescue him. 20 years ago they tried infiltrating the Yuan Bureau to assassinate Yihuan, but failed. In the end, within the Yuanshan sect, Yihuan became widely reviled, an object of contempt. Why don't you just die? Ming Chao rolled up his sleeves. Although sequence inheritance is ordinarily random, we possess the Yuanshan Jade, which can designate the inheritor. I intend to give it to Shou Wang so he may obtain a second sequence. Upon hearing this, Hua Kuei's expression changed at once. Lord Hall Master Shou Wang is savage and bloodthirsty and somewhat unhinged. If he were granted a second sequence, wouldn't that be? Ordinarily, sequence transmission was indeed random. But 30 years ago the sect leader brought the Yuanshan Jade and declared it a gift of Yuanshan one that could designate the inheritor. There was one condition: the recipient must have comprehended an intent matching the sequence. Shou Wang had by chance already comprehended a rudimentary thunder intent. The problem was his brutality. When he went mad, even Hua Kuei felt he was more extreme than the sect itself. Ming Chao waved carelessly. No matter, I have my ways. Am I a Hall Master unable to control a subordinate? He then transmitted a soul speech. Shou Wang, come here. He explained the subsequent arrangements to Shou Wang. After a while, a petite twin-tailed girl with a Lolita appearance under 1.6 meters tall slowly emerged. That Lolita-like girl was in fact Shou Wang. The 12th Steward Sequence 30, Shimo. Hua Kuei sneered at the spectacle. Shou Wang, you are particularly provocative today. Shou Wang, expressionless, replied, continue your praise. Indeed, Shou Wang presented himself as an effeminate man. Although outwardly he looked like a Lolita beauty. Ming Chao looked at him and asked, Shou Wang, are you ready? The corner of Shou Wang's mouth lifted slightly. Ready, Hall Master. A thrill surged through him. By doing so, he would possess both Leiji Thunder Halberd and Shimo Beast Demon sequences at once. He could utterly trample Hua Kuei and the other stewards. Moreover, Leiji combined with Shimo would yield destructive power beyond measure. Good. Ming Chao slowly produced a white jade token. Come, crush the Yuanshan Jade and call the sequence power back into your body. From now on you shall possess both Leiji and Shimo. The Yuanshan Jade served as a guide able to direct sequence power. Although inheritances were usually random, with the Yuanshan Jade, one could forcibly designate the recipient. However, if Leiji already had a new awakener, the Yuanshan Jade would lash back at its bearer. But that was almost impossible. Yihuan had only just died. How could there already be a new master? Shou Wang accepted the Jade token. Finally, at last the day had come. Twin sequences. Such fortune was not granted to just anyone. He would surpass every other steward. Ming Chao raised both hands, praised the greatness of Yuanshan. Yuanshan endures forever. Shou Wang crushed the Yuanshan Jade and laughed aloud. Yuanshan endures forever. In the next instant, amid the laughter, the power of the Yuanshan Jade suddenly fell into chaos. Ming Chao froze. Wait, this is wrong. Shou Wang frowned. Why can I not sense Leiji's presence? The next moment, bang, a spray of blood erupted from somewhere beneath Shou Wang's skirt. Ming Chao, what? Hua Kuei, what? Shou Wang, bewildered, glanced down in confusion. Ming Chao and Hua Kuei suddenly felt a phantom pain. What on earth was happening? Had Shou Wang been struck by a backlash? Now he could not sense Leiji at all. He could not even feel the halberd itself. After a stunned moment, Shou Wang was elated. Good heavens! An unexpected delight. Yuanshan is magnificent. Ming Chao said, puzzled. Hua Kuei likewise stared in astonishment. Then Ming Chao suddenly realized the inheritance had failed. But how could that be? Unless Leiji already had a new awakener. Realization struck Ming Chao like a bolt. Sequence 13. Leiji must have spurned Shou Wang and claimed another awakener. Leiji actually rejected Shou Wang and chose someone else. And that person must be a Yuanshan believer. This was a rule set by Yuanshan. It could not be mistaken. In other words, that believer possessed more potential than Shou Wang. At this thought, Ming Chaos' eyes brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Leiji already has a new master. Hurry, find out which believer it is. Huakawei and Shou Wang were both taken aback. So someone had already beaten them to it. Shou Wang looked crestfallen. So you called me over just to be neutered? Ming Chao ignored him. This is neither the time nor the place for that. Go and find that believer at once. This person has the bearing of a steward, no the bearing of a home master. Huakawei and Shou Wang both trembled at the proclamation. At the Yuan Bureau, Ling Chetian and Lu Ming had already emerged from the dungeon. Ling Qishan, wearing an expression of discomfort, said, "All right, I gave you the contribution points. Go to the third floor first, a specialist instructor will come shortly." Lu Ming stared at the 30,000 contribution points that had appeared on his phone, his face flushed with anger. "You're exploiting me. I helped you kill the Yuanshan home master. You won't give me contribution points." Ling Qishan, do you have the nerve to complain? Of course the contribution points cannot be given to Lu Ming. After all, it had been an accident. A Yuanshan believer provoked Lu Ming. Ling Chitian failed to stop it, and Lu Ming failed to restrain himself, resulting in the accidental death of the former Yuanshan home master. Entirely plausible. Ling Chetian covered his ears. "I refuse to hear this. Go to class." Then his form flickered, and he vanished from sight. Once Ling Chetian left, Lu Ming's expression immediately returned to normal. He opened the contribution point store and scanned the offerings. Substitute puppets ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 points. Lu Ming intended to buy the best one. He looked down at his feet and lowered his voice. "Get to him, counting on you later." In a while, well, run off and join the Yuanshan cult. Shang Liu's entire shell stiffened. Did he hear that correctly? You killed their home master, and now you want to join the Yuanshan cult. Weren't you just an operative of the Yuan Bureau? Are you really going to switch sides just because they didn't give you contribution points? Shang Liu cautioned carefully, but you just killed their home master. Lu Ming replied with righteous composure, "Killing Yuanshan's upper ranks does not mean I do not wish to join them." Shang Liu fell silent. From the beginning, Lu Ming had never planned to stay at the Yuan Bureau. The killing of the home master had been for the sake of that sequence. He and their home master had a relationship from the heart. Why could he not join them? Now he planned to buy a substitute puppet and leave. But before that, Lu Ming intended to upgrade the 2 new abilities he had just acquired. Ding. Spend 300 Hao Chi points to obtain Ji Halberd Intent Rudiment. Charge. The next moment, an indescribable essence poured directly into his mind. It was neither words nor images, but a tactile impression, as if someone had shoved a halberd into his hands, taken hold of his grip, and stroke by stroke taught him how to thrust, cleave, sweep, and parry. He felt as though he had wielded a halberd for decades. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained Ji Rudiment. Spend 100 Hao Chi points to upgrade Ji Rudiment. Lu Ming, push it straight to minor completion. Yes. After a short while. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained Ji minor completion. Next upgrade estimated to require 100 Hao Chi points. In an instant, Lu Ming's understanding of the halberd deepened immensely. He even felt his halberd's power, swing speed, and range all strengthen. Then Lu Ming turned his attention to the other ability. Ding. Spend 300 Hao Chi points to obtain Latang Thunder Realm Rudiment. Charge. The next moment, it felt as if a thunderclap had detonated inside his head. A thunderous boom shook his whole body. White light filled his vision. Within his soul, there was only thunder. A purple bolt descended from the heavens and struck before him, exploding into a blinding flash. Bolt after bolt fell like rain. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained Latang Realm Rudiment. Spend 100 Hao Chi points to upgrade Latang Realm Rudiment. Lu Ming, this one too, push it to minor completion. Yes. After a while. Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained Latang Realm minor completion. Next upgrade estimated to require 100 Hao Chi points. Lu Ming slowly exhaled. A lightning gleam flashed in his eyes. Inside his soul, something flickered, bright dim, like a heartbeat. It was thunder, not the thunder outside, but his own thunder growing within his soul, untakeable by anyone. And there was more. He gained new insights into the Minglei Tianlu. If he used the Minglei Tianlu now, its potency would be more excellent. Latang Realm together with Ji. I must fashion a Fangtian Huaji to wield. Lu Ming grinned hard, aflutter with delight. Haha, Yuanshan cult, here I come. Prepare to be felled by my thunderous great halberd. Then Lu Ming took out the special terminal that old Yi had given him earlier. This device is exclusively used within the Bureau of Strange Reports. It resembles an ordinary mobile phone, but its functions are quite different. He skillfully opened the exchange interface and registered an anonymous account. Contribution points function as the currency within the Bureau of Strange Reports. Exchanging items is no different from online shopping, and one can choose to make anonymous purchases. Although Lu Ming felt this device was somewhat like an act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell, every member's device ID is fixed so internal personnel can easily check and know who made the purchase. But it didn't matter, as long as he didn't reveal any clues who would bother to check intentionally. Lu Ming calculated clearly in his mind as he clicked on the shop and found the section for substitute puppets. Prices range from 1000 to 10000. If I'm buying, I might as well get the best one. Lu Ming's eyes didn't blink. After all, he had already acquired quite a few contribution points for free. Just as he was about to place the order, a voice called out from a distance, "You must be Lu Ming." Lu Ming's finger paused, and he looked up. An old man slowly approached. His cultivation level was not high, merely at the flowing spirit stage. He was dressed in plain clothes, looking rather ordinary. He was the teacher invited by Ling Che-tian to give Lu Ming a theoretical class. "I am your teacher. Let's go to the classroom," the old man said, his tone plain. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. "Here it comes. This is the scheme of those two old fellows. They want to lock me in a room for half a month. In their dreams." Lu Ming replied, "Yes, teacher." Then he took the tortoise shell and followed the old man. When Lu Ming reached the third-floor restroom, he suddenly stopped. The old man turned his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Ming put on a compliant expression. "Teacher, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom." The old man nodded and didn't think much of it. "All right, I'll wait for you in the classroom." He then turned and left. Lu Ming watched the old man's back, a sly smile creeping on his lips. He left just like that. This is too easy to deceive. Once the old man's figure completely disappeared, Lu Ming immediately clicked the order button, spending a full 10,000 contribution points to buy the most expensive substitute puppet. Then he hid in the restroom waiting. About 5 minutes later, a small drone flew in through the restroom window. It had a box hanging from the bottom, which contained the substitute puppet. Lu Ming quickly took out his device and reported the pickup code. Verification complete. The drone released the box and flew away. Lu Ming nervously poked his head out to look out the window. No one was around. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully. He hurriedly closed the window and crouched down to study the substitute puppet. At first, this thing was a gray humanoid figure without facial features, soft and limp. Lu Ming focused his mind and poured a strand of spiritual energy into it. The next moment, the surface of the puppet began to flow slowly, growing facial features and hair. In less than a few seconds, a person who looked exactly like Lu Ming stood in the restroom. "Good thing I'm a boy. If I were a charming girl, I might have fallen in love with myself." Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Xiang Lu, it's your turn. Go A2. Lu Ming turned to look at Xiang Lu at his feet. Xiang Lu sighed. "Okay, big brother." The next moment, Xiang Lu opened his mouth and bit down on the puppet's arm. A strand of black-red blood slowly seeped into the body of the substitute puppet through the wound. The substitute puppet suddenly let out a soft moan. "Lu Ming, what was that sound?" Xiang Lu quickly let go, looking serious. "All done, big brother. I've infused it with my blood essence, giving it the breath of a living being. This thing can last for a month. Now you just need to tell it what kind of person you are, and it should execute accordingly." It turned out Xiang Lu had used his disguise ability. He infused a strand of primal blood into this substitute puppet. This way, the puppet would carry a trace of the breath of a living being, making it harder to detect. After hearing this, Lu Ming cleared his throat and stared seriously at the puppet. "Remember, you must be rebellious. You must have a contrarian personality, opposing whoever you encounter. This is what will make you more like me." The puppet slowly nodded and mechanically replied, "Understood, rebellious. Opposing. I remember. I will oppose everything." Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it has the right essence. But just then he suddenly thought of something. Just opposing isn't enough. It needs a soul. Lu Ming took a deep breath and leaned closer to the puppet. He spat a mouthful of saliva directly onto the puppet's face. "Xiang Lu, what are you doing? Big brother, why are you insulting it?" But the next moment, Rain's soul activated in fear. Saliva is still water. In an instant, a massive amount of Jiahao's memories were implanted into the substitute puppet's mind. Things like, "I play with my peers." Things like, "Old Hao is dead, new Hao shall rise." Things like, "You don't deserve it." All were crammed in. The puppet's body shook and its eyes changed. It was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. Lu Ming looked at this scene, absolutely satisfied. Perfect. Now no one would be able to spot any flaws. But merely talking without practicing is just a show. Lu Ming decided to observe the actual performance of the puppet. He sent the puppet into the classroom while he hid outside, quietly watching. After all, there was a strand of his spiritual energy within the puppet. He would be able to see what happened next. On the other side in the classroom, The old man giving the supplementary lesson had been waiting for quite a while, sitting on a chair with a furrowed brow. Where was Lu Ming? Why hadn't he arrived yet? It was just a trip to the restroom, right? Could it be? He fell into the toilet. The old man muttered to himself. After all, he was invited personally by Ling. It was said that this kid had remarkable talent, but was completely blank in theoretical knowledge. That's why he was brought in for a supplementary lesson. The old man was quite curious. What kind of genius could make Ling so attentive? Just as he was lost in thought, the classroom door creaked open and a figure walked in. It was none other than Lu Ming. The old man's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up. You're here. Lu Ming frowned. I haven't come. The old man was stunned. What? You're standing right in front of me, and you say you haven't come? The old man's mind couldn't process this for a moment. He opened his mouth and glanced at the living person in front of him. You haven't come, have you? Lu Ming raised his chin, looking completely natural. What you see is just my body. My soul is still on the old man. On the other side, the observing Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Awesome. This puppet understands me better than I do. Now it's stable. For the next half-month, he could confidently and boldly run away. The plan to skip school was officially initiated. Lu Ming suddenly remembered something. Right before leaving, he needed to leave a backup. That is the sword intent of the sky, slashing sword. He silently connected through his soul power and quietly left a strand of sword intent within the body of the puppet. With this, even if Ling Che-tian sensed the sword intent, he would only think he was honestly staying in the classroom. Perfect. Meanwhile, on the other side, the substitute puppet was currently arguing fiercely with the old man, giving remedial lessons. The old man cleared his throat, deciding to ignore Lu Ming's words, and started from the very basics. Let's start with the sequence. There are a total of 300. Lu Ming flashed a glint in his eyes. How do you know? Have you seen them all? The old man was taken aback. Not really. If you haven't seen them all, how do you know there are 300? The old man paused, feeling that what Lu Ming said made a bit of sense. His eyes filled with confusion. You say it makes a bit of sense, so isn't it 300? Lu Ming laughed. Hee, what makes you think it isn't 300? The old man. He was completely frozen, his mind. What the hell is this? Wasn't I just going along with your words? How can you contradict me? Meanwhile, hiding outside and observing, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Awesome, this is stable now. With the puppet paired with the sword Dao of sky slashing, let's see who can discover that I ran away. Lu Ming retracted his gaze and picked up the Xiang Lu at his feet. Let's go A2. Yes, big brother. The next moment, water escape. Lu Ming transformed with Xiang Lu into a puddle of water, disappearing from the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office of the Anomaly Bureau, Ling Che-tian was chatting over tea with Pei Ran. Ling Che-tian stroked his beard, his tone filled with a hint of relief. Lu Ming should be studying now. We can finally feel at ease. Pei Ran nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, he won't be dishonest, will he? This kid is quite slippery. Ling Che-tian fell silent for a moment. He felt that Pei Ran had a point. Why not take a look? Wouldn't we know then? Ling Che-tian waved his hand. Spiritual energy surged. In the void, the surveillance footage from the classroom materialized. They could just see the old man and Lu Ming in the classroom. It seemed they were in the middle of a lesson. Ling Che-tian raised an eyebrow, carefully sensing Lu Ming's sword intent. Eyes can lie, but sword intent cannot. Ling Che-tian could feel that the other party was indeed in the classroom, and the sword intent was very stable. Ling Che-tian let out a sigh of relief. It seems that it's all right, he isn't being slippery. That's good. Pei Ran was about to nod, when suddenly a furious voice from the old man broke through the screen. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? Lu Ming looked innocent. I'm not trying to cause trouble. How can you say that about me? The old man, furious, shouted. If you're not trying to cause trouble, then study properly. Lu Ming chuckled. Then I am trying to cause trouble. The old man. Pei Ran. Ling Che-tian. After a long silence, Ling Che-tian twitched his lips. It's just a bit taxing on the teacher. The two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of sympathy in each other's eyes. This kid truly is a rascal. This teacher is likely to be worn down to resign. Forget it, let's give the old man some compensation later. On a rooftop somewhere. Finally out, Lu Ming stood at the edge of a tall building's rooftop. He carried the Hanyuan sword on his back, holding a cup of freshly bought milk tea, taking a sip. He had just slipped out using water escape. However, this technique could only be used 3 times a day, and he had already used it up for today. Xiang Lu curled up in his arms, letting out a long sigh. Woo, finally out. This place of the Anomaly Bureau is too scary. There are old monsters everywhere, and just one breath could crush it into a meat pie. After finishing the milk tea, Lu Ming threw away the empty cup. All right, stop being sentimental. Hurry and find the Yuanshan sect for me. He was calculating clearly in his heart. Since he decided to join the Yuanshan sect, he could not use the methods from the Anomaly Bureau anymore. Using them would easily lead the Anomaly Bureau to discover that he had escaped. Since that's the case, The Thunder Spear is just right. The newly acquired sequence, no one knows about it, just right to use as a front. Xiang Lu quickly responded, yes. The Yuanshan sect left me a way to contact them before. Lu Ming exhaled. He saw Xiang Lu open its mouth, and a stream of black smoke rose from it. The black smoke condensed in midair into a few words. Xiang Lu read aloud. Big Brother in Yang City at Yuan Pai Road 1663, Building 7, Room 173. Lu Ming was taken aback. He initially thought that a cult like the Yuanshan sect would be hidden deep in the mountains and forests. But the address was so detailed. Precise to the building, precise to the room number. Yang City. Lu Ming thought for a moment. This place seems to be right next to Jin City, not far from his hometown. Let's go. Without saying a word, he called upon the son of the weather. His figure instantly rushed into the clouds. Oh ho. Taking off. 3 hours later. Due to being able to fly, Lu Ming quickly arrived at Yang City, then opened the unreliable navigation and entered the address Xiang Lu mentioned. Soon he arrived at the destination. He landed on the ground, looked up, and was stunned. Before him stood the gate of a university with the sign reading Yang City University. Lu Ming turned to Xiang Lu in his arms, his expression strange. Go away, too, you're not joking, right? Xiang Lu looked serious. No, big brother, it's right here. Lu Ming confirmed the address once more. Yuan Pai Road 1663, Yang City University. This dam at the stronghold of the Yuanshan sect is actually in a university. Lu Ming gasped in shock. Good heavens. The largest evil cult organization in Huaxia has its stronghold in a university. This is too sinister, right? Could it be that the president of this school is one of them? Xiang Lu added, Big brother, it's inside Building 7, Room 173. All right. Lu Ming held Xiang Lu and stepped inside. The more he thought about it on the way, the more he felt the Yuanshan sect was treacherous. If the stronghold is located in a school, then that means, do other schools also hide strongholds of the Yuanshan sect? These people are hiding really deep. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. By the way, where's Building 7? He's not a student of Yang City University. He doesn't really know this place. Just then several crisp voices came from the side. Wow, so handsome. Are you cosplaying? It seems so, and you have a sword on your back. It must be a prop. So handsome, which character are you cosplaying? Lu Ming turned his head. He saw a few pretty girls looking at him. They looked like university students. Although he was simply dressed in black and had a sword on his back because of his exceptionally handsome face. It was indeed very easy to attract the attention of girls. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right, aren't there ready-made NPCs for directions? Thus Lu Ming walked over. Sisters, may I ask, where is Building 7, Room 173? He thought rather than searching blindly. It's better to ask someone from the school directly. Building 7, Room 173. One of the more mature-looking girls in black stockings frowned. Are you talking about the school's anime club? Lu Ming. What the heck? Anime club? His mind momentarily couldn't process this. The largest evil cult in Huaxia, the Yuanshan sect, has its stronghold in the universities. Anime club. Other girls chimed in. It seems it's indeed the anime club. You're a freshman, right? Lu Ming came back to his senses, his face calm and his heart steady. Yes, I am a freshman. The woman in black stockings smiled. No wonder. Well, we will take you over now. Lu Ming replied, sure, thank you, senior sister. He followed the group of girls inside. After walking for a while, Lu Ming suddenly remembered something and spoke up. By the way, senior sister, when we get to the entrance, you all should leave first. The woman in black stockings looked puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Ming said seriously, inside there might be a group of cultists. I believe you can see that I am a sword cultivator, and I plan to join them. For your safety, you should leave at the entrance. The others replied. The girls were stunned. What is going on? Sword cultivator. Cult. Where did these terms come from? Seeing their confused expressions, Lu Ming sighed. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, we are all the same age. Your daily routine is attending classes while mine is filled with the clash of blades and swords. To be honest, I once, with a single sword, cleaved the heavens. Heroic value 1, heroic value 1. The girls immediately looked at Lu Ming with strange. They thought this guy must be too deep into his cosplay. Can it be acted out like this? Especially the woman in black stockings, her gaze towards Lu Ming now carried a hint of seeing a lunatic. This kid, could it be that he has a bit of a mental issue? He is indeed handsome, but what a pity his mind seems. The woman in black stockings suddenly recalled something. But now that you mention it, I remember that the anime club is generally inaccessible to ordinary people. I heard it has something to do with the principal. The other girls were surprised. It's related to the principal. The club president is a relative of the principal. The woman in black stockings shook her head. I'm not sure, but I remember seeing someone complain on the school's confession wall saying that the people in the anime club are a bunch of lunatics and don't speak normally. At this point, the girls collectively looked at Lu Ming. They felt that he really seemed to fit that description. Lu Ming. Just then they had arrived at the entrance of the anime club. The place was not large, about the size of an ordinary classroom. Looking through the window, there were probably only 7 or 8 people inside. At this moment, a sound was coming from within. Follow Toffee Meow. Ohio, senior sister. My daughter is indeed the best mom raised by my little sister. The girls knocked on the door and peeked inside. Just in time, they saw a few people in cosplay bowing to something resembling a stone. Genshin Impact. The girls. Lu Ming stroked his chin. These people really aren't normal. Could it be they are truly those evil ones? The girls. Could it be that you are quite normal? Ha ha ha. The woman in black stockings couldn't help but laugh, taking out her phone. I need to record this and send it to my friends. The scene before them was simply too amusing. But as soon as these words were spoken, in an instant the cosplayers who were bowing suddenly stood up. They all frowned in unison. A white-haired cosplayer spoke first, his tone quite rude. Who are you? Who let you in here? Get out. The expression of the woman in black stockings suddenly changed. Hey, how can you speak like that? These people have no manners at all. The white-haired cosplayer was unyielding. I said get out. Our anime club does not welcome outsiders. Wait a minute. Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. You are from the Abyss God cult, right? I came to join you. Why aren't you welcoming me? Heroic value 186, heroic value 179. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the cosplayers changed instantly. The once carefree atmosphere suddenly froze. Hearing this, the woman in black stockings instinctively pulled Lu Ming. Junior, you better not join them. These people have no quality at all. She truly did not want this seemingly handsome junior to become as insane as this group. Although her junior himself seemed to have a few issues, at least he was much more polite than these people. She was afraid that if Lu Ming stayed with them for too long, he would become even more delusional. But just as her words fell, bang, the windows and doors of the anime club suddenly closed on their own. A chilling aura spread throughout the room. One of the cosplayers with a serious expression stared at Lu Ming. Kid, how do you know our true identity? Lu Ming said nothing and lifted the Xiang Lu in his arms, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Of course, it was your beast lord who asked me to come. What? Not welcome. Heroic value 205, heroic value 186. Xiang Lu. The girls. It's over. This junior seems to be a lunatic as well. Why is he holding a turtle and shouting about a beast lord? Just as the words fell, the white-haired cosplayer exploded. Bullshit. Do you think we are fools? Our Abyss God cult has no weaklings. Only those who reach the threshold of Beast Infant can be personally invited by the steward or the Beast Lord. How could a mere flow spirit be invited? Another Abyss God cult member also spoke up. And you say the Beast Lord asked you to come? You a piece of garbage. Flow spirit really have the face to say that? Who the hell are you? You're making me laugh. Do you think we are idiots? Using a turtle as a beast. Every Abyss God cult member present was at least half a step into the Beast Infant realm. There were even 4 of them who had already reached the early stage of Beast Infant. The girls were completely confused. What is Beast Infant? What is Flow Spirit? What strange terms are these? Could it be a specialized code for the second dimension? Lu Ming was taken aback and turned to look at Xiang Lu. Gui Tu, why didn't you say this earlier? Xiang Lu looked aggrieved. I didn't know either. The girls were completely bewildered. Wait, did this turtle just speak? You useless thing. Lu Ming was truly speechless. After a moment of thought, he raised Xiang Lu again and spoke. Open your eyes and see. This is your Lord Xiang Lu, one of the top 10 beasts. Since you've met Gui Tu, why not bow down? Xiang Lu hastily cooperated. That's right. I am Xiang Lu. The white-haired cosplayer sneered. You dare to impersonate Lord Xiang Lu with a stinky turtle? Xiang Lu. The other Abyss God cult members also laughed derisively. Exactly, Lord Xiang Lu was long ago captured by the Anomaly Bureau. He's probably buried under 8 meters of grass by now. Lu Ming. No. What do you mean buried under 8 meters of grass? It's right here, okay? The white-haired member's eyes turned cold. Enough. No matter how you found out today, you cannot leave. This matter is too suspicious. How could a flow spirit know where they were hiding? There must be a problem. Another Abyss God cult member decisively said, I will contact the Beast King. Our base has been exposed. We must change universities. After saying this, he flashed away. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Is it really that simple to just change universities? But at this moment, he also understood that something was off. Originally, he intended to join the Abyss God cult. But this group of lunatics was so sinister that without a word, they wanted to silence him. In the next moment, the entire anime club was suddenly illuminated. Flames rose into the air. In the next moment, the entire anime club was completely sealed off. The raging flames surrounded the anime club. The girls were completely dumbfounded. The scene before them was too real. The heat of the flames hit them instantly, making them realize. This doesn't seem to be some kind of magic. This is real. The woman in black stockings was trembling. What are you doing? The white-haired member shouted. In the next moment, a wave of pressure exploded. This was something ordinary people could not withstand. In an instant, the girls felt a wave of discomfort all over their bodies. A short girl turned pale and immediately vomited. They finally realized that something was seriously wrong. A talking turtle, flames rising from nowhere. These scenes were absolutely abnormal. They quickly recalled the things Lu Ming had said earlier. Sword cultivator cult, cleaving the heavens. Could it be that everything he said was true? This group of people are not ordinary people at all. The white-haired member coldly spoke. We have activated the formation. None of you can escape. He waved his hand. Control those ordinary people. Take care of this kid first, then deal with them. After that, erase their memories and throw them out. The girls, are we going to be taken care of too? No way. Who is going to handle this? I told you I am here to join you. Lu Ming frowned, his voice icy. But since you seek death, I shall grant. If that's the case, then I can only kill you. Ha ha ha, just you. You say we seek death. A young man with red hair laughed as he stepped forward. Leave it to me. I will take out this garbage of the flowing spirit realm without you lifting a finger. The white-haired one glanced at him and nodded. All right, you go then. They were all early-stage martial infants, and there was indeed no need to personally intervene for a mere flowing spirit. Although this red-haired youth was only half a step into the martial infant realm, he was a recent genius addition to the Abyssal God sect. It was precisely because of his outstanding talent that he was specially invited in. His rank was 59 Iron Bone, known for his formidable physical strength. Ordinary early-stage martial infants without using spiritual power would struggle in a pure physical contest against him. Lu Ming glanced at the red-haired youth, a half-step martial infant. You are not worthy to measure up to me. Bring a martial infant. The others were taken aback. The white-haired one scoffed. Ha ha ha, you are quite arrogant. A flowing spirit dares to challenge this group of martial infants. Heroic value 188, heroic value 173. Lu Ming was somewhat annoyed. Where am I? Why is it always just a couple of hundred? These people have such low heroic value. Can't we get some real strong opponents? Damn it. You are all a bunch of useless trash. The red-haired youth's face darkened. You truly do not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. As a half-step martial infant, the form of his spiritual infant was of silver quality. Moreover, his spiritual infant was nearly solidified. In a few days, he would officially step into the martial infant realm. How dare this kid be so arrogant? At that moment, in a separate room, a girl dressed in a Lolita outfit with twin tails emerged from the basement. She slowly kneeled down, peering through the one-way glass at everything outside. Interesting. It was the Beast King. Upon hearing news that the base might be compromised, he rushed over immediately and witnessed this scene. He was also somewhat puzzled. How did they find this place, and why was there a strange beast with them? The Beast King stared at Xiang Lu for a long time, but could not recognize him. The aura of Xiang Lu was simply too weak. He felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't recall where he didn't dwell on it. Whoever they were, they had to die here today. Maybe they are an undercover agent sent by the Anomaly. No, the Anomaly Bureau wouldn't be so foolish as to send such a weak person over with so many flaws in their actions and words. What exactly is going on? After thinking for a long time, the Beast King decided to wait until this person was dealt with, then immediately change bases and report the matter. If a piece of trash dares to invade my base, truly a waste of my time. If the courtesan finds the new master of the Thunder Spear first, that would be disastrous. He had long since made up his mind. Once he found the person chosen by the Thunder Spear, he must curry favor with them. After all, that was a direct order from the Hall Master. That person possesses the demeanor of a Hall Master. In the future, there's a high probability they will not just be of the same rank, but likely his superior. He must establish a good relationship and please them. However, let's first see how this person dies. The Beast King was quite looking forward to the scene of Lu Ming being punched to death. He personally appreciated the fighting style of that red-haired youth. In the room, Lu Ming was expressionless. Where did this fake hero come from? Say another word, and I'll kill you. The red-haired youth was furious. You dare? This person actually looks down on him so much. In the next moment, the red-haired youth charged forward. He wanted to punch Lu Ming to death. The nearby girls were stunned. Such speed. Is this really still a human? The other members of the Abyssal God sect looked on, thinking Lu Ming was surely doomed. After all, he was from rank 59, Iron Bone, able to crush all high-risk ranks with his physical strength among peers. Not to mention the realm difference. At this moment, the red-haired youth was already in front of Lu Ming, raising his fist high. Die. He was extremely confident in this punch. This person absolutely cannot dodge. Just one punch. He can smash this flowing spirit's head. Everyone witnessed this scene. All believed that Lu Ming was surely dead. The Beast King revealed a mocking expression. The result. Lu Ming calmly spoke, I said. In the next moment, he shifted his body and dodged the red-haired youth's punch. This. Supplementary exchange. The red-haired youth's eyes bulged. Before the others could react, Lu Ming grabbed the red-haired youth's shoulder. Your heroic value is too low. You are not enough to measure up to me. In the next moment, Lu Ming placed his other hand on the red-haired youth's other shoulder and tore violently. Puff! The red-haired youth's body was torn apart. It wasn't a cut, but was a tear. Blood splattered. The red-haired youth didn't even have time to scream. His two halves fell to either side, various organs spilling all over. He died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The entire room fell silent in an instant. A few senior girls had never seen such a scene, and they screamed in fright. What the hell? Why has Xiaomei fallen asleep? That must mean she was scared unconscious. The black silk lady was even more wide-eyed, her horrified gaze fixed on Lu Ming, whose hands were stained with blood. So this person was not just talking nonsense. But wait, didn't they say you were a sword cultivator? Why did you tear someone apart with your bare hands? What on earth is going on? The Beast King also froze, his big round eyes filled with shock. A half-step martial infant was killed by a flowing spirit in an instant. How is that possible? A flowing spirit one-shotting a half-step martial infant, moreover tearing the iron bone known for its physical toughness apart with bare hands. This does not conform to reason. The voices of several Abyssal God sect members changed. This is impossible. A half-step martial infant was killed in one move. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Lu Ming shook the blood from his hands, his voice proud. If you have heroic value, you will see it like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the bright moon. If you don't have heroic value, you will watch me like a mayfly looking up at the blue sky. The others. Lu Ming raised his chin. Today you can call me the Heroic Master. Heroic value 372, heroic value 201, heroic value 189. In the next moment, the remaining four martial infants exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. This person is not right. Too wrong. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the trembling girls behind him. Seniors, don't worry, stay behind me. I have a punch that can rival the world. Heroic value 3, heroic value 1, heroic value 2, the girls were. Although this person was indeed powerful, why does it feel so much like a hero's aura? The Beast King also became interested. Heroic Master. That's quite interesting. But he quickly shook his head. Although the other party killed a half-step martial infant in one move, that's where it ends. Against four martial infants, he had no chance of survival. While a half-step martial infant and a martial infant may seem only a thin line apart, their combat power is worlds apart. Any martial infant could easily kill that red-haired youth, and it wouldn't be much harder for them than it was for Lu Ming. If four early-stage martial infants teamed up, unless a mid-stage martial infant came, even a genius capable of fighting beyond their level would die here. Yet Lu Ming beckoned to the four. Come at me together. The white-haired one gritted his teeth. Such ruthless methods. This person must be from the Anomaly Bureau. Yes, he must definitely be sent by the Anomaly Bureau. Kill him. The several exchanged glances, preparing to rush in. At this moment, facing the siege of four martial infants, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. His gaze fell on a cosplay prop in the corner. It was a square-headed halberd. Lu Ming walked over, picked it up, and infused it with spiritual energy. Come, meet your death. One of the youths dressed in a Zhongli cosplay roared, the one who should die is you. In the next moment, the four early-stage martial infants struck simultaneously. In an instant, four terrifying powers erupted simultaneously. This force intertwined, even a mid-stage martial infant would not dare to underestimate it. If it weren't for the special formation arranged in the room, this blow would have been enough to collapse the entire floor. The Beast King squinted. It should be over. He prepared to stand up and leave. The next moment, Lu Ming shook the halberd in his hand, and the thunder will and halberd intent erupted simultaneously. Come, eat my thunder halberd. In the next moment, a terrifying thunder instantly attached itself to the halberd. It was the destructive thunder fused with the thunder of the clapping sky and the thunder will. Purple lightning violently erupted at the halberd's tip. Boom! Thunder power exploded. The Beast King turned in shock, his lowly face filled with disbelief. Eat my thunder halberd. Lu Ming bellowed. The force of the thunder halberd infused with the destructive lightning surged directly towards the four early-stage nascent soul cultivators before him. The entire anime club was instantly illuminated by purple lightning. Seeking death. The one on the far left among the four early-stage nascent soul cultivators could no longer hold back. Evidently, their poor eyesight failed to recognize that this was a thunder halberd. The man snorted coldly, and the blue flames in his palm erupted violently. A massive wave of flames surged. The entire anime club was enveloped in a heat wave. He dashed forward the fastest, the flames in his palm trailing a long fiery tail. Lu Ming gripped the thunder halberd, his face devoid of expression. He waited until the man approached. Lu Ming then swung the halberd down with a crash. This strike appeared ordinary, not even qualifying as a martial skill. In fact, this thunder halberd was merely a plastic cosplay prop. Seeing this display, the early-stage nascent soul cultivator wore a look of disdain. A mere scum from the flowing spirit realm dared to strike him with a plastic halberd. Was he joking? Insignificant little. The words had barely left his mouth when the power of lightning from the halberd erupted violently at that moment. The speed of the halberd doubled instantly. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator's expression suddenly changed. A tingling sensation crawled up his spine, and his hair stood on end. No, this isn't right. How can this halberd be so fast? His pupils contracted as he attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. A muffled sound erupted and blood mist exploded directly. Red and white splattered all over the ground. The man's head burst apart. His headless body staggered forward a couple of steps before twitching and falling still. Yet that plastic thunder halberd remained completely unscathed. The entire scene fell silent. A deathly silence. Other disciples of the abyssal god cult. What the hell? How is this possible? Several female college students were utterly dumbfounded. They had originally thought it would at least be a back-and-forth battle. But now, how did it end so quickly? The early-stage nascent soul cultivator hadn't even finished a single sentence. The remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators stood frozen in place. What is going on? One strike, and he eliminated an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their faces changed drastically, fear flooding their eyes. The previous strike had already been absurd enough to eliminate a half-step nascent soul. But at least it was somewhat understandable. After all, that red-haired youth hadn't truly stepped into the nascent soul realm. But now, one strike and he eliminated an early-stage nascent soul. This half-step nascent soul to early-stage nascent soul was a qualitative leap. How could a cultivator from the flowing spirit realm instantaneously kill an early-stage nascent soul? This simply defied logic. Heroic value 241, heroic value 235, heroic value 221. But little did they know. The mastery of the halberd combined with a small mastery of the thunder intent was terrifying. After all, it was an intent. Whether it was sword intent, halberd intent, or natural intents like thunder and water fire, all required extremely high comprehension. Years of hard training in such weapons and attributes were necessary to reach the supreme realm and then make further progress. Only then could one grasp a hint of the embryonic form of an intent. Even a genius like Chu Ranbai only comprehended the small mastery of sword intent after a tribulation. But what about Lu Ming? In the early flowing spirit realm, he directly possessed the sky-splitting sword intent, halberd intent, and thunder intent, 3 kinds of intents, and all above the small mastery level. Even if he intentionally restrained the sword intent, just the combination of the other 2 small mastery intents, plus the overwhelming power of the high-risk sequence thunder halberd, was enough for him to sweep across a major realm. Meanwhile, in the partition, the girl in the Lolita dress widened her eyes. Is that the thunder halberd? The Beast King sensed the unique sequential power of the long halberd and was instantly frozen in place. When the previous Hall Master of the Ming Tide left, he had once left behind a trace of the thunder halberd's power. The Hall Master had specifically brought him to sense it, so he would never mistake this aura. Is he the new master of the thunder halberd? The Hall Master had mentioned a disciple of the abyssal god cult with the demeanor of a Hall Master. Suddenly, Lu Ming slowly turned his head to the other 3, his voice, I see what. You only want to kill him, and not you. The next moment, he charged directly towards the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators. It was only then that the 3 snapped out of their shock. Something's wrong. This person has a problem. Get ready to defend. They could never have imagined that Lu Ming was so against the heavens. The expressions of the 3 became serious in an instant. Among them, one of them, seeing Lu Ming daring to look down on them, felt a surge of anger rise in his heart. Bastard! How dare you look down on them? You are the one who is the challenger. Suddenly, a 3-meter-high icy shield appeared out of thin air before him. His high-risk sequence 62 Cold Guard was renowned for its defensive power. In terms of durability, it was even stronger than the sequence 59 Iron Bone. Even among early-stage nascent soul cultivators of the same level, breaking through his icy shield would require considerable effort. He didn't believe it could withstand. Die? Lu Ming shouted fiercely. The destructive lightning mixed with 2 kinds of intent crashed down. Crack! The 3-meter icy shield shattered instantly. What the hell is going on? The early-stage nascent soul cultivator's face turned pale with terror. However, the next moment, Lu Ming thrust the halberd directly into his mouth. Bang! His head exploded on the spot. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. Did you enjoy that? The others. Without pausing, Lu Ming immediately turned to look at the cosplayer of Zhongli. The person was already scared out of their wits, unable to come to their senses. Wait. You eat it too. Bang. His head was also directly smashed. Lu Ming casually said, "Double kill." The others, At this moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Several female college students had completely lost their minds. They watched as Lu Ming effortlessly resolved each of those people one by one. It turned out, the most sinister was this person. He truly wasn't boasting just now. And now only the white-haired one was left. Lu Ming slowly walked over, letting out a sigh. "I told you I'm here to join you. Look, you forced me to take action." The white-haired one was completely stunned. "Who knew you were so extraordinary? You, a flowing spirit, are playing at killing nascent souls here." The white-haired one thought rapidly, their desire to survive instantly at its peak. "Wait, you can join. Congratulations on joining the Abyssal God cult." "What just happened?" "That was our test." "Lu Ming, get lost." As Lu Ming was about to take action again. "Stop." In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and the white-haired one. It was indeed the Lolita girl. As soon as this girl appeared, everyone froze. The Beast King merely cast a casual glance at the several female college students. The female students immediately felt their bodies go weak, their faces pale. Thud. They fainted on the spot. Lu Ming instantly became alert. This little girl was no ordinary character. The white-haired one, however, was overjoyed. "Beast King, how wonderful." The Beast King personally came. With the Beast King present, this kid was doomed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly flickered. Beast King. When he was in the anomalous bureau, Ling Che-tian had mentioned this name to prevent him from contacting the Abyssal God cult. The 12th steward. Martial sovereign realm. An extremely murderous and violent in nature. Who would have thought it was a girl? A little girl. Such a stark contrast. However, why did her voice sound so much like a man's? Beast King. He is a dog of the anomalous bureau who has killed so many of us. The white-haired one sneered at Lu Ming. "You are finished. The Beast King is a martial sovereign expert. You're doomed today." Once the Beast King arrived, his life was assured. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The martial sovereign. He definitely couldn't beat. Since that's the case, Lu Ming contemplated using the sword to open the heavenly gate. One sword to eliminate him, then run away. At worst, he could go back to the anomalous bureau and say he secretly came out to kill the Abyssal God cult. That would also count as a merit. But just as Lu Ming was preparing to act, anomalous bureau. The Beast King frowned, her tone filled with impatience. "Nonsense. Do you think I'm blind? This is the inheritor of the Thunder Halberd. Clearly he is one of our Abyssal God cult members." As she spoke, the Beast King narrowed her eyes, fixing a deadly gaze on the white-haired one. "You guys actually dared to encircle and kill the inheritor of the Thunder Halberd. I see. You are the ones from the anomalous bureau." Lu Ming, white-haired one. Before the two could regain their senses, the Beast King suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixated on Lu Ming. "Is your sequence the Thunder Halberd?" "It must be the Thunder Halberd, right?" Lu Ming furrowed his brows. "Why ask if you already know?" The white-haired one was confused, thinking, isn't he just too arrogant? That is the Beast King, a martial sovereign. Talking to him like that, do you have a death wish, eh? Yet the Beast King was not angry, instead he looked excited. "Indeed, you are the one the Hall Master spoke of." "Ha, I didn't expect to find you so quickly." The Hall Master had said that the new owner of the Thunder Halberd would surely be a believer of the Abyss God cult. This is the iron law of the sequence inheritance set by the Abyss God. The Beast King's mind was always simple. Since this person had the Thunder Halberd, he must be from the Abyss God cult. Moreover, no wonder he was chosen by the Thunder Halberd. It's no surprise that he could comprehend two minor realms at the level of flowing spirit and effortlessly slay martial infants. A talent. This is a true talent. Absolutely the demeanor of a Hall Master. Wait, what do you mean by this? Lu Ming was quite confused, with his right hand behind his back, still gathering power for the sword opening. He felt that the people of the Abyss God cult were increasingly bizarre. Were they saying these nonsensical things to lower his guard? Hey, don't be nervous. The Beast King's eyes shifted. Since this person might become his superior in the future, he must curry favor. So he relayed everything the Hall Master had said to Lu Ming. It's like this. After a while, Lu Ming was stunned after hearing it. What? It can be like this? He certainly knew that he was not chosen by the Thunder Halberd at all. He had directly snatched the Thunder Halberd from the other's ring. Wait. Lu Ming's mind raced, and he instantly realized. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to join the Abyss God cult? Lu Ming immediately put on an expression of sudden realization. So that's how it is. I wondered what was going on. I thought, why did a new sequence suddenly appear on me while I was admiring the greatness of the Abyss God? So, it's the Abyss God's blessing. The Beast King excitedly clapped his hands. The Abyss God's blessing. Now I understand. No wonder you could find our base. It seems everything is guided by the Abyss God. Lu Ming, yes. That's it. Xiang Lu. The white-haired one. Lu Ming did not expect this person to be quite clever. The more the Beast King looked at Lu Ming, the more satisfied he became. Since that's the case, come with me, we will go meet the Hall Master. Wait, there's a spy from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau here, we need to deal with that first. He pointed at the white-haired one beside him. The white-haired one. He suddenly felt a chill rise from his feet. The Beast King looked over with a dangerous gaze. Oh, you are right. Bold. A spy from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau dares to infiltrate our base and even attacks Lord Thunder Halberd. Speak. Who told you the location of this place? Since he had to curry favor with the new Thunder Halberd, sacrificing an inconsequential colleague was nothing. It would be considered a tribute to the Abyss God. After all, they were a cult, who would speak of brotherhood with you? The white-haired one was completely dumbfounded. Wait, Lord Beast King, I'm your true fan. I also love wearing women's clothing. My room is full of your posters. I even practice in front of your photo every night. The Beast King was furious. Finish and get lost. He waved his hand directly. Bang. The white-haired one didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. Lu Ming. Wait, what did he just hear? Lu Ming looked at the Beast King oddly. You are a man. The Beast King responded defiantly. With such cuteness, of course I am a boy. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. This, he couldn't believe it. He was actually a boy in disguise. Oh my god. What kind of strange beings are there in the Abyss God cult? Hey, these foolish humans. The Beast King disdainfully glanced at the few unconscious female college students on the ground. He'll arrange for someone to erase their memories. Oh, Lord Thunder Halberd, let's leave. Lu Ming nodded sure. Unexpectedly, after such a long detour, he had joined the Abyss God cult, so unwittingly. In a certain hidden hall. At this time, Ming Chao was sitting high on the throne, frowning. Where exactly is the Thunder Halberd? I must recruit him before the two brothers Beng Huai and Bengdi discover him and turn him into my person. Beng Huai and Bengdi, mentioned by Ming Chao, were the other two Hall Masters of the Abyss God cult. Moreover, these two were a pair of biological brothers. Among the three Hall Masters, two were born of the same parents. This shows how much pressure Ming Chao endured daily. After all, it's like being in a company. If everyone else in your team is a relative except for you, can you live comfortably? Now, as long as he finds once it grows up, he will definitely become a Hall Master of the Abyss God cult. By then, as long as the current Hall Masters aren't caught by the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, the Abyss God cult will have a fourth Hall Master. 2 against 2. Ming Chao would no longer have to worry about those two brothers causing him trouble. Ming Chao sighed softly. I truly envy those two brothers. Their luck is great. Even their surname is the same. If only the owner of the Thunder Halberd had a name with a character the same as mine. Of course, this was just a Afterward, Ming Chao took out a photo from his pocket. The photo was of Lu Ming. From now on, you are my enemy in the Abyss God cult. Originally, they also had a potential candidate. That was Xiang Lu. They approached right after the little snake was. They thought to cultivate it as the cult's divine beast. Previously, they even thought that letting it eat Lu Ming would allow it to soar to great heights. But what happened? Sigh. This Lu Ming is simply a heinous criminal. In just a few days since his emergence, he has killed several exotic beasts with sequences. The last Sin Dragon King was also one of the divine beasts worshipped by Ming Chaos Hall. It was also slain by him. He is simply a killer of sequence exotic beasts. Unforgivable. Damn it, don't let me see this brat. If you have the guts, stay hidden in the capital and don't come out. Otherwise, I will kill you every time I see you. Ming Chao said fiercely. Just then, the figure of a courtesan appeared in the hall. Hall Master. Ming Chaos' eyes brightened, and he sat up straight. Did you find the Thunder Halberd? The courtesan shook her head no. Ming Chaos' face fell. Then why did you come back? Hurry and go find it. The courtesan, however, was unhurried. Hall Master, although I didn't find the Thunder Halberd, I made another significant discovery. Ming Chao. The courtesan lowered her voice. According to the information network I set up within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, a top-secret personnel file suddenly appeared, and it has been rated as SSS level. Ming Chaos' body shook, and he immediately stood up. SSS level. You must know. An S level is a super high-risk sequence. SS level is the front of the super high-risk sequences. An SSS level has become the master sequence. They have also placed their people within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Although they cannot touch the most core secrets, their infiltration is quite deep. Previously, they had found out that Lu Ming's file was rated as SSS level. But what is this SSS? The top 3 of the master sequence. Or, the first, the courtesan's expression was grave. The specifics are unknown to my subordinate. Of course, it could also be a smokescreen set by the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, deliberately creating such a file to mislead us. Ming Chao paced back and forth in front of the throne, his expression fluctuating. After a long time, he gritted his teeth. No, we cannot gamble on this matter. Have internal personnel take the risk to steal detailed information about that top-secret file. If necessary, report it directly to the cult master. Let the cult master find a way to obtain that information. We absolutely cannot gamble on whether this is a smokescreen. If the Anomalous Affairs Bureau really has obtained another monster more terrifying than Lu Ming, then our position in the Abyss God cult will become increasingly dangerous. We must obtain his detailed information and finalize the assassination plan as soon as possible. The more Ming Chao spoke, the angrier he became, his chest rising and falling violently. And that Lu Ming, as long as there is a chance, he must be killed. Damn it. Why is it that the Anomalous Affairs Bureau can produce so many geniuses? We in the Abyss God cult need to search for a thunder halberd for so long. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Ming Chaos' mind. In the next moment, he froze, then became ecstatic. The Beast King said that he found the thunder halberd. He's coming right over. The courtesan's expression changed dramatically. What? How could he be so fast? Damn it. He actually got ahead of me. The courtesan's face turned grim. This Beast King must have been ingratiating himself in front of the new thunder spear. Could it be? He was slandering me in front of him. And just at that moment, in the center of the hall, a swirling vortex of space appeared out of nowhere. Ming Chao rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's coming, it's coming. It's about to come out. The next moment, the figure of the Beast King stepped out from the vortex first. He looked at Ming Chao with a triumphant expression. Master, I've found the thunder spear. Ming Chao eagerly asked. Where is he? Where is he? The Beast King smiled mysteriously. Ha ha, I came out first to give you a surprise. You definitely won't believe how outrageous this thunder spear is. Ming Chao raised an eyebrow and guessed casually, could it be? He's also a male doll. The Beast King shook his head seriously. Even more outrageous than that. The courtesan was left speechless. Subsequently, the Beast King recounted in detail how he encountered Lu Ming at his base, emphasizing key points. He actually killed a martial infant at the initial stage of the flowing spirit realm, as if he were cutting vegetables. He comprehended 2 whole minor realms. His combat power is ridiculously strong. He might even be stronger than that sword lord. Ming Chao and the courtesan were both shocked. Wow, he's that impressive. Not only does he have the ultra-high danger level of the 13th sequence, but he also has astonishing comprehension. He comprehended 2 minor realms at this level. That really could make up for the gap in sequences and catch up with that damned Lu Ming. Ming Chaos' breath quickened. Are you saying? It's true. It's absolutely true. The Beast King patted his chest. Ming Chao was so excited he couldn't stop rubbing his hands. Ha ha ha, then hurry. Let me see him. The Beast King laughed. Ha ha ha, all right. Then with a wave of his hand, he shouted loudly towards the vortex. Come, show yourself, little treasure, Lord Thunder Spear. The next moment, Lu Ming's figure slowly walked out of the vortex and appeared in the hall. And at the moment they saw Lu Ming's face, Ming Chao and the courtesan were both stunned. Ming Chao. Lu Ming, however, seemed oblivious and instead flashed a bright smile at the two. Hello, I am the heir of the Thunder Spear. But the sequence name sounds too ugly. You can just call me Great Spear from now on. It fits me perfectly. The Beast King quickly cleared his throat and stepped forward to introduce. Ahem, master, this is the new owner of the Thunder Spear. Come, come, Lord Thunder. Oh, Great Spear, this is our... Lu Ming looked at Ming Chao with a familiar expression. So you are the master. Then we will be buddies from now on. Ming Chao fell silent. He didn't speak, but slowly took out the photo of Lu Ming, looked down at it, and then raised his head to look at Lu Ming. The Beast King was dumbfounded on the side. Wow, master. You knew what the Thunder Spear's owner looked like beforehand. You even prepared a photo? The courtesan's face had turned completely dark. Lu Ming. How could he be? Lu Ming looked confused. Lu Ming. Who is Lu Ming? The courtesan gritted her teeth. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head and chuckled. Lu Ming is just a trivial name. My name is Lu Guan. Lu Guan of the Dawn. Courage value 13, 21, courage value 6, 53, courage value 524. Ming Chao was left dumbfounded, looking at the Beast King in disbelief. Beast King, you brought Lu Ming here. The Beast King was bewildered. What Lu Ming? Didn't he say his name is Lu Guan? You idiot. He is Lu Ming. The courtesan shouted angrily. The Beast King retorted. He said his name is Lu Guan. Are you deaf? Ming Chao and the courtesan were at a loss. Lu Ming thought to himself. It seems these two really know. However, he was not flustered. He had anticipated this scenario long ago. It's fine. He still held the sword to open the heavenly gate. At worst, he would just blow it up with them on the spot. The Beast King noticed the master and the courtesan's murderous expressions and sensed something was off. Master, what exactly is going on? He really is the new owner of the Thunder Spear. What? Ming Chao and the courtesan were both stunned, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. He is the new owner of the Thunder Spear. The next moment, a unique power of the Thunder Spear suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's hand. Purple lightning exploded in his palm. Ming Chao and the courtesan's expressions froze instantly. This aura. This is the Thunder Spear. The authentic Thunder Spear. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. I told you I am Lu Guan, the one who possesses the Thunder Spear. Ming Chaos mind was buzzing. How could you be the new owner of the Thunder Spear? Aren't you the Sword Lord? Moreover, shouldn't only the disciples of the Abyss God inherit the Thunder Spear? Isn't that an ironclad rule set by the Abyss God? How could it possibly be Lu Ming from the Anomalous Bureau? Could it be? He is simultaneously a disciple of the Abyss God. The courtesan suppressed her shock, but still couldn't believe it. She sneered, Lu Ming, you a person from the Anomalous Bureau come to our Abyss God sect, are you looking for death? Sword Lord, Lu Ming. The Beast King was also clueless, but began to realize something. Wait, this guy, could it be the Sword Lord who took down Xiang Lu? I was played. Lu Ming sighed, deeply looking sincere. On the past I had no choice. But now I want to be a good person. I have already defected from the Anomalous Bureau. Now I am part of your Abyss God sect. The courtesan chuckled. You took our Xiang Lu away with that alone. Do you think we would believe you? Lu Ming smirked. Then, what if I rescue Xiang Lu? The courtesan. Ming Chao. The Beast King. What the hell? You rescued Xiang Lu. The next moment Lu Ming pulled out the turtle shell, slowly raised it, and tapped on it. Come on, just cooperate, as I say. Everyone. Xiang Lu sighed in resignation, stretched out his head, and shouted with all his might, Abyss God sect disciple. I am one of the top 10 anomalous beasts in the sequence. Since I see the Osmanthus head, why not bow? Ming Chao. Courtesan. The Beast King's eyes widened suddenly. Damn you. You are Xiang Lu. When he was at the anime club, he felt the aura of the anomalous beast on Lu Ming was somewhat familiar. But the aura was too weak, and he didn't recognize it at first. He originally thought that the other party was from the Abyss God sect accompanied by an anomalous beast partner, which was quite normal. But it turned out that he actually was Xiang Lu. Courage value 12, 23, courage value 6, 63, courage value 572. Lu Ming looked at the rapidly fluctuating numbers on the panel, feeling overjoyed. Incredible. Indeed, the worth in a place filled with strong individuals is remarkable. They certainly give courage points generously. He glanced at the stunned expressions of the three and spoke slowly. So how about it? Now you believe I genuinely want to join, right? I even rescued your anomalous beast lord. Xiang Lu, you saved your own horse. Ming Chao. The courtesan. The Beast King. The three looked at each other speechless. How did this plot develop into this? A well-known new sword lord from the Anomalous Bureau who had slain several sequence anomalous beasts, a being they hated to the core. And now he actually inherited the Thunder Spear, which only the disciples of the Abyss God could inherit. And then swaggered in to want to join the Abyss God sect. No way. My CPU is a bit fried, let me think for a moment. Ming Chao squatted down, lost in thought. Hey, what the hell? Why did the Beast King fall asleep just like that? The courtesan exclaimed. Don't mind him, his brain isn't working well, his CPU is overclocked. Inside the grand hall, an eerie silence lingered for several minutes. Wait. I think I've sorted things out, but there's one thing I still can't comprehend. Ming Chao slowly raised his head, staring at that tortoise shell. Lord Xiang Lu, how did you get here? Aren't you? He truly could not understand. Xiang Lu had clearly been captured by the Bureau of Strange Events. He knew this better than anyone. Logically, a beast of Xiang Liu's caliber should have been under strict surveillance by the Bureau, right? But why? Had it actually escaped? The courtesan beside him was also completely dumbfounded. She was the first to receive the news. When Xiang Lu was captured, the entire Abyssal God sect was aware. They even thought Xiang Lu was doomed. But now Xiang Lu had returned alive. At this moment, the Beast King, who had just been overwhelmed by Lu Ming's series of maneuvers, finally regained his composure. He climbed up from the ground, looking bewildered. What on earth happened? Xiang Lu felt the chill coming from behind, and immediately spoke seriously. Of course my big brother saved me. Your big brother. The three exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. The top 10 beasts, Xiang Lu actually referred to Lu Ming as his big brother. What is going on? Suddenly Ming Chao raised an eyebrow. Wait. As far as I know, wasn't it him who captured you? Xiang Lu. Lu Ming. What the heck? If you hadn't brought it up, I would have almost forgotten about that. The more Ming Chao thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Lord Xiang Lu, if you were indeed kidnapped by this brat, just blink your eyes. The next moment Xiang Lu widened his eyes in surprise. He really put in some effort. Ming Chao, the courtesan, and the Beast King all fell silent together. What is going on? What do you mean? Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat, looking serious, his tone filled with sincerity. Actually, this is all a huge misunderstanding. To be honest, I've long admired the Abyssal God sect. When I initially joined the Bureau of Strange Events, it was purely to infiltrate and be an undercover agent. Otherwise, why would I not have killed Xiang Lu? Ming Chao fell silent. Lu Ming became more animated. Now I have integrated with the high ranks of the Bureau. Yet every day in the Bureau, I am constantly thinking of our Abyssal God sect. At this point, he suddenly waved his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to beasts. Abyssal God is powerful. The three looked at each other. Ming Chaos' mouth twitched. No one would believe this nonsense. The next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz! That tortoise shell along with Xiang Lu suddenly vanished into thin air, appearing in the palm of Ming Chaos' hand. Lu Ming's eyes widened. Hey, why are you stealing my tortoise shell? The courtesan, the beast king. Ming Chao ignored Lu Ming and instead looked seriously down at Xiang Lu in his hand. Lord Xiang Lu, you need not be afraid. This is no longer the Bureau of Strange Events. This is the Bright Hall of the Abyssal God sect. It is a place where we beasts hold dominion. If you are being threatened by him, do not be afraid. Just tell the truth, whether or not he is an undercover agent. Rest assured no one here can harm you. I guarantee it with my strength as a martial general. As soon as he said this, Lu Ming's expression suddenly became serious. Martial General, 7th Realm. Within the Bureau of Strange Events, such a being is known as a human. If he were to unleash his full power, he could easily destroy a county within half an hour. If he did so in the city center, the consequences would be unimaginable. The master of the Abyssal God sect indeed has something going for him. It seems that the anomaly has been dealt with quite severely. Lu Ming inwardly clicked his tongue. Xiang Lu was stunned. It looked at Ming Chaos' sincere face and then turned to glance at Lu Ming. For a moment, a feeling that was hard to define surged in its heart. It was unaware that Lu Ming held a sword capable of opening the gates of heaven. All it knew was that there were 2 martial lords and 1 martial general present. Lu Ming could not possibly turn against it here. In other words, this time it was completely different from when it was in the Bureau. Here it held Lu Ming's lifeline in its hands. Lu Ming's life and death rested entirely on its whims. Thinking of this, images began to flash through Xiang Liu's mind as it recalled the turmoil of the journey. It remembered almost being paired with a tortoise in that fountain. It recalled being used as a speaker by Lu Ming. The more it thought, the more the fire within it blazed. Xiang Lu slowly lifted its head, its gaze towards Lu Ming gradually turning cold. It seems I really should speak some truths now. Lu Ming's brows instantly furrowed. Good for you. As expected, beasts are indeed beasts. Untrainable wolves. Although I have never raised one. But that's not important. Since that's the case, don't blame me for turning against you. At worst, I'll use one move to open the gates of heaven and send everyone in this room away. But just as Lu Ming was about to take action, suddenly Xiang Lu spoke seriously. But the truth is, he is indeed one of us from the Abyssal God sect. Everything he just said is true. If you must insist on calling him an undercover agent, then he can only be the undercover agent we sent to the Bureau of Strange Events. Lu Ming, his hand, which was ready to strike, came to a sudden halt. Ming Chao and the others also froze. Lu Ming stared at Xiang Lu in disbelief. It actually defended me. Why? Aren't beasts supposed to be bloodthirsty and ungrateful? This tortoise actually has some loyalty. It truly is a good tortoise. Suddenly Ming Chao slowly nodded, a look of realization on his face. I understand now, so that's it. Lu Ming, you sacrificed to such an extent for the Abyssal God sect. Lu Ming quickly reacted. Although he still didn't understand why Xiang Lu would defend him, he had to climb the... Yes, that's the way it is. As a result, Ming Chaos' face suddenly darkened. What bullshit. Courtesan, you come here. Make Lu Ming tell the truth. Lu Ming. Ming Chao sneered. Damn it. Do you think we Abyssal God sect are fools? Even if Xiang Lu said so, who could guarantee that what Xiang Lu saw was truly real? What if Xiang Lu was also deceived by this brat? Everyone in the Abyssal God sect is a seasoned veteran licking blood off the blade. How could they trust Lu Ming's nonsense just based on Xiang Liu's assurance? Even if he is the new master of the Thunder Spear, the doubts surrounding him are countless. What if all of this is a carefully orchestrated trap by the Bureau of Strange Events? The courtesan understood and slowly stepped forward. She flashed a charming smile at Lu Ming, but there was a hint of coldness in that smile. Sorry, little brother Lu Ming. You don't mind if I use mental illusion techniques to make you tell the truth, do you? Lu Ming scoffed. Just with your martial lord's trashy soul. The courtesan, Ming Chao, the Beast King, the three were simultaneously stunned. What is this brat saying? How can a spirit master have the audacity to say a martial lord's soul is garbage? Heroic value 1632, heroic value 546, heroic value 641. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He certainly recognized the woman before him. The courtesan. She was the one who had delayed Elder Yi and Instructor Bai on the day that Xiang Lu was captured. Elder Yi had long told him everything in detail, even showing him photographs. He naturally remembered it clearly. It was obvious that this woman intended to use her soul power to force him to tell the truth. Unfortunately, she did not know that he possessed the infinite true soul. However, Lu Ming did not let it go to his head. The infinite true soul, although powerful. The opponent was a martial lord after all with an extraordinarily strong soul power. He had no idea whether his current infinite true soul could withstand it. Since that's the case, then let's upgrade. Words appeared before him again. Would you like to spend 100 heroic points to upgrade Infinite True Soul Level 1? Lu Ming quickly glanced at his heroic points. Heroic points 1, 2, 3, 1 are not bad. Fortunately, he had just accrued those points from a few moments ago. System, let's go. Yes. The next moment Lu Ming felt as if his soul had suddenly transformed. His soul power began to surge wildly. If before his soul power was merely a small stream, now this force had gradually swelled into a vast lake. Not only that, but his soul also became more solid and robust. Lu Ming could even feel his soul power slowly taking on a layer of black gold hue. A brand new, indescribable power surged forth from the deepest part of his soul. Ding, currently Infinite True Soul Level 2. Acquired Limitless Soul. Limitless Soul can create soul illusions trapping targets in an endless nightmare. The soul forms a closed loop, making all soul illusions and restraints unable to truly penetrate the depths of the soul, unable to probe the heart. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Awesome. This thing is simply a natural counter to illusions. Now he was completely at ease. Lu Ming smirked and looked at the courtesan. Don't bother. Do you really think you can trap me in an illusion? Heroic points 1631, heroic points 583. The courtesan's expression immediately darkened. Bastard, who do you think you're looking down on? A little brat in the flowing spirit realm dares to speak to her like this. Is that so? The courtesan snorted coldly. That may not be the case. The next moment, a ring of bloody patterns suddenly appeared in her eyes. In an instant, an immense surge of crimson soul power erupted. That power transformed into an invisible torrent rushing directly toward Lu Ming's mind. Upon witnessing this scene, Beast King and Ming Qiao fell silent. They had considerable confidence in the courtesan's soul power. No one in the entire Yuanshan sect could rival her in this regard. Moon reading. The next moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed, his face instantly losing all emotion. The courtesan snorted coldly, about to speak. Moon reading. The next moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed, his face instantly losing all emotion. The courtesan snorted coldly. The courtesan was completely dumbfounded. After all these years, she had never seen a flowing spirit soul that could be this powerful. Ming Qiao raised an eyebrow at this. What's wrong? The courtesan's voice was filled with disbelief. Master, his soul power far exceeds that of a flowing spirit. Even some martial infants can't compare to him. Wait, this is the soul infant prototype. He actually has a soul infant prototype. As this was said, Ming Qiao and Beast King were both stunned. Before everyone could react, the next moment, the double-head soul infant prototype within Lu Ming's body appeared. Courtesan, Ming Qiao, Beast King, what the hell is this? How could a flowing spirit have a soul infant prototype? And how did this soul infant end up with two heads? In an instant, a thought popped into Ming Qiao's mind. Flowing infant pill. He knew that indeed there were a few rare flowing spirits who could form a soul infant early due to consuming the extremely rare flowing infant pill. Yet that was an incredibly small probability event. He never expected Lu Ming to be the one to encounter it. And moreover, a double-head one. Not only had the soul infant formed early, but it had also undergone a mutation. Meanwhile, the courtesan gritted her teeth. Damn it. She could no longer afford to think about the soul infant. The next moment, she again summoned all her soul power, fiercely invading Lu Ming's mind. Immediately after, a ring of patterns slowly emerged in Lu Ming's eyes. The courtesan's eyes lit up. Got it. She could clearly feel that her soul illusion had firmly locked onto Lu Ming's consciousness. Ming Qiao stepped forward immediately. I'll ask, are you an undercover sent by the Anomaly Bureau? Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat dazed as he shook his head, saying no. Everyone was taken aback. Not. Ming Qiao was not convinced. Is that so? Then what do you think of the Anomaly Bureau and the Yuanshan sect? Everyone looked over. Then, Lu Ming, the Anomaly Bureau is not impressive. The Yuanshan sect is impressive. The courtesan quickly spoke up. Master, I can assure you that he has been completely controlled by my soul. What he says is absolutely the truth. Ming Qiao still did not believe it. Impossible. Then tell me who among the three hall masters is the most impressive. Lu Ming, Ming Qiao is impressive. Ming Qiao, what the hell? That's actually the truth. The courtesan. Beast King. Subsequently, Ming Qiao's eyes flickered a few times, contemplating for a moment. Let him go. The courtesan, yes. The next moment, the dazed look on Lu Ming's face instantly faded. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. I told you your broken illusion has no effect on me. The courtesan. Heroic points 1231, heroic points 543. Lu Ming held his head high, a proud look on his face. All right, they'll lay down the law here. No matter how you ask, he'll always say these few words. The Yuanshan sect is impressive. Overthrow human tyranny. The world belongs to the impressive. Ming Chao, something's not right. Although Lu Ming had just been controlled by the courtesan, he was still speaking the truth. But Ming Chao still felt something was off. Could it be? This kid has a way to break free from the courtesan's illusion. But that didn't make sense. The realm difference was astronomical. How could he break free? Ming Chao took a deep breath. Lu Ming, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you now. Lu Ming, however, showed no fear. No matter how you treat me, it won't change my admiration for the Yuanshan sect. The three of them. Heroic points 1151, heroic points 643. It felt as if we were the ones being undercover. Ming Chao gritted his teeth and pulled out a pitch-black stone from his pocket. This is the stone of lies bestowed upon us by the Yuanshan. This item is specifically used to test lies. Don't say it's you, even I can't utter a single falsehood in front of it. Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, how come there's such a thing? Joining your Yuanshan sect, why are there so many hurdles? How many more tests do we have? Ming Chao raised the stone, staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you answer me honestly. Are you an undercover sent by the Anomaly Bureau? The next moment, the black stone suddenly lit up. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but soon he reacted. I truly am not an undercover sent by the Anomaly Bureau. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone made a cracking sound and shattered. In the air, it left behind two pitch-black characters. Truth. Ming Chao was completely stunned. He actually didn't lie. Beast King and the courtesan were also utterly shocked. Could it be? He really is a member of the Yuanshan sect. And Lu Ming at this moment felt incredibly pleased. Initially, he was a bit flustered, but unexpectedly Ming Chaos' question was precisely this one. Because he truly was not an undercover sent by the Anomaly Bureau. Those people from the Anomaly Bureau didn't even know he had come to the Yuanshan sect. Who sent him? Who sent him? If the stone had asked him something else, he would have definitely exposed himself. But just asking this, he was completely innocent. Xiang Lu, seeing this, hastily added fuel to the fire. Enough. What do you want by interrogating a loyal warrior of the Yuanshan sect like this? At this moment, the three of Ming Chao fell into a silence. Is he a loyal warrior of the Abyss God sect? Then what are we? The Bureau of Oddities. Though they were reluctant to believe it 1,000 times over. However, the scenes unfolding before them truly compelled them to ponder. Lu Ming spoke the truth under the glamour of the courtesan and had also passed the test of the Stone of Lies. Even if the courtesan's glamour could potentially go awry, the Stone of Lies granted by the Abyss God could not possibly be wrong, could it? That was a blessing from the Abyss God. Ming Chaos' expression became incredibly complicated. Could it be? You really are a good person. Lu Ming held his head high, speaking with righteous determination. I truly am a great person. Inside the hall, there was once again a moment of silence. For a long time, Ming Chao sighed deeply. All right, it seems I have indeed been overly suspicious. You risked your life to rescue Lord Xiang Lu, and coupled with this series of tests, it is enough to prove that you truly are one of us in the Abyss God sect. The courtesan and the Beast King exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was nothing but disbelief. No way. He is truly one of us. A genius of the Dominator sequence, a sword lord who can open the heavenly gate, and now he has also acquired a thunder spear. With an extraordinary comprehension, he grasped two minor realms in one breath. He could also directly annihilate a martial infant at the level of flowing spirit. Such a person. Is he really from our Abyss God sect? Damn it, this is like pulling an SSR card. Ming Chao slapped his thigh and stood up. Good. Lu Guan. No, Lu Ming. Congratulations on officially joining our loving family of the Abyss God sect. Lu Ming seamlessly continued, a faint smile on his face. That's great. If that's the case, can I ask what lies beyond the sequence? Ming Chao was taken aback. What could be wrong with that? Lu Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Awesome. The Abyss God sect is so generous. They are willing to share anything. Truly worthy of being an evil cult. It must be the villains who are so open-minded. However, Ming Chao shifted his tone. But before I tell you, you must first help us complete a task. Lu Ming's smile froze on his face. Wait, your Abyss God sect, why are you forcing things? Ming Chao, after you complete this task, not only will I tell you the secrets beyond the sequence, but I will also gift you the exclusive spiritual weapon of the previous Hall Master, Yihuan. Lu Ming, I Lu am willing to offer my heart for the Abyss God sect. The three of them. Heroic value 1284, heroic value 579. Ming Chao nodded in satisfaction and continued the introduction. Although Yihuan was captured by the Bureau of Oddities for a full 50 years, his exclusive spiritual weapon has been preserved here. Unfortunately, after 50 years of no one activating it, the grade of this spiritual weapon has regressed from heavenly to earth grade. However, its divine might still remains. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Earth grade weapon. Although it has regressed, it is still a good item. Alright, what is the task? Hurry up and tell me. Ming Chaos' expression became more serious. Here's the thing, we have recently discovered that a genius has emerged within the Bureau of Oddities. This person's file has been rated as SSS level. Lu Ming was taken aback. SSS. He had heard someone mention it while he was at the Bureau of Oddities. SSS level is already the Legendary Dominator sequence. How can there also be an SSS level? What kind of concept is that? Ming Chaos' eyes turned fierce. Those who believe in us will soon be able to formulate a meticulous assassination plan. At that time, you'll personally take action to eliminate that genius. Lu Ming. Wait. So shady. To join an organization, I also have to be your assassin. Are you still testing me? What level is this already? Ming Chao paused for a moment and added, of course, if you have the ability to subvert him, that works too. After all, I heard that person is from the same school as you at Jianxing University. Perhaps you two even know each other. Lu Ming was suddenly taken aback. From the same school as me. Jianxing University. What the heck? When did this shabby place become so hidden with dragons and tigers? Besides me, is there also a phoenix chick hiding here? Lu Ming felt utterly speechless inside. What a meeting of minds in a lowly mountain with foul waters. Subverting him. Is this leading us to become the twin stars of poor mountains and evil waters? Ming Chao did not notice Lu Ming's strange expression and waved his hand. Alright, you should go back and rest, gather your strength. Soon we will need you to take action. Someone, take our newly arrived Lord Thunderspear downstairs to have a good rest. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of maids dressed in black stockings rushed in from outside the hall. Each one of them was stunningly beautiful. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Finally, I've made it to the beauty trap level. The three of them. Subsequently, Lu Ming happily followed the group of black-stocking maids out. Once Lu Ming's figure completely disappeared, the kind smile on Ming Chaos' face slowly faded. He turned his gaze towards the Beast King. Beast King, follow him secretly. Once you notice anything unusual, kill him directly. The Beast King was, wait, we are all on the same side now, and you still want to take action? The courtesan shot him a glare, exasperated. Fool, the Hall Master is still testing him. The Beast King suddenly realized. 666. This is so shady, there's even a third test. Ming Chao remained silent. Although Lu Ming had passed those previous rounds of tests smoothly without revealing any flaws, he still couldn't shake off his unease. Ming Chaos' gaze turned deep. If he can complete this assassination or subversion task cleanly, it will mean that all my previous doubts were unfounded. He will be a genuine follower of the Abyss God sect. This was the last test he had set for Lu Ming. Ming Chao gazed in the direction Lu Ming had left, slowly narrowing his eyes. Lu Ming, oh Lu Ming. What exactly are you? Please rest your honors. A black-stockinged maid led Lu Ming and Xiang Lu into a chamber, then withdrew. Lu Ming's expression dimmed with disappointment. Won't you join us for rest? Xiang Lu tilted his head. Then, Lu Ming glanced inside and froze. The room was indistinguishable from a five-star hotel suite. Plush carpet cushioned every step. Upon the wall hung 4 characters. Yuan Shun is supreme. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. No wonder Yuan Shin sect spares no expense. They call me the Association for the Protection of Aberrant Beasts. Did you think that was mere jest? Xiang Lu drawled lazily from within his turtle shell. Lu Ming blinked in surprise. Whoa, Gui Tu's grown bold. Must be the effect of returning home. He glanced down at Xiang Lu, eyes clouded with quiet bewilderment. But why did you just now? This question had gnawed at him. After all, it was he who had severed Xiang Lu into Gui Tu, and he who had captured him for the occult bureau. Shouldn't this turtle loathe him? Teeth grinding in fury. Yet here on Yuan Shin sect's sacred ground, though Xiang Lu could have betrayed him with a single word, he chose instead to shield him. Of course, if he dared betray him, Lu Ming would cleave the heavens open with his sword the very next second. But he didn't. Xiang Lu fell silent for a long moment. Then with solemn clarity he spoke. Because you've protected me, more than once. Lu Ming stared dumbfounded. Damn, it sounds like you're lying. What a fellow. So Gui Tu was a creature of loyalty after all. Xiang Lu rolled his eyes, then after a pause murmured softly. Still, earlier when you said you could elevate me to the first rank among aberrant beasts, was that true? That vow had been made within the spatial vortex. Lu Ming paused, then nodded, grave and certain. Then why are you so confident? Xiang Lu's gaze sharpened. A faint smile curved Lu Ming's lips. Since you doubt me, I'll say it again. You've witnessed my talent firsthand. I am the sole paragon of this age. No claim to greatness is too bold for one such as I. Xiang Lu fell silent for several seconds. Indeed, He'd seen Lu Ming's absurdity unfold step by impossible step, terrifying rankings, staggering insight. Yet what chilled his very marrow was this. Lu Ming had shattered the Yi Huan into crimson mist, only to become Lei Ji in the next breath. It was downright unnatural. Could he steal rankings? At the thought, Xiang Lu shuddered violently, swallowed hard, and ventured voice hushed. What precisely is your ranking? Lu Ming waved a dismissive hand. That remains undisclosed for now, but I will slay all 9 preceding aberrant beasts. Given time, I will make you the sovereign of all aberrant beasts. That is my answer. Xiang Lu, make me the first aberrant beast, by slaughtering all 9 before me. He stared at Lu Ming, speechless, stunned into silence. After a long while, Xiang Lu finally spoke, calm, resolved. Understood. Then let us cooperate fully. Let them witness what true symbiosis looks like. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Agreed. No one knew. Within this chamber adorned with inkwash paintings and softened by sumptuous carpet, a being of preposterous power and an aberrant beast of extraordinary malleability had forged an unbreakable accord. And so, no one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Both Lu Ming and Xiang Lu lifted their brows. Then the Flower Queen entered. Her face wore a practiced smile, but her voice held quiet gravity. The assassination plan is finalized. We've located the prodigy's whereabouts. He appears to have returned to your school. Lu Ming's brow furrowed. Back to school. A genius whose file clearance exceeds even mine. Yet he wasn't taken to the occult bureau. He's still at school. That defied logic. The Flower Queen continued, you'll return there as well. If you can sway him, excellent. If not, eliminate him without hesitation. For anything else, consult me. She extended a black jade pendant. This is Yuan Shun Sec's communication artifact. Keep it safe. Lu Ming accepted the pendant, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm. The Flower Queen watched him, her thoughts swirling with quiet suspicion. This investigation into the SS glass file had gone too smoothly, unnaturally so. Not a single insider had been exposed, yet they'd mapped the prodigy's location with flawless precision. How could a genius of such caliber remain cloistered at school? Why hadn't the occult bureau claimed him? Every angle screamed entrapment. Yet she chose not to warn Lu Ming. After all, he himself had defected from the occult bureau. Perhaps he was part of the trap. She wanted to see what he'd do, this final trial. With that, she reined in her thoughts and turned toward Xiang Lu. Lord Xiang Lu, please follow me. We may restore some of your strength. Xiang Lu's eyes gleamed, suddenly alert and eager. Impressive perception. The Flower Queen shot him a wry glance, then dismissed him with a flick of her wrist. A spatial transmission array shimmered into existence. Xiang Lu plunged straight in. Only Lu Ming and the Flower Queen remained, alone in the chamber. Then, her expression shifted, puzzled. By the way, why is your soul force so immense? At what cultivation stage does your soul currently reside? Besides Sword Sovereign and Thunder Halberd, you possess yet another ranking. These questions had long festered in her mind. Though moments earlier she'd seized control of Lu Ming's soul, she had been the one left shaken by the sheer, overwhelming potency of his soul force. Lu Ming, however, looked utterly bewildered. Soul force cultivation stage. What's that? The Flower Queen recoiled. You don't know? Didn't the occult bureau teach you? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I told you, I'm a traitor. Why would they impart knowledge to a traitor? The Flower Queen choked on her words. Then, how do you explain your soul force's unprecedented strengths? Lu Ming scoffed, unapologetic, resolute. My heroic soul was born mighty. Is that truly so strange? The Flower Queen. Heroic Chi 531. Heroic Chi 288. Lu Ming glanced at his interface, pleased, inwardly triumphant. Outwardly, however, he feigned earnest curiosity. Fine, I'll grant you the chance. Explain what is soul force cultivation. The Flower Queen studied him, her gaze layered with unreadable complexity. His expression radiated studious humility, yet his words dripped with unbearable arrogance. Still she began. Soul force, like spiritual energy, is a power cultivators harness. Some battle with spiritual energy alone, others wield soul force as their primary weapon, and those with exceptionally potent souls often surpass even their spiritual energy prowess. Such individuals command terrifying combat ability, even at low spiritual energy ranks. Soul force cultivation stages follow a simple linear progression: first stage, second stage, third stage, and onward. Even without dedicated cultivation, soul force naturally advances alongside spiritual energy, though typically lagging one stage behind. For instance, a 6th-stage martial sovereign with no soul force training would likely possess only 5th-stage soul force. Whereas the Flower Queen, though a 6th-stage martial sovereign at early cultivation, has attained 6th-stage soul force at late cultivation. It was precisely this extraordinary soul force mastery that enabled her, single-handedly, to imprison both Elder Yi and Instructor by both 6th stage martial sovereigns at peak cultivation. She pursues dual cultivation, spiritual energy and soul force reinforcing each other, granting her a decisive edge over practitioners who focus on one alone. Gazing steadily at Lu Ming, she murmured, "Your spiritual energy rank is clearly 3rd stage, flowing qi, yet your soul force rank, I sense it lies at 5th stage." Speaking these words, the courtesan felt her heart pounding. But damn it, why would someone who specializes in the soul have such an astonishing level of spiritual power? Moreover, she faintly sensed something strange. Although Lu Ming's soul was vast, it seemed he had hardly used it at all. It was like guarding a mountain of gold without knowing how to spend it. Of course, she had no idea. Lu Ming had never practiced any soul secret arts. His entire spiritual power was forcibly accumulated by the system. After listening, Lu Ming suddenly understood. So that's how it is. He turned his eyes and said, "Then it seems your soul realm should be at the 4th level, right?" The courtesan was taken aback. Huh. Lu Ming looked as if it were obvious. Otherwise, how could you be unable to cast illusions on me? The courtesan almost lost her composure. "You clearly have already fallen for it, okay?" Lu Ming was furious. "Nonsense. I didn't feel anything." The courtesan was completely speechless. Talking to this person was pure torture. She was too lazy to waste more words and turned to leave. Before she left, she only dropped a line, "Don't forget the task." After the courtesan left, the look on Lu Ming's face gradually faded. His eyes moved. "Then it seems my soul realm should also be at the 6th level. Otherwise, the courtesan wouldn't be able to break through." However, he also sensed something else. His spiritual power was too one-dimensional. He had the bulk, but it seems I need to practice soul secret arts. He pondered that most soul secret arts were likely illusions or control types. There should be very few offensive soul secret arts. If there were, how could the courtesan not practice them? If she truly had any soul-damaging means, she wouldn't have only trapped Old Yi and Instructor Bai. She would have eliminated them long ago. Thinking this way, Lu Ming felt reassured. It seemed that the strength of the cultivator ultimately depended on their own level of spiritual power. Look at how the courtesan wouldn't dare to approach Old Yi and Instructor Bai. She wouldn't dare. If she got too close, she would immediately be in danger. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced out the window. "From now on, I am Lu Ming of the Abyssal God cult." He paused, a smile spreading across his face. "I am Lu Ming, a god of Lu Guan." A day later, Jin City. Lu Ming appeared in this familiar city. "Jin City, your king has returned." He was draped in a black robe concealing his face completely. After all this time, he was acting under the identity of the Abyssal God cult. However, Lu Ming had also pondered why a genius rated as an SSS file would still be in school. This was not normal at all. After all, he had been taken away directly back then. It seems the situation is far from... Lu Ming smirked. Things are getting interesting. Nearby, a middle-aged man who had just finished urinating turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Where did this idiot come from? The man pulled up his pants and turned to leave. Lu Ming snorted. "Humph, pitiful mortal." Then he also pulled up his pants. Indeed, he was currently standing in a restroom. Lu Ming shrugged. "Isn't it normal to have a refresh point?" He shook his hand and was about to go out when he suddenly froze. However, "Beast King, why are you secretly... What the hell? You have clairvoyance." The Beast King, hiding in the shadow of a stall, froze completely. He suddenly poked his head out, his little Lolita face filled with disbelief. "How did you know I was here?" He had deliberately concealed his presence. Even a martial infant would have to exert effort to find him. How could Lu Ming, with his flowing spiritual energy, detect him? Lu Ming slowly spoke. "I originally didn't know." But Lu Ming became furious. How could there be a woman disguised as a man in a men's restroom? "Do you think I'm blind?" The Beast King. "Damn, I forgot." The Beast King slapped his forehead on the verge of tears. Ming Chao had instructed him to follow secretly, and he had indeed followed obediently all the way. But he didn't pay attention and ended up following Lu Ming into the men's restroom. This was bad. Lu Ming stared at him expressionlessly. "What do you want?" The Beast King blinked his big round eyes timidly, saying, "Isn't it a bit too fast?" "Lu Ming, what the hell are you saying?" Lu Ming's forehead bulged with veins. "I'm asking you, why are you secretly..." The Beast King wore a wary expression, puffing out his small chest. "Do you think I would tell you that it was the Hall Master who instructed me to follow you?" Lu Ming nodded. "Oh, so it's Ming Chao." The Beast King. "What the hell? How did you know again?" Lu Ming. He looked at the Beast King with pity. This kid really wasn't bright. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and directly said, "By the way, have you investigated the information about that genius? Give it to me directly." The Beast King thought for a moment. It seemed the Hall Master hadn't instructed him not to give it. So he nodded and said okay. After saying that, he took out a communication jade pendant and transmitted the information. Lu Ming looked. In the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. "What? It's actually him." On the other side, in a scenic area on the outskirts of the city, it was bustling with activity. students from 3 universities were gathered together for a spring outing. This was a social event organized by several clubs. They were from Jin City University, Yinyan University, and Qinglan University. Qinglan University was another comprehensive university in Jin City with many students and numerous club activities regularly interacting with Jin City University. At this moment in the Jin City University group, the atmosphere was not quite right. The expressions on these people's faces were increasingly grim, especially the girl standing at the front. It was when Xingxin. Ever since experiencing the incident with the rain howler beast last time, this group of them had finally understood the true nature of this world. It turned out that there really were monsters. It turned out that there really was extraordinary power. Afterward, they all signed confidentiality agreements. The Bureau of Anomalies was quite humane. You could choose to remember everything. If you really didn't want to, then erase your memory. But once you signed the agreement and remembered, you must never speak of it. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as erasing memories. Precisely because of this, this group of people felt increasingly anxious. No one knew when another monster might appear. When Xingxin looked at the distant sky, the tension in her heart, in her mind, the figure emerged uncontrollably. Lu Ming, who exactly are you? After that day, Lu Ming had been taken away by those who descended from the sky. What happened afterward, they had no idea. They had once firmly asserted that Lu Ming was just a clown. But later they discovered that from beginning to end, the real clown was themselves.